安安午安。我们的 Day2 也开始了。对，我还没发文，让我发一下。
John Finkel wins the most amazing game of Magic I think I've ever seen.
Congratulations to Jan Merkel, your champion.
He didn't block and that was it!
And he's going to give the good game, and we have a champion. It's Ely Cassis.
What is on top of the deck? Oh, it's Lightning Helix! Oh my god!
And Reed Duke is your Pro Tour Phyrexia champion.
Nathan Stoyer did it again. I have never seen anything like this.
OK, Day2 也开始啦。先来讲一下我们的2位有进的台湾人，分别是菜鸟跟吉人，都是4-4。那今天也会为了下一场 Q 而努力，今天还要再想办法拿6胜，对，10胜就有下一场的那个 PT 资格，你就可以不用再去打那个20Q 了。然后场外的曹公，也很努力的打魔界现开，对。我们来等下来问一下他开了什么东西，怎样
？All of the players playing at the next World Championship locked in, and I cannot wait to see what that field is going to look like.
Absolutely very excited for the World Championship later this year. What about you, Will? What are you looking forward to today?
I'm looking forward to the draft. It's the Lord of the Rings set. It's one of the only times we're going to get to do this. I'm going to see Sam. I'm going to see Frodo taking on Sauron. The ring to Mount Doom. I want all the flavor I can possibly get from this set.
今天还是一样，前3场会是现开不轮抽，对，限制赛轮抽。
How we're going to do things here at this tournament. We're going to start with yesterday, Monty. What happened?
Well, Maria, we kick things off as we always do on Friday with 3 rounds of draft, and this time it was the Lord of the Rings Tales of Middle-earth draft. After that, we swapped over to Constructed for the rest of the day. That's Modern for 5 rounds, and at the end of that, 12 match points, 4 or better was the record needed to come back for Day 2.
我怎么找不到 PTQ 的魔力呢？
More of the same. Starting off 3 more rounds of the Lord of the Rings draft. Tales to Middle-earth. Then we're getting into the meat of this tournament. Modern. 5 rounds of it. That is going to determine who gets into our top 8. 39 match points guarantees you a slot. Cannot wait. See who's going to be getting the world.
Absolutely, and that brings us to Sunday.
忘记切画面了，笑死！哎呀，让你们看了奇怪的话，让奇怪一组看了快5分钟，呵呵。
Earlier at 4 a.m. Eastern time, so come back an hour earlier for the start of the broadcast tomorrow for our top 8. Well, in case you missed any of the action yesterday, and there was a lot of it, it was very, very cool stuff. Will's got the highlights for you.
Yes, I do, Maria. So as everyone can see, we are in Barcelona, the beautiful city, and it is home to MagicCon and the Pro Tour this weekend. We started off with 3 rounds of draft, and of course, our feature draft that had to only be our world champion, our current Pro Tour champion, the one and only Nathan Stoyer. He decided to go the red-white aggro route, and that was enough for him to take game of match number 1. Kind of threw that back in game number 2 and managed to get the W there as well, but Tyler Hatchell decided to put an end to his run, taking it down, going undefeated in the draft portion. Then we got to Modern. Gabriel Nassif on his trusted living end deck, managing to get the W. The Citrus Assassin, Greg Orange, taking it down with 4 color control. And then we had Jing Jiang on 5 color creativity, getting the W. Moving into the later rounds, we had Zachary Keeney on Tron, securing his spot into a match against his teammate Simon Nielsen. Only one of them could be 8-0. It was Simon Nielsen. He got himself 1 step closer towards this trophy here in front of us.
We're going to find out what happens the rest of today. Let's take a look at the headlines from day 1 of competition. Simon Nielsen aces day 1, our only 8-0 player. Congratulations to him. 169 players back here to draft on day number 2. By the end of today, there will only be 8. That means 100 players are out of the tournament. That includes fan favorites like Reed Duke and Luis Scott Vargas out of competition. But don't worry, everybody. There's plenty of opportunities to qualify here at MagicCon Barcelona. Let's take a look at our leaderboard here. As you can see, Simon Nielsen leading the pack at 8-0. Followed by Greg Orange, who also technically doesn't have a loss yet. Just 1 draw in that column for Greg Orange, the Citrus Assassin. Also want to call out Martin Dominguez. They're sitting at 7-1.
Wow, PTQ 393個
winner, also qualified for the World Championship at that event, running 4-color Omnath, sitting at 7-1. As well, Zachary Keeney, a member of Team Handshake. You know who else is on Team Handshake? That's Simon Nielsen. They were half of the top 8 at our last Pro Tour, and looks like they're putting up a good performance here as well, Monty.
Yeah, Maria, longtime fans of the game will, of course, recognize one of the greatest to ever do it, Kai Buddha, sitting there at 7-1, as well as Christian Calcano and Nico Boni. New to the Pro Tour, Jake Beardsley. This is his first Pro Tour. Yesterday was his birthday.
看一下，这是积分榜上前10名
Very well done.
的一个8-0，一个701，然后几个7-1的，几个6-11的，剩下6-2的。 这些都还是8强的有力竞争者哦。对，其实3败之前都还蛮有机会的。4败基本上是不会进的，对，但是3败都是有会进的。16局哦，16局真的很多。
Well, we're starting the tournament off here on day number 2 with draft. I'm very excited to see what the players do. I love draft. It's no secret.
而且赛点制哈，我们累积的是39分，哎，不要在那边吵说什么3败不会进8强了。这个游戏不会有和局，不如说和局像输了一样。
Getting a 3-0 on day 1, but
3个和局才等于1个胜利。
Best archetype in the format, Black Red Amass Aggro, 6 3-0s for that.
Incredible, Amass Aggro, really getting it done. Let's take a look at some more archetypes here, Will.
Looks like we've got a sleeper. Everyone was sitting on this one. Black White Tokens was kind of, maybe underperformed or wasn't on people's radars. Managed to pull it out the bag here. 5 people managed to go undefeated with this deck. I don't think anybody managed to call that.
All right, there's a look at our draft archetypes and their records on day 1. By my math, that is 23, but we had 32 3-0s on day 1. So what about the other 9 decks there, Monty?
Well, Maria, 3 of those 9 3-0s, well, they were full-on Grixis decks. Play all 3 colors of the best colors in the format, get the job done. The other 6, well, that's where Green found more success. Maybe not so good in the 2-color pairs, but when it comes to 3, 4, and 5 colors, that's where Green found 6 3-0s. So definitely the Green strategies having more success as they add more colors.
Really interesting data there. Thank you so much, Monty. Let's take a look at featured draft this morning as we kick things off.
来看一下这一桌哦。
Tournament leaders Simon Nielsen, Greg Orange, the Citrus Assassin, Christian Calcano, welcome back to the Pro Tour, buddy, the Calculator, and Kai Buddha, the German juggernaut.
这一桌很刺激哈，就是每一个都是顶中顶，哎，输一把就下去。没有错啦，就是队友们就是要撞来撞去。
Pod to be in for day 2, but honestly, it's just the draft.
1到8哦，没有其实他们还好，他们都可以输2把，只要不要连输3把，都没什么问题。对，来开不打这个5个 PT 个人 PT 2个团队 PT 的冠军。 对，传奇中的人物。
Kai proving I can still get it done. Let's talk about his record to get here to day 2.
来看一下他今天啊，这是他昨天的战绩。他昨天就是轮抽输了第一把，之后就没有输过了。那摩登打的是犀牛哦，而且是正边有2只巡水兽犀牛。把你看那个。一把戒指哦，只有遇到了1把戒指，剩下1把戒指都没有遇到，笑死！对，两个巡水兽形同摆设。迪米尔扛说有戒指啊，那2个，杀了2个戒指。巡水兽最大用意就是拿来打戒指啊，因为巡水兽的战斗伤害不能被防止，那个戒指的所有伤害就会被抵消掉，就啪一拳就死了。还是一样，先来看到我们的限制赛。先把我的卡表打开。
More boosties get cracked. It's time for more of the Lord of the Rings Limited.
Yeah, and we get to watch none other than, you know, as players who've played the game for.
然后昨天有公布了一些新卡哦，就是有包含那个什么时空穿越教授跟下个系列标准的一些牌，有双色的那个历险，然后有一只不知道能干嘛用的旅法，看起来看到是有很多人在说，就是配那个啦，波拉斯尊殿啦。对，就是当你需要付钱的时候，就会从牌库移嘛，然后波拉斯尊殿可以让你付钱用你的牌库。那基本上看起来也是拿去 EDH 玩的小组合啦。不然说真的，构筑赛制不太有需要付血用的东西。对 ，Doctor Who。其实我不知道 Doctor Who 是 Who。有点烂，有点冷。
Paul, I know you're a big fan of Black, as is almost everybody else that's drafted this format. We saw kind of the breakdown of the decks that did well. Black Red being the best of the bunch.
这个系列因为有那个基本地有分普通图跟特殊图，所以通常我们在轮抽的时候会连地一起传。
When you saw that breakdown, I think I counted. It's something like at least something, but maybe 20 out of the 32 decks that went 3-0 yesterday had black in them. So really, I mean, that strategy of just assuming that you're black starting out might not be the worst.
来，我们第一包哦，第一包就看到这个非常强力的阿卡，这个索伦。
Taking a look at the rest of the pack here, I mean, it seems to be Sauron, and I don't see anything else that looks overly exciting here. So I think it's just going to be something that Kai takes now. Looks like he also has kind of breaking of the fellowship up there, but I imagine
这个索伦很强哦，他那个打出去就复制坟场一只生物。
I mean, just a solid body, and if you can find a way to put attempt counter onto the
黑色又是这个系列的强势系列
，especially if you can get, for example, a large land cycler out of the graveyard. It's a nice card.
So it will be Sauron as
挺强的。
Pick one.
而且看有没有办法再传戒灵过来吧。戒灵传过来，你就可以挖上来，直接拿戒指，然后诱惑你，好爽。压起来诱惑。
Right, Woe's Pathfinder, find one of the better green commons. I see a generous Ent in here as well, and that's Smeagol.
Smeagol looks like Smeagol a helpful guide.
这个一点红的其实没有那么差，然后
commit you into potentially going into green kind of early. Green is something that you kind of want to go into if it's open late.
看要不要混绿，其实这些绿相对弱一点啊，但是很多炸弹都是绿色的。对。
So taking it might mean, you know what? I'm just gonna go.
OK， 好，不管就闭着眼睛，看到双色 U 牌就拿起来。基本上这系列最炸的就蜘蛛吧，我觉得蜘蛛超级炸的。对，6人就88，那个身材大到一个乱七八糟的。
Yeah, absolutely. Now Smeagol again, very very strong card in your deck. It allows you to.
黑色的话，接下来就是去补一些诱惑牌吧。
If you will, just anytime something dies, you continue to tempt, and then also you get to ramp. So it's a really really powerful effect.
Frodo Baggins in this pack. Now I know that a lot of players do like to stray away from the green and white cards together.
当那个叫什么？咕噜，咕噜。
And kind of an unimpressive.
咕噜也会诱惑你，那这个也会诱惑你。看起来就是前3选这样子很强哦，该有的诱惑都有。
Anything that has tempt on it, all of a sudden just gets much much better. So. Pretty fine just taking this card and cutting off the black. Now, if there is a reason to be green-white, it would be Frodo Baggins.
Sure. So it looks like Kai is trying to trend towards.
这个蛮普通的，但就是一个资源牌吧。
You do see Elephant among other options here.
Yeah, and it looks.
主要是剩下的牌张都普普通通。 能把黑料断下来，在第2包回传的时候比较不会被炸。
I consider it to be like the 3rd best blue common, for example. There's also Fiery Inscription in that pack, right? Which is a really great build around if you're the spells deck. But given that Kai started with several black and green cards, it's kind of hard to make that pivot now.
狗狗或是饼干都挺不错的。 或是直接拿地了，这个地也蛮不错的，就调色，因为已经确定是双色了嘛。拿地也挺不错的。哦，继续扣黑，就是不要有让任何下家拿到黑的资讯，就是断光你的黑料，你下一包就一定要回传。
Where there's multiple sacrifice themes, it's easy to get the legendary creature to get it back, and the scry also being very relevant.
So 2 of those to go
连3选吗？可是这个的生物质量就真的是有点差了，可能要去拿这个5、6吧。5、6进场2个+2，再搭配它开始的索伦可以挖上来，就蛮强的了。哎，这个+2是有践踏的。
Quick beam upstart and is the selection. Now Kai will take a look at his 7th pick from the draft. Of course, we're going to keep our eyes on anything that he could have potentially wheeled there from pack 1 here momentarily. But now you see a pack with no real green or black options, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, not a ton of great cards. We're kind of entering filler territory here in terms of what you'd be interested in playing in your deck.
4点的这个有点烂啦。
It's something that you could consider if you don't want to go green, right? It's a speculative pick. If you maybe end up in blue-black, which most people consider to be a stronger color combination, with some legends, this could be a decent pickup. You already have a Sauron, for example.
Sure. So ringside will be the selection. Potential to maybe
哇，
shift
怎么黑料好像有点袅袅的？我蛮喜欢这只狼的，我觉得这只狼打起来很蛮痛的。
Yeah, but I will note that was a late Quarrel's End, which is also just a very solid red common. So just something to note. I know we're already looking at solidifying ourselves into the green-black deck, but you also have to kind of look at some of those late cards to think, okay, what other colors could I have drafted? What looks like it was open?
哇，这边看起来蓝绿一直在传呢。
Not much else doing here.
这边看可能会拿一点蓝的牌，然后看等下有没有机会沾到蓝炸弹这样子。
Arwen's gift was the selection for Kai there.
Yeah, and Sirith on Gold Patrol, pretty easy pickup here.
这个4-5的身材在这个系列其实蛮顶的。这系列很多4攻的，拿4-5就可以把它挡下来，然后也可以搭配你的那个前面拿了2只的那个1，它可以就一直挖回来占卜，挖回来占卜这样。OK， 这个13就是一个润滑仔，没有打算去拿调色稻草人。反正他有一个他有一个诱惑，对。
Kai will pick up a copy of the Great Haven there. Looks like another Bombadil song here, and gonna.
可是 Hexproof 就有点差啦，说实在的，加一也有点太小了。
Land? Okay, it might
最后一张一定是第
It might be with a forest. So now it's time for the review period here for Kai. Remember, he did kick things off with that Necromancer into a Smeagol helpful.
一个黑色套牌完全没有任何一张杀是有点惨的。
Now to be a black-green deck.
Yeah, you know, I think
有点小尴尬哦。那个
you didn't really see Kai get any of the
需要一些更好的
black or green
更好的杀牌。
has those cards, but you don't
那就看第二包，回传应该会蛮补的啦。但是第三包的话，感觉上家可能有点小撞哦。
After first pick Soren into second pick.
因为那个多富士的那个一点杀，你看没有，那个其实蛮常在传的，但是完全没有传过来，然后拿了一堆拿来吃的敌人。
Green not so much, but if Kai is the only green player, maybe some of those Ents Furies do start showing up here in pack number 2.
Yeah. Well, if there's one thing Kai did, it was cut off black.
这样是有点差的。
To the best of his ability.
Yeah, to the best of his ability. So I think good shot that he can get black in pack 2. But hey, if everybody's still drafting black cards, hey, you never know, right? So.
And black had such a high win percentage in the limited format yesterday. It does make sense. The black cards are something that you do want to try if you can win
黑色炸弹，黑色有那一张非常强的阿卡哦。
That's what Pack 2 and Pack 3 potentially are for. So we're going to turn our attention to this second pack.
2点的结界，
here in just a moment.
维持就会诱惑你。
I mean, something maybe he's got 7 cards that he's somewhat happy playing with. So he's going to need to pick up a decent number of playables here out of Pack 2 and 3 to kind of round out his deck here.
Yeah.
Lacking interaction, right? 0 removal spells.
Yeah, and that's a little bit scary too. No real way to handle
扫场的传记也不错。
at this stage of things. So I imagine if Kai were to open up some sort of removal or just interaction, as you mentioned, you got probably prioritize that.
Yeah.
传奇杀，我觉得用起来没有那么差啦，但是要先手，真的要先手，先手有机会掉到牌就挺不错的。
That allows you to splash potentially other removal spells in other colors.
Yeah, a card like Many Partings maybe does show up at some point.
Right, absolutely.
And we see the 4.
哇，弓箭手
！Bowmasters.
Okay.
This is the best.
虽然弓箭手在限制赛没有那么强。 搞不好还不如杀，但是
when you're one of the best cards in one of the most powerful formats in Magic, it's gotta be great.
但是弓箭手其实还是蛮不错的，他拿来顶一些小生物，
There's a bunch of other great options.
拿来吃也挺好的。
Uncommons in the set.
哇，好尴尬啊！后面有一张很好的杀。
I mean, you are slamming the Orcish Bowmasters.
Yeah, Bowmasters will be the selection. You see the Rise of the Witch King there. That is a black-green card. Who knows if that's going to wheel or not? Claim the Precious is almost certainly not coming back.
Oh,
so
no, 0. I put that at 0%.
Kai will take a couple mental notes on the cards that he did pass, but we'll turn our attention to the card that he did select. Orcish Bowmasters.
My goodness, that is the card you want to open in this set.
14 cards, you have 40 seconds.
Can't be too unhappy with that.
哦，找树林的 cycle 来了，挺不错的。
A Paragon took.
Yeah, so saw a scroll of Isildur. If Kai wants to consider going into
这边的话，我应该会比较喜欢
pretty powerful saga here.
找树林吧，因为稳定的调绿色。
The took is also fine. It's at its best when you're kind of green-white, where you can generate a ton of food, and you can actually, turn those food tokens into resources because you can sack the food for cards.
Kai's going to lean towards the end this time around after that first pick. Bowmaster, not a bad second pick here. So starting to maybe move in the right direction a little bit. You know, you'd love to see some removal start to show up here at some point. So Kai's going to take a look at
还是希望有杀传过来啊。
Moves Sam's desperate escape to the front. There's also a Vanguard, another Ent here as well.
21人其实不差，21人其实不差。
Yeah, and now that you have the Bowmasters, you might be interested in having some recursive elements in your deck, right? It's like, oh, if they kill it, I want to find a way to get it back. And you already have a Generous Scent. Generous Scent is a very powerful creature.
回收诱惑的话， 我是觉得诱惑已经差不多够了，不太需要吧。我觉得补一些前期的小曲线哦。好，没有。好吧。不过毕竟有那个索伦的炸弹，就是你通常拿到炸弹的时候，你就会想要拿一些能够回收的。对。哦，沼泽 cycle 这个也不错，要3只档。这样子调色跟地牌数量都可以有很好的保证。
Well, the troll will be the selection, so a couple of land cyclers in this pack with the troll and
这些地牌 cycle 真的是比想象中还要强。
So now, I mean, Kai's got a couple of land cyclers. We saw in the first pack of this pack, you know, the Rise of the Witch King. Yep.
还是没有杀，而且又来了同样的2张牌去选，那这次应该要选不一样的了。
Yeah, and that kind of thing can just win the game on its own if that does come to fruition. So
OK，
殊
途同归，最后就是各拿一张。
5 in pack 2 is the Easterling Vanguard, so the 2-mana 2/1 will join the fray.
这东西还是希望可以拿个2张，挺不错的。
Keep an eye on that one. Maybe that'll come back. Maybe it won't. Doesn't look like many people are doing the black-green thing here.
哇，烂烂的。
Certainly getting playables here. Still not getting kind of the removal that you're looking for. You do have the Bowmasters.
真的是完全没有杀好惨哦。
Really want to find
就自己主包放掉了1张，不可能传回来的吧
？There's another patrol. Kai was able to pick up one of those late in pack number 1. Second copy here in pack number 2.
Getting several red cards. There's a generous.
第2张树林循环哦。
Number 3 now for Kai. I think it's just the pick for him. I think at this point you're pretty much locked into black.
看起来应该就是继续。
So you don't need too many more of those cards. So
他看起来要变成一个很中慢速的黑绿 ramp 了。
Because you got the 3 land cyclers. So at this point you could consider playing 16 lands if you want.
哦，这些循环仔还有一个好处就是，因为你的索伦会挖粉，你不用担心说你前面没有好东西掉下去，你就是 cycle， 然后拍索伦把它们挖起来。
But that's typically just a card that you want to be playing if you play it in your Rakdos Amass, because that maximizes the chance of you having an Orc in play to actually attack with the Grunt.
主包传回来哦，黑绿牌传回来了，杀没有回来哦，这个很好，对，这个对他来说非常好哦，因为他有3张循环仔，然后你就是前面3回之内循环掉，然后出那个或者出一些小垃圾，然后吃了就跳回来，
key commons that you want out of the green, but still, this specific combination and Rise is just exactly kind of what I wanted, especially with those big land cycles.
Yeah, you need a little bit of removal.
看看有没有办法再拿一张，要等第3包了。
A very, very nice wheel there for Kai.
All right, and I don't think he's got any relevant 4s right now in his deck. Or outside of the Rise of the Witch King, so Bag and Porter just a fine card. And this is how much Magic has changed, by the way. Back in the day, 4 mana 4/4. Good stats. Yeah, this one's got upside, and it barely makes the cut. You're like okay having a Bag and Porter in your
4 mana 4/4 is something I would never pass back in the day.
Right
now, just kind of meh.
And it would cost 2 colorless and 2 green mana.
It's also true, right? It's also true. The times they haven't changed. And Kai will pick up a land here as an on.
通常还是蓝绿 scry 会去做的事情。这边就变成一个完全没有杀的，这个大家跳楼算是吗？反正就是一个大家一起
draft a black green deck.
Bold strategy as yesterday,
大家一起跳楼
black green decks were able to go 3-0.
Well, how many of them were Kai?
What?
That's fair.
How about that?
Fair.
强度落差，
I don't have anything to follow up.
就强度差了一点，真的是还是希望要有杀啦，完全没有杀，真的
You
真
have a
的
lot
太
of those
差
land
了。
cyclers. You have a lot of really high
弓箭
cast
手
cards.
不太能 趟
Several
错，
things that Kai might just be looking for in this next pack is just to find cards to
能
lower
够
his
就点
curve.
掉一点而已。
Woe's Pathfinder is just absolutely the card you want. 3-4 copies of it, especially in kind of Kai's configuration here, and he's still a little bit light on removal.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is I would, of course, you want to be a little greedy when you're opening a pack, but if I had to claim the pressure staring back at me, I'd be pretty happy with that. Just give me some sort of removal spell.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. He's got 4 5s, a 6, and then 4 land cyclers, which are 4 more 6 drops. So yeah, really needs to find a way to kind of lower his curve and just have more ways to interact in the early game.
Yeah, this is the fear. Is if my opponent just plays
大概在想
I don't really have a clean solution.
是不是拿沙比较好啊？
Within Kai's stack there, but some removal would be very welcome right now.
真的很尴尬。
Just draw the Bowmasters every game for the early game.
Okay,
that's all you got to do.
That's not a bad
And maybe open another one here.
OK， 第3包，
I said I was. I said
来
I
个
was
蜘蛛吧
eliminating my packs.
来个蜘蛛，这个套牌强度就直接哦，没有杀也没关系，蜘蛛该咬。
Just double Bowmasters. One can dream. One can dream.
These players are going to count out their 15 cards here for pack number 3. Make sure these packs are good to go, and then they will take a look. One of my favorite feelings in my Pro Tour career was always just not just, I mean, pack 1 to kick off the Pro Tour is always a nice feeling, but pack 3 when you really need something, love looking at that pack.
来， 阿卡是什么？
Many parties going to slide to the back.
没有看到。
Some sort of removal wrong color. And,
okay.
Well, the Mirkwood Spider's not too bad.
It's kind of removal, right? It slows down potential opposing aggressive strategies, and that's all Kai wants to do. With all the 6 drops and all the huge land cyclers that he has,
抱大腿，大腿的轮抽里面是完全没有用
I think
啊
the。Spider is a welcome addition with his deck. Now, many parties is typically a card that you're happy to be
一
playing
点
with
叫
green
死
decks,
处，
but that's if you're a multicolor green deck. If you're
一
just
点
2
叫死
colors,
处，
it's
这
not
是
that
一种
impressive.
杀吗？
Kai is just 2 colors right now, so Mirkwood Spider is going to be the selection. That'll kick off.
这真的算一种杀吗？应该不能算一种杀吧。不过可以啦，就是反正我们是一个比较慢的套牌嘛。
Let's see what pack 2, excuse me, pick 2 of pack 3 yields here. There is the Elephant.
I don't see anything I would be happy taking just yet.
哇哦，马王哎，
Brishnak and a Smite, so a lot of good cards.
打3点，这个也不错。
Great red cards here, but
怎么都是红色强
牌
牌？
Happy playing here, given that Kai already has 2 copies of Haunt. I wonder if he's just going to speculatively take the Smite here and see if he can pick up some fixing because he has really no removal spells.
Yeah, and that is kind of that sinking.
这边受不了了，要混红了。他刚刚拿一张那个悟道，不对，就是自己内讧，然后这边有一张打3点，要混红了。
Especially when you are the lone black-green player at the table, at least it appears to be that way. Maybe things turn around here in this particular pick.
Okay. Again, I don't see anything that you really want. There's a Lancer, a Theoden's fantastic in the red-white aggressive strategy. Faramir's good. You have 5 drops already, so
and 2 of them are patrols already.
第3只不太可能吧？扣下来3-3，搞不好还有机会可以用。
Is he gonna hate draft his Theoden?
It looks like that.
It is the technically best card in the pack.
Okay, well, it looks like we might have a hater in the house.
这边就是纯扣牌吗
？Yeah, because that one, you know, the Smite, the
第3包第3 pick.
Yeah, there's no shot this is going in Kai's deck.
No, that's not going to make it. That card is very, very powerful.
Oh, that is rough. Third
第3包转色，你信？
Okay. That's exactly what Kai wanted.
Okay.
The Pathfinder is fantastic. He's gonna be slamming this. You see a lot of those humans cards, right?
Oh.
You see, but at this point, I mean, of course, Kai's locked
死
into
掉诱惑，
gonna
或
be
者
happy with this
是
Pathfinder.
调色骂头，骂头还不错吧？骂头。
Is a much better than
刚好，如果要混红的话
，but things are not shaping up great here because
骂
yes, the
头挺好
Pathfinder
的
and of course the Spider are 2 cards that are going to make his deck. But look, where are those black commons?
Yeah,
where's that Torment of Golem?
Torment of Golem, Dunlin, Kerbane.
Yeah, where?
It's Fury.
Yeah, where are those?
I don't see anything. Is this
你
another
看黑
5
料
drop?
断
I
光
mean,
光哦，
Rage
上
Horn's
家应该就
fine,
打黑了。
but you have a bunch of 5s already. It might be a slight improvement over the Patrol because it's a Tree Folk.
Sure.
And you have the Quick Beam.
Yeah. But you said it, it's fine. You're not
有
excited.
超多五飞咒语嘞，有刚已经拿了2只那个2只牺牲人，然后这也是第2只了。
Whoever's passing to Kai just has to be in his colors. Right?
Yeah, I mean, that could
he is. It feels like he's being cut here.
Yeah, Martin Dominguez is passing to Kai on one side, Christian Calcano on the other. Now
Oh.
there's another quick beam. But again, that's another expensive
These are just
card.
expensive cards. These are not what. This is not what you want here.
第2只加2加2。
You definitely don't need this quick beam. It's a powerful card. You already have one, and your 4 line cyclers might just take the bag in Porter here.
其实不错
Knowing
吧
that？ there is a late Peller Gear survivor there in the pack.
Yeah.
那4点的有比较好吗？
No,
我觉得
it's just going to be that bag
我
end
没
portal,
有
let that
这么喜
quick
欢这
beam
只哎。
go.
Kai just needs some 2 and 3 drops in his deck, really.
I mean, a little early game,
Wow.
something that resembles removal spell, something like
Gandalf Sanction. That's so late.
Well, that's a removal spell.
That's a 7th pick Gandalf Sanction. That's crazy.
That's a loud signal that no one's
民
hanging
国
out
几
in
年
blue
了
right
才
now.
传
and
来
that
这
is
种
one of
红
the
蓝
better
烧。
archetypes. Wow.
So here's
这
my
很
thought
尴
right
尬啊，
now.
就是
It looks like Kai's going to hate that sanction. No black cards are coming here, right?
None.
And Kai early on
这个
in
应
this
该
draft
就
was
是
able
扣
to
牌
get
而已
some
吧。
black cards, but has not picked up a black premier common at this point. There's got to be a lot of black drafters at this
Oh,
point.
yeah.
Because
I mean,
that sanction going that late means that
更多
almost no one
的
is in like blue-red spells.
right.
Okay, so what are people drafting
我
here?
觉得这
The
只
green
弓箭
premium,
手
premium commons aren't
不
really
差啊
there, and Kai's already got a lot of green cards.
但
So
是他好
black
像一直
premium
都没有
commons
拿
aren't
吧？
coming, and there's
是
really
第
no
一的
black
样
cards
子。
coming. So there might be 2, 3, 4, 5 black drafters at this table.
I would believe that for sure. I mean, Kai hadn't seen any blue cards other than the sanction.
最大的
So
问
the
题就是
it
被
feels
挖
like
上
the
来的时
person
候
passing to him
不
is
会那个
likely
啦。
in black. Sure, right? Sure. That would make sense, but I mean, he's not seeing anything. Certainly nobody in black-white, because the shadow summoning just tabled.
Yep.
哇
So now
这
the
下
thought-
很尴
the
尬
thought
啊！
here is, if I'm Kai, I'm just wondering, what's going on at this table? What color combination
全
are people
没有杀
drafting? Am I just being cut? And, you know, are there multiple people in a row drafting black?
哇
Nobody's in red.
马王
Nobody's
传
in
回
red.
来了是
The
怎样
shadow
啊
fact is very, very powerful.
10th pick?
Yep.
Wow. So this
Wow,
means also that
没有人
it's
打
likely
红白
that
哦
his hate draft wasn't even a hate draft. It took
Sure,
the Theoden.
sure.
I mean, he might take the shadow facts here, but it doesn't matter.
Revive the Shire looks like it may have been the last pick here, but now we're just kind of filling out now because nothing of consequence is going to come here on the wheel.
I mean, this last pick was an absolute disaster here
Yes.
for Kai. I mean, those Bowmasters are going to have to do a lot.
黑绿的边
He's
完
gonna
全
have
没
to
拿
draw
到，
every
蓝绿的
single
边
game,
倒是
I
拿了
feel,
不少。
to get him kind of to
还是
let
这
him
边
kind
就
of
直
survive
接
the late game
转
because I feel like Kai's
没有啦，
if he
应
plays
该
this short, he's gonna be rounding
看
out
起来
his
他
defense
要
in
去
I
拉
think
红
there's no
了，
choice, but what I'm also
可
thinking
是
here
好
too
像
is
也没有
that
拿到
that
大
might
象
be
哦
the case for everybody at this table, right?
没有拿到大象有点尴尬，有大象的话就可以稳定的拉红了。
and is just struggling for playables here, and more importantly for Kai,
局没了，
I
最
think
后
he
一
needs
张
that to be
地
the。case. I think he needs other people to be in the same situation that he's in, which is we're struggling for playables because
这样这轮抽是有点炸啊，
was a disaster.
一张杀都没有，要被迫去存魂红。
Again, does Kai even have a single removal spell in his deck? I don't think so.
Rise of the Witch King.
That's a
but
sacrifice effect.
That's sort of a removal.
And then
spell.
Orcish, so he has 2 conditional
这样
removal effects, but if he just needs to kill a 4/4, most of the time he just won't be able to do it.
No, no.
感觉要爆开
If there's some sort
啦
of！ creature on the battlefield that's got some real relevant static text, if it's just in play for a turn or 2 or 3, that creature's going to run away with the game.
Yeah. Now, if the games do go long, I do like Kai's side, right?
Okay.
He's got a ton of just expensive cards that he can play, and he can of course lean on the Bowmasters, and then his other path to victory is just turn
啊
4.
再看了一张弓箭
The
手
Witch，King, right? Just returning
真的
one of those
是
giant land cyclers from the graveyard. That can also
好
go a
像
long
没有
way.
比那张
Those are
那
kind of
个
I
U
think
牌杀还要
his
好
path to
诶。
victory here.
Yeah, but I do think he is in some serious
Yeah.
trouble. And the one chance that he had to claim the Precious, well, he opened up a Bowmasters alongside that, and you're always
Yeah,
going to take the
no,
Bowmasters.
yeah. I mean, yeah, that was his only opportunity, I think,
Yep,
to
that was
take
it.
a removal spell.
That was
Really.
it.
我觉得跟上家应该是撞烂了啦，说实在的，
Make sure the
应该是
judges
撞
are
烂
aware
了
of。the Bowmasters that is taking place here. So these players are going to be handed some paperwork so they can go build their decks and take a little look-ski on how you want to do things here. This is going to be a really, really tough road to hoe here for the German judges.
I'm trying to just count how many green and black cards I would be happy from that last pack that Kai drafted. It was the Pathfinder and the Spider.
Yeah, that's it.
I think that was basically it.
Yeah, that was it.
He
No,
took-
that's
he
about
took-
as bad as it
He
gets.
took 2 cards that he's somewhat happy putting into your deck.
Well, let's take a look at Kai's finished product here. So the 2 generous ends the quick
哦
beam.
最
not
后
much of a
没有
surprise
选
there.
择
These
混
larger creatures from
红
the land cyclers the Bowmasters, the Sauron, which seems so long ago now.
然后把所有 Land Cycle 塞进去。5点的有1、2、3、4、5只。哇哦！然后混了一点前期的小 Scry 轨迹。 啊，毕竟有2只牺牲仔，这个会 Scry， 然后攻击的时候会 Scry， 然后2只打的时候会 Scry。哦，不用，妖精打的时候会 Scry。
Well, I will say this: if anybody can overcome a lack of removal, it is one of Magic's best players of all time. We're going to get the opportunity to watch Kai play this black.
还行吧，就是看有没有办法。 有没有办法用体格压人？对啊，没有去除就是想办法，你的地就是要顺顺的来，然后4回看有没有办法挖一只循环仔上来，然后5回合如果可以拍索伦，那个压力其实也蛮大的，就是把麻烦交给对手，然后希望对手不要出一个麻烦，因为你解不掉。对，会死于任何一张炸弹。OK， 休息一下。
Welcome back to day number 2 of Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings. From Barcelona, Spain, that beautiful beach. I'll be going there at some point during my stay.
Will you?
Oh, yeah.
You're going to be here for a while.
I know. I know that feels like a stock video or photo, but I'm going to be in one of those one day. Cedric Phillips, Paul Cheon, getting ready to bring you round number 1 of day number 2 of competition. We watched Kai draft his black-green deck. I think if we were to talk to him right now, he's probably pretty disappointed. Not with his career accomplishments. Those I'd be very happy with. But this is not the best deck we've ever seen him draft.
跟我们昨天
I hope I too
很丑的乱喊遗忘时的对手，脑石的人，真的很丑怎么可能不喊塔啦？我不知道的人回去看昨天直播，对。 那真的是丑到全世界都吐出来了，那个整个聊天室都炸开。
And also just not a ton of ways, no removal and not a lot of tricks either, right? It's just all creatures. But I mean, again, if Kai can get to the late game, if the other decks are also kind of stumbling, I mean, he can certainly overpower his opponents in the late game.
Kai's opponent is 7-1 in this tournament, and it is Zachary Keeney, who we watched close out day number 1 of competition yesterday against his teammate Simon Nielsen.
这是红白混蓝。
Not included in black and green, so we were kind of wondering what was going on at this draft table, and we're starting to get some answers here. Keeney in white,
这2只有强到需要混吗？
Shadowfax perhaps
我觉得完全没有
Zachary, you do see a foray of orcs, excuse me.
还有很多 blink，
Paul, what's kind of your
打到人就
blink.
blink。
At a glance,
I feel like Zach kind of had to figure out a way to piece this deck together.
调色手段
you are red white. You want to be centering your deck around kind of
好像也
a
还好。
strategy, but you see 3 copies of East Farthing Farmer, which is typically not something that you
看起来
white decks, as it's not a
对面也
human.
没有什么炸弹，看起来Kai 可以很轻松拿下这一局哦。
But I mean, and then also Zach looks like he's also choosing to splash, which typically in your red-white aggressive strategy you don't want to do. Splashing for some legends, there's some upside there, but I mean, I see the Fear Fire foes, but I think Zach also doesn't exactly have the ideal aggressive deck that you want kind of coming into this.
I will say this, when it is Pro Tour level competition, one thing that does happen in the drafts is, you know, you have an ideal of what you would like your decks to look like, but more often than not, it does not go according to plan. We don't see a lot of, oh my gosh, look how good this deck is. It is, boy, I got to grind out some victories here.
Right.
Especially on day number 2 in the drafts where everybody's got a pretty strong idea of what they're doing. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some weak decks in general in this draft pod.
Yeah, absolutely. Most draft decks that you're going to see at the Pro Tour are going to be significantly weaker than anything that you're going to be seeing on Twitter.
也来了，挺好的。
Those screenshots we see on Twitter, you're not going to see those here.
Absolutely
I'll say this, you
it's just check out this 3-0 that I really had to grind out because I was missing some pieces. Every deck's going to feel like it's missing something.
Kai on 6, Keeney on 7. As Kai is going to start things off with a swamp and cycle to get a forest. You mentioned, Paul, that Kai was able to skimp on
现在直接把戒指放在那个 The Ring 板上。
And he's also playing a very good card that he opened in Pack 2.
Oh,
one of the keys to victory.
直接弓箭手戳掉。
Bowmasters, that's going to come in.
挺好的，挺好的。
Wow,
这样
that's a
节
good
奏
magic card.
Could do a lot worse than that one. Yep. That's for sure.
对，而且弓箭手在场上可以很好的抑制对手想要用魔戒的第2条。 在那边抽气，魔戒第2条是一定要做的，你就会每个被戳一点屯兵一。哦，哇，粉也回来了吧？这样很好哎，这样下一回合就是大家跳一只，我跳一只 token， 然后把5、6挖回来，剩一个15。哇，强！
with Degenerous and in the graveyard.
And this was the combo that you talked about could come to fruition here, and I think we're about to see that happen.
Oh man, next turn is going to be fantastic here for Kai.
This will be level 2 on the ring here for Keeney after casting that Breaking of the Fellowship. We'll attack, draw, and discard. Start him out and simply pass the turn back. So Kai will untap and get ready to have what could be an explosive turn number 4.
Get you first. Gotta get the point in before you sacrifice
very
it.
Important.
Yeah, there you go. And is it time?
Well,
he's like, yeah.
Partner,
look on his face.
Partner, there's no time like the present.
And Rise of the Witch King. Oh,
okay,
点掉。Hobbit Sting in response. That's very timely.
Oh, wow.
很好，对手成功阻止了，成功阻止了。突然有一只大怪突然爬上来。
Oh man, I wonder how many instant speed ways Keeney has to interact with that 1/1 because you have to sack a creature.
Now it's the stalwarts that have shown up here.
那这边的话就是想办法抽一块地吧。
And Zach is already
哦，抽到地了，那还行。
That was
那这边就是大怪连拍。
I mean, the
应该是顶得住吧？对手不太有，没什么解。
The sizing lines up nicely here.
这边还是要扣血。
This will be a draw and discard first. We'll discard an island.
The 5/4 we're looking at with the stalwarts.
应该还是要交换吧，吃这个有点太痛了。
Combat trick.
OK， 加1加3。
Gonna be a 6/5.
Yep. And now there's a follow-up here from Keeney as well.
Yeah,
so
just the 3/3.
但是无所谓。
Zachary was in some real trouble this game,
继续大怪一直拍，大怪一直拍。
So Kai can just start playing out large creatures though and just trade, right? So it's not the end of the world here. Kai can just go quick beam or just play a troll here, 6/5. There you go. Zach's probably going to continue just attacking and getting these large creatures out of Kai's hand, but Kai's got a ton of them in his deck.
Yeah, and that's one of the nice things about Kai's deck is that he does have a ton of them.
What did you draw here, Zach?
Well, Zach is very, very, very quickly playing his spell.
Oh.
Okay, so it's turning this into a 7-6, and then it attacks as an 8-7.
Yeah, it's the East Farthing 5.
Wow, and that gets out of reach here for the troll, right?
Yep. You see Keeney's going to attack and loot there, of course, with the ring.
7-6 now?
Oh, it's a 7-6, excuse me.
Okay.
So you can trade here.
So 11 and then 8.
这一拳很痛啊。
Kai's going to take that damage and pass the turn back, so he'll fall down to 8 as noted.
但是没关系，队友资源耗的差不多了。
Here for Kai, quick beam, the patrol and celebrate.
打后期等到抽到。
No shortage of large
来了5点的牺牲来了，所以等那个一费的占卜一爬回来，
It's about stabilizing this game, which is just trying to build
应
a
该就能
battlefield that can go toe to toe with what Keeney's got going on.
And next turn,
这边就是拍一
gonna
些
attack as a 7-6. Still.
等下他会变8-7。
Wonder why you don't go for the block there.
That is a curious decision,
right? If it was indeed a 7-6.
See if Kai can figure out a way out of this situation though right now. Quick beam might be the best play just because it's all of the mana. It looks like he's going to go a different direction. We'll go to the patrol and simply pass the turn back. So we're going to head back over to Keeney now. No cards in hand, but one coming. Very important draw step here for Zachary.
Wow, 可是这样子
The farmer gave it +1/+Ryan, right? Just to make sure.
I believe so. I mean, I'll say this: if Kai didn't block, he certainly had a reason.
Yeah, absolutely, of course.
2只上去换吗？
So now this is a 7-6.
好像也无所谓，就2只上去换吧。
With the 3 counters and it's a 4-3, so of course you can block.
对啊。
Be a double block here. And trigger the ring.
对，蹦蹦。
And now these creatures are going to bite the dust. So Kai has solved that problem, at least for right now.
这样就无所谓了，反正没有持戒人。
And it looks like it's just going to be
这
some
个农
farming,
夫有点晚，但是
and pass the turn back. So nothing is being tempted by the ring right now here for Keeney as Kai will draw a card. Remember, Kai's deck is effectively without removal. Did pick up onto the dead marshes.
刚死完那个一费的来了，尴尬。但是不管这5-6应该可以挡得住目前所有的东西。
Rosie Cotton, so that can put a +1/+1 counter on something, but and getting extremely aggressive here. So Kai just wants to block the biggest creature in play here, and would be taking 5 damage here. Rosie Cotton, not a human. So we'll be taking 5 and going down to 3.
3队友疯狂
He's close to stabilizing here.
He's doing the good fight right now.
但是这边应该是扛得住吧？
In play, Zach needs to find
毕竟对手不会拿戒指，但是对手一拿到戒指就很危险哦。
Kai's got a couple of different cards in hand right now. Yeah, I mean, so he's going to start there. This will be a scry 1 upon entering the battlefield. That top card is going to become the bottom card now.
哦，诱惑哦，不是，这是占卜的那个。
Celeborn the Wise, that'll be the follow-up. So
that's a 3/3. So I mean,
那还行，这边应该就是就扛住了。
He has a fear fire foe, which would be fantastic.
哦，少场对手唯一的一个
the Battle of Bywater.
So that's going to kill the 2 giant creatures in play. It will kill the Erkenbrand.
It will.
Yeah.
哇，那
communicating back and forth,
直接被队友一个自摸。
Battlefield is correct.
That is a lot of food, but remember, when the food tokens get generated, Rosie Cotton triggers. So now we are looking at a 4/5 and a 1/1 here. That was a huge card here from Keeney.
Again, remember, Kai does have a lot of large creatures.
那这边要生2只生物，生1只生物就行了。生1只大的，手上还有吗？
And how good is that sweeper, by the way, against Kai's deck?
It turns out to be quite good.
It's his deck is just all giant monsters.
The Battle of Bywater.
然后套牌唯一一张可以解这个场面的被摸到了，也是很猛。
Not one bit.
而且这个要反打回去，又花的时间要有点久。
No cards in hand for Zachary, 2 for Kai.
What is Kai working with here?
对手5个失误，看起来有33滴血，都不知道怎么打。
Give this one a long think. Is the Magic Hall of Famer. All right, Sam's desperate rush makes sense. Why Kai was thinking quite a bit this turn. Gonna go to level 2 on the ring. A lot of options.
是不是要拿
Now, if you go with the Orcish Bowmasters, you can use it to kill Rosie Cotton, but of course, then you're still kind of in chump block mode. You will have a decent amount of blockers because you get the token, you have the Pathfinder in hand as well, or you can just go for the largest monster available. Now, it looks like that's an Enraged Horn.
好，决定
That will mean that will get in front of the farmer, right? And Kai would still take one damage from the Rosie Cotton and go down to 1 here. So Zach has lots of great draws.
Zach has lots of great draws, and if you're in Kai's spot right now, you need that draw step to probably be a land. So
you just got to block there. Go to 1.
黄金圣衣
And Keeney will just pass the turn back. So Enraged Horn is
还
doing
有
the
在，所以倒还好。
ring bearing right now, and Woe's Pathfinder was the draw step. So Kai is going to start with the Pathfinder, the follow-up.
And Easterling Vanguard here as well. So couple of blockers, but I don't know if you're in position
再归好几个回合，
Not even
不知道什么时候才能反打，
so
说不定要打到排骨干了。
Let's see if Keeney's draw step was kind. You have to imagine the last one wasn't.
把对手排骨打干看起来比把血打干还要容易呢。
Been in these spots before, Paul. This is a situation where if you're
前面抽率抽得很多
Keeney starts drawing lands. That's what you need to have happen, and you also don't really ever want Keeney to be able to tempt that ring again.
Yeah, exactly. Pathfinder is nice in that it can get in front of the Rosie Cotton if Zach does find a tempt creature.
So now what will Keeney do?
In the tank here.
Yep, just giving things a pretty long thought. Don't know if he feels as though this game is slipping away from him, if he needs to take a very large risk at this stage of things. We don't have a good feel for what the second
可惜了，前面那个4回被阻止下来了。不然
But I don't think Zach's going to be thinking this long if he doesn't have anything else to do this turn. Because as it stands, with the mountain that we know about in Zach's hand, doesn't have an attack here.
So the question is, what is that other card? Because Keeney does sit with 2. He's hit it from everybody. He's the only one that knows.
是怎样一张手牌也想那么久？裁判判他 slow play 了吧
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna just kill everything.
I promise it's not. Ooh.
Is it a combat trick?
We're gonna turn at least one of these. 2 of these creatures are going sideways.
All right.
All right.
So Kai's got to be thinking, okay, you're not just gonna make this attack if you have nothing. So Kai is now going to have to try to figure out what Zach Keeney has here.
Now remember, we are working with an open deck list tournament, but Kai doesn't have access to the deck list right now. It's going to be Slip on the Ring.
Oh, okay. So Kai's like, I'm not going to lose my horn here. And that's good. That was a really good heads-up block, because imagine if Kai blocked the farmer, it would have killed the horn.
Yeah, so this ends up being a really, really nice block here from Kai. Rosie Cotton's going to come back onto the battlefield, will be the ring bearer. Another food gets made, which means a +1/+1 counter goes onto the farmer.
But Kai has multiple 1/1s to block the Rosie Cotton here.
这边要小心被一打死。
Lothlorien, look out the draw.
Another 1-powered creature to block. But now we're looking at a 5/6 farmer, right?
这边要继续归。
So Kai's going to probably have to go for a double block here.
We're looking at a 5/6 farmer, but also, and I think more importantly, Keeney's going to get the opportunity to start doing some looting, right?
Yes, he would be trading a loot for the loss of the Rosie Cotton. I don't know how important it is to
至少有意义的 token 可以把这个挡住，所以
that Zach might have available to him.
Well, he's made a loud declaration. It's not that important. Just going to pass the turn back. No attack this turn. Zach did draw a plains for the last draw.
想办法看看有没有办法把戒指贴到13上去开始占卜吧，或者是这边要直接做一个强硬的攻击去滤掉这张手牌。
Spots like this in limited generally, Paul, you're hoping to draw something like a removal spell, which Kai doesn't really have access to. So we'll see an attack here.
哦，咕噜，
All right, we are getting
咕噜挺不错的。
This will be a draw and a discard.
The farmer can't block. It is tempted. Oh, and a Smeagol.
Smeagol helpful guide will come down post-combat. Okay. Keeney will sacrifice a food token, going to go up to 20 when all is said and done.
Plenty of food to sacrifice here. Oh!
That's a good draw.
That's got to be enough, right?
Well, let's see. There's a land.
Yeah, Fear Fire Foe. Boom, kill everything. There's only going to be one blocker, attack with everything else, and that's it.
That is going to do it. Fear Fire Foes is going to win Zachary Keeney game number 1 against the German Juggernaut. On to game 2 we do go in our first round of coverage here in day number 2 from Pro Tour The Lord of the Rings. Kai will start things off with a Swamp and a Haunt. Scry 1 here, that top card, well, it's going to become the bottom card as we head over to Keeney.
Yeah. Okay. A little bit of a clunky hand here for Kai, right? 5-drop, 5-drop, 6-drop. Leaning heavily on the Scry, on the Haunt to try to find something to do.
Well, I think earlier on in our coverage of watching the Kai draft, you described his deck as clunky, and I think that's a very inappropriate adjective for it.
Absolutely.
It just is a bunch of creatures.
That's what the deck does.
Of varying mana costs.
Right.
And most of them are expensive.
那接下来就变成要
Oliphant is going to be
第一把看过扫场了嘛？那接下来就是要小心扫场再打。
Doing a good job of keeping this Took Reaper at bay.
不过对手看起来需要多花一点时间去找地啊。
I wonder if Keeney is just going to play another one and just attack. Nope.
I'm just going to play that one and pass the turn back. Kai will land cycle away the Generous End for now. So Forrest will come into the grip here in just a moment.
来，这边右手一张，大家跳楼。
Now these creatures are bigger than Took Reapers and going to be bigger than a lot of the white creatures that do exist in Keeney's deck. But don't forget that Keeney does have that copy of the Battle of Bywater that is very, very good in the matchup.
Yeah. It's one of those situations, even if Kai looks massively ahead, he's got to be mindful of that card. And probably will try his best to close out the game as quickly as possible.
哇，没有，那这边就是4点5点正着拍。
Kai now with 2 copies of Enraged Horn in hand, and will deploy that Celeborn the Wise. 4 mana 3/3 on this battlefield, not a bad place to be.
Yeah. Generally, 4 mana 3/3 is not where you want to be, which is why this card hasn't been performing that well. But of course, Kai does have a few filler cards. But on offense, it's perfectly fine, right? It's a 4 mana 4/4 with that Scry ability.
Okay.
Ooh, and one of the better white uncommons in the set here, Rosie Cotton here.
Yeah, showed up in game 1, showing up here in game number 2. Took Reaper going to turn into a 3/2 and come across into the red zone. Kai's going to fall down to 17.
I imagine Kai's going to just be looking to get in
Spider 蜘蛛来了，蜘蛛挺不错的。
Play one of his many 5-drops in hand.
His deck is full of them. Now again, this is a kind of an interesting situation on how aggressive does Kai want to be over the course of the next handful of turns. It kind of starts here in terms of engagement.
Scry.
And it'll be time to scry.
Scry 之后放颗，变44，这样挡不死。
Keeney certainly not blocking the 4/4 here.
I'd be surprised if he did. So 4 damage will come across. Keeney's going to fall down to 15. Kai
他不是放一颗，他只有加1加1，
直到尾结束。And which one of those 5 drops, my friend?
Horn?
Yeah, it'll be a horn.
那这边拿个戒指。
So Zach does have a breaking of the fellowship.
戒指放在大仔上。
我
以为他戒指会放在那个弓箭手上。
We may see that now, and we will. So there is breaking the fellowship. And now,
OK， 把弓箭手打死。
Yeah.
但是这4/5。好。
Is it on the first ability right now?
目前是挡不死。
It is the first temptation.
Okay.
Both players sitting at level 1 with the ring. So Kai's going to take that damage. Will fall down to 14, and Keeney will pass the turn back. Slip on the ring available here for
这边4/5要继续揍人了。
Bit of a racing situation here. Kai, as the Reaper is currently tempted. I mean that horn.
这边要单啊，这边要想是有没有要出第2只吧？出第2只之后可以开始考虑，可以把手上的地牌丢掉。但是其实自己是希望有2点黑的。
because you need to have ways, especially in the late game,
我觉得这边就
these creatures and deal with them when they do
没
hit
错，就正
level 3,
出
level 4.
Absolutely.
然后
Another
第二
horn is
节
going to come on down.
打出去换一
Level
个
2.
磨一张，
On the ring now here for Kai. So the horn
抽一
that
张
is active is going to attack.
希望抽一个烂的，
Discard
把
here
东
for
西给
Kai
丢了。
from level 2 of the ring.
哦，这个工程车好像是他上来的背牌
So
吧
he's？ gonna fall down to
可能
11.
第一局觉得有打太
Follow
快
the
了。
spider pass and turn back. Patrol's last card hand.
OK，
here for
这个
Kai as
蜘
he
蛛
will
挺
sacrifice
好
3 to
的
go up to 14.
可以把避免你又把这只东西涨上
A
去。
foray of orcs, which would be quite strong here. Can use it to
而且
kill
刚好
the
对手
spider
把那个
and then continue attacking with
内
the
讧
Reaper. But I mean,
丢
Kai's
掉了
attacking for 8 every single turn potentially.
这边
with
就
the double
是
horn.
剩一只22，
And here is the foray of orcs that you did
然后把
mention.
蜘蛛
That's
打
gonna
死。
come on in a mass 2. Create that token, which will trigger Rosie Cotton.
没什么留不杀蜘蛛吧？
An extra counter here. Where does Zach want to put it? Probably not on the ring bearer here because that would allow Kai to block with the enraged horn.
You see, there's going to be a little bit of a conversation here on exactly can you put that counter from the amassing of the orcs onto the orc itself? That's Kai's question right now. So our table judge is going to provide some clarity for our players in the booth here. And clarity is presented. So
my guess
没有
is
吧？这是
yes.
对啊，这最后
looks
才
like
结
the
算
answer
吧
is？yes. Now the amass is up to 3.
All right. I am no longer guessing.
I don't.
I will now say
I
yes.
let the table judges take care of that. I'm not in the guessing game. Here comes that took.
再吃3点，好像还好。
Yep. Kai can choose to chump here with the haunt if he wants.
对，
Could probably afford to wait. Go down to 11 here.
送掉也可以接受，因为反正你这回合送掉，下一回合出5，然后接下来才有办法爬上来抽。
Difficult to say. Kai with some things to think about. Also, remember, Kai doesn't know what he's drawing this turn. We know what's in hand on the patrol.
Yeah. So given that he's got the patrol, it's like
不管怎么样，反正下回合挡不住。
if Kai had nothing, blocking's probably fine, right? Because you're unlikely to. There's a decent chance you draw a land.
OK， 这边就是2只4-5往前冲，
Return to haunt, but
打
because
密
you
痛。
have a great play here next turn in the patrol. All right, we are racing here.
弓箭手来了。
We are going to see a activation of the draw and discard with the ring. Bowmaster's being the draw
this
here
was
is
the
pretty
perfect
good.
card.
Lai.
It's a Bowmaster's.
Yeah.
Is he going for the trade here instead, though? Okay.
Gonna let the trade take place here. Bowmasters maybe takes care of Rosie Cotton. We'll have to see over the course of the game how Kai wants to use the Bowmasters. But again, don't forget that there is a 5 drop.
这边还是想要先出5。
Have more interest in deploying here in the Ungoal Patrol.
Yeah, could choose to play that instead, but Keeney's hand is also pretty great.
哦，选择直接换人。
And he can put a Meneldor into play if he draws a land.
Yeah. Looks like the Took Reaper is going to come on in and
来跳下来。
Okay. Bowmaster.
射旁边那个一点。
going to come in. It's going to take care of Rosie Cotton.
But Zach does
2个上
have
去
slip
挡。
on the ring here, and he can counter the effect. And I don't. Yeah, he can counter the effect here, and put an extra counter here on the Took Reaper here.
Yep. So Rosie's back. Slip will allow for attempt. So we're up to level 3.
那这样就要3只上去挡了。
And it is now a 4-3.
或者是直接就送一只。
Yes.
Right. And allowing Zach to untap and attack.
That's the cost of waiting. That's the cost of not playing the 5 drop because that's not on the battlefield now as well. So a difficult exchange there for Kai. Very favorable there for Zachary.
对。Oh.
And now you have to make this exchange, which is going to be a double block, and now the ring is going to go up to 4 here for Keeney.
这样2费还有事情做吗？还有一
follow here
只
for。Keeney. That's a rider. Simply pass the turn back. So huge draw step here for the German Juggernaut.
That's a Spiegel off the top for Kai.
I think you may be correct.
这样也还好，因为这边反打回去其实蛮痛的。
Especially if Zach can find a land there for the shadow facts.
Yep. That changes a lot about this game.
6
That does show up.
这边
Smeagol
挖回来
to get this back.
It comes into play tapped.
It does indeed. The scry will happen though.
Okay. You could do that at any time.
Maybe slightly surprised to see it now.
Yeah. I wonder if he thought it came into play untapped.
Also nowadays, you do see that kind of return effect at sorcerer speed only.
出马吗？
So he found a land here.
出马，然后把鸟丢下来。
Well,
I mean, I mean, you're just jamming the shadow effects.
I think it was pretty quick math. Yeah, that's what I think. Here comes shadow effects.
Get in for 4 and also 3.
那这样是有点危险啊。
Getting for 4 and at least a little bit more, but Keeney is going to think about this.
可以吧？把鸟丢下来，打到。
Kai can block it here.
There's your trigger.
Okay.
So this doesn't trigger, right?
So that's when the Meneldoor deals combat damage, it will trigger. So Zachary can target the Meneldoor after damage and effectively give it vigilance.
对，打完站起来，这边打7剩4。
So Shadowfax.
然后把马站起来。
Meneldoor. Not a bad turn.
Pretty good, but Zach Keeney is down to 6 right here.
Yep. And there's your trade.
Right. Down to 8 and flicker. Get the Meneldoor back untapped.
And that's exactly what Keeney is going to do. So we head back over to Kai. And get another huge draw step here. Generous end to the draw.
Oh.
Looks like the horn. Keeney's going to take that one and go down to 2.
Big.
Yes, it does.
So Keeney cannot attack through that.
And Kai will be making a food token. And don't sell yourself short on that food token. That 3 life could be very important.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this was a racing situation.
OK， 那这边应该是拿下。
Also note, however, that Keeney has a food token on his side of the battlefield as well.
他又抽到少了哦，没有。我想说，哇，他又抽到少场了，这么扯的吗？
Let's banish that horns and simply pass the turn back. So we are going to head back over to Kai.
But can't attack. Zach down to 2. Can Kai find some decent text? Remember, you can also
太强啦！大家跳一只。
It's gonna be good. and now Kai has plenty of creatures to sacrifice here.
Yeah.
Will not get blown out by a Hobbit Sting.
然后我们再挖一只上来。
How about another generous end or an enraged horn? Lots of options here.
Yeah, a couple of really good options here for Kai in a graveyard that's.
I just don't see how you lose if you just get another end here.
Yeah,
right?
And he's going to get another end.
再拿一个
15 food token so long as Kai does remember.
Yeah, and get a free attack with the Bowmasters because Zach has to block.
Yep. These players will sure up the life totals here in just a moment.
黄金圣衣。
Keeney will get a.
Keeney does have a sweeper.
Yep, Keeney will get a draw step. The Battle of Bywater is the best of the bunch, but that is not going to be it. So the big creatures reign supreme here in game number 2, which means we're getting ready for our 3rd and final one.
All right.
第3场
between Zachary Keeney and Kai Buddha.
唯一怕的就是怕那个少场而已。
The sweeper there. Oh, but has it in hand this game.
Yeah, now this is the scary part of this matchup here for Kai. Does he have any meaningful way to even try to play around this card, right? Because his deck is just kind of priced into, I play my creatures when I draw them, and I don't really have many decisions around not doing that.
Now, Zach is on a mulligan here. Doesn't have the quickest start.
Yeah, playing these
farmers and
generate a food token as we head back Kai's way.
Yeah, that does turn on the... That does improve the Hobbit
手牌有点糟，但是3回4回
Keeney missing blue mana at this stage, but does have 2 more planes. That Battle of Bywater that we keep mentioning, and that Hobbit Sting is crucial to him winning game number 1. Smeagol, helpful guide, Celeborn the Wise, and a handful of lands here for Kai. So there is the Smeagol, and pass the turn back. Keeney has drawn another land as well, so both players doing a little bit of minor flooding to kick this game off.
Yeah. No great attack here for Keeney. Could use potentially the Hobbit Sting rather to get the Smeagol off the battlefield.
Now, generous and draw step. Again, remember, it is huge, so the Battle of Bywater to solve that problem.
Yeah, we're not going to see that one get cycled, given all the lands in Kai's hand. Happy for the trade here, and then Kai likely going to just be slamming the Celeborn.
And the Celeborn is slammed, so the 3 does join the battlefield. We'll head back over to Keeney now. Pretty important draw step.
I don't think he's going to run out the Battle of Bywater
to
kill
one
creature.
No.
He's going to wait till
blink 跟一个少。
Especially with a hand that doesn't really have much of anything going on, he's going to have to get a decent amount of value from it right now. So the Battle of Bywater is what this game is going to be kind of shaped around at some point, which is when is Zach going to pull the trigger on it? As you do see the scry there from the Celeborn, the top card becomes the bottom. It'll be attacked there for 4. Kai will just play a force and pass the turn back.
哦，两个都是
6，
这样很尴尬。
He absolutely knows
再不少人就要没了。
He's already ahead on board here. Ooh, that's a nice interaction.
That is.
Fight with a death touch creature.
都是很
The spider
很会抽
betraying Kai here.
And the breaking of the fellowship there does help to take down that Celeborn, and also puts the ring on level 1 there for Keeney.
那这边要出 Tron 了吧？出个6。
This will be.
你还不少吗
Do you fire it off here?
Looks like a Hobbit Sting will take care of that
没
spider
错，
because of the food
有
token.
token， 打1。
And now
I think he's going to still wait.
Yep.
He's like, I can still take 6 here.
再
The question is Kai going to play
憋
another big creature
继
this
续
turn?
憋
Or is he
憋得
just going to
住
play the hunt?
Yep, very, very good question. We could also see him play both. And of course, I think if we do see Kai do that, he'll probably lead
我
with
觉
the
得他
hunt
应该
and
不
scry,
会
maybe to
再
get some
出了吧，
information
因为
first. So
第一把
I
都
think
看
the
过
sequencing is pretty important. So Kai will start with the haunt. This will give Kai perfect information as far as what's on top of the deck.
Yeah, and if he
第一
keeps
把
on
都看过
top,
少场
likely
了
have to think there's another big
不
creature
太
on
可能再
top.
吃一把
And
吧。
then maybe you're a little more comfortable with Zach potentially having the sweeper.
And that card does stay on top from the scry. So you're
正
going
在
to
考
see
虑
Kai take
对
a
手这
moment.
个打
The
法，
reason for
手
that,
上有没有可能有少场
the？ reason for that is pretty simple, which is, okay, if I'm Kai in the situation, I'm thinking, I know Zach's deck list, and he's not doing anything.
Oh, and he runs it out.
Yeah, do I actually want to play another large
决
threat
定
or
出
not?
了
Because he's not doing
那就
anything
要
as
吃
consequence.
少场啦，
Ultimately,
哥。
Kai decides the answer to that question is yes, which actually makes me wonder, what do you keep on top of the scry?
Oh, it's another big creature. I guarantee
That would be my assumption.
Yeah. And I mean, if you're Zach, I mean, you are playing it this turn.
Yeah.
That is some value there. 3 mana to kill. 11
哇，
power
好赚，好
on
赚
the。battlefield.
So the Battle of Bywater is going to take care of those 2 large land cyclers. We're going to head back over to Keeney, but over to Kai. But more importantly, what did he keep on top of the deck? That's the big question here. And it was Sauron.
哇，索伦魔君终于来啦！
It was very large.
Yeah, it was big.
Very, very large. But now Zach does have a fog on the barrel
Wow.
as well.
马上
to
就
deal
有
with
关
this one. So now we're even. I mean, it looked like Zach was really far
Okay.
behind.
Yep.
But because he was patient with that Battle of Bywater, now, I mean, we're just kind of playing off the top here.
这边要想办法抽跳楼就强了
See。how the game ends up playing out.
对
No rings on the looting aspect yet, which I think is pretty notable in a spot like that, in a spot like this, where that can kind of run away with the game.
All right.
这
Back in
边
Porter.
Now earlier
Good
you
draw
were
here.
双方
mean
拼
to
字
the
摸
back end, Porter.
看谁
look,
先
when there's nothing in play.
先诱惑到2的有很大
Look
优
at
势
that, look
哦
at。that big O. Well, speaking of big O's,
哦，
Oliphant has shown up.
Okay. Now, the Bag and Porter will be able to attack as a 5/5 because the Sauron is legendary. Would trade with the Oliphant. Or
这个会换吗？
okay.
没有要换。
Oh, it looks like Zach's going to take that damage and fall down to 8. So, what's the follow-up here for Kai?
Not the most impressive card here.
哦，工程台。
Some filler there too. It does block the Took Reapers pretty well, which is probably why he boarded it in.
Sure.
I don't even think he has too many goblins or orcs to actually turn that on.
Oh, Keeney's starting,
Oh, okay.
马王
Keeney's starting to turn up the heat now a little bit.
Yeah, and remember the
哦，他
Oliphant
这样
gives
打。
trample. So this is an attack for 12.
Yes. So Shadowfax has shown up. Oliphant before that.
Kai can block with the Hunt. It's free as he can return it back into play.
那
And
这
this
边
isn't a bad block
就
here from Kai. Of course, it's against a
16
trample creature,
点
so it's less than ideal.
1 less damage.
Yes, but
Yeah.
the
这么
scry
痛
is
吗？
what's important here.
Right.
6加6哦，11点
So
对
let's，see that top
Ooh,
card.
ooh,
Okay,
that
that's
was a
very
on
quick top.
Yep,
留在牌库顶了。
Generous Scent.
that's what it was.
That's a
Oh.
generous scent.
That's what it was. So Kai is going to attack once again.
For 5. Do you block?
And it looks like the answer to this question is yes. So
All
Took
right.
Reaper is going to go under the bus. Ring's going to go up to level 2.
Okay.
And the Shadowfax is tempted. Now here's the generous end. And
Right.
in this
That
racing
is so
situation,
big.
in this racing situation, food token and the 2 mana to activate.
Right,
Here.
这个
Right,
食
and
物
just
很
the
重要
sizing, it's a 5/7 against the 2/6/4.
Yeah,
Right?
huge. Absolutely.
Zach
huge.
needs a combat trick, maybe?
Shadowfax is coming in.
Okay.
There's the discard. And I don't know if he's happy about this. There was a little bit of a smirk
Oh.
there. I don't know if it was the good kind.
Well, yeah, so Kai doesn't have a block here with
没有要
the
丢
Ents,
鸟下来，为什么？
but he still just has a block with the Haunt.
Got it.
哦，选择
playing out the rest of his hand here, but
those two creatures aren't bad.
Oh, generous sense, so good here.
选择防守，这边补3。
that food token. So maybe on the upkeep, Kai wants to return the haunt.
维持占卜1吗
？Option. Wonder how many other 6. You got to think about how many other 6s you have.
OK， 维持加上来占卜1。
He's already gone through the troll and an ent.
Right, so he only has 1 left. So,
想一下。
Using the mana not going to be that costly here.
很需要那张跳楼啊。
So thinking about it makes me think it's probably not a 5. So Kai just thinking, can I have something better than whatever is on top here? Oh, is it an enraged horn?
This is kind of big.
That is large. I would be somewhat surprised if... Okay.
Okay.
Just kept it on top.
Yep.
Okay.
魔界
So
诱
we're going to the
惑
battlefield. There'll be some
你。
tempting that does take place, of course. So level 1 on the ring, and now where to place the ring. On what creature will it be?
这样子，把它灌在传奇身上会变66。
Bag and Porter, it would be a 5/5.
放在44上会33上会变66吧？它44吗？44，然后66推出去，
A decent option.
挺好的。反正这里只要有魔戒。
It looks like 1 card in hand, and of course a loot coming from the Shadowfax.
人家就上了年纪了没？主要是发型吧，主要是发型那个，就算他不是整头白发，他这个多数白发，然后又剃光。
Took Reaper's going to block very quickly.
Yeah, as of course there is another legend in play. With the enraged horn being turned into a ring bearer.
So the ring is now tempting the flyer. So here's your attack. There's your trigger.
Okay, and it can't get blocked. Okay, so that's some damage coming in. But Kini, I mean, Kai
鸟要想办法努力冲到4阶。
Lethal attack next turn if he attacks with a bunch of those green creatures.
Yeah, just how aggressive does Kai want to get here? Because you mentioned, Paul, those creatures are very large.
Oliphant is very dangerous with that threat of trample.
It's very true. Now, don't forget here as well that Kai is at a virtual 12, not 9, because of that food token.
You're absolutely right.
但还有15，还有15能扛。这边就是2拳嘛，基本上就是2拳。
Alongside that Shadowfax and Oliphant on defense. Will Kai try to play around whatever card is in Kini's hand?
66每回合都可以要掉一只生物。
Yeah, Horn is nice in that it blocks the Shadowfax pretty well. Oh, but it looks like we are...
Well, we're thinking about it.
We are maybe...
Yeah, we're thinking... And this is what you thought was going to happen. You mentioned that these creatures are just very large. We're in a racing situation.
冲了。
And it's probably more advantageous for Kai here to just say, I'm getting in with these fellas.
Yeah. All right, put the pressure on Kini. Kini needs to block
来，
2
你要挡
creatures
对
this turn to
吗
survive.
Oh, there are your blocks. We'll put Shadowfax first. Kai's going to pass priority.
All right, so we're just going to see some trades going on here. 2 for 2.
这边换掉，这边换掉，
So
打
there's the
4，
trades.
剩
Again, remember
3，
Kai sitting in a virtual 12 because that
再
food
出
token
一
is
只小
gonna
垃
fall.
圾。
With the
Can
yearling
Kini
and
find a way to tempt again here?
well, he's going to go again with this attack. Draw and discard.
啊，这个诱惑有点晚。
Breaking of the fellowship there, I believe.
Breaking of the... Oh, but no real good thing to get rid of here, right? Because you can't really kill the Ent. That's the thing you want to kill. Zach is down to 3 here.
He's going to exile this and lose the ring. And that's a
哇 ，Blink 回来就不会戴戒指了。
So if you're Kai, maybe a little mental.
但是不回来就要死了。
Absolutely. The only thing you can kill here is potentially the Trebuchet.
剩9。
Now remember, if Kai doesn't go for the win, so he goes up to 9. No, he's 3 damage short because you can cast Breaking on the following turn.
这边的话，对面没什么长攻，就是全推了吧。
Haunted the Dead Marshes is the draw here for this turn for Kai.
Kai has to continue putting pressure here, I think, and he's at 9.
Can't stop, won't stop.
Whoa, even with the haunt.
There's a very quick block. Let's see what the follow block is going to be. And if Kini
is at 3, has to block one of these 2.
Yep, and can Kini even attempt to afford to play around anything? There is your block.
All right.
Okay, 死了，这边
he's going to fall down to 2.
But remember now, Kai has an amass token, so the Trebuchet.
好，我等一下可以用投石机投人了。
amass token and boom, you also get a 2/1 flying creature. Zach needs to find an answer.
我放在牌库顶。
Zach will draw.
要看你了。
Is that enough?
扛得住吗
？Is he? No, he's 1 mana short.
That was Fear Fire Foes.
Generous Ent has 7 toughness. Keeney has access to 7 mana with the land in hand. 1 mana short.
So how can he make the best of this card, if at all?
Well, you can.
这个东西又不会打伤害。
You can get the Trebuchet, and everything else that's in play,
except for the Ent.
Except for the Ent. However, the Haunts would come back into play still because the Sauron is still in play.
Yep.
There's still a legendary creature in play, so Kai can put both of those back in.
是可以扫场，
Zach
可是扫完之后2只会爬回来，
1 mana short from
所
being
以
able to get that
要
Generous Ent
打了
off the
再爬
battlefield.
回来。
Keeney gonna do the. You're at 9, right? Yeah. Quick confirmation. I got
Oh.
You're not at 6?
Quick
Are you
confirmation.
sure?
I got
Sure,
it. Quick
it's-
confirmation. I have it. All right. Here.
Does he have a combat trick maybe that can deal 3 extra points of damage?
Well, we're gonna start with breaking the
哦，
fellow.
这样子
Oh, of course.
打他。
Okay. So breaking of the Fellowship to deal 4 and then use the Fear Fire Foes.
Here comes the attack.
Needs to find a mountain.
Draw and discard.
Oh, has the mountain.
So there's your discard of the plains. Some damage is going to come through.
Yeah,
打
but then I
6
think he's
升3
Here's your mountain. Here's your Fear Fire
Oh.
Foes. So let's see how this is. Let's see how this is
Okay.
going to play out here. So
啊，忘了
yeah,
忘
so
了
this-
blink，
well, hang
忘了
on.
blink。
He didn't trigger the
Oh.
exile to bring that back, and
对手人
walk
真
that back
好
and let that happen. Okay, so now here is Fear Fire Foes.
打
Fear
这
Fire
边，
Foes for
然后
3.
全部少一点。
Wipe the board. Kai can return 2 haunts, but he is at 3. And he's facing a lethal Menaldor.
Oh, take 4. Yeah.
That's why I'm like.
So Kai, with these 2 scries, actually needs
那
to
就
find
是
something.
2个 scry 会决定。
Okay. Well, he gets quite a few looks at
Double
it. So,
scry. All right, gotta find something here. Get this flyer off the battlefield.
啊，弓箭手！
and Kai Bud is gonna get the job.
哇，弓箭手真的好强！
Kicks off day number 1 with
Ah.
the victory. No removal, no problem. Orcish.
就算没有那个场上那2只1仔，
That's all
Is
we
what you
need.
needed. Just needed the one.
Just one for Kai Bud.
Just needed the one. What a game. What a game.
That was very, very good back and forth. Racing situation, food
Hey.
tokens adding up, haste being a very big deal in that situation as well, Paul. Again,
弓箭手真的好强
it。does have a lot of large creatures, which played a really big role there. The lack of removal, also a bit of a problem. You're hoping for a 2-1. It's in range.
Yeah, Kai gets that win, but I still just want to talk about Keeney played so tight that game.
Yeah.
It looked like his back was against the wall for so much of that game, but he was still able to put himself in a position where Kai needed to top deck to win.
Hey, a little bit of luck never hurts in tournaments like this. Congratulations to Kai, moving on to 8-1 after 9 rounds of competition here in Barcelona. We're taking a break, everybody. When we do come back, you are headed to the news desk with
去一
Maria.
下厕
See
所
you。soon.
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings from Barcelona, Spain. There's a look at MagicCon Barcelona, where thousands of our closest friends are enjoying the best game in the world. And indeed, here is the Pro Tour area of the con, and there is the trophy that everybody is playing for at the end of the weekend. Here's the headlines from the past round. New day, same result. Simon Nielsen remaining undefeated. Didn't lose yesterday, still hasn't lost yet today. 8 wins in a row for the German juggernaut Kai Buda, doing extremely well, proving, hey, some of these old timers still got it. Dominguez and Calcano are your other draft this morning. Keep in mind that is Martin Dominguez, not Javier Dominguez, that's Martin Dominguez of Argentina, and Christian Calcano doing very well for themselves this morning. And Orcish Bowmasters, what a card, Monty, for Kai.
What a card, getting the job done there. Some could say salvaging maybe not the best draft for Kai, and really pulled through there to win that first match.
Yes, absolutely. There's a look at your headlines this morning. Hey everybody, welcome to the News Desk. Maria Bartholdi, Monty Tabuti, and Will Hall hanging out with you. And Will, you've been down in the feature match area talking to the players about draft this morning.
I have, Maria. Yes, I started off talking with Kai Buda about his draft and how he thought it went. First thing he said to me, Orcish Bowmaster. I was like, okay, what about you? No, this is my second Orcish Bowmaster in full art that he's opened back to back for the Hall of Famer. Must be nice. He did say, though, he is missing one thing, and that is removal. But let's go 2 seats to his right. There's Simon Nielsen, also in the same colors, green and black. His first 4 picks were all rares, and that's the reason why Kai is not getting any removal, because he's not passing any of the removal. He's taking it all for himself.
Excellent stuff. There's a look at what's happening down in our feature pod in draft. All right, everybody, let's take a look at our leaderboard here. At Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings, Simon Nielsen, like I said, remaining undefeated, sitting there at 9-0. He said, I'm already qualified for the World Championship. Going to sit back, put my feet up, and get a casual 9-0, Monty.
Yeah, I think Simon Nielsen might have no chill, Maria. He does seem like a pretty chill guy.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is
looks like.
I would be very afraid. And yeah, you definitely see some very big names starting to creep up as Gabriel Nassif picked up a win there onto our first page now. Javier Dominguez picked up a win there onto our first page now. And maybe a flag that you're a big fan of, Maria. Ben Jones.
Yes.
The Welsh flag there.
Yes, let's go Wales. Here's a look at players 17 through 32.
Simon in orange. Okay.
I'm just seeing a lot of players that are still in contention to get into top 8 this weekend at Pro Tour Lord of the Rings. So there are lots of
所以他们好像不是打对家，他们好像是打同桌，但是用整组，但是用成积分。
Well, if you're watching all of the action here and you're like, hey, I want to be a part of that, you can. MagicCon Las Vegas is happening September 22nd through the 24th. Tickets still available on sale now at mcvegas.mtgfestivals.com. Head on over there and join the party. Vegas is, you know, known for its parties, and it's going to be a great one coming up this September featuring the World Championship. You do not want to miss it. All right, everybody, we're gearing up for the next round in the building here. We are in draft this morning before we turn our attention to Modern later this afternoon. Let's find out who'll be watching this round in our feature match area. Doing battle head-to-head, we've got Simon Nielsen, our lone undefeated player, versus the calculator, Christian Calcano. Take a look at these two players. They're both beloved by fans around the world. One of them's got to lose, though. Check it out. Here's Simon Nielsen. He's the winner of the World Magic Cup in 2014 for Team Denmark, coming off a Pro Tour March of the Machine top 8. Can he do it again back-to-back? I think he might be able to. Christian Calcano, meanwhile, took a break from the PT circuit. Here he is back, proving he can still get it done. He has 9 Grand Prix top 8s and 2 wins. Top 8'd at Pro Tour Amonkhet in 2017. Awesome to see him coming back to the Pro Tour and just crushing. There's a look at the players. What about the decks, Monty?
All right, well, we're going to start by taking a look at Simon's deck list, and that is the black-green deck that we saw Will talk about earlier. This is the reason Kai Buda was getting cut, and this deck looks pretty nice. You do see some rares, as mentioned. There is a Shelob at the top of the curve there, and a decent amount of removal as well. Claim the Precious as well as the Bitter Down.
怎么也没有啥，就2张哦。所以他坐在凯的上家吗？所以因为看起来跟凯打架打得不要不要的啊。哦，戒灵。女王，然后混了一张红的甘道夫，一个比较控制的套牌。
Very solid. You see 3 copies of Peligre's Survivor, one of the better commons in blue, and just decent interaction here and there, decently sized creatures. This deck doesn't feel like it should be that impressive.
它有3张可以磨牌的哎。
What are you gonna pick? Team rares or team solid cards?
You really asked me to pick between Team Green and Team Craigslist. And Maria, I like stats. I've looked at the numbers from yesterday. I'm gonna go with Team Craigslist.
Okay, there we go. Round number 10 coming up, everybody. We've got Riley and Corey in the booth here with the call. More draft on the way here from Pro Tour, The Lord of the Rings.
阿卡强度比较有，但是因为蓝那边有康嘛，其实黑绿蛮难打的。我们进 Day2 的2位哦，
We may be checking in with him later on, but as we've already talked about, we've got 2 different players here. Simon Nielsen, member of Team Handshake, undefeated, and Christian Calcano, dude. I'm so happy to see this guy on the big stage once again. He's a rock solid bloke. I love him.
他现在6杠4了，菜鸟挺不错的，2把轮车都赢了。
Before his Pro Tour top 8. Widely looked at as the best player without a Pro Tour top 8, fixed that in Nashville, and now has just had a lot of success, especially when paired with arguably the best team right now. So going to be a great match, kind of a team battle here as well, Riley.
Yep, we're going to get stuck in and see how these 2 players go against each other. Simon Nielsen, of course, he cut his teeth at the World Magic Cup, part of the classic Dane Blast.
Oh, yeah.
That was a huge moment in Magic's history, but since then he's been going from strength to strength. And Christian Calcano, what can you say about this man? He's one of the most pleasant people on the pro circuit.
然后极人的话，
and someone who's just it's always a joy.
极人的话，轮抽1胜1败，
Such a nice person. I was on
还行，所以是一个6杠4，一个4杠一个5杠5。
To work with him quite a bit, and yeah, just a delight to play against, to work with, everything.
Now, interesting to see that both of these players are playing black. Right, it's interesting because we're sort of saying that Calcano is playing a Grixis list. He's basically playing. It's kind of close to mono blue. He's got 5 black cards, 1 red card here. So you can see that black was very heavily contested at this draft, and that's one of the reasons that Kai suffered.
Yeah, exactly. Kai's 3rd pack was very. I'll say it. It was bad. You know, it was not a good pack, and it makes a lot of sense with Calcano sitting close by. Or excuse me, Simon Nielsen. I mean, and Calcano, both playing some good
black.
Yeah, Nielsen's deck definitely looks to be the best when it comes to some of the black commons that he's got, particularly Claim the Precious, and then another copy of Orcish Bowmasters for him, which is in hand, as you can see.
All right. Excellent. And the Stern Dismissal here already, or Stern Scolding, excuse me, already fired off on a 2-drop. Might have had a little bit better of a target here. With the but, you know, still. Very good to use your mana and counter anything you can.
And then the Pelagia Survivor here for Calcano, a card that we were talking about heading into this event. Pulcheon very high on the Survivor, just as a sort of a card that can do it all, right? 1/3, the perfect stat line to bear the ring. When there are so many heavy spell-heavy decks, instants and sorceries, you've got the Survivor to ramp you, which isn't an effect you often get in blue. We don't see the target player mills 3 cards thing come up too often, but it's a nice little bonus.
It can be a nice little plan B for some decks that don't have a lot of win cons. So yeah, I agree. And the Survivor also is really good at blocking other ring bearers. The 1/3, the 3 toughness, being able to take them down. It's really tough for when you're attacking with a ring bearer for Peligre's Survivor not to be able to.
We're surrounded by orcs played as a result of this Pelagia Survivor. So a turn 3 3/3, which in a blue deck, you love to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And a card that can also kind of be a finisher as well. If you can pair a couple of those together, just start being like, all right, mill 3 to you, mill 6, mill 9. Doesn't come up very often now, but still a kind of plan B or plan C, if you will.
Bowmaster's coming down for Simon Nielsen here. I think both the players sharing a chuckle at the fact that that Stern Scolding wasn't held off for what is arguably the best card in the set. And the Mirror Guardian as well. Filler at best, this card, really unimpressive. Even in the green-red deck where you do want, there's that 4-power matters theme.
Yeah.
Playing a 3-mana 4/2 is just never where you want to be, really.
Yeah, and you said the magic word that you don't really want to be doing. Green, just in general.
More broadly speaking.
Yeah, we saw a lot of the data to kind of back that up. Even yesterday, even before the Pro Tour, you saw a lot of data that green was not necessarily winning a lot. But black-red did have the most trophies yesterday at 5 trophies.
When we're saying trophies, of course, we mean a 3-0 finish.
Yeah.
Magic Online tournament its way through to the professional scene. Yeah, as far as I understand, there was only one undefeated 3-0 draft deck that was. So the numbers definitely back up the broad conception of green's role in this format.
Maybe they were all 2-1-ing though. You never know.
Yeah, maybe we can live in hope. The Mirror Guardian getting in here, crunching in for 4, and Kalks is gonna take this one on the chin here.
直接吃了，不怕。
For crisp 15.
Yep, and has the Sauron's Trickery here for the ability to counter a spell and then boost up that Orc army a little bit.
And now Nielsen in a position where he just wants to draw lands, right? He's got plenty of business. He's got the Gothmog, he's got the Celeborn. He wants to be able to get to 4 mana to cast these cards. Gothmog in particular can be a really difficult card to fight through. And, for now at least, it's going to be Mariah.Brandybuck.
哦，不是，他不是骂头。
See, and I think Simon has kind of sniffed out a little bit of a counter spell here, looking to maybe double spell or at least play not your best spell right here. Doesn't want to really get your nasty and countered. That value there is pretty brutal. Plus doesn't have the legend until now to be able to draw the 3 cards. That really is what sets that card apart.
We've seen a lot of cards like this. The sacrifice creature, draw X cards. Nasty end really towards the higher end of cards you can draw.
Yes, absolutely.
And so, Kalk just ships. He's got the Trickery and a Sam's Desperate Rescue, but not a whole lot of other business going on. Goldberry. We got a reader, and I'm not surprised. Goldberry is a card that sometimes takes a second or maybe even a third pass to understand exactly what she does.
And this card is great right now. Being able to tap it, take one of the counters from the Orc Amass onto Goldberry, and then next turn move it back or move it onto something else. It can be a nice combat trick as well as so over the long game, if Simon doesn't pressure Calcano, drawing 2 cards, even if it's every other turn, still ends up being pretty strong.
So can block here and move one of the counters away from the Orc army before it dies, and that's what we're going to see here to boost up the Goldberry now. So she becomes a 2/4, and that Orc army as a 2/2 still going to trade with the Guardian.
Exactly. So a nice play there from Calcano, now able to move that 1/1 counter. You really want to have 1 counter at least hanging around, and with that,
现在问题是没有办法给别人抽，
and then you can move that counter back onto Orc,
抽了会被弓箭手射，
and just have a
很
nice
不开
little
心。
card draw engine.
As long as you've got the time for it, right? You
Exactly.
have to block out a fair chunk of your schedule. We'll be here until August. But, you know, you're going to draw a lot of cards off of Goldberry.
Hey, I'm in. This limited format's great. I'll
地还是属实
stick
是
around
有点卡呀。
The Lord of the Rings, Tales of Middle-earth.
All right, here's Glorfindel, the Dauntless Rescuer. Calcano's getting glorfed. This is a card that is at its best, obviously, in the blue-green deck with all of the scry ability that the elves bring to us.
Which ended up being a little less, impactful than maybe we thought going forward. The blue-green scry deck, maybe not as powerful as black-red kind of sacrifice or black-red tempt style stuff.
这个扛不扛？
It should be. Well, with all these, with all
这个
these
其实你蛮难处理的吧？
Arwen, if you get Elrond, if you get Galadriel, if you get Celeborn, the deck can really come together. But a lot of these are uncommons, and some of the core cards in the deck, Lothlorien, they're just they're not where you want to be.
Yeah, exactly. You'll play scry cards. Like the Lookout, that card is just great as a 1/3 blocker as well to be able to block ring tempting stuff. But outside of that, you'll play good cards that have scry attached to it, but you don't play medium cards.
还是没有地哦，天哪！
Yeah, we didn't really see that deck make it to the top levels of this format. At the moment now, Nielsen in a tricky spot, not finding his 4th land. And you can see we've already talked about some of the high-impact 4-drops in his hand.
这奶的是真的很大力耶。
Celeborn, it's fine. It's fine in this deck. Again, more of a...
在这边女王
a blue-green.
要不要
Yeah, and just a redundant legend in hand that...
That's the second Glorfindel.
Exactly, yep. And right now, going for the nasty end. Ooh, at end step, very nice timing here. In response to what looks to be Mill 3, the kind of plan B or plan C from Christian Calcano's deck.
Plan F.
Exactly, and a really, really nice timing here, sacrificing that Orc army that was tempted as well to get those 3 cards. Simon couldn't have cast that card fast enough, Riley.
Yeah, he was really, really ready to do that.
Yeah.
And yeah, as you say, drawing 3 because the Orc army was legendary, thanks to the first chapter of the first ability of the Ring Tempts You. So back over to Calc now, untaps. He's got that 6 mana to activate the Survivor, but he'll be hoping to find some business.
直接进入魔牌模式。
That mill may have felt a little
终于抽到了。
looking at it from Christian Calcano's side, but the first card I see in the graveyard is Elven Chorus, one of the best green cards in the set in general, maybe the best green rare. I mean, this card is incredible. At just giving you such an incredible long game here. Yeah,
that sort of future side effects.
Yes.
And a bunch of extra mana as well, of course. So it's the sort of card that if it goes unanswered, it will snowball very quickly.
Future set, come on, that's a little far back there. Maybe, you know, Experimental Frenzy. You know, yeah.
For all the Zoomers, I don't even know if Experimental Frenzy is.
That's still not quite Zoomer territory.
Here's Gothmog. Gothmog, the Morgul Lieutenant, going to amass an army, which of course has Death Touch. And this is a great defensive card, particularly where I've seen this card do its best work.
这东西
is in white-black, right?
如果你不打它的话，应该还好。
Them gets Death Touch, it can make a huge difference when you're looking to shore up the not just the ground but the air with defensive options.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only is it a great defensive card, but remember, it's not just amass tokens that end up having the Death Touch. It is just any token. So you know, yeah.
Spirits, the spirits that you're making, and any other tokens that come into play. There aren't a huge number of other tokens. I guess the human tokens as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, giving all of them Death Touch makes a huge difference on the defensive, right?
Yeah.
努力磨，大概还有不知道几个回合。
You can tell these players having a good time chuckling away.
And I was just trying to check to see if it
还有
was
4到5个回合吧。
the incredible combo with Orcish Bowmasters and Gothmog, but the Bowmaster does deal the damage. It's not the token. That would be pretty good.
That would be extremely good. We've seen effects like that in the past.
Yeah.
Porky Parrot, given Death Touch.
You lost me on that one.
Porky Parrot, the one from Ikoria, you tap it, it deals damage. Give that Death Touch, it just...
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's
kill
right.
anything, man.
That's a beautiful combination.
Oh, yeah.
把是傻小啦。
So it's a sort of tale of two very different stories on either side of the battlefield here. Calc with lots of mana but not a lot of business.
Yeah.
Simon with lots of business, not a lot of mana.
This
he's going to play Celeborn here.
This feels like some trickery will be afoot here. I mean, that's just a fine creature. Of course, it's nothing crazy, but it's a bigger body than anything Christian Calcano has when it attacks, getting that 4/4 ability. Then all of a sudden, Calcano is not able to really block it. So I think you're priced into countering this.
What it also does is makes the Glorfindel a much more respectable and potent card on this battlefield because you can start to mess with what your opponent is or isn't doing when it comes to blocks. The fact that Glorfindel will be pumped up to a 4/3 means that if you force your opponent to block it, then they're going to lose either the Goldberry or the Pelagia Survivor. So Glorfindel actually doing something on this board if the Celeborn resolves. So I imagine Calc is probably going to want to trickery it.
Yeah, I would think so as well.
1, 2, and 3 mana. He's certainly telegraphing that he has it, and there is the Saruman's trickery.
And this is really nice for this whole little trick that you have going with Goldberry. Just being able to move a counter onto the Amass, move it back and forth. You don't really want to move the only counter from your Orc Amass onto Goldberry right here.
Certainly not.
Yeah. But Calc is able to draw a card here at end step by moving a counter away from Goldberry.
但是那个弓箭手好烦呐。
And the fun thing about Goldberry is it's just any counter. So one of my favorite combinations in the set is with Bassong. Start taking Saga tokens off, and you can just keep perpetually draw 2, discard
Very
1
nice.
if you want. Yeah.
Cards like Goldberry are just super weird. The stuff that you can do with them. The fact that it says another target permanent and not another target creature means you can, start taking burden counters off the one ring.
There you go. Hey, there we go. Put the burden on Goldberry instead.
Yep.
Shire, nice.
These rare utility lands have been, I don't know, what's your take on them? They haven't been as impactful as a lot of, sometimes utility lands can be huge.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes these lands, like if you're given a creature unblockable or +1/+1, these are pretty good. But I mean, make a food, it's okay. You know, so for 4 mana, you're gaining 3 life at end step. That can really come up if you're in a race scenario. But I do think this is one of the better ones too, and it's exactly fine.
Yeah, the black one is really expensive, right? XX black to a mana, like you pay 3 mana and tap it for a 1/1 or for 1 counter. It's okay.
有点烦人喽。
Yeah, exactly.
It's okay, but you got to jump through a lot more hoops compared to something like the Innistrad spell lands, right? The Gavany Townships of this world.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Those are the good ones.
先偷看。
All right, well.
压起来转。 转归转，打不打得过去？从牌库顶叫一只生物等于被磨一张哦。
Revive the Shire, bring it back to hand, and then putting it into play. So that's a good sign for Nielsen. He's not so devastated to have had that one milled over.
Exactly. No, that was actually helping Simon out now with that mill. And that mill from the Pellegrini Survivors, it already didn't look great because Simon got to nasty end and draw 3 cards and kind of dig out of that hole of having only 3 lands available. You know, so really that turned out to kind of be a nightmare scenario. But on the flip side, Simon was going to just draw that after a few turns anyways. So the chorus was really going to happen no matter what, unless Christian decided to save that trickery for this.
So Gothmog attacks into Goldberry here, the 3/3 slamming into the 2/4, and the trade offered between these 2 Orc armies. And this is a trade you take if you're Calc, because that 1/1 has Death Touch.
It looks like we're going for the Eat of Gothmog instead. So before damage, take the counter and just deal with Gothmog straight away. So we'll leave the Amass army here.
继续出小垃圾生物。
And then a follow-up of another creature.
You want us to pause the game, right?
I'm not 100% sure about that Goldberry play. I'm not 100% on it, but Goldberry says something about the type of counter that's moved. Move a counter of each kind.
Wow,
not on
yeah, not on Goldberry. So it takes a counter from the Amass, puts it on Goldberry.
Okay.
Yep. So it just puts the +1/+1 counter, win to blocks, before damage, take the counter away from the Amass token, put it on Goldberry, eats Gothmog.
Okay,
yeah.
All right. So even though she already had a 1/1 counter on her.
Yes.
Okay. Well, in any case, the game continues. We see 3 cards milled with the Pelagia Survivor.
Yeah, you might be right about that, actually.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on that sequence there. I don't know exactly the rules that the way that Goldberry's templated doesn't make it abundantly clear.
Not on Goldberry, yeah.
牌库越来越少了。
We move on. The game continues. It seems like
从牌库顶叫生物等于被磨一张呢。
With the situation as it stands, so
突然觉得好像有点危险。
The judges on that one thinking, you know, they probably know more than us, but yeah, that does seem slightly strange.
We're not going to question it any further, and we'll just crack on with the game that we're looking at here. Elven Core is still in play here for Nielsen, so that's a great source of advantage for him from both mana and cards.
Yeah, has a ton of mana available, able to just start cranking out a ton of card advantage. And now it does have to be a creature on top of your library. You know, so if you do just have a couple lands on top, that is kind of a brick scenario, but that's not a brick. We have Old Man Willow, which is going to be gigantic on this
card
battlefield.
Is absolutely fantastic. Nielsen playing 19
creatures,
sounds like a good number to play with Elven Chorus here, so probably something that he took into consideration when building this deck. But talk to us about Old Man Willow, one of the keystone cards of the black-green archetype. Not exactly where you want to be, again in green, but this is one of the cards that can tempt you into that unpopular color.
Exactly. Like the one thing that I really like about this card is maybe in a black-red deck with a couple Hall of the Great Citadels, being able to just play 2 of that land and then just play Old Man Willow, play other green-black legends. and just get some good value. But I mean, it is
就魔山啊，蜘蛛下去了。
You can start throwing amass tokens. Like one thing Simon Nielsen has available
看一下这个蜘
is
蛛。
sacrifice the amass token, give something -1, -2. Sacrifice the 2/1 that amasses when it goes to the graveyard. Give another creature -2, and then get another amass token. So has plenty of food available to kind of throw at Calcano's creature.
If only,
yeah,
Corey, there was a utility land that he had that could keep churning out tokens for him to sacrifice to the old man Willow. If only.
If only.
If only. We were talking about how disappointing the Shire kind of is.
Okay,
Pretty good. Pretty good
with tokens.
When you're needing something that's eating tokens every time.
And the Shire's really good with like Rosie. Whenever you get a counter, being able to give a creature +1/+1 counter in combat, that ends up being pretty strong.
All right, well. It looks like 3 more cards were milled there, and one of them is Shelob, Child of Ungoliant.
One thing I will kind of bring attention to is look at that graveyard. It's large. At some point, Simon has to stop playing things off the top of his library because there might not be a huge library left. This Pellegrini Survivor is actually looking like Plan A at this point now.
Yeah, because Simon just picked up his library. It does not seem to have much heft.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of cards left in it. Horde of the Dead Marshes returns now, using those creatures as mana dorks because of the Elven Chorus. And yet, Nielsen, he might have more cards in hand than he does in library.
It's also kind of strange to me that Christian has not really used
这型小乐色是完全打不过去，好惨哦。
From Goldberry onto another target permanent
in order to
draw a card. Yeah, mana's been taxed at turns, but
there is the Orcish Bowmasters.
That is big.
Drawing extra cards is a bit of a liability when the Bowmasters.
Exactly, but like. If it's dealing 1 extra damage to you, I think 1 damage plus a +1/+1 counter on the army, I think is enough cost where it becomes worth it as long as it's not killing one of your creatures.
Isolation at Orthanc is going to effectively counter the Ent's Fury.
Yep.
Tucking it away to protect the Pelagia Survivor, I believe. And that tells you something about where Simon's priorities are, killing the Survivor. He obviously thinks that being milled out is a potential concern.
你有没有办法？
But between a 1/3 and a
连做2发，把排骨点交上来。 选择用推的。
Yeah, you just gotta attack with everything at this point.
不能再给他归下去了，再归下去真的打不完了。
I mean, if you have 6,
要被磨干了。
Christian can just win the game.
就是送头也得摸个1-2下。
And that's pretty much GG. So all Christian Calcano is gonna do is make sure the survivor lives. Make the best blocks you can, but Simon has inevitability here in the sense that he's got so many more creatures, gonna play creatures every single turn. But with the mill ability, Simon is feeling the pressure.
早就被抽烂了。
With the mill,
as long as the survivors are around. So both of these players have got their game plan, and we're going to shake it out and see which one comes out on top. Because here, Nielsen, I think, has to start attacking. Calcano's on 15. Maybe he's been doing the right thing, not drawing extra cards to defend that life total.
Yeah. That is definitely fair. And I mean, I think Christian Calcano would be more incentivized to move those counters over and draw a card.
I think it was 6 cards. I got a brief glimpse. It looked to be about 6 or 7 cards left in the library.
Okay, 6 and 7 are a big difference, but that means 1 more turn or 0 more turns.
Now, Calc can't, because of that isolation Orthanc, he can't activate it now. He can't activate the Survivor now.
Yep.
He doesn't have enough mana.
Exactly.
But you're correct in saying, Corey, if there are 6 cards, that's effectively a 1-turn clock.
Yep, exactly. So if it's 7, that makes a lot of sense to not even worry about milling.
闪现占卜
He's able to flash in another blocker here in the Grey Havens Navigator. A difficult thing for him to do beforehand because he wanted 6 mana to keep up for the Survivor. But that double spell, right? The isolation of Orthanc into the flash 3/2 Grey Havens Navigator means that he's using his mana very efficiently this turn, and he's going to be able to stem the bleeding and make sure that Nielsen's big attack isn't going to have the impact that he wants it to.
Yep, absolutely. There we go. Eat with the 3/2 on the 1/3.
Oh, it's a buffet out there.
Oh, yeah.
It is a buffet. Let me tell you this. All of these creatures are eating good today.
Yep, and leaving the Bowmaster back, just valuing the fact that it's controlling Goldberry's ability.
Calc, with only 1 swamp, does have double Sam's Desperate Rescue, so he can bring back the Survivor should it not survive here.
Yep. And we're probably going to see
oh, man. After that attack, Calc takes 3
3
damage.
That is not
全推打3点，然后生物死光光。
Off the top with the Elven Chorus, that Bowmaster. Okay, that was 5. That was 5 cards. Okay.
I just don't see Simon getting through right now.
No, on 12 life and with some reasonably hefty blockers there. The Gold Berry, the Pelagius
这样真的扛不住了呢。
Navigator.
Yeah.
Second Black Source in case that Survivor is dealt with. But no, we're going to see Sam's desperate rescue bring back the second Survivor, living up to its name here.
And looks like does have the ability to play that as well as activate the Survivor. You just really want to have 8 mana available here. No matter what, you want to activate Survivor here, it seems like.
Yep. And Calc here is making sure he's building in a bit of redundancy as he plays out his second Pelagius Survivor. I mean, I slammed it. I said no. The Pelagius Survivor's second ability, not all that relevant. And Calc is like, well, hope Riley's hungry because I'm going to say
Absolutely. That was just good foreshadowing you laid on.
That's what I'm doing.
前面卡地，后面磨掉，太狠了，太狠了。虽然我觉得套牌没有那么强，但是这奶的是真大力啊。
Now we've got some interesting intel to share with you here, right, for game number 2. After Calcano milled Nielsen out in game number 1, right, we had Nielsen cut cards like Nasty End. Cut cards that were designed, right, to draw him ahead on cards. Elvish Chorus, that sort of thing, right?
Sure.
And instead, he's actually
added a
for Strider and Rising of the Day.
Okay.
So that tells me that he's looking to be a lot more aggressive in this matchup. Strider's a great card. Is it the sort of card that you're going to splash without anything else going on? Well, Simon doesn't seem to think so. But
对手没有地了，这边开始痛揍他。
Showing a very strong commitment to a more aggressive plan, as you can see there. Is it a fervor effect? Creatures all have haste.
Yeah, a little bit of fire breathing there for legends, and Simon Nielsen does have plenty of legendary creatures, so a nice little pivot here, and it makes sense. You know, you got to be able to adapt in limited in general, but especially in this format, as you know, it can be very tricky, and these type of mill strategies can be very effective against the right decks.
So you just really want to make sure you're being as aggressive as possible. One concern I have is how many sources of red Nielsen has. Does he have an Oliphant? Does he have a Shy Terrace?
He's got a mountain in hand, so we got to go on at least.
Never mind.
奶回来，一人一把。
skill that you're seeing from these players at the highest level here.
Yeah, Chris.
I like this though. I like this pseudo-transformative sideboard plan that Nielsen's taken.
Agreed, absolutely. Calcano may have the nickname of the calculator, but looks like Simon did some calculating of his own.
Galadriel down here, Scry 2, the 3/4 is a it's a reasonably statted body. There's lots of 4/4s in green. There's the Bag End Porter, other cards that are able to get in for 4. Celeborn the Wise attacking for 4 as well, of course.
Well, attacking for a little bit more with the Scry 2. I mean, this is a you get to attack for
6.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, an attack for 6 here. But my point is on its own. Celeborn attacks in for 4, which is obviously very nice as a 4/4. But no, thanks to the Galadriel guide, Celeborn comes in for 6 damage.
痛揍你6D.
That's no joke. Calcano takes it down to 14. He's already got the Pelagius Survivor. He's got the Goldberry out. He's running back that plan A from last game.
Yeah, and
直接被我妈放生好扯哦。
is okay. You know, it's got a decent amount of
我妈直接跟我说要我自己吃。
of the interaction
好扯。
is just in the bounce variety, you know, so bouncing these threats when Simon is already ahead on the battlefield is so much less effective than when the battlefield's at parity.
Strider, Ranger of the North, in hand here for Simon Nielsen. This is one of the cards that he brought in. This is one of those other green 4/4s, but it can do a lot of work. A landfall ability, bumping up the parent toughness of other creatures, or indeed itself, and giving first strike. A card that this is particularly potent with, and there aren't too many effects like this in the set.
快要扛不住了，我觉得可以考虑加点压也无所谓。
对啊。 Give something first strike on defense. That can be huge. We're not going to see it happen here.
Exactly.
But right now, Isolation at Orthanc is going to take care of the
Teleport.
And we're going to follow things up. Round out.
再扣你2D.
Bitter downfall to deal a little bit.
快要扛不住啦
Just a little bitter.
Not a whole lot of downfall. Just a little bit of downfall.
Exactly. Christian Calcano's already down to 5 here, though, so Simon is looking way better in this game. Now Christian Calcano is the one who's stuck on lands and really showing, you know, how big of a disadvantage that is. And it just looks like Simon just has 3 great cards in hand.
And so Deceive the Messenger now is more or less a fog effect here. -3, -0, amass 1.
0.0扛一圈
But isn't going to be able to
然后再被出一只
capitalize
大
on
宅
-3, -0 in order to remove the Galadriel Guide.
Yeah, and that's where Deceive the Messenger is really, really, really potent, is when you're able to pair it with shrink a creature down to no power to be able to kill any of your cards, and you get to block, but...
再把野松杀了
Strider, followed up by an Ent's Fury, and because Strider is a 4/4, of course, he'll pick up.
这样下一回有办法扛住这一只吗？扛不住了。
And away goes Christian Calcano as well. Nielsen looking much better in that.
OK， 我们第一把跟第二把这个时间他妈差太多了吧
Now Calcano struggled with mana. Never really able to get his foot in the door. But all the same, the Dane will be happy to be on the board. Let's have a look at how we're going to open up game number 3 now. And it looks like Calcano has taken a mulligan. A risky keep, however, for Nielsen. 1 land plus Woe's Pathfinder, but it looks like he found the swamp.
Easy game.
OK， easy
Had it
game
the。whole time.
Well, he very much did not. That's the whole point of the risky
接一个2滴洗手，然后有占卜。
And he certainly has been paid off for that. Woe's Pathfinder, one of the biggest, not payoffs, but setup cards.
但是对手没有
It
黑
looks like Christian Calcano did mulligan and does not have land number 3, so
出
this
一个
is a big
码头
draw step to be able to deploy those navigators.
Double Greyhaven's Navigator
Ooh,
in hand. And
that's
a
a go.
past. Oh dear, that's bad.
哦，有
That's
地
bad. And Nielsen has found his
来了来
land.
了
He is running so hot here.
这边可以
looking
跳
around off
4
the top, and that means we could see something like Elven Chorus this turn. But no, keeping up the bit of downfall.
Yeah,
哦，他
looking
想
to
要
play
回合
around
结束选
Saruman's
杀，
trickery, it looks like, which is not there, but this looks to be maybe a upkeep or end step.
对，
Looks like the
结束
Stern
选杀
Scalding is drawn, so this looks to be an end step.
Man.
With Calcano just passing it back, picking up Nazgul, an incredibly strong magic card. But,
No, when you got no swamps.
yeah, and Pellegrini Survivor, another card that's amazing in a spell-based deck. But when you have 3 3-drop creatures, it is the most ideal scenario you can have.
Rough as guts
冲
here
了
for Christian Calcano, and now the Elven Chorus as well. And that means if he's got a 2-drop, he can cast that too.
Yep.
I saw Peregrine Took in hand, but that's a 3-drop, of course. So just going to ship. Yeah.
哦，我也看先猜排库顶攻选手
he hasn't drawn
哦，没有。
This is a nightmare. You got to feel for Calc, man. You got to feel for Calc. You mulligan, you find some lands, you can't
来，
find
蜘
any
蛛要来了
lands
吗
with a hand that looks like a foot.
对手还没有
Can't
地
deploy anything.
好爽
Who
哦。
had the sketchy keep this game? You wouldn't be able to know by the
No.
look of turn 5.
No, if I told you one of these 2 players had a sketchy keep, you'd be like, oh, it's Calc all day long. But no, Nielsen has drawn really well, and we're going to see him continue to deploy things. There is
Okay.
the rising of the day.
扛掉了。
Peregrine Took is going to get a Stern Scalding here.
And Stern Scolding is really, really impactful,
哦，有地
but
了。
so much less impactful when there's an Elven Chorus in play. We're like, yeah,
这
sure, counter
边
this creature. I'm going to be casting more off the
蜘
top.
蛛有
more
办
than
法安
likely.
全落地吗
Simon, the first thing he does when he starts the turn, look at the top. You want to make sure you cast the creature off the top. You know, even if you have a powerful 6-drop in hand, you might just cast the card on top just because you're not going to draw it, and you essentially get to draw a card in a... Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but even if not, I mean, Shelob, the Child of Ungoliant, in hand here. We're going to see the Horn of the Dead Marchers come across here.
And the whole Death Touch 8/8, that's already terrifying, but Ward 2, when your opponent is stuck on 3 lands, just feels devastating.
So Calcano finally able to commit something to the board, and the
终于可以开始动了，但是不敢出蜘蛛。这蜘蛛再够继续扣下去，人家真的要把康找到了呢。
We talk about a little bit when it comes to high-level Magic. The further you are ahead, the less incentive you have to take risks.
Very true.
Nielsen does not need the Shelob to win.
He's not super far ahead, though. I mean, there's no pressure from Simon right now. So, I mean, Simon does have that kind of inevitability plan with the chorus. At some point, you're going to start seeing creatures,
I would say he is a fair way ahead between Elvish Chorus and Rising of the Day. The Rising of the Day with Elvish Chorus is actually, like, that's a busto combo, right?
Oh, for sure. And, I mean, all Simon is thinking, be like, the second you tap out where you don't have mana for Glorious Gale, and it's open decklist, there's no Glorious Gale available. So if Simon ever sees only 2 mana available, bang, 8/8 haste spider, you know, so
getting straight in.
And it's going to be next turn.
It's going to be next turn. Arwen's Gift now. Scry 2, draw 2 here for Calc. A nice card when you're stuck on lands and you need to fix up what's going on in your hand, but Simon Nielsen will be licking his chops at the thought of deploying the great big spider next turn.
Yeah, the gift that Calcano is going to receive is an 8/8 spider here.
Arwen's Gift is an attack from Shelob.
The worst kind of gift you could receive. A lot of spiders.
Yes.
Not for me.
Not for you.
Not a spider fan, believe it or not.
So,
来，
let's
蜘
have a look
蛛，
at the top of the library with the Elvish chorus.
蜘蛛时候到，来吃10点。
Shelob was entered the battlefield, tapped and attacking. Nielsen tapped his mana in the declare blockers step by the look of things here. This is a huge attack.
突然就被蹦一拳，
11 with the
吃11点。
Me, of course. Yeah, Rising of the Day pumps up the Shelob. So an attack for
终于抓到你没有康的、没有法力的时间啦。
For the ride, enjoying it.
And this is one of the scenarios where even if there was a good creature on top of the library, like I was saying earlier, that you want to cast no matter what,
解掉吗？
very different story when you have something this powerful and Calcano is tapped out. So there might even be a creature on top, but if it was a 3-drop or less, Simon would have cast that as well, thanks to the mana creatures, thanks to Elvis.
Okay, a swamp. For Calcano. That unlocks the Black Breath. That unlocks Nazgul, which is obviously a great card against the Shelob here.
Yeah, for Death Touch is really huge.
War
So let's see
2
what Calc
解
wants
掉
to do.
吗？
This Shelob has got to be his
3点杀。
Yeah, absolutely.
Just bouncing it with something like Soothing of Smeagol is going to be extremely ineffective thanks to the ward ability. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Nazgul played here.
先减1减1
Nazgul
吗
gets played, and then if it does block the spider, you get a little food copy of it.
哦，戒灵。
No, the
哦，
Black
不对，
Breath.
这是黑棋，这是减1减1。
Okay, that takes care of those
没
two
错。
1/1s.
And looking for just shump blockers here.
I guess.
There
好，等下
is
就再
deceive, but you cannot target the spider, but you can just deceive your own creature.
He's attacked.
I suppose.
He's attacked. So I guess the plan is
居然打出去了。
deceive the messenger on his Greyhaven's Navigator.
Yeah.
Amass 1, block the
with
spider with the 1/1.
Yep. But if there's any big legendary creature, almost any creature off the top, it's still going to be quite devastating. And there it is. There's at least a creature off the top.
哎。
And that is a really
生物
nice one with Elvish Chorus.
Yeah. Yeah.
Being able
捡
to
一个分
scry
场
away
永久。
lands.
哦，不是，它是 Scry 3。
Oh, wow.
You just scry 3. If you see a bunch of creatures, you can put one in your hand. You can play the rest off the top of the library, and it looks like
There's Old Willow.
Old Man Willow here.
That's it, right? Because you can 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's going to be an 8/8 attacker. Now, Deceive the Messenger can put it down to 6. The 1/1 token will block the spider. Exactly as per my calculation.
Let's see how it goes. Let's see if Calcano is dead to the calculations of Corey here.
兄
In they
弟，
come. All of these creatures have haste, of course, because of Rising the Day. And Corey, you called it well done indeed to Simon Nielsen. A bit of a
太沉
transformative
啦，
sideboard plan
轻
for
轻
him.
松松。
And some very good fortune in finding those lands after a sketchy keep. But full credit to the Dane. He certainly fought his heart out after a Game 1 loss to Calcano. Hopefully we'll see more of Calcano in the feature match area. He's a warrior, he's a competitor, and it's always great to see him at the highest level. And look, you know, he takes the losses in his stride.
Exactly.
And that's what true champions do. But speaking of true champions, Simon Nielsen.
Woo! Undefeated. Still rocking the perfect record here.
太狠啦，10杠0。
Over the moon right now, but I really
所以
love
他
when
在
you
3
see
胜
these
就进8强
limited
了。
post-board games where you kind of have a little bit of a transformation. Sometimes you see full color
剩
swaps
下的话
and everything.
9杠
But to
1的
see
剩
those
1个了。
succeed and those plans really work, you just feel so big brain afterwards.
Yeah, that Rising of the Day ended up being critical there in forcing
剩下
Lethal through on
是
that
各
turn.
式
So
的
well done.
8杠
Full credit
2
to Simon Nielsen for identifying a better game plan.
8杠2到第12名都有，
We're going to move on to
所
our
以
next
还
match.
很难
Coming
说，
up
这
against
剩下的8
Martin
强都还
Dominguez.
很
Let's take
难
a quick
说。
break, however. And on the other side of this, the German juggernaut returns to the feature match area here at Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings.
是时候该决定要吃什么晚餐了。
You think you're gonna play a stupid video game about cars and you're gonna become a race car driver?
今年暑假最热血电影
Now is your chance to turn dreams into reality.
不可思议真人真事。
You think you can do the impossible? I'm here to prove that you can't.
一级玩家
I know this track.
升级赛道狂人。
Let me drive it my way. That was actually pretty great.
GT 跨界玩家8月10日电影院大荧幕热血竞速。
Welcome back to Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings. What a pleasure it is to have your company here in Barcelona, Spain, as we explore this new limited format. Later, of course, mod on the agenda as well, and we do hope you'll stick around for that. But for now, you're in the capable hands of Corey Baumeister and the slightly less capable hands of me, Riley Knight, as we get stuck back into our feature matches here at the second round of action here on day number 2. Welcome along. Great to have you, Kai Buddha and Martin Dominguez, waiting in the wings. We're going to head into game number 3, I believe. We're all tied up at 1-1 between these two players.
Oh,
Kai Buddha been
Buddha.
around since almost as long as Magic has, as you can see. Started in 1995, 11 top finishes, 7 of them wins. This guy is one of, if not the greatest players of all time. And going to be a formidable opponent for Martin Dominguez, who has managed to pick up a game against Kai Buddha. So win, lose or draw, Martin will be going home with a story to tell his friends.
Absolutely. Yeah, Kai was winning Pro Tours when I was 6 years old. That's pretty cool. And Martin Dominguez's deck looks amazing. This is kind of the ideal archetype. It is red-black, great cards, good removal, Smite the Deathless, Claim the Precious. You have a decent amount of rares. Just all around, very solid. Kai's deck, a lot less exciting.
Well, for those just joining us, welcome. By all means, welcome. You missed Kai Buddha's draft earlier on today. He was the featured drafter, and we watched him try to pull together a green-black deck that it just didn't really come together. The last packs were really unimpressive for him. He had a couple of bad bounces, but it's not surprising. This is the third Black X deck we've seen this round.
This round, yes. And it started off great, like you were saying. Pack 1 was great. Pack 2 was getting a little bit worse, and then Pack 3 was abysmal.
Yeah, exactly. So it didn't quite come together for the German juggernaut. Martin obviously hoovering up those premium black cards, but we'll see if it's going to be enough. Kai, he can make miracles happen with just about anything. So we'll see how he goes here. Uruk-hai Berserker, the opening play here for him. This is not a card that you would expect to be all that good, but the ring tempts you. That's the power of this this ability, Corey. This card a lot better.
Yeah, exactly.
3 mana, 3/2s.
Exactly. Like a 3 mana, 3/2 draw card, we would look at that as an amazing card, right?
Yeah.
It's not quite that. Exactly. It's not quite that, but 3 mana tempt is usually worth about a half a card or so in value. So even that kind of value in a bit of a more grindy, slowish format ends up being quite good.
We've got a Trebuchet on the other side of things here.
Right. Gimli counter of kills coming down here. Another just
他好像不会触发 Orc 吧？投石机是 Orc 跟什么
？It's good with equipment and combat tricks. Obviously, with having trample, not a lot of creatures in this set have trample.
Not a ton, yeah.
No. So the Gimli, this version of Gimli is able to really punch through some damage with things like, appropriately, Gimli's axe.
There you go. Yep.
And now we're going to follow that up with another dwarf.
Okay, looks like
bag and porter.
Looks like Martin's hand is a little land heavy. Let's see, I believe that was a patrol. And the Saga there and back again.
My favorite card in the set, of course. This card is absolutely unstoppable if you can get to that third chapter, creating Smaug.
Have you ever made good use of the 14 treasure tokens?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes,
okay.
I have. Yeah.
Just a giant fear fire foes or what?
Was, no, I just unloaded my hand. I've had a Smaug. I can't remember exactly how they got rid of it. But they had the removal spell ready, and then I was like, all right, play 5 cards. And the 5 cards that remain with the 14 mana I just got.
Fair enough.
Oh, boy. Relentless Rohirrim on the other side of things here now for Dominguez. Is that the there and back in his hand, or is it the Book of Mazama?
Oh, definitely could be book as well. Yeah, there is 2 sagas in the deck. Yeah, I would have to.
哦，先出双轮，这样就变5-5。哎，秀。
I would think you would.
There and back again, right?
Yep, my mistake on that one. Yeah. All right, here we go, though. Sauron the Necromancer.
Speaking of enormously powerful and iconic 5-drops, how about Sauron the Necromancer here? This is a card that right now...
这样索伦只要没死，下一回就cycle 一个下去，直接挖上来。
But just as a 5-mana 4/4 menace, it can start to do some work.
Still great, and now Kai is really incentivized to start chump blocking away with basically any creature. And yeah, I guess the perfect creature is that Berserker to go into the graveyard. It comes back into play. You can tempt onto Sauron, the Necromancer. That's kind of a nice little combination.
And then keep the Berserker around as a 3/3 once Sauron is your ring bearer.
Exactly, and then start keeping around everything that you bring back.
Sauron, I've played with this card a few times, and I did find it's not at its best on turn 5.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still great. It's still fine, right? Obviously, it's a powerful card. But this is the sort of card that you want after you've traded stuff off, after the removal spells have been exchanged, and once you've got, a couple of creatures in the bin.
Yeah. This is the kind of card Simon Nielsen wanted in his deck, giving it haste.
Yeah.
There we go.
Get in there straight away. Bring something else back as well, for sure.
Big old spider, maybe?
Big old spider.
All right, still a really nice battlefield here for Martin. Looks like we topped deck the War Beast. And now Martin is really incentivized to its attack, especially with the War Beast coming into play. But you also just don't want to attack into that Berserker, because Kai is going to block with any creature.
He will block, so he's going to break the sound barrier. He's going to block so fast, his hand's going to move at Mach 1.
So this is a really interesting kind of staring match here right now, because Kai also just doesn't have as powerful of a board as Martin, so Kai doesn't want to get super aggressive here, but at some point, if Kai is able to stabilize the board a little bit more, we'll start getting in there with basically anything.
A quick read of Bag End Porter as well, 4-mana 4/4 that gains power and toughness whenever you have other legendary creatures on the battlefield and attack with it.
One thing Kai has, that was excellent, just being able to get a creature into the graveyard.
Here we go.
Now we do really want to get a tempt on the Necromancer so you can bring that back and keep the Troll around. Another thing that Kai has in his deck that would be amazing right now is Rise of the Witch King, to be able to sack a creature, force a sack from Martin, and then really start going crazy.
Yeah, bring back that Troll. Even without the Sauron, these land cycling creatures... Both the green Generous Ents and the black Troll here are so good with Rise of the Witch King.
Yep. All right, we got a tempt. There's a pretty clear tempt target. And wow, just getting in the value right now. I mean, this is going to be a pretty forced block from Martin, as you're just going to deal with the Necromancer almost assuredly here. But even if it gets dealt with and you get to trade for a 1-for-1 basis, you still get this Troll back for free, and you got the basic land cycle, so the value.
Oh, value overload here, yeah.
So it's a copy of it, but it is the real card essentially. So, you know, most of the time we'll see in our casual kitchen table practice games.
这个判刑，我记得抓过去就不会是那个了吧
？That's what I was going to say. That's the way to
哦，不是判刑，靠腰啊，它只是那个33。
From Hour of Devastation. It is a token copy of the card that it was exiled.
对，它会变33，但是要3只打，然后这边要2只打。对，反正就是各种。
Bounce that back to your hand and replay it.
全档请推5只出来，这样。
Or if it dies, it doesn't go back to the bin, so you can then
do it again.
Yeah.
That's another big thing. So basically, it's saying, I think the design of this card is saying, all right. It's already so powerful to bring it back. Let's not make it better.
Let's not make it too much better, yeah. All right, so Sauron is going to go up against Gimli and the Relentless Rohirrim here. With Menace, of course, a double block is required. And it looks like the Bag End Porter is going to trade off with the War Beast of Gorgoroth.
So it looks like there's going to be a mass 4.
Yeah, this is not a bad situation for Dominguez. Even though he's fighting through this Sauron, this War Beast is actually meaning that this block is not that bad.
Yeah, exactly. But the Troll is so incredibly powerful. The whole stat line of not being able to block
个4-4吧，应该是吧？
Is the thing to remember. But when once it's brought back by Sauron, it's not a 6-5. So having, you know, Super Menace, whatever you want to call it, isn't as effective now that it's a 3-3, but still that ability is for sure a pain in the bum if you don't have a lot of creatures.
Yeah, just the ability is kind of what I was getting at there. It's just a really, really tricky to deal with creature. It makes it so, let's say if Martin just has 3 creatures, which we see now, you know, you really incentivize to attack the more.
Well, hang on, no, it's not sticking around.
Okay.
I guess because at the beginning of the next end... here we go. At the beginning of the next end step, exile that token unless Sauron is your ring bearer. Sauron's not anything.
Yeah.
Sauron's dead.
Exactly.
Sauron's in the bin, dude.
Yep.
So that means that the
troll
isn't going to stick around. Sauron was the ring bearer, hence our sort of assumption it was going to stick around.
It gets checked at end step.
It checks at end step. That trigger is not missing a trick. All right, well, that means that Dominguez is in a much better position here. And with Yorkish Trebuchet, we are going to see a flying across the battlefield as well.
那这样要吃10点欸，超痛欸。
So Dominguez now is starting to really put Kai into a world of hurt.
Absolutely. I love that token art as well. Just an orc on a boulder being tossed away.
The ballistic boulder heading over the battlefield.
All right, this is trouble for Kai now, especially.
哇，我还以为这个索轮就只要是
has that book in hand that has not been deployed, so at any
当下检视就好了。结果是回合结束还会再检视一次哦。
If you ever get to chapter 3 and you have a good battlefield, the blocks are just going to finish Kai off.
Yeah, this is not looking good for the German juggernaut here. Martin Dominguez poised to put an incredible name under his belt here if he can take out Kai Buddha.
Now that being said, it does look like Kai has 3 spells, maybe a forest to the left there, so still things to do. This is Celebrating the Wise.
扛不扛得住？
And the Easterling Vanguard
是有点难扛欸。
This is fine, but there are some large attacks coming in. We know Martin still has some gas. The flyer is going to connect for sure. And Kai's only at 8. This is looking devastating.
Let's read a quick chapter from the Book of Mazabal here. Amass 1 onto the existing 4/4.
Yep.
这样要全挡
plus the ballistic boulder, plus the relentless Rohirrim, plus the looting ability from the ring here.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Tempted. We're at level 2 for
太
both.
难挡了吧，扛不住
You
吧
don't like to see that when you're sitting across from... oh, my goodness. And this means that we're going to see... Oh, yeah, wow. Enough here with that Orcish medicine for Kai to wrap things up. Martin Dominguez taking down one of the game's greats.
果然套牌没有杀还是不行的吗？
Tell his friends. That story just got a lot better now. And a quick shot of Gabriel Nassif, just a reminder that he is here at this tournament. Don't you worry about it. Might check in with him later on. But our winner, Martin Dominguez over Kai Buddha. Congratulations to Martin.
Huge congratulations. Yep, and I mean, if you look at the decks, you know, you look at the decks beforehand, Martin definitely has the better deck. You know, now has that chance to play for the 3-0 at the table. And I gotta say, I mean, looking at all the deck lists at our featured table,
操控在干什么？
that would be my favorite to take that one down.
第一局就打和是怎样啊？
Heading into our third round of limited, but right now we're going to jump over into another match here. I believe we've got Zachary Keeney player that we have kept a close eye on over the last couple of days here and in Barcelona. And he's playing off against his opponent, Kazuna Kosaka, who I think we've also seen in a feature match yesterday.
Yeah, playing Rakdos Evoke and playing it quite well.
Yeah. So let's see how these two go on one of our backup feature matches. We're jumping in at game number 2 here, as you can see on your screen, with Kosaka taking out game number 1. Both these players starting on a crisp 7, which you love to see, and an Oliphant opening the account here for Kini. I already saw his red-white aggro deck go down to Kai Buddha in
a great match.
Yeah.
It was an absolute great match, and Zachary's deck looks pretty good. You know, it looked pretty strong. Didn't exactly line up well. There was one close games against Kai round 1, but still perfectly reasonable.
3回还没事做，你一个红白套牌3回没事做，是不是要爆开啦
？This card's impressed me. 2-mana 2/2s have to do a lot these days, and this one I think is pretty good.
Exactly. Yeah. If you ever get a deck that is going to create some gigantic goblins and orcs, kind of like we just saw from Martin, this is going to be an excellent card. Not going to be that, you know, applicable against Kini here, but.
Oh, hello, look at this. Prince Imrahil the Fair has rocked up.
Yeah.
It's a great card from a really fun archetype when it comes together. The draw 2 humans. Cards like Prince Imrahil and Prince Faramir as well can really put this archetype over the top. But here, looks to be a blue splash for Kini.
Yeah, and a very light splash. I want to say there was like 1 island, so drawing that's pretty well. There's a couple great Hall of the Citadels to help out as well, but yeah, you got to love this as your early play. And there was a huge run. Fear, fire, foes. God, I love that card.
Yeah.
So strong.
Yeah, you're saying probably one of the best uncommons in the set?
If not the best, you know, the Voracious War Beast, I believe as well.
The Voracious Fell Beast.
Fell Beast, exactly. Yep, that card's incredible. I think those are the top 2 for me. And, you know, it does help that those are in
Frodo.
Yeah. Well, Frodo Baggins enters the battlefield. Another 2-drop here for Kosaka. And Frodo picks up the ring as well. Ring tempts you.
超级慢大象
statted to be an extremely effective ring bearer, but he's going up against an Oliphant here, which even if he can sneak in for 1 damage each turn, Frodo is going to be quickly outraced by this massive 6/4 beater.
Yeah, much better statted elephant here. Quite powerful. One of my favorite cyclers for limited. I mean, they're all really, really powerful.
Yeah.
I think I like the troll the most, but
the Eagles for me.
You like the Eagles?
I really like the Eagles. It's just it's a card that often will just win you the game on the spot. You don't actually have to attack with it to win.
Sure.
But then, you know, just being able to chip away in the air with a 3/3, I really like the Eagles of the North.
We know Paul's favorite for sure is Lawrence Reveal.
That's not even up for debate.
Loves to draw cards.
We don't have to check in with him. Faramir Field Commander, and this is the perfect card to play when you're going to be doing a lot of tempting. Faramir Field Commander, one of a suite of cards, Aragorn, Gandalf, Galadriel, that offer you a benefit when you choose another card as your ring bearer. And if he's going to be having
没错，我重复选自己的也是会
Baggins, the Ismar Cavalier now picking up the ring as its ring bearer.
也是会伤的。
Faramir's going to be repaying you with a lot of 1/1s.
Yep, absolutely incredibly powerful. Still not the best Faramir, as the blue-white one is incredible.
This is a really, really good Faramir, but it is not the best Faramir in the set. No, not by a long way, I would say.
Yeah, Faramirs are incredible.
Faramir, the Prince of Athelion, is just bananas. You see it on your screen. It puts your opponent in such a bind whenever you play it. Love that card.
All right, looks like we have a Knight in hand for Kosaka. I didn't get a glance at the other card.
Yeah, whipping him around really quick here. Channeling his inner Brian Kibler to keep us all guessing.
There you go.
Escape from Orthanc.
扛得住吗？
Escaping the eyes of our eagle-eyed card viewers.
I saw Aaron Rider of Gondor there.
Another cracking card.
Yeah, great.
Really, really good. That
best white common for sure.
Yep. It reads as a card again that isn't going to be that good, but this card is just, this set is overrun with legendary creatures.
Yeah.
All the power, the huge iconic characters from the Lord of the Rings, of course, and then the ring bearer can make even the humblest 1/1.
Yes.
A ring bearer.
Legendary 1/1 amass.
And legendary, the legendary orc army, exactly.
Okay,
all right, so Aaron Rider of Gondor, the Escape from Orthanc in hand here for Kosaka, but right now he's figuring out how he wants to block.
Yep, looking to go to damage. Didn't want to use the trick and get possibly blown out by a removal spell out of Zachary.
And so when the dust settles, it's just Proto-Dragons, and now it took Reaper.
And it looks like Zachary didn't have anything, so that trick would have been pretty effective.
那你要爆开了呢
Didn't want to risk it, and now with Frodo Baggins as a legendary creature, of course, that Eren Rider of Gondor replaces itself with the card, and Mariah Doc Brandybuck joins the party.
Exactly. Start getting some food if it is going to be a racing scenario. Doesn't really look like it. It is just really Kasaka on the aggressive right now.
But you're happy to pick up that food. There's lots of uses for tokens in this set, of course, between Old Man Willow, Shire Sheriff, lots of other cards that can use tokens for fun and profit.
Nice.
From Edoras is going to see Frodo Baggins exiled here.
And this is how you really see the green decks, you know, utilize best. You see a lot of green uncommons and rares because the commons are not necessarily ideal. You have some good rares as well.
Quick Beam picks up Mariah Doc and the Eren Rider of Gondor here. +2/+2 for each of them, and Trample, and that is enough for Zachary Keeney to pick up. Kazuna Kasaka beating Zachary Keeney in straight sets. Really impressive for me. I want to see more of Kazuna in his deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, it just looked kind of like a beating that game. You know, we didn't see game one, but yeah, I really liked their deck. It looked really strong.
All right, well, my friends, that is going to do it here for our second round of Limited on day number 2 of Pro Tour, The Lord of the Rings. There's one more coming your way, so we do hope you'll stick around. We saw famous faces like Nielsen and Calcano go at it. Nielsen undefeated as we head into round number 11. Stick around, my friends. We're going to take a quick break back live from Barcelona with Maria and the team at the news desk in just a few moments.
Maria, stop drafting. It's time to tell people about Magic events happening in August.
Don't worry, games don't last long when Attack All is the only button you click.
Well, that's wrapping up. I'll get started. MagicCon Barcelona featuring Pro Tour Lord of the Rings, a 75K limited open, and so much more is this weekend.
There's also a beach party DJ'd by none other than Elijah Wood on Saturday the 29th, and no, I am not making that up.
In other news, Commander Masters releases August 4th, and WPN stores are celebrating with draft launch parties.
Did you just say draft launch parties?
Yeah.
I've got to go. Well, that was a quick 3-0.
After that comes store championships, which run August 5th through 13th.
Plus, MagicCon Las Vegas badges are already starting to sell out, so get yours now.
MC Vegas features the World Championship, 100K Limited Open, and the grand finals of the cosplay contest.
And that runs September 22nd through the 24th.
Finally, mark your calendar for the Wilds of Eldraine pre-release happening the last weekend of September.
Did you just say pre-release?
Yeah.
I gotta go. Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings from Barcelona, Spain. There's some shots of our beautiful city that we're in this weekend, having ourselves an awesome time here at the Pro Tour with 10 rounds down and 6 left to go. Let's take a look at our headlines. The perfect 10-0, Simon Nielsen has done it again, remaining completely undefeated in this tournament. One heck of a tournament for Nielsen. The other Dominguez keeps winning. No, we don't mean Javier Dominguez, a very famous Magic player. We mean Martin Dominguez of Argentina, doing very, very well in this tournament, currently sitting at 9-1. Can Keeney halt the slide? So Keeney was at the top of our leaderboard last night, just doing very, very well. 7-0 lost, and then 0-2 on the day today. Can he stop losing? Because once you get to 4 losses, things start to get a little dicey as far as top 8 is concerned. And our card we're going to highlight from last round, none other than Shelob.
Yeah, the big bad spider absolutely got work done for Simon Nielsen, closing out that third game in style against Christian Calcano and keeping him perfect at 10-0.
Hey, I just drafted this card, so, you know, I like it.
Doing something right.
Hey, everybody, welcome to the news desk. Marie Bartholdi and Mani Devoudi here ahead of round number 11. And Will
OK，
was
我们
down
的
in our
第
feature
11
match
轮
area
要
last
开始
round
啦
with。some very happy people.
究竟我们无败的王者 Nielsen 有没有办法继续保持他的战绩？
Oh, that feels great. The last 3 Pro Tours I play, I do poorly, and I don't have any luck, and I'm happy to be doing well this weekend.
看一下
And you're now playing to see if you can end this weekend with a 6-0 in the draft portion. Tell me what is going through your mind.
Oh, a lot of things. First of all, I want to thank to all my friends.
成绩还没
We
出来
tested a lot.
太快了，太快了。
On Discord, we draft like this past 3 weekends.
我们来看一下曹公的第2把。
And I really enjoyed this set. This set is great for limited. And I'm 9-1 now. And I'm playing like game to game, 1 game at a time, and want to reach the 10 wins for qualify to Chicago.
曹公，你再不加油一点，我们真的要送你去。真的要送你去下午场猴子赛了呢。
You are currently on an absolute tear of your first Pro Tour. How does it feel?
It feels great. I came into this tournament thinking I'm just happy to be here, and a lot of things have broken my way. I think my deck was good, and things are going well.
So as we start moving into the modern portions, you know, only a few rounds away from that, how do you feel? Where do you want to begin? How deep in this tournament can you go?
I mean, I think that my real focus is just to keep winning each match at a time and go as far as that goes. I don't necessarily have a specific place or record I'm shooting for. Obviously, I'd love to requalify, but I just want to keep trying to play each match and do the best that I can to win.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Yep, absolutely. Some people who did very well in our feature pod there on the floor. Let's take a look at our leaderboard here. With 10 rounds down in the tournament, 6 left to go. Simon Nielsen doesn't know how to lose yet,
10-9-1，剩下的8-2、7-2-1。
Well, Javier Dominguez just keeps on winning as well. He started the day
怎么会有这么多7-2-1啊？
8-2, playing to win his pod.
这群人是不是又没搞清楚？和局是超级亏的一件事。
playing to win his pod. Christian Calcano we saw fall to 8-2, but 8-2 not a bad place to be when you look at your company. Gabriel Nassif, Alexander Hain, Kai Buddha. This is a pretty stacked field as this field is starting to narrow down, Maria.
Absolutely, and these players too, if they're not already qualified for the World Championship, Monty, they got to be thinking about that too.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the last tournament. By the end of today, we are going to have our entire field for the next World Championship locked in.
All right, everybody,
let's set up round number 11. Check it out. We'll be doing battle in our feature match area. We have Alexander Hayne versus Gabriel Nassif, both currently sitting at 8-2. Let's get to meet our players. Alexander Hayne is your Pro Tour Avison Restored Champion in 2012, which was in Barcelona, by the way. So he knows how to win in Barcelona. Your 2011-2012 Rookie of the Year. And guess what? It's his birthday today. Happy birthday, Alexander Hayne.
现在是把每天的寿星都抓出来上一次直播桌，是不是？
1995, way back in the day, like I said, Hall of Famer. He was your Rookie of the Year as well, champion of Pro Tour Kyoto in 2009, Pro Tour Atlanta as well in 2005. Those are the players in the feature match area. What about their draft decks, Monty?
Well, Maria, we are going to start by taking a look at Alexander Hayne's deck as he is here 2-0.
来看一下他的套牌。红蓝混了一张会找绿的，哇哦，有蓝密西耶，那是很潮哦。然后有龙传记，挺炸的。
So far has really gotten the job done, and one card that I really want to point out, Storm of Saruman, the 6-mana Mythic Rare enchantment. Maybe not one that we see played most frequently, but if you can get it to work, that is an extremely powerful effect.
很潮的红蓝
控。
On
the other side, Gab Nassif, well, he's in a very traditional color pair as well. He's brought Demir
打到蓝黑，这蓝黑没有那么控，比较中速一点的吧？也没有，也还是很控。说实在的，也还是很控。生物只有1、2、3、4、5只。这是憋尿局。 哦，又是憋尿局！你们这群人可以不要把这个限制赛都拿成控制吗？
In the booth, getting ready to bring you our third and final round of Limited, not just for the day, unfortunately, but for the tournament. But we have a good one in store. Alexander Hayne, Gabriel Nassif, Pro Tour champions at a minimum. They've done a lot of winning, but they have those titles on their resume. As Maria did mention, it is Hayne's birthday. And we saw with Jake Beardsley, there's some birthday luck here in the room.
It seems to be. I mean, you know, Alex Hayne making an incredible run here. Kind of a little off the radar a little bit. It's just like he was kind of hanging in on that second page, but now it looks like he just can't lose.
Yeah, he's doing a very, very nice job on what looks to be a very nice deck in the draft portion. Same be said here for Gabriel Nassif. This is kind of one of those spots here, Paul, and you've played enough Pro Tours, you know that. You're playing against someone who's great. You have the potential to 3-0 the pod and walk out of here and say, hey, I'm well on my way to making top 8 of another premier event. And the loss here stings quite a bit, too. That third loss makes things pretty difficult. So a very high leverage match here to kick off our third round of coverage here in day 2.
Yeah, but both players very familiar with this kind of situation.
Yes.
They've been in, you know, top 8 contention for many different events, and you know, both Pro Tour champions.
抽3张拿去 cycle 不是一件很好的事情。
They've done okay for themselves.
在这个对局里
winning Pro Tour Avison Restored in 2012, and Nassif winning Pro Tour Kyoto in 2009. We begin the opening turns here with some simple lands, a little bit of land cycling here for Nassif in the first real play of the game.
Order muster here from Gabriel Nassif. Great, great 2-drop. Also a nice way to dodge potential counter that Alex could have had, but
Hayne will play a copy of the Kingfisher and simply pass the turn back now. So we'll head back to Nassif's way. You see blue-red on one side, blue-black on the other. These are kind of the premier colors of this format, all in the same matches. There's the first of what could be 2 copies of Nazgul.
Yeah, Nazgul, extremely, extremely powerful card. One of the best uncommons in the set here. Nassif looks to have a very, very great blue-black control deck going here. Deciding what he wants to tempt here, likely want to put it on the 1/1, a mass token here. If he can find another tempt effect, I mean, next turn could potentially be extremely, extremely powerful. Great hand here. Taking a look at Nassif's hand to claim the Precious. Needs the black source for that, but taking a look at those 4-mana sagas, both Oath of the Grey Host and the Bath Song. If you can run that Oath of the Grey Host out next turn, going to be going to be
你们不是一个人都只有4只还5只生物吗？怎么起手有2只这么猛？
That'll be Knights of Dol Amoth.
这跟我预期看到的不太一样哎。
Second card each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on the Knights.
Yeah, has added value in this format because it is pretty easy to trigger that clause due to tempt being a very prevalent mechanic in this format.
Boy, is it. Arwen's Gift, friendly rivalry, the cards left in Hane's hand. So a teamer strategy here for Hane, where you see a Demir one here for Nassif. Glorious Gale, the draw step here for Gab. And dare I say that Gab is going to take a moment before making a play.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of different options here. You got the Glorious Gale. You also have the Knot, so you can kind of take a turn off if you want. This creature, of course, will go unblocked. We're probably going to weigh out which 4-drop he wants to play this turn. Both very, very valid options here.
Yeah, you mentioned you're lean towards the Bath Song here, perhaps. We'll see exactly which way Gab does lean this turn after that attack for 1 with that army token.
Yeah, if he wants to dig and look for that black source, could be the Bath Song, but it looks like he's opting for the Oath of the Grey Host instead. Of course, that also gives you a black source. Chapter 2 gives you that treasure.
It does indeed. So both players will be granted a food token. Chapter 2 will be coming once we head back over to Nassif's way. But for now, we turn our attention over to Hane for his 5th turn of the game. Did draw a forest turn on friendly rivalry. So a piece of the puzzle that he was missing previously, he does have now.
Yeah, but also has Arwen's Gift, which would be kind of a better use of his mana. Next turn, potentially set up a double spell turn with the cheap friendly rivalry with something else. But if you want to deal with the Nazgul and get a little more aggressive, I can also see Hane considering just running out the friendly rivalry here. This is a bite effect, not a fight effect, so the Death Touch on Nazgul did not kill Hane's creature.
You see that Nassif is going to take a look at
double checking.
Rivalry. Yeah, we'll do.
Is this a fight or a bite?
Yeah,
let's look.
We will do the same. Target creature you control and up to 1 other target legendary creature you control each deal damage equal to their power to target creature you don't control. So Hane will win that battle, and we're going to head back to Nassif's way. Chapter 2 is on the way. So a treasure will be created here for Nassif.
Yeah, but Nassif has, you know, I know Hane's trying to get aggressive here, but Nassif has plenty of tools in hand to kind of weather that storm. Has, of course, to claim the Precious as a removal effect for the 3/3 if he wants. Also can gain some life with the food, but again, at 12, doesn't have to worry about that.
Nassif's draw step for the turn was a copy of Arwen's Gift. Hane also has one in hand, of course, but Nassif is the one with all the spells and all the options.
Could just go with the Bath Song here, probably, if you're considering the Arwen's Gift.
And it will be a copy of the Bath Song.
So, yeah. Next couple turns, I mean, the Bath Song is just an extremely impressive card. I mean, just if you just add up everything that this card does, it just gives you so much. I mean, you're talking about a Saga for 4 mana, draws you 4 cards, allowing you to discard 2, and then also gives you mana, right? So you kind of get a discount. It's just a little bit later. But then you think, wait, for 2 mana, this is what I get?
Yep, but and also that 2 mana that you get a little bit later as well, you can use that on anything.
Right, absolutely.
Right, a lot of times you'll find a clause there where it can only be used on maybe a sorcery or an instant or something like that, and that is not the case in this instance. So if you can get to chapter number 3 with that card, that means you got the complete payoff with it, and with how the way this game is shaping up, that appears to be in play here for Nassif.
Yeah.
Nassif's going to come across here once again with that army and pass the turn back. So this will be a very important turn here for Hane to draw a pretty good spell. In the meantime, Hane will sacrifice a food token, gain a little bit of life. We'll head back Alexander's way.
So Hane will be able to get the 5 points of damage in. If he casts the Arwen's Gift, can get in for an additional point of damage, triggering the Knight.
Looks like Quarrel's End was the draw step this turn for Hane.
That is another way to find some cards. It's cheaper, so there's a higher chance you can double spell this turn while adding to the board. So it could be something that Hane considers here. Nope.
Yeah, it looks like it will be Arwen's Gift. So a little scrying and then a little bit of cards here for Hane. So let's see where these top 2 cards are headed here, folks.
Yeah, but Nassif is interested in the game going longer. You see those powerful sagas on the Nassif side on the battlefield. Next turn, you're going to see 3/1/1 tapped spirit tokens that enter the battlefield. And, of course, additional value gotten from the Bath Song.
Haynes splits the difference on the scry. One on top, one on bottom. 2 cards coming. You'll see the counter placed there on the Knights. So Alexander found at least 1 card that he likes. He likes getting in the red zone, too. So he'll send with both of those blue creatures. And you see the draws there from the sorcery. Generous Ent and Erkenbrand. So Haynes deck's got a little bit of power in it.
It's got, the only unfortunate thing here is, sure, he was able to find some threats, but he wasn't able to add to the board.
Yeah.
And the longer this game goes, Nassif's going to likely be able to find the tools to stabilize here.
Yeah, you would assume that's the case, right? When you got another Bath Song, chapter resolving here, and just building up all this small incremental card advantage, right? With these sagas, not to mention the birthday escape that has been drawn as well. So Nassif is going to make those flyers. And now he'll land. Yeah, he'll draw a couple of cards there with the Bath Song second chapter. Now, yeah, can Nassif find a land here, I think, is the big question.
I don't think he did.
这样还没有地哦。
Yeah,
抽8张牌嘞，我天哪
！Smeagol, yeah, and the Knights of his own were the draws.
I mean, no shortage of interaction here. Black Breath would be a way to kill the Fisher if he wants. Has the Hithlane Knots as a way to kind of stall, and then of course, the card that he's had in his since his opener. I mean, claiming the Precious on a 4/4 seems pretty nice here. You don't have to worry about the Fisher next turn, right? Because you get to untap with those 3 tokens that all fly. So that is a card that you don't necessarily need to kill right away.
Yeah, that card is mostly solved at this stage. Now, Nassif has finally selected the card that he's going to discard.
Okay, 丢了.
From the Bath Song.
Looks like it was the Knights.
All right, let's celebrate Nassif's birthday, not Haynes.
Getting to the second ability here, which is big. Gets to potentially look at 2 cards this turn. The cantrip effect here from the birthday escape, along with the loot.
Now there's your attack, and now there is your loot.
Bitter Downfall too, man.
Look,
Nassif's deck is very nice.
No shortage of powerful cards, both in deck and in hand here for Gabriel. The question is, as we have seen a couple of times in Limited so far this weekend, is Nassif able to convert these resources? And what I mean by that, of course, is casting these cards. Right? Hayne would love for the game to end with Nassif being stuck with a lot of these cards in hand. If Nassif's able to cast them, I think chances are high he's going to win this one.
Definitely. And this is a tough decision here. There's just so many good cards here in Nassif's hand. He's got to really figure out what's the card he's least likely to cast here over the next 2 or 3 turns.
Which one of these cards matters the least?
And it looks like the redundant copy of Hithlane Knots was his decision.
Nassif has found a land there in the swamp, so that's the land drop for the turn.
Hey,
and we'll turn our attention back to the match in just a moment. There's a slight technical difficulty. Javier Dominguez, you're going to have to wait, buddy. Okay, we're going to get to you, Javi. We'll get to you, we promise.
Hey.
But while we do work on this slight technical difficulty, Paul, the texture of this game is shaping up to be a pretty good one.
不是我的问题。英文主播也说了，我们发生一点技术性的失误。
And Haynes kind of running out of gas there, right? And I mean, Nassif also is just not too far away from getting to Chapter 4 there, so he's going to be able to quickly turn that around. Put a temptation on one of his smaller creatures and start dealing lots of damage while continuing to filter through his deck.
Well, when we do have the opportunity to jump back into that match, if we do, we of course will do that. But for now, you're stuck with us here in the booth. Cedric Phillips, Paul Chion, Pro Tour Lord of the Rings here from Barcelona, Spain. We're in round number 3 of day number 2 as we're working ourselves towards a top 8 here. You may have seen on that graphic right before we cut back to us that Simon Nielsen is 10-0. He is leading things and making it look really easy doing so, Paul.
Yeah, and the incredible thing about it is I just got the chance to talk to him the day before the event. And I was just asking him, hey, what's it like, right? You're already qualified for the World Championship.
Yep.
I mean, there's not, you know, what are your thoughts kind of coming into this? He's like, you know, it's nice.
他是不是觉得我的饭要到了，所以这个时候特别体恤我。
Yeah, like, yeah, I did some testing, but coming in, I just want to have fun and I want to relax.
没办法，你们只能看主播废话，那我也只能看他们主播废话，只好来跟你们废话。有，我们可以去看一下曹公宏成绩，我们的曹公的成绩，他第2把不知道打完了没？他第2把。
Fantastic performance at Pro Tour March of the Machines last time we were out doing coverage of a high-level event. But he's making this look pretty, I don't want to say easy because it never is, but he's certainly comfortable in his own skin. And that energy that he always brings, it's still here once again.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I mean, he's been on a pretty incredible run. Right?
He has.
He had the top 8 this year. He top 8'd a set championship last year as well. Qualified for the World Championship last year.
看起来我们回来了。
And then also has the opportunity to go back-to-back top 8 here.
回来了，发生了什么事？他看起来丢了一张沙。然后有一只精灵拿了戒指。
Nassif is in a position right now that is not commanding because you do see the life total 6-16 in Haynes' favor, but he is looking to play catch-up. And if he can hold out just a little bit longer, it will likely become a commanding position. Haynes trying to make that difficult. Draw step here for the turn for Alexander, the Bath Song.
Yeah, got the Bath Song here, but Haynes wants something to try to close the door here on Nassif. I mean, Nassif's going to be able to untap and just have the entire world at his disposal with Bath Song going to chapter 3, giving him extra mana, cast multiple spells in one turn.
And here is the Bath Song to kick off the turn. So draw 2 and discard 1 is, of course, chapter 1 and 2. We'll get to that little extra mana bit in just a moment when we head back to
Season. 想到有下地出岩石仔，
and now he wants to move forward with the turn.
但是这样就要7张料。
So much going on Nassif's side of the battlefield, so going to discard
the Erkenbrand.
Yeah, the Erkenbrand is long gone now. Haynes will make the land drop for the turn.
确实，
and this is an attack for 3.
场上的生物好像量没有人家多。
From the Kingfisher for a while.
I think so.
Okay.
Just actually not even going to be able to attack. Gabriel Nassif valuing the life total here, making sure he stays at 6, also potentially up to 9 with that food token in play, because right now, I mean, Nassif's got to be feeling like he's in a pretty commanding position here now.
Yeah. He's just got to make it through the next couple of turns alive to be able to, again, use all of these cards that are in hand, which are pretty good. You see him on the left-hand side of the screen. The Soothing of Smeagol, the Bitter Downfall, the Black Breath, the Glorious Gale, Shelob's Ambush, and a step coming.
可是这样子只有一只精灵能打。
Now we're on Chapter 3 of the Bath Song.
Chapter 3, 2 mana. And also gets to shuffle all the best cards in his graveyard back into his deck. So look at that. Get the Claim the Precious. Get the Lorien Revealed. So
把所有资源都取回去。
This is fantastic. I mean, all of a sudden you've just increased the density of action in your deck here.
You saw Haynes review those cards a little bit there briefly.
还好这东西不能洗自己。
Maybe dodge some of those moving forward.
那不然这游戏打不完。
Sagas are the name of the game so far in this match. Nassif has resolved 2 all the way through. Haynes working through a Bath Song and perhaps a there and back again soon enough.
Yeah, so no permanence that Nassif can play this turn. Has 2 blue mana sitting around. Can choose to cast the Black Breath here. Get the Kingfisher off the battlefield, and not irrelevant, very important actually, getting to that 4th ability of the ring.
Indeed.
This now turns the ring bearer into effectively a 4-power creature.
Yeah.
Now, this turn at least, you have to keep in mind though that the Spearmaster is a 1-power creature because the Black Breath was cast. So Haynes does have the ability to block this spirit this turn.
Nassif, at least one spell.
这样子你这回合就会被挡住。
Multiple spells per turn
尴尬的。
With the back-to-back Saga turns, spending a lot of mana to get those established. He's through both of those, of course, now, and so now he can play multiple spells.
这边要会用回手了吗？
Hold of this game, it looks like. Yeah. There is the block.
Oh, and did not block. Oh, yep. Shelob's Ambush too. Yeah, this is rough now. Haynes with no board. Nassif at a virtual 12 life with 2 food in play, and the aggressor.
Nassif will play a swamp. Will there be a follow?
这样反打很快哦，这边6.6点在打。 2个回就死
draw a card
了
in。Trigger Chapter 2 here on the Bath Song. So that, of course, means he'll draw 2 more cards and discard 1. So can Alexander find anything to catch him up in this situation?
开始抽地了。
So the generous scent does a good job. It's
刚
got
上回
reach,
抽，
right?
这
So
回
it does a good
抽
job of keeping
4张里面来了
two
3
of the
张
spirits at
地。
bay, but of course cannot block the ring bearer. And at the moment, Hane does not have an answer. He's already down to 11. With that ring bearer, that's going to potentially get him down to 7 next turn. He does have the best card in his deck in his hand in there and back again, but right now it's a little too slow.
Yeah. Yep.
7抽2，
to discard a card and draw a couple more.
再抽2张，再生一
So
只。
Kane, with that Quarrel's End, must be looking for something in particular.
Probably want to find a way to kill that ring bearer.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it was just double mountain there for Hane.
处理不掉那一只精灵会被6.6点而打，很痛哎。
Can't really seems to be the best option. Erkenbrand doesn't really matter, as all of Nassif's relevant creatures have flying at the moment.
Well, Gab wants to take a look. Gab, we're going to do it right along with you. Chapter 1 is up to 1 target creature can't block for as long as you control there and back again. The ring tempts Hane. So, up to, well, he's got a lot of catching up to do on the ring, does Hane, but there is the first level on the ring, and it is doing a little bit of tempting here. On that token.
原来这个第一条还会诱
So
惑，
I kind of have
我
a
都不知道。
wish list of what I want to do with there and back again.
Okay.
Easy enough to win with 6/6 mod.
直接压起来吃。
Generally not
That's, yeah. But what
大
I
口
want to
一
see
回。
happen one time, at some point, and maybe I'll just keep drafting until I get to do it.
Okay.
Is get a Mirkwood Batson play, sack my dragon, and kill him that way. Come on.
With all those treasures.
I'd love a screenshot. I'd love a screenshot if somebody got to pull that off.
Buddy, that's a lot of clout on the social medias. That's what I'll tell you. You're going to be huge on X.
Yeah, that would be great.
Just huge.
开始可以把地丢了吗？
Let's turn our attention back over
不
to
想
Gab
哦，
now.
不需要第7块地了。
Deliberation was the draw for the turn. You see the attack here with a handful of flyers in that army.
Yeah, I mean, this is Nassif getting in for 3 in the air, or 6, right? Once that connects.
减3减0。
There is a deceive the messenger.
Yeah.
那还是一样打6点，省
Now
6。
Nassif is just kind of snowballing here, just pushing his advantage.
And he's got basically all his bases covered, right? You have the Gloria Scale and the Bitter Downfall here in hand. Ooh.
Now, Hane's draw was cast
into the fire. That is not bad, right? Because that allows you to kill 2 flyers.
And Hane's going to search up the mountain, of course, with there and back again. So Nassif just wants to familiarize himself with that saga. Now, Bath Song.
Now, Nassif does have the ability to cast Soothing of Smeagol to get a tempt counter or tempt one of the other tokens in play. But right now, there are no targets for the bounce spell. Everything is a token.
So,
OK， 继续把资源洗
Bath Song
回
is
去。
complete. It'll head to the graveyard. Now that Chapter 3 has been read. Hane has found the cards he wants to shuffle in. He'll shuffle and present over to Nassif here in just a moment and continue with his first main phase of this very crucial turn. And you see the hands here for both players on the left. Can Hane catch back up here? He tried racing in the beginning, Paul. Did not work out great.
It did not. Yeah, and
打
it's
不
kind
过
of
去
funny.
了呢。
If Hane runs out Erkenbrand, I think Nassif might just be interested in letting it resolve. I don't think you care about that because you're winning with your flyers.
还有2只这个哦。
Right?
And that's just a ground creature. It doesn't
Right,
really
it's
matter
a
all
ground
that
creature,
much.
and now if Hane does have an answer to the ring bearer, you can bounce the Erkenbrand and put the tempt on the remaining flyer.
Well, Nassif is going to solve that problem pretty
okay.
quickly.
Tempt the ring, right? Yeah.
There is a Glorious Scale.
Oh,
counter target creature spell. If it's legendary, you get the tempt, which Nassif technically can do.
Did Hane play a land this turn?
He searched for a land.
He did
with there and
search
back
for a
again,
land.
but I do not believe he's played a land yet this turn. Now here's the generous int. That's going to resolve very quickly.
Okay, so that gives you food.
And now there's your land for the turn.
All right.
And this gives Hane 2 options, of course. You can sacrifice the food to gain some life, or perhaps bluff a spell otherwise. You're going to see now here from Nassif.
And I think Nassif wants to go for the bitter downfall here just to get that extra damage in on top of that. So that'll put Hayne down to 3. Can potentially go up to 6 with the food.
Yes.
But I don't think that... Oh, if you go for the soothing here... If you go for the soothing, it's not lethal because Hayne can go cast into the fire, kill 2 spirits, and go down to 2.
Yeah, and this is the other card that Hayne had access to. Course, right? He does have this cast in the fire. You mentioned this ability to release fires. That's exactly what's going to happen here. There is no ring tempting anything, so Hayne's going to fall down.
But it does go down to 2, and Nassif does have bitter downfall for Smog.
Yep. Nassif may do a little birthday escape right now. You do see bitter downfall here. To start target creature, its controller loses 2 life.
But when Hayne untaps, he does have a food available to him.
Yep.
So that puts him up to 5, Cedric, with the Smog that comes into play next turn.
So, let's go to Chapter 3 of There and Back again after Hayne does draw a card for the turn.
All right. Got to be careful when you crack this food.
It's true.
Right?
It is true.
If Hayne just fires off the crack, of course Nassif can respond with the downfall for the game.
Smog is on the battlefield. It's a 6/6 red dragon creature with flying haste, and whenever it dies, all those treasure tokens.
Nassif shaking his head because if had he gone for the bitter downfall, he would have already been winning this game.
Here's a
第二颗失误，第二颗失误就安全了一点点。但是你等下好像会被，他没有敏捷吧？他有敏捷吗
？Can't block the flyer.
True. Can bitter downfall the flyer. How do you feel about this?
这龙敏捷哦。
Hayne's going for the win here. He doesn't have a real great answer to the 1/1 flyer, right? Because that's going to get in. That's a guaranteed 4 points of damage.
Looks like Nassif's going to take that and fall down to 6.
Probably going to go for the end here, end of turn. Hayne's going to respond by sacrificing a food, right? Go up to 5. Then go down to 3. Then he can go up to 6, and that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I think Hayne is just dead here.
It is looking to be lethal. Yeah.
So you're
Interesting.
So you're dead.
Sure?
Okay.
Serious?
Yeah, Hayne already did the math. He knew he was dead.
He knows that he is dead.
算了，反正对，就算2个失误全吃也是死，就是要还有一张招才行。那是没有办法呀。
For Alexander Hayne. It'll be an island and simply passing the turn back over to Nassif, who's got a pretty good hand once again, Paul.
Yep, it's almost the exact same.
哇，他怎么把都可以2回出这个啊？是不是有点太强了
？Into an Oath of the Grey Host.
Looks like Lauren revealed is going to be land cycled away, so an island will be headed to Hayne's hand. You see, Hayne does have a Storm of Saruman.
I have never played that card. I am really curious how it plays out in Alex's deck.
You do see the enchantment here, 6 mana, Ward 3. Rarely do you see a weird enchantment that has ward like this.
我们这一把可以看这个结界开秀吗
？You can choose new targets for the copy. And a grindy affair like what we saw in Game 1, this could be a game breaker.
It could be. It could be.
Hayne will simply pass the turn back. Now, friendly rivalry in hand doesn't have the green mana just yet to cast it. Just something to keep our eyes on if it does show up.
Nassif just considering a potential counter spell here, but this is just, he doesn't really have anything else great to do, and it's just such a great curve here for Nassif.
Yeah, it's not a bad start at all here for Gab Nazgul. Now 3 mana, 1/2 with Death Touch, tempting, and a whole bunch more. What a card this one is.
And Hayne has a really awkward hand here. Just has no plays for until turn 5, right?
Yeah, that's just really what it looks like.
Can't do anything here. I mean, you have a club with no permanents. You have a rivalry with no creatures or forests. His first play is a turn 5 Darren back again.
It's not the most exciting of plays right now here for Hayne. A little bit of organization of mana. And just going to pass the turn back. So the reason you see that, I think, is a little bit of gamesmanship by Haynes.
Absolutely.
Reaching, thinking, passing.
It's going to make you think I have something, so maybe you play around it.
Yeah, it may seem minor because we know that he doesn't, but it could be major here for Nassif on this, his 4th turn of the game.
Right.
All right, so he's going to take this 3.
I think you just jam here. Just play the 4-drop. Next turn, you have Nazgul plus Glorious Gale up.
Well, that's going to resolve. So both players will get a food token. Curious if Hayne wants to sacrifice his right away or not.
Probably.
Nothing better to do, right?
Unless he has... Oh, no, he does have an improvised club. Yeah. So he can use the club, sack the food, and kill the Nazgul.
Oh, wow. Okay, so...
Okay, there you go.
The Oath of the Grey Host ends up being...
Boom.
A little bit worse for Nassif, yeah.
This seems like, wait.
Than expected.
That was not ideal.
So, not a bad swing there for Hayne. He'll draw a card now. And you know, given Haynes' life total here, sitting at 16, no better time right now to play the Saga, not underneath all that much pressure.
Yeah, Darren back again, and maybe we might see the Storm.
没有想过自己给的食物会被丢出去啊。
Name of the game in the first game, and you're seeing it here once again.
Yeah, there's not that much pressure just yet, and next turn you do get a mountain from Chapter 2 of Darren back again. Oh, man, I want to see this card go off really badly.
We might have that take place here, partner. Nassif has drawn a Troll, the Black Land Cycler, of course, alongside his other copy of Nazgul and a Glorious Gale. There's an island for the turn.
Yep. I imagine he's just going to go Nazgul into Glorious Gale. Get the loot.
Step one's the easy part. It looks like it's just going to be an attack here for 1, and now there is the Troll. Sacrifice the treasure.
Yes, the treasure, of course.
So the Troll is not a bad one here. We're going to see Chapter 2 here if they're in back again. Going to search up for the mountain. Die will take up to 2. So there is the mountain.
Just slam it, Alex.
Well, we know what Paul wants Alex to do.
We know what everybody watching wants Alex to do.
没错，要来了吗？
So the question is, can Alex afford to do this right now by tapping out for Storm of Saruman, and it's going to take a pretty big hit to the face too. So now maybe Alexander's hand doesn't present any better options, of course, but
we'll go with that. We'll go with that,
okay.
And then just have him play it.
Okay, got it.
All right.
Is this your version of hardcasting Shark Typhoon?
Well, there's no other mode. So you just got to.
That's also
You just have to.
Well, if you
there
have
you go.
to.
There you go, Alex.
There's the Storm of Saruman.
Let's get it.
We're going to see Nassif read this one.
Yeah, well, I'm going to need to read it a couple of more times because I have not actually seen this card in action.
Oh, for 4 blue, Ward
附带一题，我有一张这个的扣图闪哦。
long time. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, copy it, except the new copy isn't legendary. You can choose new targets, of course. The question is, can Hayne actually do anything with that?
Can you play 2 spells in a turn?
Yes.
Right now, with the forest, he could, or with a land.
Yes.
Right? So the way that you want to do it is, of course, play your better spell second.
Yes.
With the Storm of Saruman in play.
There is Nazgul. That's going to have the ring do some tempting once again. Up to level 2 with that ring too.
This is a lot of damage coming through though.
要扛不住啦，救命啊！
And also 3/1/1 flyers were also added to the battlefield here for Nassif.
Right, and he's going to be able to get in for 7 this turn. Putting Hayne down to 5, so Hayne needs an explosive turn. Of course, we know that at the very minimum, he's going to have a 6/6 dragon token in play. But going to need to put multiple creatures in play to be able to block that troll.
Well, Hayne's going to take that one right on the chin. So a big Boparuski is going to bring Hayne down to 5. He's going to untap those 6 lands, take a draw, and I can't wait to see what it's going to be. Let's resolve Chapter 3 first. There's the big flyer. Nassif's going to read that again one more time.
Oh, I guarantee you he's going to read it again in a couple of seconds here.
Now, is there anything of consequence that Alexander can do this turn? That's the big question.
Well, he did draw a 2-drop, so he can go Goldberry into a creature. Perhaps a Kingfisher or a Knights of Dol Amroth. But I don't know that it's going to be enough here with everything that Nassif has on his side of the battlefield.
啊，这边没有招解6。
All right. It is going to be a Goldberry.
是要挂了啊。
Remember, 3 creatures do need to go in front of the troll for him to survive.
1、2、3，挡个最大
So
的
that also
吃
limits the number of
1、
blockers for
2、
all the other creatures.
3、4剩
Ghoul is a
1。
2-power creature. You block that one and you take 4 from the rest.
Wow.
If Hane's able to play. Another card here.
And Nassif does have that Glorious Gale in hand, too. Might be thinking, am I supposed to counter this one? What's the next one?
Yeah, I imagine he's going to, but remember, it's a trigger that goes on the stack.
Correct.
So one would still resolve. So if he does go for the Glorious Gale here, you have to block the troll, and you take 6 from the rest of the creatures.
Yeah. It looks like this may end up being it. So if Nassif does play a Glorious Gale, which it looks like he's going to.
It's like, what can you do for the 1 red?
Yep. And Nassif, hey, a third time doesn't hurt. Look, in your situation,
you gotta keep reading.
When you're in a situation like this is why he is a Hall of Famer. This is why he is the Pro Tour
压起来看3次，笑死。
Many other accomplishments on the resume is because
这样子3只要挡6的吃，这样就死了。哎。
Right.
And that is going to do it. Gabriel Nassif is going to win this game and match over Alexander Hayne. 2 games to 0. A very, very, very good Dimir deck there for Nassif. Leads him to 9-2.
Yeah, fantastic start.
Okay.
And, you know, we almost got the chance to
那我们的第11轮的成绩看起来是出来了。哇 ，Simon 持续5败，11杠0，然后10分完全没有。菜鸟不错，7杠4，吉人也挺好的，6杠5。
Quite the opposite, in fact. Simon Nielsen, our lone undefeated player, first place, top of the standings, going up against Martin.
曹公呢
？Right after this short break.
曹公011。011 PTQ 300多人，应该是可以准备回家了。
Welcome back to beautiful Barcelona, Spain. Cedric Phillips, Paul Cheon, Pro Tour, The Lord of the Rings. We are in the front end of day number 2 of competition, putting a wrap on our limited rounds here as you see many a Magic player enjoying what has been one heck of a convention this weekend, Paul.
Yeah. I am trying my best to kind of, on my off rounds, to kind of go out there and see what's going on here. It just looks so exciting. So many people. It's really incredible to just be a part of all of this.
We are excited to be here in Spain, excited to be crowning a Pro Tour champion here soon enough. But in order to get there, we got to start here and close out round number 3 of day number 2 of our limited portion. Simon Nielsen is the name of the game here this weekend. Mr. Checklist Card has not lost a single match. Martin Dominguez is looking to put a cramp in Nielsen's style. Now, to Martin Dominguez's credit, has only lost 1.
Yeah, and I mean, Martin Dominguez with a fantastic Rakdos deck. The best color combination. If there is an archetype that could potentially take Simon down, this might be the one.
Well, Simon Nielsen is a green-black deck. Now, we did have the opportunity to see Nielsen's deck in the last round against Christian Calcano. Now, if we go back even further, we saw Kai Bude at the beginning of the day draft a green-black deck. Not a very good one. Simon's the direct opposite.
但是我没有想到他现在还要再转播了一场，我刚刚已经爆雷完了。
Orcish Bowmasters, which Simon has in his deck, along with removal spells, along with more bombs in his deck.
So Nielsen has an ideal green-black strategy. Dominguez in the color combination I think everybody wants to be in if they can in red-black. Something has got to give. You'll see that Nielsen is already up a game. Is our lone undefeated player here in Barcelona. Dominguez is just going to play Swamp and pass the turn back. Speaking of the Bowmasters.
No creature to pick off here, but still this just puts a good amount of pressure. Martin down to 18, facing 3 damage here.
And this is not a bad start. Here come the beatdowns. In for 3, Dominguez. Looks like going to fall down to, I think we might have a, they've got a slight life total discrepancy, so there we go. Down to 15. These players will communicate and figure it out. A force and a follow-up, maybe? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
以为2回3回这样子拍
power on the battlefield here.
Mirror Guardian.
真顺
When it dies, the ring will
真的顺
Martin with a bit of a clunky start here. Nothing until turn.
应该不会4回还没事做吧？那是人真的要爆开了哦。
Well, if Martin's going to turn this around, it's got to start here as far as getting something deployed on the battlefield. The question is, what's it going to be?
Perhaps a foray of orcs, but I see a couple of 5-drops in hand. He has the powerful Aomir in hand, but can't play that this turn. So, yeah, really action-light hand here for Martin.
他有那个自己打自己，但是没有一个人可以打得14-2。
Which, sure. Yeah, but you're still facing 6 damage next turn.
好痛哦！场上刚好没有2攻的，超白痴。
Problem, but not the major one, which is of course that 4-2. So Nielsen is going to serve on in here for 6 points of damage. Gonna bring Martin down to 9, and now there's your follow-up. So this is just creature. This is 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gets the scry. Maybe try to find the 5.
Oh.
But now Martin Dominguez does have a 5-drop in hand, and he might just need to run it and just cross his fingers and just hope.
不啦，烧3点，来太晚啦，哥。
Get that creature out of the way and attack for everything.
Here is a 5-drop. So finally, a little bit of stabilization, or at least an attempt.
Does Simon have a removal spell here? I mean, it's going to be so hard to come back. I know if you kill the War Beast, it will amass 2.
It does do that.
Still leave a 2/2 in the wake of everything, but still.
And to Martin's credit, if a 2/2 army is left, it's actually pretty good right now.
Right.
So
that's a Gothmog. So now that 2/2 has Death Touch and just attacking with
那
the team.
对
send them. Push your advantage.
4、5、6、7
That's 4,
7,
5, 6, 7. So Martin's going to fall down to 2 if this is the block right now.
就一会拍1只3、5就倒了。
Still will have a 2/2 left over. That will allow Simon to tempt, though. But it would only be on the first ability. Yeah, back against the wall. This is tough situation here for Martin Dominguez.
That's interesting, right? Because this format is a little bit of a slower one, so rarely do you see games like this that don't involve a red-white deck of kind of just being run down. But Simon Nielsen just went 1-drop, 2-drop, excuse me, best 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop.
Best 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop.
3-drop, 4-drop, but is just really giving Martin Dominguez the business here.
Yeah, not sure if Martin already mulliganed this game, but that hand seemed a bit sketchy to keep.
Yeah. So Martin's got a little bit, and I say a little, I should change it to a lot of bit, to think about with this block. What is exactly do things look like here?
So let's say this 4-2 gets blocked. Then Martin Dominguez would be left with an Amass token. Next turn plays Naomir. Would have 2 blockers, down to 3 life. Simon has an attack with everything. Okay, going down to 2 here instead. But now if you're going down to 2 and you just play a creature, Simon simply needs to attack with everything, and 2 creatures get through.
Yep, and that would make things very easy.
Martin needs a way to deal with 2 creatures, or play 2 creatures to stay alive.
Well, Martin's drawn his card for the turn. Now it's time to analyze this battlefield. Is there a way to get things shored up?
Yeah, this is a double spell turn that is needed here from Martin Dominguez, or perhaps a card like Fear Fire Foes, right? Cast it, kill a thing, remove a 1/1 so that you could potentially stay alive.
Yeah, it may require something that powerful in order to get back into this.
I do see a Smite the Deathless in hand, so that would kill a creature, but a Smite the Deathless alone is still not enough.
Right? If it can be Smite plus a creature.
Smite plus a creature would be okay. But I think that was a Sam's Rescue mission. There's no creatures in the graveyard. Excuse me, Sam's Desperate Rescue. Does he have something else along with the Smite? I don't know that he does. Did he need to block the 4-2?
Yeah, blocking the 4-2s there instead of the 3-4. You do see armor of the Rittermark.
Yeah,
which is, I mean, that's an incredibly powerful uncommon, but just not in this situation.
I'm trying to figure out what that last card he has in hand. Okay, he's just passing. Just hoping, basically.
Well,
Simon, I hope you don't attack with all your creatures to go 11-0.
Simon will draw. Picked up a swamp, already has a swamp, so that might actually, what that may mean, drawing a land that turn, already having one, is my options are limited, and they are limited, and that is going to do it. Simon Nielsen is going to win this game and match 2-0. Our undefeated player is still undefeated. Unbelievable run here for Nielsen off of the last tournament that we saw him in Pro Tour March of the Machine, and now this tournament, our lone undefeated player, 11-0.
Yeah, 11-0, and of course the magic number for this tournament is 13. So he is now 2 wins away from securing a slot into the top 8 of this event.
And maybe most important at all for you limited fans out there, Black Ring got a 3-0.
下一局的焦点对局看起来很好看呢。
0 black green decks from yesterday that went 3-0, so finally Simon Nielsen getting one done for the Golgari color combination.
Well, it is time for a break here from Barcelona. Our limited portion is all done. Modern is coming up next. Our leaderboard update, deck techs, and a whole bunch more from our friends at the news desk. Do enjoy.
没有，这场要13-0，要39分。 可能是上次之前可能觉得36分太少吧，反正他们现在这一次有说变39分了，对，所以3败的是更有机会啊，搞不好4败都有机会吗？
Welcome back to
不对，
beautiful
打16局而已，
Barcelona, Spain,
一
everybody.
定要
And
13
Pro
胜，
Tour, the
对，那
Lord
就一定要
of
13
the
胜。
Rings. What an awesome shot of the convention center there. We've been having an awesome time hanging out in Barcelona and having a great Pro Tour this weekend. Welcome along to day 2 of coverage. 11 rounds down. 5 left to go before our cut to the top 8. Take a look at the headlines here. Farewell to Middle-earth, everybody. We are done with draft. It was spectacular, but now we are moving on to modern for the rest of the tournament and indeed our top 8 tomorrow. Simon Nielsen still leading the field, undefeated at an incredible 11-0 and 13 wins is the magic number, so Nielsen just needs 2 more to lock up a spot in our top 8. And Oath of the Grey Host, our card from last round, Monty.
Yeah, Simon Nielsen's deck may have had a lot of rares, but you don't need rares to get it done, says Gabriel Nassif. 0 rares in his Dimir deck. Oath of the Grey Host, the All-Star, against Alexander Hayne in that round to win him his pod and push him further ahead in this tournament.
That's a look at your headlines from the last round. Welcome back to the news. That's Marie Bartholdi, Monty DeVuti, and Will Hall. And Will Hall's been our roving reporter out amongst the players who was down with a couple of them in our feature match area last round and had a quick chat.
I'm here with Hall of Famer Gabriel Nassif. You came into day number 2, 6-2. You've just finished the draft 3-0. How does that feel? Meaning you potentially
菜鸟跟吉人轮抽都打得很好啊。菜鸟是一个21，一个30，然后轮抽是2个，吉人是2个21。可是问题都是Modern 啊。Modern 吉人只有赢了1把，菜鸟也只有赢了1把。
Well, that's the end of draft. We're now going to
不知道菜鸟为什么会去选一个奇怪的红蓝控啊！我的妈呀！
Okay, I was more confident for limited than constructed, but I played living in a lot.
而且
I think there's a lot of
吉人这个控制玩家居然去打医生，真是让我想不到。
Every matchup is close with living in, you know. So we'll see. I'll try my best.
Thank you very much, Gab. Simon Nielsen, our only undefeated player left in the field. You've gone 6-0 in draft, something you haven't done before. Tell me how that and what that means to you.
Honestly, Will, that just feels incredible. Yeah. When I started playing the Pro Tour, back in 2015, I was awful at limited. I could not buy a 2-1. And I'm just really proud of the growth I've gone through. And then during the pandemic when all the tournaments
跟鬼一样轮抽60，但可是他第2把有第二场轮抽有蜘蛛要怎么输啊
？Well, it's worked out well for you, and you told me
蜘蛛多那个挖兔实在太靠北了。
God help anyone when you come off vacation. Talk to us about that and why you're calling it your vacation Pro Tour.
Well, I mean, since I top 8'd the last one, I'm already qualified for Worlds, already qualified for the next 3 Pro Tours, and I don't have that much to achieve in terms of invites here. So, and also this summer, I'm working on my bachelor thesis. I've been I've been writing at it between rounds sometimes. So, so this is why I told people I'm just not gonna spend too much time on Magic here. I'm just gonna take it relaxing. It's Barcelona, it's nice, and I'm playing decks I enjoy, and I just want to draft twice. It's basically my goal.
Great, thank you very much.
Simon working on his bachelor's thesis in between rounds and being undefeated, just absolutely unbelievable. You cannot stop this guy, everybody. Let's take a look at our leaderboard now as we get ready for round number 12. Check it out, Simon Nielsen, lone undefeated player sitting at 11-0, and like we said, 13 is the magic number, Monty. These players have got to start thinking about that.
Absolutely, Simon Nielsen as the lone 11-0. Actually, the only person with less than 2 losses now. Simon's leading the field, but that is actually good news for everybody that follows, as maybe they start looking at, okay, 13 is the lock, but 12, maybe 11 and a draw. So when somebody starts pacing the field, everything gets that much closer, and that's great news for Gab Nassif, Kai Buddha, Javier Dominguez, Christian Calcano, Greg Orange, Jake Beardsley, Alexander Haynes sitting at 8-3. He picked up a loss there, but he's still in pretty good shape on the first page of the leaderboard here.
Absolutely. There's a look at your standings here as we head into round number 12. Well, we are transitioning away from draft this morning and into modern this afternoon and through the rest of the tournament. So let's take a look at the modern metagame and find out where we're at. Monty, any surprises here?
这是摩登的第一天的meta game 然后呢，其实还有公布另外一个近第二天的胜率。对，那我觉得那个比较重要一点啦。
Mono Green Tron Golgari Yawgmoth being popular as well, and this metagame, the one thing it really showed us is the prevalence of the Lord of the Rings Tales of Middle Earth. Nearly 94% of decks in the field were featuring cards from the new set.
Wow, that's incredible. All right, Monty, which of these decks do you want to play?
欧纳斯胜率惨不忍睹啊！
Right now, I would like to
欧纳斯
be
胜
playing
率
the
只有
Handshake Tron
45%，
list. I think going into the
医生
weekend,
也爆
I would
炸，
like
医
to
生
be
也
on
只有
the control.
43%。
Yeah, that's a sweet deck too. There's a look at your modern metagame, everybody.
然
But when it
后
comes to
红
the
黑
modern metagame, some
54，
players this
创
weekend, at least as far as
55，
day one is
犀牛
considered,
53，
figured it out. They went
里
undefeated,
面
and we're going to take a look at some of
红
the
烧
undefeated day one
47，
decks right now, proving you can bring almost anything to
它还有
the
分
tournament
3色
and
犀
do
牛跟
really,
4
really
色
well
犀
with it.
牛。
Boros Burn is the first deck that we're
一
going
个
to take a
53，
look
一
here.
个
Went
59。
undefeated in modern. Will take it away.
Yeah,
这是60的这是50的红烧。对，他一己之力拉了所有人的胜率上来。对，虽然拉上来之后也只有47%。对，
Let's take a look at another 5-0 modern list here. Zen
没错，然后
Living End deck.
表现的最好的
coming into the tournament was one that I had a personal vendetta against as a Boggles player. I absolutely hated it.
应该是犀牛。
But then I started to see it in play and I was like, you
犀
know
牛
what?
胜率
This
真
deck
的
is
挺不
actually
错的
really。sweet, and it looks like a really fun combo deck. It's got a bunch of new
剩
toys
下的
players
话
in this tournament, so it's definitely one I've got my eye on. Cycle, 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 violent outburst, hit living end, put it all
人
back
鱼有一
into
个
play,
4-1的
win
战
the
绩，
game,
但只有
force
一副
negation back up, anything
对
that might，
然后他的轮抽好像是0-5的样子吧？
Just asking some questions.
1-5，1-5， 他的轮抽整个爆开。对，然后 Simon Nelson 这是他这边多了他的队友1张主神兽引爆，少了1张树林。对。
Is it Tron or is it Handshake?
Sure.
And, you know, what we saw is Mono Green Tron, one of the more popular decks in the field, but the Handshake list and the Handshake players, 75% win rate. The rest of the Tron field, around 46%, I think.
This is
so
incredible.
Their list is really good, but it's a little bit of both.
人鱼有80%胜率，虽然只有一副。
You gotta handshake it to them, honestly. I'm really sorry I said that. Mono Green Tron doing so well this tournament. Let's take a look at another undefeated list. The most popular deck in the field, Rakdos Evoke, Will.
Yeah, as you were saying, it is the most played deck going into this Pro Tour, but only one person managed to go a full 5-0 in Modern with it. That's obviously Kazuna Kazaki taking it all down.
Rakdos Evoke. A lot of people expected it to be the most played deck, and they were right. There it is.
Rakdos
Evoke. This is a perfect 5-0 list.
就因为一些政治上的原因，所以他们不太像金鱼可以用 Scam。对，因为 Scam 有一点贬义。
with Team Rhinos, which for some players it was a surprise seeing the deck showing up here in this many numbers. But when you look at Rakdos Evoke being the most played deck in the room,
那这是没有巡水兽的犀牛，对，附带体红蓝抗妹可能要被取代了。
Two players going 5-0, especially this unique list from Kai team featuring some questing beasts as well.
有一些人觉得魔界的那个红蓝可以扛那个可以拆神器，然后可以打5点，范围在这个环境内比较好，可以杀修蕊，然后可以拆虚空圣杯。
Hey everybody, we're here with Arne Hushenbet, winner of the Call Time Championship, playing Teamer Rhinos here this weekend. Why did you choose this deck?
Yeah, Teamer Rhinos. I mean, when we saw a lot of the rings hit the field, we saw like Orcish Bowmasters and Ring. We saw these new cards being like played in really high numbers, and I wanted to find a deck that I tried a lot of stuff, blue-white control, leaks, everything. What else? And then I got back in time a little bit, looked at like what was the metagame before, and I saw like Rhinos was a deck, huh? Orcish Bowmasters, not very good against Rhinos. We have Force of Negation for Ring, and yeah, just tried it out, and it worked pretty well in our testing.
我以为成功去打猴子赛了，结果这边他居然没有 drop 掉吗
？And kind of the reason for the deck being Crashing Footfalls. Talk to me about this card.
Yeah, so Crashing Footfalls. We can get with Violent Outbursts and Shardless Agents producing a ton of power 4/4 trample.
这个卡表它跟
usually in 2 turns with all the fetch lands around in Modern. So we have this.
它跟凯用一样的卡表吗？ 看起来应该是。
And then you just kill them with them and yeah, disrupt the rest. You know, counter spells.
And 2/4/4 Rhinos. That's enough to get it done in Modern.
That's enough. I mean, you can get 4 more. Like, keep chaining them. It's like that is.
Yeah. Why stop at 2? Yeah, why stop at 2? Okay, that's Crashing Footfalls. Let's talk about how we do it. Violent Outburst. Tell me about this card.
Yeah, I mean, Violent Outburst has been around for a while. The premium Cascade spell we see it in the Living End. Just being able to hold up, you know, interaction while also having Violent Outburst, threatening your opponent to flash those 4/4s in is just very, very powerful.
Yeah, this is a fabulous card, of course. Force of Negation, you mentioned it a little earlier. What's its role?
Yeah, I mean, Force of Negation is maybe at its best in Modern than it has been in a long time because the One Ring.
Right.
You again, like, your game plan, put those Rhinos onto play, turn free, and then free spells become really good at that point because you want to, at best, cast a free spell, protect those Rhinos, or interrupt your opponent, and Force of Negation is the best thing you can be doing right now in terms of that.
Lorien Revealed is a new card here from the Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Very powerful. How do you use it in this deck?
It is essentially Flood Insurance, of course, as we see in limited decks, but mainly because we have Subtlety and Force of Negation to pitch it as an additional blue cards, which can be huge. Like, I've pitched so many Lorien Reveals to those various spells. Yeah, that really is what it makes up for.
A really flexible card that you can use a number of different ways here in this build. Something a little unusual I do have to ask you about. Questing Beast. What is this card doing in here?
Well, it's a spicy last-minute edition. I mean, we've known about it. Questing Beast has this line of text where, hey, damage that would be dealt by creatures you can't control can't be prevented, so it goes around the ring.
巡水兽没有想到他又回来了。
And I play Questing Beast, I would just win the game every time, pretty much. Like, not immediately maybe, but like this swing is just too huge. They take a bunch of damage. The Rhinos all of a sudden deal them damage again.
我们操控大大，他的 PTQ 是0-1-1呀，1败1和，现在去打第3局，然后爆了下一场的猴子赛，但是还有18分钟就要开赛了，我不知道他现在到底是去哪一边打了。
We tried like Leyline Binding. We wanted to have a removal that was good against Chalice on the one hand and like Ring and Shieldred, various threats that were really like threatening for this deck. And just the mana base, it was a bit too clunky, playing all 5 colors, playing the Triumphs. So then I went back to Timur and then we found Dismember. And Dismember is just perfect for this deck. It's a 1-mana spell, but you cannot play spells that cost less than 3, but it is kind of 1-mana spell. And there's like Wall of Roots, Yawgmoth, Shieldred, very many problematic high toughness creatures that Dismember gets.
That's awesome. How confident do you feel heading into this weekend with this deck choice?
I don't know. I mean, we were pretty split on like various decks in our testing. I feel happy about it. I wouldn't say it's like broken, like I broke it or whatever. I just feel, yeah, comfortable.
If anybody at home is seeing this deck and thinking, hey, Team Rhinos looks like my speed, what would you tell them as one tip to play the deck well?
One tip to play the deck well, mulligan aggressively towards Rhinos, I suppose. You gotta, yeah.
0-1落后，对啊，我是觉得0-1-1其实应该还有机会啊，可是就不能再输了，因为他魔界取前32。就 PTQ 取前32，所以0-1-1真的是输了就回家。我不知道他第1局到底怎么打和的，我的天哪！
Hey everybody, welcome back to the news. That's Mary Bartholdi, Mani Devoudi, and Will Hall ready to set up round number 12 for you here in the feature match area. Let's find out who will be watching this time do battle. We've got Christian Calcano versus Greg Orange. Mono Green Tron versus 4-color Control. Both players on an 8-2.
有 counter spell 的欧纳斯
finish for each player.
打那个没有克萨传的他。
This guy's the grinders. He has 9 GP top 8s and 2 wins under his belt, which basically means he has played in a ton of tournaments. He has a top 8 at Pro Tour Amonkhet back in 2017. Greg Orange, better known as the Citrus Assassin, won Pro Tour 25th anniversary in my hometown of Minneapolis, Minnesota, says he tested alone for this event and landed, of course, on 4-color control. Well, speaking of that deck, Monty, talk to me about the players' decks and this matchup.
All right, well, we have to start by taking a look at Christian Calcano's deck. He's playing Mono Green Tron, but their build is a little different from the Team Handshake build. This is the build that some of the players on Worldly Council are playing. But the core of Karn the Great Creator and the One Ring, as well as, of course, the 12 Urzatron lands, are all here. Karn the Great Creator really changed the makeup of this Tron build, making it a little less focused on getting to 7 as quickly as possible, giving it more game, as well as having a very powerful
哇，先把100颗就决定了破釜沉舟。那没有吧？因为我先把2场可以输的就输一输比较快。对不对？我6-2肯定有前32吧。哎，他打670吧？我记得好像，我记得打蛮多把的。8把，对嘛？那6-2肯定有前32，我是先输2把。是完全就是控制的欧纳斯，那超多康。
One of the big things to really be looking out for from this deck is Renin 6. That allows you to loop lands. The big one here being Boseiju, as that can really destroy the lands from the Urza deck.
背牌不知道还有没有一张魔圣树。
All right, so there's a look at the players and a look at the decks here as we head into round number 12. Monty, for people at home, what should they be on the lookout for here this week?
Well, Greg is really going to be trying to use that Renin 6 Boseiju loop to keep Calcano off of Tron. But Karn the Great Creator has just been an absolute menace when it comes to ring mirrors because it disables the card advantage from your opponent's ring and can lock them down in really tough situations. So for Greg, the big key is keep Karn off the board, keep your opponent off Tron.
Okay, absolutely. Keep them off Tron. All right, I'm writing it down. Easier said than done, of course. It's time for round number 12. We've got Corey and Riley in the booth. Hey, guys, take it away.
G'day everyone, and welcome back to the tournament floor here. Riley Knight and Corey Baumeister ready to dive back into Modern. Corey, very much looking forward to some more constructed rounds.
还有4张那个呢，4张 counter spell，2张 force of negation，1张蓝元素，对，然后1张抗那个2以下生物跟1张 spell pierce， 然后还有1张 trace down。
Where you determine if you get requalified, if you make the top 8. Huge prize jumps for each step. This is where it really starts to heat up in the Pro Tour, Riley.
Exactly right, and we are going to feature two of Magic's favorite.
而且正常红元素只有2张而已，不是吗？红元素泥沙，然后什么闪电级的位置拿去反抗了。
Orange by name and orange by nature. Look at this fellow, Gregory Orange, the Citrus Assassin. This bloke has exceeded.
还有哈比人，对，还有什么艾雷农，反正全部都去扛了。
His mastery of this game, and he's here to do it again. Both of these players sharing the 8-1 record. We might get into what that means for their chances of making the top 8 in just a little bit. But now let's kick things off with our Tron versus 4-color control list. Corey, when I first cast my eyes over Gregory Orange's list, I saw Omnath, I saw Solitude, I saw all the usual suspects, and I thought, right, okay, 4-color Omnath.
怎么是你先抽到虎圣树
Nope, not really the same. This is really blue-white control splashing a green and a red card, which seems kind of strange, especially when Renin 6 is a 2-drop, so a blue-white deck splashing for a green and red 2-drop. Usually a little odd, but with the fetch land mana base, it's very easy to do.
这样也好，因为对手下树林基本上就是手上没有地了。是说那是这边的走5个人绝望，就是要去结算那个泰菲利亚。你泰菲利有结算就还好。
the next Tron piece wasn't searched out by
Yeah.
Calcano.
And it's really hard to know if, let's say, you just have Tron already wrapped up, but when you start with a forest and one of the Tron pieces, you have a pretty clear indication that Sylvan Scrying might be a little bit needed. And the one little bit difference from Tron decks of now versus Tron decks of the past is usually your counter spells wouldn't be that good because there's a ton of Ulamogs where the creature, the ability is just going to destroy control decks. The counterspells are actually pretty good right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's going to make a key difference here.
It will.
We see, particularly with Orange's build, which is very counterspell heavy. It has actual literal counterspell in it, of course, in addition to a range of other disruptive options. Stern Scolding, Spell Pierce, Subtlety, and the Force of Negation that we just saw. But here's a Ren and 6 on turn 2, right on time.
要再找一个地啊，怎么都是同样的？我看到了3张一模一样的地，笑死。
And if you're trying
想要凑个第二种很难，是不是很难？真的很难。
And another, there's this power plant.
Perfect.
Do we?
Oh yeah.
Are we gonna pick one of those? Probably not. So we'll see if there is any other Tron land, and there isn't.
I'm gonna take another power plant. So for those of you who haven't seen the Tron deck in
笑死，3张 power plant。
Oh, how I envy your sweet innocence, my sweet summer child. Not knowing how this deck goes, but no. Look, to newer viewers, viewers who aren't familiar with Modern, welcome. By all means, welcome. It's so good to have you along. But Tron used to be something of a villain of the format. A couple of years ago, it was kind of the bad guy, I guess you could say. And it works by assembling Urza's power plant, Urza's mine, and Urza's tower. This is referred to as the Urzatron lands.
Yep.
The deck still carries the name to this day. But drawing 2 of the same Tron land is not ideal before you've drawn 1 of each type.
Yep, exactly. It's exactly what you don't want to see. You want to see the right combinations of lands. You don't want to see the same for Greg. You don't want to see as many lands as Greg has when you have red 6, you're able to really function just one fetch land.
对手超级可悲。虽然我这里好不到哪里去。
or pitching to counterspell for Force Negation. But as we see, it's very huge to keep Calcano off, you know, even 2 Urza lands because, well, then...
再抽不到地就要把母人数拿去下了呢。
Tron is about finding those lands, having ways to find those lands. We see things like the Chromatic Stars, the Chromatic Spheres, they can cycle through the deck. But in addition to that, Sylvan Scrying's Expedition maps. There are some lists, believe it or not, that are playing Inscribed Tablet from Dominaria United. We might see some of them a bit later on in this feature match.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is pretty wild. But O-Stone now, a disruptive element in the Tron deck. It doesn't play too many dedicated interactive elements. Warping Whale, another disruptive piece.
Maybe some ballistas.
但是这个小六应该是没有办法开大了。
O-Stone here is something of a break glass in case of emergency card for Tron.
这边如果小六有办法开大，就有无限的 counter spell 了呢。但是手牌看起来也是烂到可悲。
Sideboarding is an admission of weakness. All sideboarding is, Corey, is an admission that you didn't build your main deck perfectly.
Yes.
And the great creator decks, they fully support that proposition.
Man, I feel like I get to use this line with you every day, and that's why you're in the booth here next to me.
五彩星、五彩球，没有地。
But I mean, you will see these kind of cards taken out for maybe a Cityscape Leveler, something where if you draw it, you're completely fine with it. And then if you want to Karn the Great Creator out of target like Oblivion Stone, you can still do that. So it's still kind of available to you. But one thing we're going to see here, Riley, is Oblivion Stone probably dealing with Ren and 6 when it gets to 7, because normally the emblem isn't that big of a deal when it's like Lightning Bolt, that type of thing. But for Greg, it's going to be counterspell. Really the on-brand Greg special right there.
So the Oblivion Stone doing good impression of Spine of Ishtar, really. 7 mana, destroy target permanent when it comes to dealing with this Ren and 6. So I think it's 8 mana, isn't it? So it's 3 to cast, then 5 to activate it, I think so.
我以为他这边会想要下卡恩，然后拿遗忘石去揍，去揍小六。
Yes, absolutely.
但是好吧，个人觉得下一块地更重要。虽然还是只有一种，三个绿，超级可悲。
So both of them cashing in those companions. I'm not a huge fan of the companions, I have to say. I don't think that they really, in a lot of situations, justify their sideboard slot. I'd often just rather the 15th card. But you raised some really good points as we were talking about this. Kahira actually plays a pretty important role in these elemental or controlling decks.
Yeah, Kahira is actually pretty solid in this control deck where you can use, it's basically just a mana sink with Omnath, because most of the time in these elemental decks, you have a lot of things to do with your mana. In this more control style build that Greg Orange has, sometimes you just don't use the mana at all, so at least you're able to do something with it.
So,
with the Giganta, on the other hand, very, very less than ideal.
Yeah, because Kahira, as you pointed out earlier, Corey, makes a difference on a lot of different axes. It can mean that Omnath can attack in with Vigilance.
Yes.
It helps Solitude get to that key 4 power, so it can attack into 4 toughness creatures. So it does make a difference.
And you can just buy it on turn 3 and pitch it to Solitude if you're really in trouble and you have one large creature, maybe like also be pretty decent as well.
Well, Greg's hand's looking a little bit better now. He's got a Solitude. He's picked up another copy of Counterspell, and there's another Ren and 6 in case this one gets dealt with by the O-Stone. But the key thing that we're seeing here with Ren and 6 is just as a card advantage engine, the fact that it's uncontested, just buying back a fetch land every turn. Control decks want to hit their land drops every single turn of the game.
Totally agree. Okay, that was end step. I was going to say, did we get to main phase here, which Calcano might greatly regret if you let that Ren get to Emblem. But yep, that was end step fetch, going to destroy it during Greg's upkeep and make sure that Emblem does not become active.
But it looks like we're going to see return of Ren and 6. Second copy cast from hand, buy back the fetch land. It's a song we've all danced to 1,000 times before.
Yep. And we are going to see a lot of cards in Greg Orange's hand that are going to be sided out. You know, Prismatic Ending is another one that can be okay if you can get a turn 1 star or a map, ideally. Then it is pretty decent. It'll all depend on how much hate Greg has in the sideboard to decide how many cards have to be taken out. We don't see a ton of Tron hate, but one card I will for sure see that comes in is Boseiju, who endures. If at any point Greg can find the case Boseiju right now, being able to loop that with Ren and 6 is how you just pull so far ahead against
now Giganta, the Wellspring comes out. 5 mana, 5/5. And was that another green tap there for something?
Yeah, I'm not sure. He played the star.
Played the sphere.
Or played the sphere. But most importantly, in the mana base, the mana base was looking about as bad as it can until we got Urza's Mine. Now we are 1 Tron land away from, I see, a very, very hungry Ulamog.
He's always
in hand. Always.
I've heard that his hunger is in fact ceaseless.
Yeah, very, very ceaseless.
There's no ceasing to the hunger of Ulamog here. So Orange is going to have something for it. Counterspell's not super effective against these Eldrazi Titans because they have on-cast effects.
Yes.
So even if you've got the Counterspell, you're still having 2 of your permanents exiled. You don't have to deal with the indestructible 10/10, of course, but you're still going to be up a certain creek without a certain paddle.
Yeah.
If you're having key permanents exiled. Although, having said that, what is the Ulamog exile here that is really going to set Orange back that far?
Yeah, exactly. Like, you take out a Ren, you take out the Rogran Triome as, like, a nice start. But Tron in the past, these Control versus Tron matchups used to be abysmal for Control decks because they would just loop together Ulamogs. You know, you would play Ulamog, you would have Sanctum of Ugin, I believe was the land that you would play. You'd go get another one, and you'd just keep double stone raining your opponent and also forcing the Ulamog to be dealt with, because it honestly is a race to see if the Ulamog wins the game based on the exile, decking your opponent, or the 10 damage.
Or the 10 damage, yeah.
So you can't let it connect.
Even if you're chump blocking every turn, it's still chomping up your library. That hunger, as we say,
ceaseless.
Solitude comes down now. Hardcast Solitude here for Gregory Orange and deletes the Giganta sent to the exile zone. And 5 life for Calcano as he goes up to 25. But now, without any Tron, without the 3rd Tron piece, the tower, I believe we're missing, it's just going to be a hardcast room.
Yep, and another card we'll probably see being sided out, Solitude being a great answer to it. You can also just counter it. Not necessarily ideal. Wormcoil Engine, a card that is very much for the Rakdos. Ends up being excellent against them.
Yeah, historically we've seen worm coil engines fortunes wax and wane.
不要想办法解掉小六， 不然他要开大了。
Are you going to give us a path of some variety?
Back in the day, we had a removal spell called Path to Exile. So Path to Exile was the premium 1 mana, essentially unconditional removal.
Exactly.
In Modern.
Yep, a staple for sure.
Took a hit from Fatal Push, and now obviously there's Prismatic Ending, there's Leyline Binding, all sorts of stuff. But Wormcoil Engine was a sideboard card in Tron back in those days because you just couldn't play it against Path to Exile. It's a 6-mana card and it gets removed for 1 mana, and you feel like the biggest idiot on it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But against these Jund decks, against Rakdos decks, against Golgari decks, Wormcoil Engine is so hard to grind through.
Yeah, any aggressive non-white deck, it was an all-star, absolutely.
But now we are seeing orange on the front foot.
There's the map.
Oh, 地图来了.
A little elemental army with Kahira and his Solitude. But what have we found on the other side of the battlefield?
That's Expedition map. Probably going to be eating up a counter spell here. We'll see if Christian Calcano wants to go attacking with the Wormcoil Engine. You see that magical 6 dice on Renin 6. Very much a clear target for the Wormcoil Engine to attack.
But there's a clear block here, right? Well, if you want to take out the Wormcoil Engine, although trading off your 2 creatures for the Wormcoil Engine and then split in half.
Yeah, I don't think the block is as clear and cut. It's interesting if you're going to chump, or if you want to.
You wanted, essentially 2-for-1 yourself, although you did get the Solitude or the Kahira for free. Yeah, interesting spot for both players here, and you can see that they're taking their time in making these decisions.
Yeah, and Greg.
Okay, here it comes. So this is the attack. This attack coming at Renin 6.
And now let's note that last turn Greg did have a counter spell, but declined to counter this Wormcoil Engine, saving that to protect Wormcoil or Ren a little bit more. So something I think we're going to see from Greg is just chump block 1 turn, Ren up to 7, chump block again, ultimate, win the game.
Well, it looks like a double block is at least on the agenda here.
居然是 double block 吗？不可能吧
Maybe he's hoping he draws his 6th color of mana so he can cast Prismatic Ending.
There you go.
That's the line.
Get some purple in there or something.
Yeah. He's looking for orange, man. Of course he's looking for orange.
Of course.
It was right there, Corey.
居然
I'd like to start over the whole day to get that one back.
Reload a previous save, I think. All right, Wormcoil Engine hits the bin. 6 lines for Calcano, and away goes the Solitude.
那你这个小六有点难保住呢。
Having lifelink, and Renin 6 lives another day. We see 2 worms now, one with lifelink, one with death touch.
为什么要2只挡啊？一只挡就好了。
One prismatic ending, no other action. So as it stands, this is a huge draw step for Greg. We're going to see the map more than likely, and then we're going to see a counter spell here. But then next turn, we're going to need to find something to deal with the worm to be able to get this Renin 6 going to ultimate here. But as it stands with Calcano, even if this map gets countered, there's still 5 mana left where you can play Karn. You can play the One Ring. There's still some hits here for Calcano.
So Corey's, I guess, very niche, useful superpower is that he can see very briefly into the future, about 30 seconds or so. But only when people are playing Magic.
Only when, yeah.
Because here is the Expedition map.
Yeah, I'm getting ahead of myself. Thank you.
The prophecy was true. The elders were correct. The prophecy was true, and the counterspell takes care of the Expedition map. You know, be very happy about that. Mani Davuti.
Yeah?
He's sitting back in the green room, pumping his fist, right? At the desk, he was saying the one thing that Orange needs to do is keep Calcano off of Tron, and that's what we're seeing happen here. Orange is really, really heavily prioritizing keeping Calcano away from those 3 Tron lanes.
Well, I mean, maybe I can see maybe 30 seconds into the future. Mani's a very, very smart human. He's like 2 minutes in.
2 minutes in the future, at the very least.
Exactly.
Ostone now the follow-up play here for the Calculator. And still a hand that looks pretty good. Double Karn, the One Ring, and Ulamog, of course, unlocked as soon as we hit Tron.
So this was really interesting that Calcano went for Oblivion Stone. Basically, he was giving Gregory Orange a lot of credit for having a lot of counterspells or a Spell Pierce to play around that.
Yes.
And as it stands, Karn the Great Creator would have actually resolved there. The One Ring would have actually resolved. So that's a big reprieve for Greg.
The 1 Spell Pierce drawn this turn.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the one of there, the very scientific one of from Gregory Orange, Spell Pierce. It just feels so bad, like especially in an open deck list tournament, right? You put a Spell Pierce in your deck, and people look at
Yeah.
Now I have to play around this the whole time.
Exactly.
It's a huge mind game, and credit to Greg for doing it.
Yeah,
he'll be putting opponents on the back foot.
You get a lot of equity from putting even like one of Spell Pierce in the deck because you know the players at this level, the highest caliber players, they do play around a lot of things, sometimes to their own detriment. You know?
Because in a situation like this, and you didn't know that there was a Spell Pierce that you had to play around, you just shove and you'd be in a better position. But here, no, now we have a tower. Now Tron is unlocked, and this is going to change everything, Corey.
Okay, absolutely. So we're up to 7, 9, 10, 11 mana here. So this is going to be a turn where we are more than likely, I would think, you can either start with one of your big spells, you can just start with Ulamog to get rid of Ren right away. That's a pretty safe play. And go from there. I like this. Doesn't play into Spell Pierce. Just deals with the most problematic card and says, all right, do you have anything for this? We know Greg does not.
And the answer
结算了，嘎要死了，救命啊！白元素，救命啊！
The ceaseless hunger has entered the battlefield. 3 damage coming across now. Gregory Orange dead next turn unless he can find something.
So hungry.
So hungry. It is 3 o'clock here.
把沙克连找一找。
The lunch menu
剩基本
is
地了，
closed down.
剩下都是3色地了。
He missed the cafe's opening times. They've all gone off for their siesta.
Yep.
And he's still hungry.
Still hungry. Looking for dinner. Second breakfast, if you will.
So let's see what Calcano is going to do. Oh, sorry, what Orange is. We know what Calcano's going to do.
白元素，救命啊！
Orange going to do?
哦，来了，白元素来救命了！
Now we're still playing Magic. I mean, it had to be basically exactly that to just continue the game. But
because let's be real, the Ulamog, as big a hard hitter as it was, that wasn't the most devastating XL2 permanents we've ever seen.
No, absolutely not. And that's going to be what it looks like in this matchup almost every single time, except like an Omnath. You know, Greg's still going to have Omnaths in the deck. Hasn't seemed to find one as of late or this game at all. But this is all just to put a temporary stop on the game here. Because Christian Calcano's hand is insane, and you are able to just deploy all of these threats now. So probably going to test the water with Karn the Great Creator. Going to get the good news that it has the green light. And then you have a plethora of options here from the Tron sideboard. To really start going off.
And another
要出卡恩，捡猎地泰坦。
For Calcano on 47 life.
So one thing I'm seeing right away when this resolves,
你成功了。
Titan's looking a little bit good right now.
Oh, baby.
猎地泰坦来了吗，宝贝
This is a weird card from 1,000 years ago. When it comes into play, you choose and destroy a land of each basic land type. Now, Corey, I'm not a mathematician. I'm not a scientific expert here, but a 4-color deck,
that happens a lot.
That Sundering Titan is just about the best thing you can do. Sundering Titan is enough for Gregory Orange to recognize the jig is up. And so Christian Calcano takes it out in game number 1. We move on to game number 2 now, post-board, of course. And look at this in Gregory Orange's hand. A Chalice of the Void.
Yeah, that is
Chalice for 20. Make sure that Ulamog doesn't hit the battlefield.
That's probably the #1 use, yes. But what I think that is saying, and what I think that is screaming out to me when you're bringing that in, Greg doesn't have enough cards to bring in and needs to take out some of the cards that are less than ideal.
Yeah, he's taking out those prismatic endings. He's taking out removal that is otherwise pretty much, and putting just a Chalice on 1. And, you know,
然后他抽牌下地抽到好难玩哦，这游戏。什么叫做没有摸到他的料？他妈只有摸地啊，从头到尾都在摸地啊！我操嘞，太烂了吧
！Yeah, absolutely. So here's the one thing that we're noticing is
他妈这死法跟曹文宏昨天一模一样。
Is the 2 separate Tron lands, Expedition map.
不要再抽曹
No
文
matter
宏
what
了。
on turn 2, you're like, I'm not doing anything. Here comes Tron, and this is exactly what these mono green Tron decks are trying to do.
The only thing is, 4 years ago, we would have seen this at a Khan liberated, But that's that boomer flavor of Tron. Today we see Karn. It's just a different one.
Well, hold on. We got 2 Karn Liberateds in this list. That is, you know, double the amount that Team Handshake's list of Karn Liberated is playing. So, I mean...
There's some respect for the classics left in Christian Calcano at least, but in his hand, Karn the Great Creator.
这边拿星率还是出台菲力呢，都很差，都差到世界尽头了。
Gets the power plant online.
And to be fair, especially if we have it, it doesn't look like Karn Liberated is here. So if it's on the top, this is why the blue-white control decks and really control decks at all would really struggle back in the day is because you'd go Karn Liberate on this battlefield, -3 on a land, they're left with 2. Next turn, -3 again, play another one, -3, and be taking out 3 lands over the course of 2 turns.
对手是骑手天胡的型，就没有办法。对，圣杯所依就是锁到任何不是天胡的手牌。对，啊，天胡就对不起，你玩得好。一回也没 fall， 就来1、2、3、4，卡恩。
But instead, now it's Karn the Great Creator being met with
下一回再来一次。
Yeah, and look how bad that feels. You know, you just 2-for-1'd yourself to just delay.
Yeah, to memory lapse the card, right?
Because what would have happened with that Karn the Great Creator when you only have 3 mana left, Riley, is you're gonna go get Liquid Metal Coating, and at Greg Orange's upkeep, turn a land into an artifact, unable to use it that turn, and then you have the option to go get more cards off Karn the Great Creator, or tap Liquid Metal Coating on a land, tick up with Karn the Great Creator, boom.
So that for those not familiar with that interaction, Liquid Metal Coating turns it into an artifact, and as you can see on Karn, activated abilities of artifacts your opponent's control can't be activated. It's the wrong half of Null Rod. And then plus
那个不只是一群粒子，那个是一群粒子问那个你们有没有人贴胡？没有人天胡的话，那我要地胡了。
Which the converted mana cost of a land is 0. 0 just goes right away. Yep.
So now Orange has to find a way to deal with this Karn the Great Creator that he knows is lurking on the top of Christian Calcano's library, and Kahira's not going to do it. Kahira's super duper not going to do it.
This is what I love here. You know, this is such a Greg Orange play here. Like, you have the choice between this new flashy mythic that just came out of the new set, the One Ring, or what about...
可是现在的型卡恩就只有放1张而已，是他是这个人有放2张啊，有些都只有放1张而已。
Right now is it's the best Karn deck you can be playing, and it's the best deck against other Karn decks.
It's the best way to both utilize the One
哦，
Ring
你
and
说
also the
4费卡恩也可以，但是不急。
ring decks, and with the One Ring being the most played card.
确实，我是觉得这边该炸一下了，但是这边也无所谓吧，就随便拿一个东西。
I think Calc now calculating what he wants to take out of the sideboard. He picks up Walking Ballista.
Okay.
This is another classic card from years ago. Combos with Heliod, but here effectively just a.
这边居然是拿机库哦，他有6费，没有更好的选项吗？
Deal with the Kahira and make sure Kahira cannot attack Karn, and there's no way besides a subtlety and another blue card to interact with that.
下回卡恩加1，虚空圣杯直接爆开。
Spell pierceable target. So that was a product of what can you have to interact.
先拿1张牌还是比较重要的。
And leaving the Walking Ballista on the battlefield now with 1 counter on it means you can charge that bad boy up.
Yeah, normally you're like
手上还有1张塔，是不是？
That's only 2 of your lands here, so.
Tap 2 lands, put a 3/3 into play. No worries, no worries.
哦，没有，塔是已经下来的。但是你下一回合要被裂地泰坦了呢。 还是地，还是地，手上的圣杯废卡。下一回合蹦蹦蹦，5块地直接全炸。
Just like we've had for years. Spoken of old, Corey.
Yep.
White blue base control eats dirt. to Mono Green Tron.
Exactly. It's still a tough matchup. It's gotten better,
我只能
but
说
it
这
is
个
still pretty rough. It's maybe not
小小上升啊。
70-30 like it used to be, and it's maybe a 60-40, but it's
妈，怎么可以抽那么多地啊？天哪！
ever wanted to play against probably in his entire
全都是地耶。
Well, we might check in with Gregory Orange later on.
第2把也是这样，几块，1、2、3、4、5、6、7块地，然后最后抽一个8块地。哦，啊，第1把是加了2个，从3加到7加2次，捡了8块地，手上还有3块地。是放心挣扎，他没得挣扎，他那个魔戒不能抽，然后下一回合注定有内地泰坦。对啊，那个套牌才10块地而已，他把20块地都抽起来了，哦，太惨了，太惨了。不过说真的，那个虚空这边其实没有很差啦，它不是一回图，然后那个2种凑第3种的型，基本上都卡得到啊，就是被天虎卡不到而已。对啊，而且要是有 4 的话，就整个就全部都顶住了。QQ。
Welcome back to sunny Barcelona here. The beautiful Spanish sunshine is keeping us warm as we get stuck into Pro Tour The Lord of the Rings. Modern's the format now that we are in the home stretch towards our top 8 cut. Riley Knight is my name, and I'm joined by my good friend and colleague Corey Baumeister. We've got so much magic to share with you, and we couldn't be more excited to get underway with our next feature.
曹公0杠2杠1可以去打猴子啦。
For their to make their best attempt to get into our top 8 today. Toru Inoue playing off against Kazuna Kasaka. Both of these players, as you can see, on an 8.
天哪，曹公这样子去巴塞隆纳1把都没有赢哦，太惨了吧！
We haven't seen a huge amount of Rakdos evoke. You and I, Corey, particularly thinking.
昨天2个猴子赛都是0202。 然后这个是021，
only having one player that was undefeated with the deck too. So
就叫他不要选什么元素了。
For the Rakdos Evoke players, but still by sheer numbers, we're going to be seeing a lot of the deck, and it's just a good, solid deck.
I want to take a moment to have a chat about Kazuna Kasaka, because this bloke did something that we really don't see very often at this level of competition earlier on. During a draft game against Martin Dominguez,
这2个8-2的对局。
But Kasaka, in an act of really admirable sportsmanship, recognised that his position was not an advantageous or a winning one. He recognised that had the game continued beyond the time limit, that he almost certainly would have lost.
Yeah.
And though he could have stalled for a draw, he actually conceded.
Wow. Yeah, something, you know, you see that at your LGS at FNM, you know, maybe a couple levels above that. But at the Pro Tour, draws are still very valuable. You know, having one extra draw here puts you above everybody at your record right now. So really, really nice stuff.
So good on you, Kasaka.
不是，这什么东西
？Inscribed tablet. We actually mentioned this card earlier on this round. Corey. We said that we were going to be seeing it, and first thing, here it is. Inscribed tablet is it's a recent one, right? It isn't. It's from Dominaria United. And it does a sort of
当初这个出来的时候也被大家吹过一阵，但后来绝对比不上五彩星、五彩球。
Yeah, it's interesting. It's almost, you know, like chromatic sphere.
哇，差点就可以放了。
Number 9 and 10. A lot of players are cutting and down to about 5 of those effects. Toru's like, nah, I'm going way up on this. This is actually the only tablets in the entire tournament.
You surprised me. You surprised me.
Oh, really? You don't look too shocked right now.
No. All right, Douthy Voidwalker comes down to join Ragavan, Nimble Pilferer here for Kasaka. So he didn't have that opening Feign Death, Undying Malice, Grief turn on turn number 1. Yeah. But his board is developing quite nicely as Toru Inoue has a look at the top 5 here with Inscribed Tablet.
哇，两种都好想要。
Absolutely, there is both options for Tron Lands, and by the way, I like those Tron Lands quite a bit. Those are probably my favorite ones. Got options here to see which one you want. Pretty clear that Toru does not have maybe the other Tron Land to assemble this. That was probably something we still need to find. Otherwise, you kind of pick pretty quickly at that.
So picks the power plant, sends a tower below the decks, and there is the power plant that we just saw.
他们可以用日文对话，不用裁判沟通，真好。
So we're going to see Tron no matter what, although it's going to be a little late to the party. Not the full 7 mana unlock next turn, unless we rip a tower off the top.
There we go. Yep, unless you do that. And we noticed that that tablet goes to a special zone with Douthy Voidwalker in play, able to sacrifice
哦，有卡恩
呢，
这边把卡恩叫下来，就可以卡住地图了，好想叫哦。
Right now, we are seeing Grief cast, pitching Thoughtseize, and I believe that is a Feign Death in hand.
It is, yep. So there is the way to take 2 of these.
超级想叫地图
is already available here with the map already in play. You're going to take the 2 spells that do things. Oblivion Stone, Karn.
Yeah, these, the Sphere, the Sylvan Scryings, not doing a whole lot. Oh, excuse me, it was Undying Malice, not the Feign Death, but, you know, 6 1/2 dozen.
They are the same.
They are exactly the same card, essentially. And
so look at this. Sorry to interrupt you here, but this is really interesting. We see the sideboard be picked up because now Douthy Voidwalker can get Karn the Great Creator, and we'll look at the sideboard. There's a One Ring, there's Unlicensed Hearse, there's Pithing Needle, there's Chalice, there's Explosives. This is basically a Karn Tron sideboard.
So Kazuna Kasaka has inadvertently built a Karn the Great Creator sideboard.
有哇，他背牌有戒指，他背牌有戒指。
Cards in the sideboard that can be.
哇操！这个人背牌有戒指啊
！And Karn shuts down the map to get the tower next turn.
Oh going from bad to worse here.
这个人怎么背牌有戒指啊？哇操嘞！我知道他是一定会出，但是出了就可以卡地图，但是。 干，他怎么背牌有戒指啊
？Wondering out of the sideboard. Oh my goodness! I don't think any of us were expecting this. And let's point out once again.
从来没有想过有这种事，你知道吗
？One land. That's all you need.
Yeah, Ragavan ends up being really, really good against Tron because it's just going to connect a couple of times and get it. But now there's a chance Toru does stone nothing except maybe play a sphere, which you can't activate. These are just going to sit there and. Oh, unreal. I love the interactions. This is the strength of Douthy Voidwalker, one of the most powerful cards in Modern right now.
And it's not the sort of card that you think, oh, right, this is a slam dunk against Tron, right? Like, you think it's good against Living End or against, you know, Golgari Yorgmoth, something like that. But it's doing so much work here.
哇，树林没了。
So one
手上有森林占卜哎，好希望抽一个树林哦。
About how good Wormcoil is against Rakdos strategies. You can just terminate Wormcoil and it goes to exile now instead, and you don't get those little worms.
That's a really good point, actually. That is an actively important thing that Douthy Voidwalker does in this matchup. But still, it's not the turn. If you could choose, like if you could sculpt your perfect hand against Tron, I don't think Douthy Voidwalker is like super high on that.
No, yeah, that's maybe your turn.
我觉得这个背牌，
If you can sculpt the fun
背牌一张戒指，该不会是因为已经预知到自己能够说啊这个对局抓到卡恩几率这么高
？Oh yeah,
like he's not doing this for fun.
无牌灵车
He's not doing this just to put on a show for us at home. But
I mean, it was backbreaking.
打快一点
He's putting on a show for us all the same. Unlicensed Hearst. Picked out of the sideboard once again.
哇，废卡！谢谢你的卡恩，卡恩好强！我觉得这个实在太好笑了。我觉得抓到卡恩卡到地图这些都还好，但抓到那个从背牌拿一个戒指出来，真的是哇哦！
you know, it's kind of the unfortunate aspect of Orcish Bowmasters, Renin 6, Furies have kind of put Regavan a little bit lower on the totem pole as far as modern staples.
这边就直接把那个东西卡住。
Kasaka's just like the commander player who turns up with, you know, the bribery deck. It's like, why would I bother playing my cards? Your cards are much more fun.
Oh,
your cards are much
哇，这调度到几张啊？
Super fun.
他手还看起来好少，
on turn number 1,
没有显示。
Is it just going to be naming the inscribed tablet?
Yep, we saw the point there. This is probably the first time Pithing Needle has ever hit tablet in the history of Magic the Gathering.
You were here, my friends, watching around the world. You were here for the world first premiere naming of inscribed tablet with Pithing Needle. And Sylvan scrying the follow-up play now. Here's a Fury, exiling Fury, and okay, yeah, so Feign Death on the Fury just for a 4/4 double striker.
Yep, and honestly, that's not the most exciting thing that I saw in hand. Next turn, there's 2 cards in hand, or maybe 3, but land, Blood Moon.
手上有血月。
Well, looks like Kasaka is going to very quickly and very firmly plant his authority on this deck. Inscribed Tablet, indeed, as you can see, was the pick with Pithing Needle. Not that there was any doubt about that. And
三飞有没有梗
in play as a land, that's Inoue's best bet against a Resolved Blood Moon.
拿行李
trouble.
And with the Forest in hand from Toru, you know it wasn't the type of scenario where it was like, oh, should I play this Besaidu or Forest? No, the Forest was drawn later, and you had to cast Sylvan Scrying, so...
And Stone nothing this turn, just putting Gigantha in hand. Although, can cast a Gigantha off of all of these mountains he's about to have, so there's that silver lining.
That's true, but Fury will also kill Toru before that happens.
I'm trying so desperately, man. I'm trying so hard to find something good for Toru here.
Oh, man. I mean, the good thing for Toru is that you still have 8 wins at the Pro Tour, and you're still doing great. But, wow, everything has gone wrong for Toru in this matchup. And this matchup can be really tough. I don't think Tron really wants to play against this, because you have Thoughtseize, you have Hand Disruption, and you just have most of the time access to 4 Blood Moons.
Yeah, thinking about that, it's incredible that Tron's been doing so well, given, you know, nearly 20% of the field was Rakdos Evoke. But I guess it's the way that the Tron decks have been built, and the fact that you are playing against a huge diversity of decks at this.
That's the main thing. If you think about 20% when you play 10 rounds of Modern, you play it twice. You know, so you can't prepare for one deck and have one deck in mind too much. You want to do something powerful and proactive.
Yeah, and that's what Tron is doing a lot of the time, but not here right now. What's happening right now is Toru Inoue is being fed his own teeth by his opponent, Kazuna Kasaka, who has not let up the pressure. Blood Moon, the play now from the screen. And with a basic swamp in hand, Kasaka's laughing all the way to the bank here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So Fury still on the prowl, but a basic Forest for Toru means that he can, I don't know, channel Besaidu if he's got another copy of it.
Yep, I believe there is 3. So if we draw one, it's a little bit online, but it has to be here right now. Fury has dealt 16 points of damage. There'll be one last draw step. No end step Besaidu. That's probably going to wrap it up.
这边可以下地出结干杀，扛一拳，胜2。
The 2 key elements that you need to beat a deck like Tron, you need Disruption and you need Pressure. One without the other will not get there against Tron. We saw the Disruption with Blood Moon and with Grief, and we've seen the Pressure with cards like Fury, Ragavan, Douthie Voidwalker. So hats off to Kasaki. He recognized his role in this matchup. There's the Gigant.
Okay, able to do it. Now that is the Fury. So here's the interesting thing. We could discard to find some other thing. Okay, actually, there is a shield as well. So it looks like it's all wrapped up here. Because you can attack with these 2 creatures, it's a forced block. Oh yeah, or Ragavan.
有 dash， 而且手上还有修蕊。
Anyway, on just 4 life. Doesn't matter if that 5/5 blocks the Fury. The Goblin and the Monkey are going to get it.
快速了结，
who gave us quite a show there. A 2-0
拿戒指
of Mono Green Tron.
拿戒指真太好笑
I know many around the world will have found endlessly entertaining.
Yeah, 2 very different games there. You know, using Karn the Great Creator, your opponent's cards to leverage game 1 and shut down basically the entire Tron deck, and then just using the power of Blood Moon plus Fury getting that Undying ability, creating just a really fast clock. Really had it all.
Yep, exactly right. Blood Moon. Some people love it, some people hate it, but no matter your opinion of it, it was decisive.
没错 ，Blood Moon。
Match now as we continue
还有
coverage here, and here's
Jacob Wilson。
Yeah, Jacob Wilson is back at the Pro Tour, and it's great to see Marco Del Pivo sharing his record at 8-3, and it's a Rhinos mirror between
这
these
是犀牛
players.
内战。
Last I checked, Jacob Wilson was Canadian, although maybe he's sort of straddling the border at this stage. I'm not sure.
Not 100%, yeah.
But it's great to see him back. Wilson is no stranger to success at the highest level. This bloke, I believe, has 3 top finishes, almost $250,000 in prize money. Tested by himself for this event, won the PTQ in Minneapolis. Good to see him back. Really good to see this fella back.
Absolutely. Really nice person as well as a phenomenal Magic player. And, yeah, it's going to be a fun match here. You know, a stampede, if you will, with all these Rhinos.
Marco Del Pivo on the other side of things. Not quite the resume that Jacob Wilson has, although that's not a knock against him. Wilson, a very accomplished player. On Team Worldly Council, and a big fan of Ragavan the Nimble Pilferer, he tells us. And he qualified at Pro Tour March of the Machine with a 10-6 finish. Very respectable. He's on track to do better here.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe tested with Andrea Mangucci for this.
Lorien revealed a recent addition to Modern, coming to us in, of course, the Lord of the Rings Tales of Middle-earth, and has demonstrated to us the power of one-mana land cyclers. Both this Cascade deck and the other one, Living End, have greatly benefited from Lorien revealed Generous and Oliphant. Of course, these cards have been pretty good.
Yep, absolutely, and we're seeing an end-step ice. This matchup, you know, mirror matches as they usually go, a little bit of luck-based, and especially these decks don't, you know, have any really unique cards. You don't build them in any crazy way because with the Cascade, you're forced to build your deck in such a way.
Really interesting interaction here. The ice targeted the land in order to draw a card. And Wilson decided to tap the land anyway, cast a Mystical Dispute purely to prevent Del Pivo from drawing a card.
Yep.
So that what Wilson basically said to there was, no, you won't draw, I'll just discard a card from my hand. So it's the same number of cards that are being exchanged.
Yeah.
But Wilson obviously preferred for himself to bin the dispute rather than for Del Pivo to draw an extra card.
Yeah, and the main thing is dispute is just not that good. It doesn't counter the Rhinos as it is a green card that comes off. So you might as well do everything you can to minimize the chances that your opponent, Marco, is going to put 8 power into play. Or 10 if you have Shardless Agent.
结算了.
And it looks like this, excuse me, this was upkeep Crashing Footfalls here. Before Jacob would have access to land 3, where then Mystical Dispute would actually do something.
Yeah, so I suppose it was actually pretty heads up there for Wilson to make use of a card that otherwise is just kind of a bad mana leak in many situations in this matchup. And no third land here for Wilson. No third land for him.
Exactly, and it could have been that scenario for Marco. Marco could have needed land 3, could have needed the Violent Outburst. You never know, and you just got to kind of hope that your opponent stumbles a little bit or doesn't have the perfect draw.
So right now, the Italian in the driver's seat here with 8 power trampling Rhinos ready to rumble.
Yep.
Without 3 lands, there's not a whole lot that this Rhinos deck can do. There's a little bit of disruption. There's things like Stomp or Raise and Borrow, what have you. Here's the 3rd land for Wilson. He'd be very, very happy to see that. And he ships as well. So we're going to see probably a violent outburst. There it is.
Okay.
没错，犀牛就是要在维持住。哇靠 ，Mandir 差一张啊，抽到就直接康了干过来。
That's something you would want to be doing, but if you untap, you're going to have access to force a negation.
没错 ，Commandeer 在维持住就可以躲对手的 fall.
Of course, is the hit. Some people will have seen Commandeer there in Jacob Wilson's list, and it reminds me of the absolutely
这样手上是没有康的，
he recorded many years
这个是可以确
ago,
定的。
many years ago. With Alexander,
因为3点法力开放，
I believe Tybalt the Fiend-blooded. It was a
有那
legacy
个
video
夺
that
附
they
山就可以
created,
振
and
作。
oh my goodness, I've never been more entertained by a
Commandeer.
Okay, I'll have to check that out. I have not seen it.
It's in the depths of YouTube. It's way back in the archives, but Jacob Wilson, no stranger to casting Commandeer. What a fun card this is. For those of you who haven't seen this card,
Commandeer 最近开始出现在背牌了，因为可以抓魔戒。哦，抓魔戒超强呢。
Because it is so strong to be able to. You don't really care if you have to get 3 for 1 for the ring because you'll get that value back.
You absolutely will. Here is a Murktide Regent. Speaking of value, Del Pivo using the extra cards in his graveyard to power out a big 7/7 Murktide.
维持那这边有没有康
？Well, in the upkeep to cool down that Triome.
有没有多付3
？Classic play.
Yeah.
Target your land in the upkeep.
Exactly. This is kind of playing around Shardless Agent specifically, or it's forcing Jacob to just Violent Outburst right now.
多付3没错。
So Mystical Dispute again a Mystical Dispute to take care of the ice.
不知道他们有什么
now Jacob really has to do something big here because this Murktide will close the game out pretty quickly if Jacob cannot form some pressure in the flip side to be able to race this Murktide Regent. Maybe now cycling here to get an island and play a Murktide of Jacob's own. Let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spells. Okay. So it would be a bigger Murktide, which is pretty big.
Hello.
Yum, yum, yum. Eat those cards out the sideboard here. Instance and sorcery so good. But it's a subtlety! That Murktide Regent
这边有没有反抗？ 有没有蓝元素反抗
We've already put the counters on it, so is this
a subtlety back maybe? No, doesn't look like. I think I saw Lorian revealed in the hand.
Surely this is in response to the Murktide. It's just usually when the counters go on the card, it's like it's resolved.
It was kind of Jacob assuming.
Yeah, he's assuming it's
yeah.
You can't make those assumptions in modern these days.
Okay.
You cannot make those assumptions that your opponent's going to resolve even when they're tapped down.
这个龙猴
And in comes the Murktide Regents.
And I saw the hand from Jacob. It was Bone Crusher Giant, Force of Negation, Land. There is.
Oh boy.
And there's almost no top deck that's going to put you in a situation beside Shardless Agent right now that can make it so you can start racing. Because I believe the life total has not been adjusted there with that hit from Murktide Regent.
I think he's down to 10, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy, I'm just looking through Wilson's list here and having a look at his sideboard, and there are not a lot of answers to a flying 7/7.
There really isn't. Like, Otawara is usually the thing.
That's in play.
And that's, yeah, exactly. They usually don't play more than one. Oof.
Yeah, this is a rough spot here for Jacob Wilson.
我刚刚发现我自己在讲白痴话，我刚刚居然说了 remove spell pierce， 干这个他还不可能说 remove spell pierce 的，耍白痴。
Yeah, it looks like this is going to be a fetch for either an island or a forest.
对啊，要有街屋林，要有街屋林。 或者是那个去死滚开那个3费也可以回。
Yes, yes. Well, I think Sad has already been on the stack.
Oh, that's a continuous effect.
Exactly. Yeah. It's a delayed trigger for sure.
Oh dear. All right. Well, let's see if Corey's rather marginally useful superpower of seeing about 30 seconds into the future is correct. 2 mana. Stomp you. 3 mana. Kazuma 4/3. And Del Pivo may have something to say about this.
Yeah, I mean, if you have Force Negation in hand, you might just fire it off.
哇，真的有 fall， 跟鬼一样。
The 3 mana negate exiles the Bone Crusher.
那这边要 fall 回去吗
？Wilson can fire back with a Force of Negation of his own, but he is rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic at this point.
对
The ship is
dead
going down.
Yeah, absolutely.
中文是那个去死滚开。
I just don't see a draw here. From Jacob with that Otawara already being there, you can play an Endurance as a blocker, a Subtlety as a blocker. If Dead Gone is left in, that is big, but that is usually a card you take out.
Yeah, Dead Gone bounces it, but not enough here. Jacob Wilson goes down 2 games to 1. Marco Del Pivo improves to 9.
对，就旁边显示的那张图。
So well done indeed to the Italian here.
英文名字记不得，反正有一个3点的回手。街屋林也可以回，
So well done, Marco. Hopefully we'll see more from
但是都没有。对。
To see him getting it done on Magic's big stage. Corey, saw a couple of different decks there, but of course the one I want to talk to you about is Tron. This is the list that we've seen. Look, there's been ups and downs, smiles and frowns. We've had laughs, we've had tears with Tron.
OK， 我们的第12轮
and how worried should we be about it heading towards the top 8?
You know, I think it is very strong.
出来吗？第12轮配出来了。哇，太猛了 ！Simon 还是没有输。哇，我刚刚原本想说，刚的那个开打到那个 Simon， 我想说那个街舞里不是那个巡水兽可以痛揍这个塔了，结果居然2-1被 Simon 扛住了。
Another deck that was at about the same percentage, Hogak.
Yeah. It was an interesting time back then. It's an interesting time right here, and we're glad to have you as we continue to explore this modern format. But right now, we're going to take a quick break. We've got more Magic coming up after this, of course, so don't go anywhere. Live coverage of the Lord of the Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings, continues after this.
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings. There's a look at players here in the Pro Tour area of the Convention Center in Barcelona, Spain. Oh, there's a lot to see here at MC Barcelona as well. Arwen and Aragorn themselves have graced us with their presence in the feature match area.
好扯哦，这女的怎么不是黑人？政治不正确吧
Hey everybody, welcome back to the news. That's Marie Bertholdi and Monty DeBooty.
应该那个对不对？这个评审也都应该要是黑人。对啊，那个主播应该都要是黑人啊，裁判应该都要是黑人，然后不是黑人选手都不应该打。
Yes, it is if you are on Team Handshake. Well, is Tron a 42% winning deck? Yes, it is if you're somebody who's not on Team Handshake. The difference between those numbers is astounding, absolutely astounding, Monty.
It's absolutely unbelievable.
I'm shocked looking at it, but that is what the stats say. Perfection beckons. Simon Nielsen is still an unblemished record at 12-0. One more win locks up a spot in the top 8 for him. And we have O-Stone, Monty, as our card from last round.
We do. O-Stone, the popular board wipe from this mono green Tron deck, and we saw Christian Calcano put it to good work. Used it to clear off a red and 6 from Greg Orange that was on 7 counters and threatening an ultimate. O-Stone is able to clear off really any problem permanent, and that's why Tronless really fall back on it as their go-to board wipe.
All right, that's a look at some of the highlights from last round. But what about some of the people who are very happy with their matches? To that, we turn to Will Hall, who is down in the feature match area with the players.
Marco, you have just won that match, going now 9-3 overall here at Pro Tour Lord of the Rings. What does that mean to you now this weekend?
It means so much for me. It's such an amazing experience, and I'm so excited to be here playing and
差一把就下一场
PT 了。You believe you might have locked up a Worlds invite because of it?
Yeah, I could be locked for Worlds.
菜鸟意外输了。
I'm shocked for this one, and I'm so happy. I don't have any word for describe how I feel it now.
That's because it's the highest level of Magic you can possibly play. So one last question I want to know is, what was the best play so far this weekend? You told me of a good one.
So it happened to me on round 4 against my friend. It was game 3, and it is my worst matchup. It was on Tron. I'm on Rhinos, and turn 2 he go in the Stone Brain. But I have a commandeer in my hand, so I commandeer the Stone Brain, and on my turn 2 I took out all the power plant, and I win the game like this, and I was so happy.
That is a good way to win a game against Tron. Christian Calcano, you've just battled off against Greg Orange in the battle of the nicknames, the Calculator versus the Citrus Assassin himself, and you managed to come out as a victor.
问这些塔玩家，请问1跟2后面的数是什么？7吧。
Ever closer to that goal that everyone wants to, have this weekend, that top 8, but you're just taking it one game at a time.
Yeah, absolutely. I've played many pro tours. I've been in situations like this before, and yeah, I just try to focus on the game at hand, not think too much about what each win gets me or whatnot, just so I could focus as much as possible on the task at hand, and wherever we end up, that's where we end up. So
great. I want to talk about your test team, the World League Council. Tell me how you guys tackled Modern as we're now into that portion.
The group, honestly, they did the bulk of the work because I was actually on vacation for a long time, so I kind of came towards the end. But we had a few different team members who were all on different decks, and they were focusing on those. And Tony Martos, who is one of my teammates, he was the one who got me to go play Tron, and I'm obviously super happy that was the case, because it's doing pretty well, and my teammates are also doing really well. So yeah, just we had a nice house 40 minutes outside the city, tested for 4 days in person, and it was just a huge help, and yeah, here we are.
Yeah, it's going extremely well for you, good sir. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody, let's take a look at our leaderboard as we get ready for round number 13 here at Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings. Simon Nielsen is one of the stories of the weekend, the only remaining undefeated player in the field. Those 12 wins, one more locks him for a spot in our top 8. What about the rest of the people here on the slide?
Some very powerful names. Teammate to Simon, Javier
Simon
Dominguez is up there too, along with fellow Dominguez, Martin Dominguez from Argentina, the regional champion. Kai Budagab Nassif, the Hall of Famer, still in there, as well as Alexander Hain, all at 3 losses. And a shout out to Marco Del Pivo. I went to his Twitter and it says loser in feature match right there in his description. Well, he's had 2 feature matches today. He lost the first one, living up to it, but did get the win in that last one. So might need to change that pretty soon, Maria.
Absolutely. There's a look at our standings heading into round number 13. Well, it is deck tech time, everybody. And hey, if you want to know how to play mono green Tron like Team Handshake, Javier Dominguez is here to help you out.
All right, everybody, welcome to a deck tech here with our 2018 world champion, Javier Dominguez. Javier, how you doing?
Javier, 他是 J 开头，但是是念 Javier。
You're playing a deck that I wouldn't necessarily expect you
的
and
Pro
members
吧
of Team Handshakes to
我
play
记得
going
我很
into
常
this
看到他
event.
在晴屋的网
Playing
站
the
上
big bad of the format, mono green Tron. Tell us a little bit about why you chose to play this.
Well, to be fair, we also didn't expect to play this deck. I have played it in the past. Most
是西班牙人，难怪念法不太一样。
Like the idea of playing Tron, but we just expected the decks that are good against this strategy to be not very common in the PT.
Yeah.
All decks like they were more popular before, like Amulet or.
他的卡表也是有
，so we were like, maybe it's a metagame bet in a way.
也是有 Saga 的吗？
Yeah, the ring kind of controlled those.
所以他的卡表跟 Simon 是一模一样的。
So first of all, we are playing with the Urza lands. We're playing with Urza's Mine, Urza's Power Plant, Urza's Tower. That's the building blocks of the deck. But looking at some of the rest of the numbers of the deck, did you just not have enough Karn Liberateds or Sylvan Scryings in your collection? And you couldn't play all 4? Like, some of these numbers are very strange to me.
这又是一个 Team Handshake Mirror.
Yeah, I mean, they look strange. We definitely built a different version of the deck to what we have seen in the last 10 years or so, because this deck has been around for most of the modern time.
And look the same.
Yeah, look the same, right? So we just questioned this was like the right thing to do anymore, and we just built this deck from scratch.
Okay.
And we just assumed nothing was locked, nothing was like, set. So we just tried all different numbers for all different cards, tried to reason why they could be there or not, and went on this.
Okay.
3 Sylvan Scrying, 1 Chromatic Star, like some dismembers. It's just like they look like strange numbers, but there's a reason behind every one of them. Like you don't want to draw too many green spells. Some of the cards are not good in multiples, and we just tried to make this. This is the best we could make.
Yeah,
hopefully
I was
it works.
Say the one of Karn Liberated. I mean, that used to be the whole deck, right? You count 1, 2, 7, and you play Karn Liberated. But how the mighty have fallen, huh?
Yeah, well, I mean, we still play 1, so you can draw it, and also you never draw 2 when it's bad. That's an upside.
Big brain stuff right there. Big brain stuff right there. So let's talk about some of the new additions to the deck. I think the most important one is the One Ring, right? I mean, this is a card that's popping up in a lot of different decks. But in Tron, I think it's kind of especially great since you can cast it on turn 3. So walk me through a little bit about the applications in your deck.
Personally speaking, the One Ring was the biggest reason to try Tron, because it is not only good in turn 3, because other decks can actually play in turn 3, like Breach, For Color, whatever. I think Tron is the best ring deck because, 1, the protection actually makes a lot of sense here, because you often need time only to just cast your Ulamox. Yeah. And 2, since the Tron lands, like every turn that goes on, you have more mana. The difference between your mana and your opponent's mana is bigger every turn. So you don't have this like, I have 12 cards, 5 lands, I cannot play all of them. If you have 12 cards in Tron, you're gonna have like a lot of mana.
You're gonna play multiple spells.
And you're gonna play multiple spells. They're gonna be like 5 mana spells or whatever. And that is, I think the One Ring and the Urza's Mine, Power Plant, and Tower go very well together.
Okay, and like this is a deck that just kind of
学会打塔，就把重新读国小数学，把1跟2后面的数字改成7，
Yeah, but also like other decks, if you are mid game with a ring with 3 counters,
如果不会的话，你不适合打塔。
half of your turn just casting the second ring, because often you cast second ring to survive.
Yeah.
But here you have 12 mana, so you just pay 4, play another ring, and then you have 8 mana to play like whatever you want.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so another thing that is very important to this deck is Karn the Great Creator. You have a sideboard that is kind of all the one-ofs, maybe with one exception with the Haywire Might. This still the most important kind of card in the deck with the toolbox aspect.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Karn is like probably the strongest card in the deck. It's one of the most strongest cards in the format, I think.
Yeah.
Like modern. Like we play this card in this deck. It's played in other decks also.
Yeah.
And it's a card that not only like costs you a little bit in terms of deck building, but also the whole sideboard.
Yeah.
Like sideboard is like super impactful in modern, and we're still like sacrificing it to play this card. That's how good it is.
Yeah, absolutely. And shutting down other rings, that's
like,
ends up being a great thing.
Yeah, also plays well with ring. You can animate the ring, get an indestructible creature. Like it's a lot of good things going on from Karn. And yeah, we have the sideboard. We have a lot of singletons, of course.
Yeah.
Like,
one last quick question: what's the most important Karn target you got?
I think it's Howard Might. Yeah. Must be Might, because you can get it when you fly for the ring, and the ring is killing you, and you draw a card and like.
这陷阱桥用到的
You can also get the rings because
感觉有点少说实在的。
So you can get it with the Karn. So Link is actually one.
没有看到很多对局会有
使
用陷阱桥的时机。
Well, Javier, thank you so much for talking with me, and good luck this weekend.
Thank you very much, Colin.
不知道有了魔戒版本是不是
Javier Dominguez currently sitting at 10-2, and we might just see him on our Sunday stage. Everybody, make sure you come back tomorrow for single elimination top 8 action in Modern, starting 1 hour earlier. Coverage does than today at 4 a.m. Eastern Time. Hey everybody, ready for lucky round number 13. Marie Bertoldi and Mani Davuti here at the news desk with you. Let's set up our next feature match that we're going to see. And hey, it's a good one, everybody. It's a good one. We've got Gabriel Nassif and Kai Bude, two of the goats of the game here.
Living and
Teamer Rhinos are the two decks these players brought, both currently sitting at 9-3. Gab Nassif, better known to some as Yellow Hat, has been playing the game almost since its began in 1995. He's a member of the Hall of Fame, your 2004 Player of the Year, and two-time Pro Tour champion. Gab Nassif versus the German juggernaut Kai Bude, also started playing in 1995, Hall of Famer, 1999 World Champ, four-time Player of the Year, 6 Pro Tour wins under his belt, 3 individual, 3 as a team. This is a huge matchup. When Mani saw it, your face just lit up, Mani.
Yeah, this is just unbelievable to be in year whatever of the game and getting a matchup between two of, I think, inarguably the top 5 players of all time is just astounding, and they're both live and in good position for another top 50. Gab's already had one this year, by the way, and by the way, they're teammates, because of course they are.
Of course. Talk to me about their decks, Mani.
Yeah, we're going to start by taking a look at Gab Nassif's deck. Both players did end up on a Cascade strategy, but Gab is the only one on his team that ended up on Living End, trying to use the power of the cycling creatures to fuel the graveyard, and then use Violent Outburst or Cascade into a Living End. This deck is definitely the less interactive of the two, using Grief to attack the opponent's hand while still having access to Force of Negation and Subtlety. On the other side, Kai has brought Rhinos. Few members of the team playing this deck, and definitely the more popular of the two Cascade decks in the field. Taking a look at Kai's deck, same idea. The Cascade strategy is using Shardless Agent and Violent Outburst, but this time trying to cascade into footballs. This is the more interactive of the two decks. You do see the same 4 copies of Force of Negation, but also 4 copies of Mystical Dispute, an additional copy of Subtlety, and some removal.
不过先攻的人应该蛮有利的，就是先攻，然后我3块地，然后对手2块地，我维持，我丢那个维持丢 Cascade 就会成功，这样就会成功。这边我记得是挡不住吧？加背边也就只有坚守可以打吧。我知道正边两边都不能 fall， 所以应该都是挡不住的。先攻的第3回合啦。可是如果拖过去有3块地就不好说了。
All right, everybody, it's time for round number 13. Cedric and Paul are in the booth with you this round. Take it away, you two. You think you like this matchup?
I like it from I get to watch it.
Not bad.
And this makes my job incredibly easy. Cedric Phillips and Paul Chian here in the booth. Thank you so much, Maria and Mani. We are going to watch 2 of the very best to ever sleeve up a Magic card play in round number 13 here from Barcelona. On one side of things, Paul, there is Living End. The other side of things, there is, of course, the Rhino strategy. The 2 Cascade decks of the format. But I think, as Mani mentioned a little bit here, I think very advantageous here for Nassif.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, when you're looking at Kai's deck, he's got a lot of
但是也有后手变先手的机会啊，就是宝石矿脉啊，不是那个叫什么
？But not in this matchup. They are almost completely dead cards in this matchup. Meanwhile, as Mani mentioned,
他们2个队友都不知道打过几百场了。
Over the top. So I think game 1, Nassif has a gigantic advantage, and then after sideboard, Kai might be able to answer back with some copies of Endurance out of the board.
Yeah, the goal here for Kai is to not let a copy of Living End resolve, because if one does, it's almost certainly game over. Speaking of games, we're going to watch the first one right now in front of us to kick off round number 13 of coverage. Top is Kai, bottom is Gab. It'll be Teamer Rhinos versus Living End, and Nassif will kick things off with a cycling.
So down to 18,
Nassif will go. You already see the hand here of a Force of Negation, a Curator of Mysteries, 2 Architects of Will, a Misty Rainforest, and a Mystery card coming. So Paul already has the Cascade card, just needs the lands to cast it.
Yeah, 这边是我们的胜利方程式吗
？Going for that Street Wraith turn 1 because if you can find a grief off the top with that Street Wraith,
这边我们说的都有
cast it on
那
turn 1,
看起来就是一边一个胜利方程式了呢。
1 as well, still cycle the Architectural Will and have an extra
开这个手牌是有点烂啊。
So you do see Nassif sacrificing that Misty Rainforest for an untapped breeding pool. There's a cycle, the Curator of Mysteries, going to pick up another copy of Violent Outburst, which isn't necessary given the first copy, but in the off chance that the first living end is countered, the second one Nassif does have, of course, via the Violent Outburst. So we're going to head Kai's way. You do see both these players checking at 9 and 3 here, so very much still in top 8 contention.
And yeah, Nassif has no shortage of cascade effects here with that Shardless Agent off the top here. So just, like you mentioned, just needs to find land number 3 here to begin kind of trying to execute his game plan of returning those giant creatures from the graveyard.
And this time around, Nassif is not going to main phase cycle again. He's just going to simply play a Misty Rainforest and pass the turn back. In the interim, Kai is going to sacrifice a Wooded Foothills. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw the Triome here, which we do. So shuffle and presentation here from Kai in just a second. You do see in the hand here for Kai 2 copies of Fire Ice, a Questing Beast, a Force Negation. Those Fire Ice are notable because they can slow Nassif down a little bit, Paul.
Wow, this is the turn
where Kai is going to want to use that Fire Ice because, of course, land number 3 is the most important
一边是没有 Cascade 牌，一边是没有地。
able to play one of those Cascade spells, so he'll be able to slow Nassif down here for 1 turn. The problem is if you're on Kai's side, not a whole lot of pressure here, right? Nope. You do have the Fire Ice. He doesn't have a Cascade spell. He does have that Questing Beast. Pretty terrible in this matchup. Yeah. It's a card that was meant to be brought in for all the one-ring decks that are out there in the field. But of course, in this matchup, simply just a 4-mana 4/4.
Now, Nassif is already down at 12. I mentioned a life total here in addition to the cycling of the Curator of Mysteries, as Nassif will draw another card, because the nice thing here for Kai is that he doesn't need to deal 20 points of damage. He only needs to deal 12. And when we're talking about creating 2 4/4s in Crashing Footfalls, it might only take 1 attack to get the job done, depending on how the rest of the game goes. So if you're looking for positives in this particular game here for Kai, that would be one of them. Nassif is already pretty low.
Yeah. So Kai, of course, does go for the ice on the land here. Probably going to cycle this. Did draw a Grief. Wants to find a black spell if possible to fire off the Grief to make sure that the coast is clear to resolve.
没有黑牌可以做 Grief.
Oh, we are going to head back over to Kai. The German Juggernaut will draw a card for his 3rd turn of the game. Plenty of cascading now here for both players. We're going to see Kai immediately sacrifice this Scalding Tarn. Did pick up a copy of Shardless Agent. And as you can see as well here for Kai, does have a Force Negation with a blue card rolled up. So, as far as casting a Rhinos is concerned, that's an option here for Kai that I think we're going to see him take. But you already see Nassif has this Force of Negation, excuse me, ready to rock and roll.
With double Violent Outburst here, so.
All
right. Nassif says that resolves right away.
Interesting. Okay, so Nassif really wants to find... Does he have a black spell for the Grief here just to make sure that the coast is clear?
Well, Nassif doesn't necessarily need a black spell here. It would be nice to be able to put the Grief into the graveyard. But I think we might see Nassif play this turn, which is cycle something on the main phase, play the Gemstone Caverns, play it Violent Outburst on Kai's turn, which turns on Nassif's Force Negation.
Yeah.
And there's no reason to play Shardless Agent because your Force Negation isn't turned on.
Right. Because if he does it on Kai's turn, Kai would need 2 counter spells.
Correct.
Right? Mystical Dispute is a card.
Correct. So we're going to see Violent Outburst here. The Cascade Trigger will, of course, resolve. This is going to be a big surprise. I can't wait to see what it's going to be. Ooh, look at these creatures. Beautiful, beautiful forest.
Will you hit? Will you hit? Will you hit? There it is. Oh, wow, he found it.
I can't believe it.
He found it. Of course, Kai just casting it here.
Yeah, Kai will play his Force Negation, which he'll have to hard
this should lock it up here.
Nassif has his. Yeah. Kai accidentally cut Nassif's deck after the cascade. You're supposed to, of course, shuffle and present the cards that were cascaded away. I promise it won't matter. As Force Negation counters Force
How much power is this, Cedric?
I can't count that high, Paul. I thought you guys knew that when you hired me.
Right. Well,
I normally attack with
enough.
I normally attack with 2 2s.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what I do.
These are some 5/5s, some 4/4s. Oh, let me architects you as well, even though it's totally irrelevant.
Yeah, the Architects of Will trigger will allow Nassif to take a look at the top couple of cards there for Kai and rearrange them. And this is exactly what Monty did talk about. As you see, Nassif is going to also Architects of Will himself, since 2 did enter the battlefield. But as I mentioned, this is exactly what Monty did talk about insofar as living and resolving either on offense when you're ahead or on defense when you're behind. It's just game over.
Yeah, and there's not a whole lot Kai can do.
No.
He just has to kind of go for it. He did have the Force of Negation back.
上了背牌之后，更多的
I
康
hope he can counter my counter.
Yeah,
还有坚韧
and obviously that did not take
会好很
place.
多。
Game number 2 about to be underway here between
那个
Kai
的
and Gab.
Kai 的起手实在太烂了，调度完之后什么都没有。
Game number 1, the big question is,
还有一个废卡选手说卡在那里。
to maybe turn things in his favor, Paul.
4 copies, the full 4 copies of Endurance, which is a fantastic card in this matchup. So now Nassif does have to try to play around that card. What is a way to do that? Well, obviously Force of Negation is not a card that works, so you might see Gab board in multiple copies of Subtlety as a way to fight the the Endurance.
Yeah. Lorien Revealed is going to be land cycled away here.
没错，这边就是蓝元素打绿元素，看谁比较多，看谁比较会抽。
Island to search for, and it will just be a basic at this stage of things. I think part of the reason for that decision is that red enchantment that is in hand, Paul, in Blood Moon.
Going for the surprise Blood Moon here potentially to try to shut Nassif's mana off. The problem though is that this Living End deck also just plays land cyclers that allow you to just get the forest or the island if you really need.
Yeah, when these land cyclers
他没有把巡水兽下掉我好意外哦。
You know, I didn't know how good they were going to be. It just kind of seems like, oh, a couple of big creatures might be important for limited, but turns out a real boost to a lot of decks in the modern format.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, now you get to just play. You just made a deck that was already pretty consistent, more consistent, right? Because now you get to ensure that your graveyard will be absolutely loaded. You get to basically cut 6 lands for 6 cards that get you lands. And so when you cast that Living End, all of a sudden you have an extra 5/7 on the battlefield.
It is. Very good are these land cyclers in this Living End deck. No slouch in Temur Rhinos and other strategies here being played by folks this weekend as well. As you've seen, Nassif is going to sacrifice a Misty Rainforest, Curator of Mysteries, and Generous Ent already in the graveyard. Nassif falling down to 17 in the process of this fetch. See if he wants to go a little bit lower, or perhaps is he eyeing up playing around Blood Moon?
Like this, look at this. He's
the two old.
It's not his first rodeo.
That's right, the 2 old guns. They still know how to do this thing.
It's like, you know what? I think I can play around this Blood Moon. Not a big deal.
And again, main phase cycling here in case something like Grief works itself into the equation. Oliphant was the draw, so we're going to head back over to Kai, who did suspend a Crashing Footfalls last time.
2张巡水兽超级烂。
4 to 3. Now, Kai does have that Blood Moon that we did mention, but Nassif appears prepared for it. Questing Beast looks like it may have been the draw step for the turn, and now Kai is going to play and sacrifice a Misty Rainforest. Could go towards Shardless Agent here. Now, if you do elect to do so, that's no blue card for Force Negation, Paul.
Yeah, no Force of Negation. Might just need to go for it anyways. Knows that the Blood Moon is basically ineffective, as he does know that Nassif went and fetched a forest off the land cycle on the Generous Ent. So it might be just one of those, all right, I'm going to do this and hope that you do not have a Cascade spell to Living End your creatures from the graveyard back into play.
Well, Kai has said, you know what, enough of this playing around Blood Moon nonsense. I'll go get myself a breeding pool. Here is a Shardless Agent.
Okay, Shardless Agent. 就算了，哪有什么问题？
All right, and this might be a pretty quick game if Nassif just goes for it here and doesn't try to play around the Endurance.
少2只坚韧了。
Copies of Endurance.
That's 2 Endurance.
Yeah,
that helps
and that gives you a little bit of information.
If you see all 4, you know the coast is clear.
That's right.
这时候就要开始算了。
Kai and to see some good table talk between the two. As mentioned earlier, these two are teammates for this tournament. They've known each other for a very, very long time. Now there is the crashing footfalls. So this is placed on the stack. Nassif let this resolve last time when he had the opportunity to counter it in game number 1. He'll take a look at the cards that were revealed from the cascade and to get some information, like the number of endurances that were revealed.
Yeah, and this time I believe Nassif doesn't have an outburst.
好扯哦，巨石头赚钱啊！
Right. Yeah, so I wonder if in this instance Nassif will fire off a force of negation, right? Just in case Kai happens to have a counter.
Yeah.
Right? Because he can't fight back with his own force of negation.
And again, Nassif is taking a look at and basically just gathering information, which is a very smart thing to do. I think a lot of the time when we watch players cascade in spots like this, they may say, those cards don't matter, I don't really care. But Nassif, always thinking and always trying to maximize his chance of winning a game and a match once you know exactly what cards were revealed. So there were some force negations and some subtleties there as well.
不是 Simon 赢了。 就是 Simon 进8强，其他人继续打嗨，继续打到有39分为止。
Yep, they are in play, and Nassif, I mean, at 17, likely just gonna go for it here. We'll see.
See a striped river winder. Pardon me, that's a bit of a mouthful. That was the draw for the turn.
The only action he has is the Shardless Agent, Mystical Dispute, as a disruptive spell.
成绩出来了吗？他打到那个啊，他打到同行对局啊，打到自己队友这样。
He's probably going to take some time to analyze this turn, which is okay. Can I afford to take a hit of 10?
Right.
And if I do and fall down to 7, what are the ramifications of that? Because Nassif does have the opportunity here to cycle.
哎，不是有人39分结束，是每一个人要对自己的分数负责。39分的人
，because one of them is a land cycler too. Feels like he might just need to go for it here.
是前8个39分的人。
This is going to be a Shardless Agent that's looking to cascade into
and no blue card for the force of negation in Kai's hand, so this is going to resolve.
怎么样都没有想到，他妈的手上有风，但没有蓝色牌可以喂风。太惨了。
Living End is going to resolve. 2 Curator Mysteries and a Generous Ent will enter the battlefield alongside.
居然是卡蓝色牌，想都没有想到。不是他到底下了什么啊？为什么没有下巡水兽啊
？I
mean, when you have 16 top finishes,
巡水兽这个对局超级无敌烂呢。
Maybe indeed. Maybe. Oh, Kai. Yeah, he sure did.
He missed it.
He missed it.
All right.
随便啦，15-3里啦，15差你。
Nice. This is what I like to call the game inside the game, Paul. Take your small victory.
Like, you got me, but I got you.
Yeah, that's right. So Kai's going to pick up a copy of Wooded Foothills. 2 Questing Beasts, Force Negation, and Blood Moon in hand. You can start subtracting cards in hand here for Kai because the Blood Moon, not particularly relevant. The Questing Beast, it's okay. It's not the best thing you've ever seen.
Yeah, but with the 4 copies of Dead Gone, I think Kai just didn't have enough cards to bring in outside of the 4 endurances. Yeah. So probably just brought it in hoping it might be useful.
Yeah, because there will be those games sometimes where Living End is paying a lot of life to get their lands, to cycle Street Wraiths, and maybe you can get a little bit lucky in that spot of dealing the final 4 points of damage. For now, it will be a Questing Beast.
Okay. That trades with a Generous Ent.
Oh, Nassif wants to give this one a read. Good news for you, Gab. Not a ton to take a look at.
Got a lot of text.
Looks like
it's going to trade with a Curator of Mysteries.
Okay.
为什么不扣4？
We'll head Nassif's way. A very large advantage, and a River Winder is the draw.
好了，随便了。说实在的，
I suppose
这个场面已经没有意义了。
cycle into a violent outburst could end it right here, right? Just for the +1/+0 effect.
And to kick things off with a cycle. Now remember, with Curator Mysteries, when you do cycle, you get to scry.
It's not just a 4/4 flyer.
That's right. So now, it'll be a Breeding Pool that enters the battlefield untapped. Now here's an attack for a healthy amount.
Get it for 11. Kai down to 3 here.
One more turn, Kai. That's right. Here is another questing beast. And a mystical dispute is going to take care of that. Gab Nassif and Kai Bude are going to chit-chat about this game.
没错，在抱怨他手上没有蓝色牌。
Blood Moon and Force is probably a key, but you played around the Blood Moon, so that didn't really do anything anymore.
Yeah.
And yeah.
那也是没有办法。
A fly on the wall for all their conversations. Gabriel Nassif going to win this match pretty easily, 2-0. It's an incredibly favorable matchup for Living End. It's actually part of the reason some players were scared to bring Rhinos to this tournament because if Living End Paul was very popular.
应该是没有机会。
Yeah, it really is. I mean, and if you're on the other side of the things, it's just how prepared do you think people are for the deck? It's like
不知道哎，因为之前都取36分，这次取39分，我不知道失败有没有机会。
Modern is so wide open. There's just so many decks to prepare for. You know, you can't just overload your deck to beat that deck.
Yeah, so we do see Gabriel Nassif, another victory for the Yellow Hat. Living End moving on to 10-3. We're going to take a short break here, but there is more magic to come, and the one and only Maria Bartholdi is going to tell you all about it.
Hey everybody, you're not going to want to miss this coming up next. Andy Garcia Romo on Rakdos Evoke.
靠腰魔力当掉了，傻小啦。
Fun fact, he's got an 80-page, 32,000-word guide to Amulet Titan, so he knows how to play the deck, Monty.
He absolutely does. Rakdos Evoke, the most played deck of the tournament here in the hands of Andy Garcia Romo, trying to get a turn 1 Grief or Fury on the battlefield, and this is backed up by a lot of
这是正边有3张虚空地脉吗？
Just trying to make sure your opponent doesn't play the game. On the other side, Amulet Titan in the hands of Harvey.
打到 Amulet Titan 那是2一半啊！他自己选择不防守，对啊。他应该是说他只能2边选1边啊。可是选另外一边不知道，可能也不会比较好。
aided by Sunhome or Valakut the Molten Pinnacle.
That's Rakdos Evoke versus Amulet Titan after this.
他选另外一边就是，如果对手去防那个对手如果去选择去防 Force， 而在你的回合做，他就可以正抗，然后就会有一点差别，但是对，但是 Nassif 就啊，我手上就没有 4啊，我也就这样 可以牌啊，我就直接丢了啊，结算了，结算了。生性还是没有对手快，基本上都是2回合啦，都是2个回合，因为反正队友都自己痛血，啊，都是2个回合啊，结算了就结束了。 对，反正任意一边，犀牛结算就是推2个回合防守嘛，然后另一边结算就是推2个回合，但是可以不用防守。对，就是我不管你升几只犀牛，我只要结算了，我就是推你2回合，你就一定会死。名次是按照拿到39的顺序吗？对，没错。对啊，所以犀牛要更防守，就是1张都不能过啊 ，Livian 就可以随便啊给你过，就是第1把的样子。
Hello everyone and welcome back to Pro Tour the Lord.
但是犀牛的防守牌比较多啊 ，Livian 没有什么防守牌，就是4张4。
Cedric Phillips alongside Paul Chia.
然后背牌就是防你的防守，因为你会跳坚忍，我会跳蓝元素。
Have the opportunity to see Gabriel and Nassif dispatch of Kai Bude. Now we turn our attention to two players that are playing some very fun decks. On one side of things, we have our most played deck in Rakdos Evoke in the hands of Andy Garcia-Romo, playing in his first Pro Tour. On the other side of things, it's Dominic Harvey playing a deck that he knows incredibly well, an Amulet Titan, far from his first Pro Tour play.
Yeah, and not surprising that he's playing this deck. And not gonna lie, when I was preparing for this event, I go, this is the Pro Tour. I'm finally going to learn how to play Amulet Titan.
我们终于看到第一把 Amulet Titan.
Opening up Dominic's 80-page document, I was like, you know what? Maybe this isn't going to be.
I think just leave it.
I'm just gonna leave it to the pros.
That's right. So Dom Harvey has played a
我们都没有看到泰坦，也没有看到锤子。
Helped him break out into the competitive Magic scene a couple of years ago. For Andy Garcia-Romo, it could be this weekend.
锤子好像死光了的样子。
with a 9-3 start.
蓝黑控也没有出现，前面全部都是塔红黑元素00N 犀牛，然后创新。唯一一副长得跟别人不一样的，就是这个了。
We'll take a look at Dom's hand here. Looks like another amulet and a Boreal Grazer, a Summoner's Pact among the options here.
And I believe that's a one ring.
And does appear to be the case.
小尴尬，
没有地。No, so the fun thing about this deck is you can keep a hand that looks like this sometimes, and especially if you do draw a Simic Growth Chamber or different Ravnica bounce land, can go kind of crazy from here.
Right, so Dominic choosing to keep this for the immense upside if he can find a bounce land off the top.
That is correct.
Because if he does, I mean, he just can do everything.
You kind of go nuts. This is also a deck that does play a boatload of lands, sometimes over 30 of them, and against a deck that you know is going to be playing copies of Grief. You don't really want to mulligan particularly much.
Yeah, and I wonder if you're on Andy's side, if you take, okay, gonna go for the amulet here.
所以这边没有
I wonder if he was going to consider some of the
出猴子。
the kind of the win conditions.
来，右手一张回地地。
There's a Saga already in play with an amulet.
有没有
head Dom's way, that Urza Saga is going to tick up to 2.
Bounce land?
That's the best draw. I mean, almost any land would be good. And again, you're just playing the numbers here. You don't know
what
land they're going to draw, if any at all. And it looks like Harvey did not draw one. So Ragavan is here. And Ragavan is attacking. We all know how this song and dance works. The reveal will be a Dryad of the Elysian Grove.
Could play it if
你要跳下来吗？这样你的地就可以产生音色喽。
A treasure is created here for Andy.
有点烂，应该是会选择奇奇吧，或是道系也不错。
Huh? Sure, might as well.
Serious?
All right, now so Dominic's gonna be on 0 lands after here. We'll find likely a
他好像找到回地地了吗？
second copy of Amulet here.
不是，
that
那
does
是一
lead
直
to
泰
a
坦。
lot of upside. So gonna float a colorless mana Will Harvey. Looks like picked up a copy of Primeval Titan for the draw step.
哇，这边零或一都很烂。
Andy side of things, just trying to kill Dom as fast as
继
possible.
续，
Okay.
然后
And now Harvey has found another amulet.
So needs to find a bounce land here to kind of try to unlock his hand.
一点无色没有用。
How about no?
来，抽一张回地地就可以猴子出泰坦。
If Dom did find a land, would have access to 4 mana,
yes.
right? Because you
OK， 对手努力的在帮你滤掉不是地的牌。
Bounce land to play again, and all of a sudden you have 7 mana. Get a Primeval Titan,
and we go off to the races.
And then on page 17, paragraph 3, Dominic will show you the line.
That is correct.
Right.
It'll be a Fable the Mirror Breaker here for Dom, or excuse me, for Andy.
没地了吗？他
本
本来就没地了，不要怕。本来就接一个没有地的棋手，可是有回地地就过关了。
Really needs one, and no, still has a turn here. Perhaps.
Now we'll see Chapter 2 of Fable now. Multi-format All-Star is that.
可是这样子好像就不会过关了，因为手上有那个。
Drawing, discarding. We'll answer that question pretty quickly. Not interested at all. So into the red zone for 6. Primeval Titan gets revealed.
Can play it.
你知道那个这边已经可以叫泰坦了。
So now is a prime time.
笑死。
I can't believe I'm gonna say this, but I'm gonna. If Dom draws a bounce land, I think Andy is dead. Which is ridiculous.
但是说实在的，这边有回地还是过关。
Bounce land.
对
，Growth Chamber, Celestial Sanctuary.
哦，来了
！That's the dog.
来了来了来了来了！
All right.
来喽！
About to have a whole bunch of fun.
他这边 tap out， 所以4费，然后4费猴子8费7费叫泰坦，然后我刚看他手上好像有那个7费的那一只了。
Well, he's drawn a primeval titan in the interim as well.
Oh, he does have one.
There's at least one primeval titan working.
So you can even get more mana if you pack for example, an Azusa.
所以应该游戏结束了。
Could potentially work itself into the equation. There's a lot for Dom to think about, and given that he's facing something that is resembling lethal damage next turn,
这个套牌 tap out 是不会干扰你的。
Oh yes, I love it. Give me those mana counters. Okay.
No, I believe Dom. No, excuse me. I believe Andy had a terminate in hand. Could have kept that. All right.
So 4 mana at this stage of things. 2 green and 2 black.
Land drop for the turn.
That is correct. And you see there the other die is for the number of land drops. So down to 1 green. It's a Boreal Grazer.
下来。
2 triggers from the amulet.
Oh man.
3. So 2 more each. And do it again. So Harvey is now up to 4 black and 3 green.
然后泰坦。
Next up is Prime Time. Down to 1 floating mana, it's going to be a green. Trigger, couple of lands, if don't mind Fiduski.
对。对。这边就
Slayer Stronghold here. I don't think it's time for that exactly yet. Of course, Dom is going to know far better than I will.
其实应该是什么都
given
无
the
所谓吧。
experience with the strategy, but I think he might want to go towards
lots of mana.
Lots of mana, especially with the Summoner's Pact in hand, to maybe give both of the Titans haste on this particular turn.
Sure.
So I think at some point we'll see that, assuming he hasn't drawn either. And now here's a Celestial Sanctuary.
Land.
Yeah. And given the 2 animals that are on the battlefield, it's going to be Sanctuary and Simic Growth Chamber. Now again, there are going to be multiple triggers here, as Dom is going to explain. So we'll get a white counter on here too.
So now we have 8 mana. 8 additional mana, rather.
Correct. Yeah, so we're up to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 total. 5 of which is green, which is the most important, probably.
This is off of 1 land, Cedric.
That's all it took.
Just 1 land.
Now here's a free Summoner's Pact and a search up. This could be a Prime Time. Again, this could be a Dryad of Leasing. Prime Time.
There we go.
Given the 2 amulets, that's probably the highest impact, highest upside thing to do.
Yes.
So here's Prime Time. We'll see what floats after casting this.
Keep a white available. All right.
So 2 green and a white floating, 2 more lands coming.
2绿2蓝.
Now could be the time for Slayer Stronghold and Boros Garrison, potentially.
Right. Need the red source here.
Okay.
1 card that Dom does like to play quite a bit in this strategy is Crumbling Vestige.
Sure.
And it is pretty good alongside Primeval Titan as well. Now, I don't know if this will be the time for it or not, as it looks like he was thinking.
It gives you 1 red source.
It gives you 1 red. It gives you 1 red, yeah. Looks like he may have been thinking Slayer Stronghold and Boros Garrison.
这边应该是
Because
回
with
手
that,
地
you
跟
can stack
西
it in
境
such
吧
a。way where you can target both Primeval Titans.
That is correct. And that's exactly what we're going to see happen. So those under the battlefield tap, target 1. They'll both get +2/+0, Vigilance, and Haste. Oh, he'd like to attack. That's interesting.
Oh, yeah? That's 4
算了
4
反
lands now
正
that are coming into play here. So now Dominic needs to find the
32点践踏
combination of lands to get here to make sure that he has enough mana to give both Primeval Titans double strike.
32点连击践踏，就是加2加0之后，维苏瓦扣那个。对。
Primeval Titans triggers happen. Right. And then, of course, he has to pick up a land, so there will be 1 land on the battle.
So it looks like a Vesuva to copy the Boros Garrison to give you the double activation on the Boros Garrisons. So now that's 4 mana, 8 mana.
So 2 red, 2 white floating, and again, he still has another Primeval Titan trigger to resolve.
So this is enough for the double Sunhome activation. And now you get the Sunhome.
That's what it looks like. And now there's the Sunhome. And I'll give both of them double strike and 32
32, and you only have 6 to block.
I do like that Andy asked, what is your other land that you're going to get? Looks like it's going to be a Golgari Rod farm. Dom Harvey's going to win game number 1 here in very impressive fashion over Andy Garcia-Romo. That is part of the appeal, folks, of playing Amulet Titan.
但是说真的，我觉得他不要贪那个太贪，他就下那个到10加 Terminate 在手上，我觉得就结束了。那个泰坦真的有点太贪了。哦，太贪，太贪。
The Amulet Titan deck has an extremely difficult time dealing with those permanents.
That type of card is the scariest card for Amulet Titan to play
随便啦，他要地至少都可以。他
format.
甚至这个样子，
dodge that style of effect basically all weekend long.
我是他的话，我就想办法把时间拖到结束了。我就开始一个一个 trigger， 然后出那个7点的，然后全部开始一张抽，然后下。
Yeah, sure. Dodging those Blood Moon and Magus of the Moon effects.
Yeah, and I believe
人家有运动家精神，愿意打到第3把。
This is the type of deck that probably has a decent matchup against the Tron decks.
Yeah,
right.
我是觉得红黑有点太随意了，真的有点太随意了。
That's kind of the deck that he wants to be playing.
We are aggressive. We are all in. Evoke Fury. And bring it back to Undying Malice. This will be
有没有肢解？有。没错，惩罚你。
Taking care of that Fury and that all-in game plan here from Garcia-Romo.
Just the clean 3-for-1 there.
Yeah. Wow. And that's a ton to come back from.
Yeah, that is difficult.
Because that's the kind of clock that can actually beat Amulet Titan.
Right.
And it's been solved at the cost of 4 life. As there's a Dothi Voidwalker here for Garcia-Romo.
没有 light.
Amulet too, great hand here for Dom.
可是这边有没有多下地的？
What will the follow-up play be here?
看起来没有。
Can be somewhat explosive on this turn. Crumbling Vestige is going to
什么事情都没有发生。
generate a mana and then enter the battlefield untapped because of the amulet, but nothing to do with the mana. So simply passing.
夏威好像有戒指的样子，可是这边看有没有？应该密室堡垒要直接开炸吧？
In Andy Garcia's hand,
我
so
觉得看起来有点小危险。
To get that Amulet Vigor off the battlefield.
And he's going to start things off by attacking here for 3 with the Shadowy Voidwalker.
Probably going to fetch a basic swamp here, because he does have outs to drawing one of his various Blood Moon type effects.
Looks like of the snow-covered variety is that
okay. And I don't think Andy has too many other options here, so now I would just be really scared of just having an amulet in play.
Yeah, well, if you can kill an amulet, it's almost certain.
Yeah, let's get it off.
Yeah, so as we saw just how powerful that card was last time around, now we'll have a Void counter on it from the Void Walker, but more importantly, it's off the battlefield.
Yeah.
We're going to head back over to Harvey now.
Harvey does have some time here at 13 life.
这边下地回地。
Looks like Golgari Rod Farm just going to pick up the Vestige and pass the turn back over to Andy Garcia, who again is playing in his first Pro Tour. I don't think it's his first time doing this, though. Going to dash a Ragavan. And a 1 ring.
Almost, if he had a land.
Almost.
Right?
回手.
It looks like that'll be the turn.
Okay.
Now, we don't have a great idea what the texture is of Harvey's hand at this stage of things. We know that things can be very explosive. This is 4 mana, and this is the 1 ring.
Okay.
And that, we're going to see a Bowmasters in response. Okay.
Yeah. This will buy Dom this turn, right? Because Andy cannot attack him this turn.
At least this turn.
At least this turn. But it is also pretty punishing when you do activate the 1 ring, because now you're triggering the Bowmaster.
So Harvey will have some decisions to make on how to use this very powerful artifact. And again, remember, over the course of this game, Andy is still always drawing towards those moon-style effects, right? That will change the entire complexion of the game if he's able to finally find one. Just hasn't been able to yet.
有没有差这个收细时？你收细是不能瞄，黑元素不能瞄。应该没有差，这一张应该没有差。
So this will trigger Namas, but the Bowmasters cannot target Dom right now, as he has protection.
That is correct. So let's head back over to Garcia.
这边
we know there's a Ragavan over there for Andy.
什么事情都不能做，看要不要下个猴子让过。
I think we're just gonna see a pass from Andy Garcia. I suppose you could also just play the Ragavan. I'm not sure what type of interaction
这个戒指定下来之后就挺舒服的。
has for that.
Garcia Romo going to give this one a bit of a think, as you mentioned, Paul, with the Bow Masters out there against the ring. You are still getting some damage done now. The protection is off.
So at 6, if you activate this, you draw 2, but you would take 2 more damage. Go down to 4, but then it's a question of whether or not Dom has enough to combo off. Needs, of course, to find that amulet.
手牌
You can see a little bit of a look into Harvey's hand there. There is a Valakut hanging out. It looks like multiple copies of Summoner's Pact at this stage of things, but killing that amulet with that Engineer Explosive is very, very important for Andy Garcia Romo in this game because it really slowed Harvey down in a very meaningful way.
Absolutely. There might be a Terra Sunder as well in Dominic's hand.
还是要杀弓箭手，可是杀弓箭手等下就会被拆戒指，因为不是很开心。
Never good when your opponent's doing that with the fingers.
It's like, hold on, I'm mathing right
Yeah,
now.
just give me just one moment. Let me do a whole bunch of counting with my counting deck.
没有护身符，应该是很难 combo 完。
You have to imagine the question here for Harvey on this particular turn is: there a way I can kill you? Because I am in some trouble as far as the life total is concerned. But is there a way I can finish you off?
And I imagine that just starts with an amulet here.
An amulet or a Primeval Titan. Now casting a Titan this turn is extremely difficult.
我还说黑人术收视指不到这张牌应该没有差。
But not impossible. And you can see the hand there for Garcia Romo. 2 cards, it's a Fury and a Ragavan. That's it.
Yep. And
这边如果抽到戒指，如果抽护身符，
right? Because you can just attack with everything. Even if you kill the Voidwalker, if Andy chooses to dash in the Ragavan, that's an attack for 5. And then on upkeep, Dominic would die to his ring.
Yeah, those burden counters, aptly named.
要抽什么？要抽2张护身符。
So this is a big turn.
抽2张，抽2张护身符是不是有点太难一点？
We're going to kick things off with a copy of Summoner's Pact. So that is going to go underneath.
你拜托你用一下啦，
the Void
你用一下我们就不用想那么多了。
As well, going to join that amulet that was blown up earlier in the game with the Summoner's Pact. So now what will Harvey search for? It's going to be Azusa Lost but Seeking.
Okay.
他紫砂，可是他紫砂这边没有护身符，动得了吗？
Too scary.
So is that where Harvey's going to start the turn is the question. Harvey's going to start by getting some mana counters. Looks like this is going to be a colorless that's floating.
Okay, is it an amulet? It is not.
No, it looks like it's going to be one of these Ravnica bounce lands. Looks like he's leaning towards Simic Growth Chamber. And he is. So that's the first land drop for the turn. There could be more. And you see Andy Garcia Romo keeping track of that.
Okay.
And now here is the Azusa. So no mana floating at the moment.
But 2 land drops available.
So there's another land drop in Beseiju. That's 2. And Crumbling Vestige is the
3 mana. So is there just something else to play here?
然后出一个。
And it looks like the answer is yes. It'll be another Summoner's Pact.
出一个宁符，出一个宁符下瓦库，把弓箭手点掉，1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8，然后下回空过。
Dominic does need to pay for 2 Summoner's Packs.
Well, we'll get to that later.
Okay, we just worry about that later. That's a later situation.
That's a later thing.
Okay.
And now this is going to be a Valakut. So we're going to get a trigger.
Okay, 把这个点掉。
Because of the Dryad's text, all of the lands or everything.
那就是不抽。
cares about mountains. We're satisfying that clause now with this land drop. So there will be one shot, and it looks like it's headed towards the Void Wall.
会这样找应该动得了，动得了啊！可是这回动得了，下回动不了啊。
To pay for double pack next turn, but he'll just be totally tapped out.
你回应一下，做一下护身符，就当做没有看到，对不对？
For Andy Garcia Romo, don't do a great job of getting through a Dryad.
Right.
But we know something that Dom does not know.
And that is a Fury.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8。这边有有复活，那好像结束了哦。
You said that. You said that. Was that a faint? You were right.
全部点掉。
When you said it.
对啊。
But they're dead.
然后你下回要付8费。
So now they're dead, and he's gonna go down to 3, 2 from the burden count.
Yeah. And then of course on the upkeep, we'll have to pay the 2 packs and can't do much past that.
有了，如果如果没有红元素的话，确实是还会火一腾。
between these 2 decks and these 2 players. Game number 3 coming here to you in round number 13 of Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings. Harvey going to start things off with a Radiant Fountain. We're going to go up to 22 and play an Expedition. Both these players did have to take a mulligan.
这个的版本好旧，它的版本是还有重生喷泉跟那个的耶，跟那个破碎地的。
Yeah, what kind
我
of
看现在好像都没有什么人在放这2张了。而且它有2张，还有宝石洞窟。
certainly going to win. Clearly not the case.
Yep.
But immediately Andy Garcia Romo is going to put Harvey to the test with a Ragavan.
Yeah, I mean, they're Amulet Titan and also Tron are the kind of the 2 decks where Ragavan really shines.
Absolutely.
As those are the decks that don't play the extremely powerful 2-drops that deal with it easily in the Bowmasters and Ren and 6.
Now, there's a real priority from the Amulet Titan side to either have an Arboreal Grazer or just blow right past that thing.
Right.
And hopefully the reveals aren't too bad. Game 1, we had some fun reveals. That Kalgari Rod Farm, that one doesn't matter too much. But the treasure does, and Ragavan's going to bring one of those along with it.
这边好像没什么事情做。
Not a whole lot of disruption here, though.
No, it doesn't really look like it. If I take a look at Andy's hand here, you know, I'm trying to find if there's any Blood Moon or Magus of the Moon effects, grief-style things going on, Thoughtseize.
There's an explosive.
There is an explosives, and it's just curious if explosives is supposed to take care of that expedition map or not.
Right, or do you just hold it for the amulet? Oh, it looks like it's just going to get a little more aggressive here.
Easy peasy. That's Seasoned Pyromancer, for those of you not in the know. Is not a bad find here. A couple of cards to discard.
Oh, it has multiple explosives.
他看起来想丢2个密色爆裂物，哎，
like
认真，
interested in getting rid of both.
认真。
Okay, so now Amulet becomes
哦，拿到血月了。
That was a blood moon. So,
但是常常有地图，所以他是可以拿5帧数的。
Since the cards that were discarded were non-lands, we head over to Harvey, who I would say is in some trouble, though I don't think he knows it yet.
This is just powered by Ragavan. Turn 2 here.
Yep.
Look at this board.
Wow, 手牌看起来是一坨大便呢。
One thing we do know that does exist in Harvey's hand right now is that Radiant Fountain. That was picked up a little bit earlier in the game. So that'll be redeployed. Harvey's going to gain 2 life back to 22. And well, here come the math, the number counters here, the mana counters, pardon me.
Right. Not going to be an amulet here, as you would have played that ahead of time here. But nice blocker for the Ragavan.
And it looks like it's going to be Transmute Teleria West. So this will allow Harvey to find any land or any 0 mana card in his deck. Converted mana cost 0 is all that matters here with this.
So you can get a Summoner's Pact. One of the more common targets for the Teleria West.
So the big question now is there a 3rd land in hand for Andy Garcia Romo? The answer is yes in Marsh Flats.
There is in Blood Moon. So now Dominic has to find a way to not only stop the offense from Andy's side, but find an answer for the Blood Moon before he can try and combo.
这边有地图，这边就是但是没有树林，是不是
expedition map though that's in play, you can use it to search for a Boseiju.
Yep, or a basic forest.
Right.
Either one. Whichever one of those you may be missing. Now, if you're missing both, I don't have any solutions for you. As you see, a snow-covered swamp search with the Marsh Flats. Have to imagine Blood Moon's on the way here, Paul, and that's a world of difficulty for any Amulet Titan player.
只有3张树林哦。
From the previous game, Dominic does have cards like Terra Sunder to deal with these problematic sideboard cards.
Big beatdowns. Block the Ragavan, taking 4.
Yeah, pretty simple block there, of course. You'll let the other ones through. Ragavan does have a triggered effect when it does hit, so
it's time. 如果说如果没有红元素的话，您复活的就有4点率啦。
Blood Moon. So now this is the true test, of course, because the Amulet Titan players, they've played against Blood Moon. Otherwise, what are they doing here?
Right.
Now, what is your experience level on beating a resolved Blood Moon? That's what we're going to find out here from Dominic Harvey.
Gonna need green source.
你要相信对手不能做什么事的，加油！
If you have green source plus a card like Terra Sunder, you can just use that to kill the Blood Moon. Don't necessarily need the Boseiju here. So it really just depends on what Dominic's working with in hand.
Valakut's going to be the land for the turn. Because of the Blood Moon that's on the battlefield, Valakut's enter the battlefield tapped text is obsolete. So that's why you do see that land enter untapped as we head back over to Garcia Romo.
But 4 mountains in play here for Dominic Harvey.
They're some of the nicest mountains I've ever seen. There is a Terminate on that Arboreal Grazer. Going to clear the way for the Ragavan to get in a hit.
Ragavan is now on.
This will be an attack here for 6. Harvey's going to fall down to 12. You'll get a Ragavan trigger, revealing Primeval Titan.
Okay.
哇，怒杀哎，太狠了。
Is there a follow-up here for Garcia Romo? Does Andy need much of one? I think in a pretty commanding position.
Right. At 12, though, so now if you're on Dominic's side, you have to think. If he doesn't have an answer in hand, of course. Do you fetch the forest? Do you fetch the forest to try to find something like a Terra Sunder? You could still draw a Boseiju off the top, right? But having access to that green source does give you the outs to draw to kill the Blood Moon.
Well, no search just yet.
Waiting to see what he finds off the top first before making that
decision.
树林
来了.
The forest is there.
So now you can fetch the Boseiju.
You can.
And kill the Blood Moon.
And Harvey's just going to pass the turn back. Sitting at a modest 12, as it looks like another Fury or Ragavan may have been the draw step. So, Garcia Romo needs to turn up the heat here a little bit.
He does, though.
In for 6 more. Trigger, Summoner's Pack, not you.
No green creatures in Andy's deck, last time I checked. But with the treasures now, can also just choose to hard cast Fury if he wants to put a little more pressure on the battlefield.
It looks like this may be another Engineer Explosive. So
number 3.
Andy brought in 3 of these.
Yep.
And now Harvey's going to immediately sacrifice this Expedition map.
火神树.
Our best guess here is Boseiju, and there it is. Now it's going to kind of leaned towards that explosives there.
Wants to get rid of that one.
差点指错.
So, right. So this is where things get a little bit interesting here, partner, because we know that there's well, we're pretty positive there's a Summoner's Pact in hand here for Harvey.
There's a Valakut in play.
Now, there is a Valakut in play. So how effective is a card like Primeval Titan in a spot like this versus how effective is a card like Dryad of the Elysian Grove?
So the Dryad of the, I mean, it depends also on how many lands Dominic's working with. But if you have, for example, multiple lands or a bounce land, if you go Dryad, and then you play a couple lands, you can get the Ragavan and other threats off the battlefield, right? If you go for Primeval Titan, Andy needs to have a removal spell to get it off the battlefield, or he doesn't have great attacks.
Now, of course, given that there is untapped mana here for Andy, if we put ourselves in Dom's position, is my opponent holding a Terminate? Right, you had spells in your hand for a little while.
Right.
You know, you haven't cast Grief, you haven't cast a Fury. What could your hand be? What am I supposed to play around?
Right. Now, the nice thing is Andy's already cast 1 Terminate.
It's very true.
So that eliminates that. Most lists play 2 to 3 copies of the removal spell. It looks like Andy's playing only 2.
Okay, so
you got to run the numbers.
Yeah,
there,
you just
right?
play the numbers, and do you have your second one?
Right, and you have to think it's pretty unlikely that you have a second one. And if that's the case, do you feel safe just playing a Primeval Titan? Right, because if you do, you can block one of the 2 power creatures. You'll still take 4, go down to 2.
Yep.
Right. Does Andy Garcia have a Lightning Bolt? Did he keep it in?
Yeah.
Doesn't have a lot of great targets in the matchup. Now, Dominic could find a bounce land and bounce the Radiant Fountain.
Also
replay
true.
that.
Yep.
That would put him back up to 4, which would put you out of bolt range. So a lot of things to think about here with what you want to get here with that Summoner's Pack.
And especially sitting at 9-3 here in a Pro Tour where requalification,
最后一张牌看不到是什么东
himself
西
into
呀
the conversation of the World Championships is at stake. A very important decision.
有一张 Pack， 一张维苏瓦，一张泰坦跟一张魔戒。
So I have to imagine that's what is being thought about here. Now already starting to tap some mana. Does have access to 6 to start the turn. No land drop has been played yet.
So this is just Primeval Titan.
That's what it looks like.
All right.
So of course there will be a trigger. 2 lands will be coming.
I
可以回地地加维苏瓦，硬把自己奶上来。
Pick up that Radiant Fountain this turn.
维苏瓦几张
Now Andy Garcia did have a Fury, but does he also have
维
red
苏
card
瓦
plus a Feign Death effect?
维苏瓦一张而已，好吧，在手上
If he
了。
does,
那他这边最好的选项好像就只有。
I believe it's still not a lethal attack though, because if Dominic gains 2 life here, he will go up to 8. We'll take 6 and we'll still be alive.
And there are ways to get some other knuckleheads in the way, like this
Colony Garden.
That's right, an 0-1 plant. Who'd have thought would be so
没有放
problematic.
Colony Garden，
But
啊有，他背牌有。
Fury and the Fury returning, that's still going to be enough to get
他
both
背
of
牌
those
有
creatures off the battlefield.
那就是3英之，然后回
The Garden and the Growth Chamber are going to enter the battlefield. A couple of triggers, one for the Garden, one for the Growth Chamber. Going to pick up the Radiant Fountain, replay the Radiant Fountain. As you mentioned, Paul and Harvey's going to go.
3英之01，
And Harvey's just going to go, please don't Fury me here.
Yes.
Please do not Fury me. I'm so close to stabilizing. I did what I could. This was the best possible play, but Andy's got it.
Well, we are going to head over to Andy now, and Andy will draw. Can Andy Garcia Romo, in his first Pro Tour, win this game and move on to 10-3? Qualified at this for this tournament, pardon me, at the most recent regional championship in the United States.
Maybe he doesn't know.
Well, here is Fury.
Okay,
all right.
There's the exiling of Ragavan.
Oh, and I'm sure if you're dumb, you're like, no,
no, there
okay.
is a
全杀。
Wow.
但是这边2、4、6胜2。
He's still alive.
It's true because of the Radiant Fountain.
Right?
Still alive.
Still alive. Down to 2. Still has a turn.
Here's the attack. Trigger the Ragavan. That's going to reveal a Valakut, which that may matter.
Right. Absolutely.
Most Amulet Titan lists nowadays only play 2 of those. One of them, of course, already on the battlefield. Marsh Flats, pass the turn back.
Hey, Harvey,
what can you do?
这边魔戒先跟一回合。
Does an Amulet get it done?
Well, I think it'll help.
If you go Amulet Pact Titan, that's an attack for 16, and he's at 17.
Oh no, the finger dance is back. It looks like Dom may have drawn a copy of the One Ring.
The One Ring does buy you a turn.
It does. Now here's...
17 does mean a fully juiced Primeval Titan is still 1 damage short from lethal, just from the +2 +so and the double strike.
Yeah, the Slayer Stronghold and the Sunhome.
Right.
So, gonna play a Forest, Will Harvey. And now this is a Summoner's Pack for a prime time. Gonna do a little shortcutting here. Of course, Dom is just going to search his deck again, so that's why you see no shuffle plus present. Just going to figure out how to cast this Primeval Titan. Also, just a second ago, for clarity, you saw Harvey play that Forest, pick it back up, and then replay it. That's his land drop for the turn.
Yep.
想办法找维苏瓦、
So
西
Dominic's
进
plan
跟
here is to
那
go
个
Primeval Titan, get some value
跟
here.
回手地。
Maybe a bounce land plus a Teleria West.
Looks like the card that he's most sure about is Teleria West. The second one, I think he's a little bit more uncertain.
Yeah, but you want to be able to pick that up, right?
I presume. Here is a Selesnya Sanctuary going to pick up a Teleria West.
And then you got the One Ring here to not die. And then you have to pay for the pack, but you do have a potential attack next turn with Primeval Titan.
And so there is the One Ring.
Still alive.
那敢不敢
Still alive
抽？
indeed. Die on top of the deck to remember to pay for the packs. Very smart, as we're going to head back over to Andy Garcia-Romo. Paul arguably had the best turn possible last turn. Going to need one heck of a draw step this turn.
What
you got? Just a lightning bolt off the top?
有没有闪电击？
Voidwalker.
So not
闪电击应该这对局都下掉了吧
relevant card here, as he's got plenty in play for lethal.
长弓已经很够了。
What can Dom find here?
哦，这边拍了。
Dom gets another turn. This game almost certainly ends as long as he doesn't forget to pay for his pack. And you see him very quickly untap because I think he knows how favorable the situation is now. So he'll pay for the pack. Remember that he did put Teleria West back into his hand. So this could be.
He's getting excited here.
Yeah, with how fast he's moving, this is almost certainly going to be search for Summoner's Pact, get a Dryad Elysian Grove. Okay. My lands allow me to Valakut you into Kablooey.
How many? Are there 2 Valakuts in the deck? Because one has been exiled.
Well, how's Vesuva?
Oh, Vesuva is all same thing.
That's
is
right.
this just lethal?
Well, here comes that prime time, baby.
没
So there'll be a
错，
couple
这
of
边
triggers.
找
Don't forget
2
the
块
bounce land
地
triggers as well, which means that Harvey has
打
done
打
nothing
6
like playing lands. Dryad Elysian Grove allows additional land drops. This
is incredible.
Valakut triggers and all of that jazz. So it's going to be a Simic Growth Chamber. And you see Dom is explaining exactly what is going to happen here.
Yeah, every land that comes to play deals 6 damage.
对。
As he has 2 copies of Valkyrie.
12
And
24点
that
考
is
点
going to do
赢
it.
了
Dom is
10
going to win
杠
this
3
game Andy Garcia
还活着
Romo, a fantastic one
还
between
活
the
着
two. Amulet Titan squeaks out the victory there against Rakdos Evoke.
I mean,
哇
both times
魔戒好强哦，多了1回合哎。
Dom finds a way. Game 1 needs a land, finds it at the last possible turn. Same thing here, finds the 1 ring to survive. That 1 extra turn to get there with. Didn't even need an amulet that time, right?
No, and that's kind of the appeal of this deck, because I know the deck is named Amulet Titan, and we understand why. We just saw the power of Primeval Titan, but the deck can operate without an Amulet of Vigor. It just goes into supercharge mode when it has it.
Yeah, and this goes to show that when this deck is in the hands of probably one of the most capable pilots of this deck, knowing the ins and outs, knowing exactly what he can do in every single situation. That's how you get those little percentage points to be able to squeak out wins like this.
That was a game there, folks, in game number 3. That was beat a Ragavan, beat a Blood Moon, and then some. Congratulations to Dom Harvey, moving on to 10-3 here in Barcelona. Round number 13 is in the books, my friends. We are getting ready to take a break here. There you do see the German juggernaut, unfortunately picking up a loss last round to his good friend and teammate Gabriel Nassif. We'll have updates on that and so much more at the news desk right after this.
这样真的有办法凑8个？这样真有办法凑8个39分吗？感觉我应该要重新看一下它的规则。Tournament information. All companies may practice always complete with 12 or more months. 对啊，奇怪了。这是。Before run 哦，是16轮之前39分的就会马上变成 Top 8。那16轮如果没有凑满的话，就是取前8，就是从上面补到那个。因为上次是36分，刚好8个。然后我记得上次的规则是，就是如果你没有打到36分，就会继续打下去。对，但是对那样是有点问题的，就是有可能会有同时2个人36分。对，所以现在改成39分的人一定进。
然后16轮打完，看缺几个就从上面补下来，这样。
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Lord of the Rings from beautiful Barcelona, Spain, everybody. We are well underway on day 2 of competition here today. 13 rounds down, 3 to go. Here's the headlines from last round. Dave Nassif is living the dream.
塑胶戒指不少掏给你啊
He's living the dream, everybody. That's the thing. He's only got 1
哭
loss
啊
today,
没戒指啦
and 3 top 8 dreams once again in sight for the Hall of Famer. Christian Calcano also closing in
那你知道有谁在巴塞隆纳可以帮你买戒指吗
Simon Nielsen keeping us waiting. We said 13 was the magic number. Nielsen might think it's 12. He is conceding to everybody on Team Handshake and playing everybody who's not on his team. So he's got
看一下我们的台湾人
And card for the round, Living End.
Yeah, in the battle of the Suspendex, it was Gab Nassif making it look easy against the fellow Hall of Famer and teammate Kai Buddha on Rhinos. Living End just an absolute powerhouse when it comes to that matchup. And Gab just said, yeah, it doesn't really matter what you do as long as I can resolve this card and I have the tools to do it eventually.
I hate the person becoming money. Because that card in that deck looks sweet.
It calls to you.
Who am I anymore? Who am I? Will Hall was out with the players of our future
台湾人是限制赛特别强啊，现代赛各种爆开。
Dominic Harvey, you are one of the best Amulet players currently in the world with this.
没找到画家签戒指，诶，我看曹公有拍照片，他有好像有给画家签呢。
What is going through your mind right now?
Pretty bamboozled, exhilarated right now. So got the invite to Chicago, get to do all of this again, see all you wonderful people, and still life at top 8 as far as I can tell. So we'll see, but just taking it 1 round at a time at the moment.
Okay, we need to talk about that matchup. Okay. Talk me first through game number 1 and the craziness that happened in that one.
Well, so game 1, I played a land, and my land died because it's Urza Saga, and then I didn't play any more lands for 2 turns, and then I drew the bounce land on the last possible turn, which let me generate dozens of mana and make 2 Primeval Titans, and suddenly I'm attacking with 32, and that's the kind of explosive start the deck is capable of. Usually you want that in the first few turns, as opposed to out of the blue on turn 6 or 7, but you'll take what you can get.
And that game 3 might be my game of the weekend so far. It was so back and forth. You were on 2 life by the time you eventually won. The One Ring doing a lot of work there in that last little turn, giving you the turn you needed to be able to come off. Talk to me about your emotions going through that one. You're very in the tank in it.
It was an absolute roller coaster, yeah. So with Amulet Titan, you have those games where you kill on turn 2, turn 3, you make it look easy. But you also have these.
我看一下，曹公又去打了猴子赛。啊，怎么又0-1？哦。曹文宏，你回来，我们要狠狠的锻炼你。那个去巴塞隆那1把都没有赢，我的妈呀！没找人带去让他签。我们这里有巴塞隆那有人马上帮你买1张，马上让你签。
But the deck is still around. I'm still around playing it, and served me very nicely here so far.
Absolute master of the Amulet Titan, Dom Harvey. Thank you. Gabriel Nassif, you just battled off against Kai Buddha. You two are 2 of the best to ever touch a Magic card. What is it at this point? Is it frenemies? Is it rivals? How do you go about these matchups?
No, definitely friendly. We test together. We tested together for a long time, and no, definitely like kind of a at least if I lose, no one else I'd rather lose in the room than Kai. So.
That's a good one. So talk to me about the game itself. It was a battle of the Cascade Mirrors. Do you think you're favored in that match?
Yeah, that's actually a really good matchup for me for Living In. They have very little counterplay in game 1. They need to draw like a lot of force or just me to stumble. And, I just had textbook.
正面局真的很优啊.
Play Outburst. He can force once, but I can force back up or have a Grief. Then after sideboard, he has 4 Endurance, which makes it a little trickier and tougher. I get more subtleties, I see more cards, and the Rhino plan is not very efficient because Living In like ravs the board, and if you ever resolve Living In, it's just game over. They can never catch up.
Thank you very much, Gab.
That's Gabriel Nassif, Hall of Famer, doing very, very well at this Pro Tour, playing the game since basically it began. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out where we are ahead of round number 14 here.
没错，不败金身终于到了。
But, you know, it's just because he's being a nice guy.
he hasn't lost.
He hasn't lost.
But the concession to Javier Dominguez means that Javier is now one step closer to making the top 8 alongside his teammate. Simon, of course, not locked, but does believe 12 should be good enough still to be seen. And if he reaches
所以他是直接让对手赢哦。
Look at the rest of the leaderboard.
好像可以接受，因为反正12胜，就算没有39分，应该也是有8强。
Pivo still in there. Jake Beardsley still in there in his first Pro Tour and rounding out the 10 threes.
谁没有赢？不要再编了，不要再编了。
Kai Buddha, we've been following him all morning, sitting at 9.
想要看他的高攻表现，我们可以去看我们的 MIT。
Well, everybody, if you want a quick look at a lot of decks in Modern, we've got you, fam. Here's some quick deck bites.
Deck bites.
Alan Wu, what are you playing this weekend, and what does it do?
I'm playing Blue-Red Murktide. It's, I guess, like a pretty normal, like Blue-Red tempo deck. Cheap threats, counter spells, removal.
Strong. Okay, so you get to give me 3 key cards of this deck. What are they going to be?
那个没有进8强的套牌，我们是不看的哦。没有啦，这个今天打完，晚上应该就有那个10胜的摩登，告诉你哪些是10胜的摩登。对，然后要扣掉一个绿塔，因为让队友赢了。菜鸟跟吉人都危险边缘，都在危险边缘。他们近代1把都没有赢。今天哪？今天菜鸟7-6，然后那个吉人也是7-6。
hammer on a creature, you just can't kill it anymore, and then it's pretty tough to win.
哎，不对，吉人7-6说哦，吉人赢了1把哦，终于。对，但是菜鸟还是没有赢啊。到底是谁推荐他们这些鸟 deck 的
？A lot of fair cards and it just does a little bit of everything, I would say.
Okay, well, tell me what are the 3 key cards in this deck?
I would say one of the key cards.
人家有资格去打 BT， 没有，我们在讲去打会外赛那个，他没有资格。不要再编了。
Shieldred, the Apocalypse, and the One Ring to draw a lot of cards and gain a lot of life.
一败开很难呢，一败开就不能再输了。
I would say the good matchups are other decks trying to do fair things.
而且这一场猴子赛人比较少，138个而已。
A lot of utility lands in the deck. That just has every card is an effective piece of cardboard against whatever your opponent's doing.
So what are you trying to dodge this weekend? What are the bad matchups?
I don't want to play specifically against the 4-color Omnath deck, just because it does bigger things than you generally and takes away all of your One Rings and all of your Shieldred, so it's not too much fun.
Agustin, what deck are you playing this weekend, and what does it do?
I'm playing Ursa Thopter Sword, and it's a combo deck that it has many ways of attack.
I believe, so what are the 3 key cards in this combo deck?
The 3 key cards are Ursa Saga, Ursa Lord High Artificer, and obviously I think Thopter Foundry because you can enable the combo.
Okay, well you bought it this weekend, so it's got to have some good matchups. What are your good matchups?
Well, I think my best matchups are Murktide. The deck is called Murk Slayer, and some Death Shadow too, because you put some Thopters with that Foundry, so you can block every time.
And your bad matchups. What don't you want to be playing against this weekend?
I don't really want to face creativity because I really don't like those matchups. They have so many ways to beat me, so I think it's a really bad matchup.
Hey, if you're like, those people look like they're having a really great time over
小飞机打克萨传就塔麦鲁应该蛮难打的吧
？On our calendar coming up this September, everybody, September 22nd through the 24th. Tickets are on sale right now at mcvegas.mtgfestivals.com. The World Championship will be there, everybody, as well as a 100K limited open cosplay panels, command zone, however you like to play Magic, you can do it in Las Vegas.
泰坦这一把要打到犀牛，那是很难打呀。
Tron is doing incredibly
看起来要下去
well
了。
this weekend. It's no secret. And guess what? The last time we were in Barcelona, it did incredibly well too. It won the
Simon 原来没有
whole
跟他打过
tournament.
吗？
And what we're interested in
有啊
now is the evolution of
Simon
Tron
有
from
跟他打
2019
过
until now. Monty, what's the same and what's different?
所以 Simon 已经开始，因为已经没有人可以跟他跟他对了，开始打重复的人。
Mythic Championship 4, where many people were calling it the Hogak Pro Tour, it was actually an unlikely winner in Thorol Severin, who was able to rise up with this build of mono green Tron, took down the whole tournament, beating Arden Scales in the finals, and really just cemented himself as an extremely good player from the European team. And now we're back in the building, of course, 4 years later, and we have Simon Nielsen of Team Handshake leading the field once again with this build of mono green Tron. Now, taking a look at Simon's list and the list that Team Handshake has brought this weekend, it's not the case that mono green Tron itself is dominating the field. It's this build from Team Handshake. Their win percentage is vastly different from the win percentage of other builds. And something that was interesting to me is this deck is about 70% the same since we saw Tron the last time in 2019. So I want to take a look at the comparison of how this deck and this archetype has evolved in the past 4 years of set releases and modern changing, and how we got to where we are now. Taking a look at the 18 cards that are different in Thorolf Severin's list compared to Nielsen's list, one of the big things that we notice is that the general curve of the deck has come down. You see Karn Liberated, Ugin Spirit Dragon, Longcore Legend, and even the list are all being more prevalent in the old build of the list.
草公哦，我们出发前就跟他说不要打元素，不要打元素，套牌都借他了。然后最后你看他战绩什么0-2、0-2、0-1、0-2-1，然后0-1。哦。
We also see that the deck has become a decent bit more interactive. The new build from Handshake has 3 copies of Dismember, as well as an additional Oblivion Stone, a Warping Whale, and Boseiju Who Endures. That's really a nod to the current state of Modern and how there are these creatures that
另外一个型的，就是现在我们前8有2个型的塔麦鲁，就是一个是有克萨传的。然后就没有乌金，然后减少了卡恩的量，就是弃废卡恩的量，这样。对，然后这没有直接。这个叫做 Team Handshake 型，对，现在8强有2副，然后剩下1副就是这个有比较传统的有乌金的，对，然后有Earth Dust的，有爆裂地带这样。
But I have a game plan. I can fight through a Blood Moon. I can fight through your hate. And Tron may not be the best deck in Modern. We of course see the non-handshake.
那我们就来看接下来这个
But it is doing very well because of
Team Handshake 型就要打这个传统型。虽然他们已经打过1次了，就是昨天。应该昨天吧。哦，不是，轮抽的时候打过1次，所以构筑的时候还会再打1次。哦，那他们构筑没有打过 ，OK。那个 Simon 赢是赢在轮抽。
I think a lot of players may have been writing Tron off, thinking about, okay, maybe this deck isn't as good as it once was, and
没有啊，我现在看他就是这个型啊。
The rest of the deck, the rest of the team didn't really want to play Tron, but when they thought about the metagame, when they thought about
差不多啦，就是少一点乌金的量，然后少一张嘛，少一张乌金，然后。
All right, we're going to turn to a Tron mirror, everybody. It's time for our head-to-head as we head into round number 14. Let's find out who we're going to watch do battle in the feature match area.
差不多啦，就是有乌金跟没乌金啊。
Christian Calcano, the calculator, both running mono green.
然后有没有克萨传
Let's get to meet our players a little bit better. Simon Nielsen has been leading this tournament since he walked in the building. Said he was just going to take it easy. He's already qualified for Worlds. Kick back, relax, and go pretty much undefeated here. He's the champion of the World Magic Cup in 2014 with Team
他刚上把当了一个好人，送了队友1胜。
geared up to do it here this weekend as well. Christian Calcano took a break from Magic for a little while. He's back
往好处想，至少不是约合，约合我会他妈气到。
where he gave a very emotional interview about what making
那时候没戒指哦，对啊。
I tell you what, everybody, there was not
但其实其实必放的牌就那些，就多了母圣树嘛，多了戒指，对啊，然后少了。
Handshake Tron as we are
少了一些其他的辅助牌。
This is the list that we just took a look at. This is the list that we've been seeing. It's more interactive. It's more lean. Only one copy of Karn.
现在好像另外一个维度，就其实算比较特别的，就是多这个啦，多那个2费的这个 mana 钻石，让你有办法在没有抽套的时候3回出戒指，这样。出戒指出卡恩。
One of the more interesting choices that this team made this weekend, only a singleton copy of Chromatic Star, typically considered the better of the 2 chromatic cards,
然后它只有1颗星星，然后4颗
Evoke deck. Now on the other side, we see
4颗那个还是有4颗那个
Mono Green Tron. This is the list that some of the members from Team Worldly Council brought. This is looking a bit more similar to what we've seen in the past. 1 copy of Ugin the Spirit Dragon, 2 copies of Karn Liberated, and you do see the
多了一张后手那个宝石洞穴
from them. Maybe
可
this
以
is some of the
就
reasons
其实有类似的异曲同工之妙，这样
for non-team handshake players.
就是让你有办法3回没有凑到，也有至少有一个4费是你可以做这样。
has 2 of these, as well as 2 copies of Ulamog.
没有是好人啊，这个打球是觉得很有风度。我跟你讲，在赛场上风度是一定要有的，这跟是不是好人没无所谓。对面有很有风度，也有可能动手动脚。
For Simon, this is the 4th time, though technically one of them was Javier, and that was a concession.
Wow. Okay, I'm so interested to see what happens in this Tron mirror almost matchup. Round number 14 is on the way.
不认识人去遇到金毛的时候，金毛有很有风度啊，会跟你聊天啊。然后呢，还不是被禁赛2年了。我只能说，风度是运动家精神的最基本啊，不是一件值得拿来说嘴的事。
For Simon Nielsen with 13 wins. Simon will be, and now this sounds kind of bad, but
把费用压下去，就一会儿做2个咒语。虽然还是很难一次做2个咒语啦，就是我是觉得被什么母圣树干扰之后，对，至少还有1战能力，不会说就是被母圣树，然后就卡3块地，然后什么事情都做不了。包含了那个巫术也是，那个瞬间就看巫术的那个瞬间也是，他也可以生一个仔，让有办法在2回做事。4回做3回做4费事。
Like Maria was saying, it was one of the most special moments that I got to be a part of. I was, of course, I didn't make day 2, but I was on the sidelines cheering on his opponent at the time, who was a teammate. But,
and then at some point, just had the cold realization that the sidelines, Corey, is where you belonged all along, and now you're here with me.
I knew it. Yep.
Love to see it. All right, we're going to.
他不是出地图哦，好特别哦。
Opening on 7 cards, so we love to see that. And both of them opening up with chromatic artifacts. We've got a sphere, we've got a star.
怎么不是先出地图呢？
First one to crack his. We got tower and power plant and a Sylvan Scrying for him.
And on the play.
So looking very good for Christian
不出地图，
And the one thing that Christian Calcano
那就是2回要做母圣树干扰了。
Well, 100% more Karn liberated. Okay, there's 2 in Christian Calcano's list.
2 to 1.
So if Calcano does have that start of Karn liberated on
在直播上啊，你不有些人在就是不在直播上也是跟你好来好去，但是他们还是会动手动脚的，就是做一些不该做的事情。没错，他这样就是直接炸塔。
Exactly. I was gonna say unless Simon has the one of Boseiju, which he does.
正边1张而已。对啊，那个一会儿不出塔就是放弃凑到选择做干扰，不出地图啊。
Tear apart a whole number of decks, or it's almost like an anti-disruption piece.
但是他自己这样也没有办法凑套。
Blood Moon in when you're facing off against Rakdos Evoke, of course. A range of really important use cases for this channel card. particularly when you're playing Ren and 6, because you can channel it, bring it back, channel it again, bring it back, so on and so forth.
Yep, absolutely.
Simon Nielsen here crossing his fingers, hoping
开始下咒啦
for him of this ancient stirrings.
拿不到，拿不到，拿不到。
Oh, they're really having a great time. This is the second time they've played against each other today. They faced each other.
对啊，
in
后
the
手的
draft rounds, and
play。
they seem to be having just about as much fun then as well.
Exactly, and they're not
毕竟对手是
you know, but they're
比你
as
更
close
多
to
的卡恩的
teammates
型
without
啊。
actually being on the same team as you
还
can
是要做
possibly
一些
get.
防守。
And you would think, oh, maybe Simon, is he just this excited when he's 12-1 at a Pro Tour? Nah.
可是这是一个两边都没有塔的对局。
That's just the vibrant
两边都没有塔。
Yep, absolutely. This bloke, I've never seen a frown cross his face. And Cal kind of cut from the same cloth, actually. I remember a time, I think it was in Albuquerque. We went to the airport, and he was there. His flight had been delayed, and that's an annoying thing to have happen to anyone.
Yep.
This guy was there with the biggest ice cream I have ever seen in my life, right? Like, you get big servings of food in America, but this thing was as big as his head, and he was there thriving in his lane, fully moisturized, having a great time, eating this ice cream, and the fact that his flight was delayed didn't touch him. Blade of grass, baby, blown with the wind.
Sounds amazing.
Relic of Progenitus, this is a card that we've seen in the main deck of some con lists. Talk to us, Corey, about why we're seeing Relic play main deck these days.
Yeah, Relic is just a really strong piece of graveyard interaction. At the worst case, aka the floor of this card, you can just cycle it away for 2 mana, no problem, easy peasy. But being able to shut down decks like Living End, shut down Breach, all these kind of things, ends up being really valuable. Also, there's kind of a weird interaction.
这边没有塔的话，游戏好像要结束喽，因为这边找塔，然后卡恩找脑石，就结束了吧
？If you've got a key card in your graveyard, you know you can just target that with. Oh, sorry, you can select that with the targeted ability.
下一回的9费就是卡恩找脑石，切掉你的塔，有塔跟没塔对局，应该游戏就差不多了。
Today with Khan the Great Creator, earlier on we saw someone cast an opposing Khan. With a Ragavan,
还是这边先压卡恩，
cards unlicensed has the One Ring out of their sideboard. Rakdos Evoke putting Khan the Great
先压卡恩，让对手脑石不能启动。
We certainly saw that happen today. Here and now, however, Khan the Great Creator could be a key aspect of this matchup, not only because of its sideboard searching capability, but that Null Rod-esque line of text at the top.
Is really kind of the most important thing. Anybody who watched, you know, our very last match.
拿到了，拿到了！嘿，你晚了，你这个比晚了，你比晚了，你比下去了，当下他就已经拿到了。来，7费炸地，耶！哇，找到了，先凑套，先手游戏，哎，好玩游戏。 你确定还要打吗？ 来，先手游戏。
And it didn't happen on turn 3 because of the one of Boseiju. So Simon had to get extremely lucky that game to not have the
这边要做跟上回一样的事，就是镜像对局好白痴哦！你知道这边就是下地然后go，然后队友就是下地惨绿不是出炸地，跟上一把一模一样。
Okay, and that is the draw on the draw that you're looking for is 2 Tron lands with the map. So now Christian Calcano has to be on defensive and looks at hand, check notes for Boseiju. It's there once again. So Christian Calcano is able to disrupt a bit. Now, the one thing you usually want to do when you do disrupt for any players playing this Tron deck at home, if you can ever aim at a land, pick the tower. It just adds a little bit extra. Unless you have any other information, like maybe they have a second tower type.
So when is the time to fire off this Boseiju? Do you do it now?
Yeah, I would do it now or after the draw step. I think both are reasonable.
My point is, you need to do it before you get to the main phase.
No matter what,
because then you don't get a chance to do it. You can't respond to a landing play.
Correct. Yep. It really doesn't matter draw step or not, but. Yeah.
And we're going to see it here. Draw step, cycle away the chromatic sphere for green, and channel the Boseiju going after.
选择炸麦。
What are we going
这是通灵到了吗？
Looked like it was at the mine.
Yeah, the mine.
Yeah. And I guess the one reason that you would do it after the draw step, when these decks played a little bit less land, is there's a small chance you could draw the forest and already have 2 forests in hand, and then you fail to find.
We sort of take this for granted. We've watched hundreds, thousands potentially of hours of the best players in the world play.
Yeah.
Sometimes from you, from a first-person perspective, Corey. So we kind of take that sort of thing for granted, right? Like we understand. Of course, you do it in the draw step to prevent losing, blah, blah, blah. But a lot of new players, they'll be sitting there thinking, oh, yeah, right. Because if they draw the forest off that draw step, then they don't get to search for something with the Passeju, bit of extra value. And these little 1%ers, they all add up.
Exactly. Can happen. That's for sure.
So Warping Whale was the card cast off of that that draw step blown up mine. And now we see forest from the Passeju. And a power plant. And was that the Sylvan Scrying now?
Sylvan Scrying, yep. And obviously Kelkano wanted to prove me wrong there immediately by destroying the other non-tower land. Of course, you always go for the mine.
Always go for the mine if you can, unless, of course, you don't, in which case go for the tower. In which case, however, if you don't go for that, go for the power plant.
Yes.
Absolutely.
With a slight clause. Sometimes.
You want to go for the mine, the tower, or the power plant.
Yep.
And that's in my favorite order. None particular.
Absolutely, but it can change.
这边找一个东西，然后要被卡恩接脑石切掉了。
About magic, and you don't need to hear their answer. It is always.
好胜，真的好胜。
Exactly. There you go.
It depends.
There you go. All right. So it looks like we don't have Tron here in play for Kelkano right away. Sylvan Scrying to pick up the land for next turn, but Simon's going to be the first one to accomplish big mana here. So we're going to have 8, 9 mana available. We'll see what what you can do. Karn the Great Creator is already excellent. So Karn and then can get a 5-drop to start right away.
It's a weirdly good one.
卡恩脑石吧，这边没有理由不卡恩脑石吧。
Karn the Great Creator. I mean, you can attack for 1 with this Eldrazi spawn. Go get the Stone Brain. And you can name Urza's Mine.
Okay.
We did see this yesterday where Stonebrain named like Karn the Great Creator.
Now that was during Zachary Keeney's any % speed run of a feature match.
Yes, it was. It was. And it was a big thing that they were considering. Zach was like, I'm not sure, maybe I go for Karn the Great Creator. It seemed like a coin flip. And decided to go for Karn. We'll see what Simon does now.
Liquid Metal Coating instead, the choice here for the Dane. And this is devastating. Haywire Might, and Haywire Might as well. Looks like he brought in a couple of them. At this stage, this is a disaster, right? So the Liquid Metal Coating, again, we'll go over this for those unfamiliar with this interaction. Liquid Metal Coating turns opposing permanents into artifacts. Now, why would you want to do this? When you've got a Karn the Great Creator with the static text, activated abilities of artifacts your opponents control can't be activated. This means you turn the Urza's Tower or any land into an artifact, and all of a sudden, it can't be tapped for mana.
So it can't be tapped for mana, but it does still have the ability of Tron. It doesn't take away the ability. So we're going to see this, and I think I know the reason why we didn't get Stonebrain here. I think they may side it in. Because didn't we see Zachary Keeney?
哦，他把脑石上到这边来，所以找不到吗
？In the 60 rather.
Yeah. Which, I mean, I would love to hear the ins and outs of why you bring this in, because realistically, when you bring in a card like the Stonebrain into your main deck, you have now eliminated 3 copies of the Stonebrain from your deck.
And Nielsen brought in 2 copies of Haywire Might as well.
Brought them both in.
And
这边是不是要加一
bad cards. Relic, Wormcoil Engine, Dismember. So it's probably more of a scenario of I need to get these X cards out rather than I want to bring these cards in. But, you know, this kind of specific scenario, leaving just the Stonebrain in the board would have been way better.
But I guess you then cut yourself off from the turn 2 Stonebrain, which is so much better than the turn 3 or 6 or 10 Stonebrain. Because you can't, if it's in the sideboard, you can't just mize it and get lucky, draw it in your opening hand and play it.
Yeah, because the earliest you can ever do it is activate Stonebrain on turn 3.
Yes.
And when you assemble Tron, you go Karn, Stonebrain, and then you only have 1 mana left over. I guess if you get lucky and you have Warping Whale or Talisman,
but
then you have to like
draw pieces
naturally.
Yes, yeah.
Really.
这背牌有一排神器。
88，
他有88吗？他背牌有88吗
？Where these players have talked about these things over and over.
Okay, so Khan goes downstairs. Let's see if we can get a little squeeze.
背牌有88吧？
No. Okay. When he's playing the cards very close to the chest.
哦，有
Cityscape Leveler.
对嘛？那这个爸爸炸掉卡恩。
Yep. The Brothers War.
That will give a Power Stone, deal with Karn, the Great Creator, and that unlocks the artifacts for Simon once again. So now Liquid Metal Coating can do some damage. Ooh, and look at that. Since it is not a creature, get that land out of there.
So this is the thing that able to do as well. After the Liquid Metal Coating turns the land into an artifact, Yum Yum, the A1 can just eat it up, and away it goes, exiling.
Yep.
The land as well, which is critical, dominated by the One Ring.
Yep. And now this is Christian Calcano's one turn to do something. If he didn't have Tron land, now every turn.
Yeah. His one turn to do something has come and gone, and so now we go to game number 3. Karn the Great Creator proving to be just as efficacious in ending Tron mirrors as Karn Liberated.
Honestly, you know, looking at the top,
掉到剩3张是不是？
Some people are like, oh, come on, a Tron mirror. These have been so fun to watch. Like, blink and you miss them, but it is really fun, especially really fun to see these two players. But Riley, I see some
没有错啦，这那一站就是大家一起调度啦，调度游戏，调到有干扰，调到有。
Simon Nielsen 3.
But the brain is in the hand here for Simon Nielsen, so if Simon draws a land, you can just play Stone Brain now. Oh, but Christian Calcano was on the play here, so Calcano can assemble Tron first, then...
and he can as well. He's got the mine, he's got the tower, he's got the power.
来
Here, Simon Nielsen on a mulligan
有没有干扰？有没有抽套？
He's got Stone in hand. He's considering whether he wants to play it or crack that expedition map, I guess.
Okay.
That's his decision point. He passes. Okay.
抽套了，但是
Natural Tron.
凑套了，但是
So here's one of the main difference between Team Handshake and basically everybody else's list.
但是不能做事。
Dragon has since been retired from Team Handshake's list, but still played from the calculator. And now, if you have Stonebrain from Simon Nielsen, what do you name?
两边都凑套了，但是一边只有脑石，
And if that's the name,
一边是只有乌金，超废。
Tick up to 9,
乌金是
-10, essentially just win.
压起来加2，打3。
Yelling at the TV. Nielsen, no, Simon, don't do it, don't do it. I've been there before.
Yes, exactly.
Oh dear.
Nope.
Zachary Keeney has been through all of this, but now it's Simon Nielsen, who himself has Tron, aided by that expedition.
要切什么？
We have a cast and activate the Stone Brain here, and let's see what he's going to name.
老师切卡恩吗？
This is a crucial decision point for the Dane here.
我跟你讲，这个打完一定会有人脑石就放什么2张、3张之类的。我还记得之前大绿有一阵子有那个 Pro 写那个背牌3张脑石，然后换内战的时候就换2张进去，然后留1张在外面。
Probably, or not Ugin, excuse me. Ulamog would be kind of the first thing.
Yep.
Or Ugin, but
oh, it's the call as Ulamog here. We just saw Simon Nielsen.
切乌拉莫
and fans out the hand.
对，
and you can see Simon's face. Look at his face, a little surprised. But even though he doesn't hit the Ulamog in the hand, he'll still be able to snag them out of the deck, of course.
OK， 2张乌拉莫。
This is a fact-finding mission to figure out exactly what Calcano's post-board.
来看一下队友套牌有什么东西。
你
看乌金应该是下到没有东西可以下了，说实在的。
I wouldn't have to.
对，这边就是切10或切4嘛，选一个。
Big brain, stone brain, Riley Knight.
Wrinkle is all hell, absolutely.
Yeah, I like the name, and there's only one Ugin in the 75 for Christian Calcano, so it's tough to...
Why do you have to tell me that?
I'm just like a very rude person. I have 1 mana floating, by the way.
I'm just a very rude person, says Simon.
I think it's very true. It's extremely true.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's if there was one adjective I would use to describe Simon Nielsen.
Rude, yeah.
Oh, rude.
We were all thinking it.
He is a rude dude with a whole lot of tude, this guy.
Of course, we are joking. Simon Nielsen, I think, is the nicest person I've ever met, at least in contention.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm right here.
I stand by it.
All right, okay. We got Expedition Map played off of that floating mana from the tower. Nielsen tapped the tower in order to activate the Stone Brand, so 1 mana left over.
继续大家的自摸时间。
mana available thanks to that mine. We're going to see Nielsen write down the contents of Calcano's hand here, and what a hand it is. Next turn, Ugin.
他们背牌应该是没有母胜数了，所以应该是不会有什么下母胜数，然后森林占卜到母胜数这种事吧。
Yeah, and then kind of thinking about what the best possible draw is for Simon, I'm thinking as long as there is a pithing needle, which there is, and the pithing needle is left in the sideboard, your best card is still Karn the Great Creator.
乌拉莫被切了这边有2张5胜数诶，
Dragon, and then,
他是有2张5胜数的型，
but
但是这边应该还是出乌军。来打你3点。
True, true. All right. Here's Ugin the Spirit Dragon upstairs. Target you 3 damage. Nielsen goes down.
没有打算要记血量的意思。
And Ugin goes to a colossal 9 loyalty.
All right. Ugin would, or I mean, Ulamog would also be great for Simon. No, we only have the mountain in hand. Didn't fetch with the map there, so clearly had a plan.
持续的都是第一。
Probably trying to sack the map for Boseiju, play Forest, eliminate Tron, since Simon has seen the hand, knows that there's not another power plant at least, so you can clear that out. But now Simon is going to be put to the test next turn and forced to draw something because the Ugin ultimate doesn't exactly say I win the game, but it's about to
炸那个炸一块地。
That's it, yeah.
You can't win from that position, my goodness.
Yeah,
好奇怪哦，这对决好丑哦。
10 and the Ugin will often be on 11.
It will, yeah, exactly.
I don't think any of my cards do anything.
Oh dear. Oh, Simon Nielsen just looking through the ham sandwich.
看到乌金开大了，快了，真的快了。
And let me remind y'all that 12-1, one more win from Simon Nielsen. Is that locked for top 8? There's still a chance that, who knows, tiebreakers, if you go loss, you might be able to sneak in. But Simon really wants to lock it up right now.
Yeah, this is a win and in for the top 8 for Simon Nielsen. At 13 wins, players are removed from the tournament and secure their slot in the top 8. And Nielsen, that window is closing for him very rapidly in this game. I mean, mulligan to 3. We're not going to take anything away from the bloke. It was an uphill battle from the get-go here.
Yeah.
But he's in a really tough spot. And Forest power plant in hand, and not a whole lot else going on.
Not a whole else. Absolutely. And on the flip side, Christian Calcano got that 10 wins. So no matter what, we're going to be seeing Calcano at the next Pro Tour. But I think Christian wants a little bit more here.
He's hungry for, he's seeking a greater prize.
Yeah,
for sure, yeah.
That I did not notice.
Yeah, I think that's something that we've had throughout the entire series, right? The entire season. 10 wins will get you locked up. It's good to see people who are performing at a high level.
但是不炸对面就有妈的有超多费用哎。
Back over to Christian Calcano now, as Simon Nielsen comes to the conclusions that yes, indeed, his cards do nothing. But didn't play the Forest, interestingly.
Yeah, just thinking Boseiju is not that big of a deal. If you draw a Haymaker, you're going to beat me anyways type of scenario.
Okay.
And
oh, here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, and...
Oh, no. We're getting the inside scoop. We're getting the inside scoop from the horse's mouth. I forgot to put coating in.
I don't think Simon knows we can hear him verbally.
He forgot to put coating in my board. And now we can't see what the rest of that is. I forgot to put coating in my board again. And you know what? All the people who are watching this, they can't hear us right now, but all the people who are watching this on mute, all the people who are watching the VOD later on, months down the track, hello to all of you. You're not listening, it's on mute, but you're getting this explanation here from Simon Nielsen.
Gotta love it. Simon giving us a real show here.
Sorry. No worries.
为什么要不上一军包袱？
One reason that Simon didn't go for the Boseiju line is Simon does know about
对吧？一军包袱吧，如果没记错的话。
So if Simon Boseju's the land, then Christian gets a Forest, and then Boseju's back, and Simon needs Tron to claw back into this game.
And we're entering into a Boseiju arms race at this point.
对啊，对啊，一军包袱啊。
That's exactly.
他的意思是说，他应该要把一军包袱上进来吗？
So it gets the Tron piece that gets blown up by Boseiju. Here's the little intricate levels of this Tron mirror. Also, he forgot to put coating back in his sideboard.
That's another factor that comes into it. You know, just these little edges. Just these little edges. Forgetting to put cards in your sideboard. Yeah, makes a lot of difference. All right, back to Simon Nielsen now. I think he's got an enormous uphill battle ahead of him here to try to get back into this. Ugin ready to go ultimate next turn. Card off the top. But we're going to see a draw step Boseiju here for Calcano, thanks to this sphere.
Yep, looks like it.
On the tower, okay. So that means that Nielsen can use it to go and get the expedition, or go and use the expedition map to go and get another tower.
Yep.
手牌超烂。
And we're gonna see that.
And that's what's gonna happen. And it looks like we are gonna be in the spot.
乌金要开大了。
We're gonna get that tower, put it in hand for Simon. If Simon draws Karn the Great Creator,
乌金要开大了啦！天哪！
And we'll be able to get something to deal with Ugin. You can go Karn the Great Creator, 6 mana left over. Pithing Needle seems like the one that stands out to me. Yep, that's a pretty clear one. Could also get Liquid Metal Coating if it was there and target Ugin.
Haywire Might, I think that was the draw. Yes, Haywire Might was the draw for the turn. That's not going to do it against Ugin the Spirit Dragon, and it looks like Calcano is going to be able to ultimate the Spirit Dragon after a Warping Whale deals with that Haywire Might. A really huge play coming your way from Christian Calcano. Ugin the Spirit Dragon -10 gain 7.
补7滴，抽7张，从手上放7个永久物。
Buckle up.
Buckle up, cowboy. 7 off the top, a very stately 7.
最好笑的是这抽7张，他妈抽完不会赢，一定好笑。
He's enjoying every second of it.
You know when we see like Greg Orange go with Omnath, add a bunch of mana, counter.
笑了，超烂。
I'm guessing this is bad.
All right, 3 permanent cards, 4 permanent cards.
No reason to.
We're getting slow roll because if the last one is a Karn.
超烂。
Alright, if Simon were to win this game where Ugin ultimated, this would be unbelievable.
来，再抽。
Particularly strong.
抽到了。
That's much better. That's much better here for Calcano. He's got an enormous amount of mana after putting those 3 spheres and stars into play. Very likely for him to hit some business after that. Drawing
这边就找8，然后。
And with Karn the Great Creator, if Christian Calcano can't figure out a way to win here, my goodness me, he's going to need to take a long, hard look in that mirror.
We'll see what the option is in the sideboard now because both players do have to bring in a lot of strange cards. So, you know, we'll see what the target is. Liquid Metal Coating ends up being very strong.
Can you imagine having a card in your sideboard?
And it's really good. This is something
全世界都把重要的东西都收上来了，都上来了。
To see people having fun playing Magic.
Exactly.
At the end of the day, it is a game. It's a game that we all love. And look, I'm not taking anything away from the hard, spiky, competitive players who are here to win. Yeah, at all costs, right?
And that's been me at certain times for sure, you know.
But these 2 players are in the feature match area of the
对，这个有2张母圣树的形。
So close to locking up a
对，
top 8 spot in
不是
this match,
我猜脑石都都上来了。所以如果既然没有找，就是脑石上来了。
And sometimes when you put that pressure, the weight of the world on your shoulder, you don't think as clear. Maybe you're playing not to lose instead of playing to win. There is really something to be said about kind of having this nonchalant, more relaxed mentality, but have no, no fear about it. These players both want to win, especially Christian Calcano, who definitely does not have this top 8 locked up. There's a big separator when you get your top 8 and your second. Your second is when you really distance from the field. The amount of people who have top 8 in 1 Pro Tour, great, you know, that is awesome, great accomplishment, not taking that away from anyone. But 2, you separate the amount of
为什么不能拿对手？合理耶！你要说为什么乌拉莫不是神器？我那个易经包袱选外面的乌拉莫，然后卡恩拿回来这样。
Yes, but the good players are separated from the great players by one thing in this game, and that is consistency.
Exactly, and then the elite is separated by, you know, the Kais, the Nassifs that are, well, poised to do well here again.
The next level from that, away from consistency, is then longevity.
Exactly. And one up from that, Riley Knight.
And then me on top of it all. But hey, I just sit in the sidelines because it's only fair to give other people a chance. All right. So, Calcano, good long think about what he wants to get out of the board, and Simon just really staring death in the face.
6费还有什么？
And still has these stars to sacrifice. Just start draw some more cards if you need.
第2只卡恩。
You spent that on the. No, but you're doing another one.
So green colors in the pool, and we're going to see
第2只卡恩。
Here.
So it looks like green floating.
我知道这边拿那个锁链面纱，然后捡果子，然后这个我很熟吗？哦，不是，这不是先驱哦。
The one ring to rule them all. We see it come down. This has been a huge card in this tournament this weekend. The most played card in the field. And Calcano is going to use it to pull even further ahead in this game.
维持做，错牌做。
For this turn. And Baseju on the tower once again here.
Just a plethora of things to do here. Calcano just trying to maximize every little inch here, just make sure Simon has no way to come back into this game.
And Nielsen's got another forest to fetch up here, but I think
应该就 GG 了啦，让美和炸你一块地。
Yep, it was activated on the Urza's Mine, so if the tower is top decked, you only have access to 5, 7, 8, 9 mana.
Only.
But Simon doesn't have an action spell in hand or tower.
Yeah, so if he draws the tower, it's nothing.
亚龙卷没有用。
Not enough. And so now Christian Calcano takes out the game and the match. And Ugin
确实，我也觉得直接炸2张也会赢，随便啦，那个已经悠到乱七八糟了，没办法，掉入到剩3张了。这个对局就是调度游戏。
With one single more win and potentially even without it.
Exactly, and Calcano picking up 11 wins now, so 2 more wins for Calcano, and it is just an absolute lock. 2 rounds left to go, so we'll have to win both of those to completely lock it up. But even with 1 win, with that draw that he already picked up, normally we think of how bad draws are early on in the tournament. Now that we're in day 2 and deep into day 2, these draws start to come into play. We're like, actually, maybe is this counting as a win for me? Unlike day 1, where it is straight a loss.
And you can see the relief and the happiness on the face of, well, you can't see it because Calcano's in the way, but I'm sure Dominguez is very, very happy to see his mate doing well. And it is, I mean, exceptional to see Calcano.
又到了我们集茶草攻的
right, and then it's come back to it still.
And that's the funny thing that we just saw there. That was Calcano hugging Javier.
12-0打不到13胜也会那个啊，他们最多就打16局了，不会再打更多了。不像之前那个很奇怪的规则。
It is a tired old cliche, but it's never been true. It is.
哇，草攻终于第1把了，我好感动哦！我要密他。
Hey everybody, don't go anywhere. Coming up next, we have Javier Dominguez on Mono Green Tron versus Kazuni Kasaka on Rakdos Evoke.
Javier is playing this handshake build of Mono Green Tron, taking a look as you do see from the great creator of the One Ring and something.
我跟曹公说，我终于看你赢1把了，全观众都哭了。
Dismember in the main deck. On the other side, you do see Kazune is playing Rakdos Evoke, the most popular deck.
冠奇说回来要帮你撒花。
To land a turn 1 Grief or Fury on the battlefield and keep it around using one of those undying effects. This has historically been a bit of a rough
对面还是正妹。
But Javier has already bested it once today, hoping to do it again.
Mono Green Tron versus Rakdos Evoke coming up after the break.
他说对面是来玩的，牌主是新手。哇 ，Domingos 倒了。哎，不对，这是上一局的成绩，靠腰啊，看不到去啊。哦，这一局还没有成绩，没事，看错了，呵呵。去装个水，晚点回来。
Coverage of Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings, continues here from Barcelona, Spain, and what a pleasure it is to welcome you back to our Magic Con. Friday night, joined by Corey Baumeister here on the tournament floor. And we've got our next match lined up and ready to go. We're going to check in with another Tron deck, but this time it's facing off against Rakdos Evoke. Corey, we've talked already this weekend about the shape and texture of this matchup. Traditionally, you would think that a deck filled with hand disruption is going to do pretty well against Tron.
Yeah, usually the thing is with a lot of hand disruption, if you are ripping apart the hand of Tron and they just mulligan to a hand where they just keep all the Urza lands, you can't really Thoughtseize the top of the deck, so you'll draw a Haymaker off the top. But the thing that these Rakdos Evoke decks have going for them is not only do they have all this hand disruption, they have fast clocks thanks to Fury and Undying Malice or Fang Death, and also a lot of Blood Moons. This list in particular doesn't have any Blood Moons in the main, so game one should favor Tron, or at least even things out a little bit more. But post-board, it gets pretty rough for the Tron side.
So Dominguez will really be hoping to pick up our first game here. But we could see look at this, turn one Grief. And with that fetch land on the battlefield, it's almost certain that Kazuna Kasaka has something like an Undying Evil, an Undying Malice, or a Feigned Death in order to start his game.
OK， 回来了，这是第一局而已啊，我以为他会从第二局或第三局开始播。
Not a bad way to start a game of Magic Gathering.
Not bad, but the way that it was also started for Kasaka is a Multa 5. It looks like there is the Fang Death, but there is only one other card. So
you're right. Yep. Yeah. 5 cards for Kasaka, 6 cards for Dominguez.
That is the I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's fine. That's all right. I'm sure Javier Dominguez won't mind skipping over my description of him as the 2018 World Champion.
Yeah, you're right. So sorry to Javier more than you.
这个他敢接。
What I was gonna say is this is one of the most
还行吧。
proof hands, you know, just kind of too redundant.
4回才抽到，对啊。但是，但是他已经调度过一次了。但是他已经调度过一次了。
Picks up a sphere, chromatic sphere off the top, and we're just going to see an Ancient Stirrings fired off here with that forest.
I would think so. Yep.
Oh, okay, it's going to be a sphere instead.
You draw a sphere. That's the reason to do that for sure.
Cool. And in comes the Grief now for 4.
Looks like Mount Doom, I
believe.
Yep.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see which, I guess, utility land the Rakdos decks have chosen from. They generally either Takenuma or sometimes it's Shizo. In this case, Mount Doom.
Yeah, and as far as legendary artifacts to
这件事情
sacrifice,
没错。为什么你会看到这个组合叫？是因为五彩星是一个魔法力异能，所以它不会被回应。你是没有办法回应五彩星跳那个的，跳弓箭手的。所以这边就先叫，无所谓。不然你很容易就可能会错过这个五彩星的戳一点。
Or, I believe, you know, we saw earlier, Karn the Great Creator, go get the One Ring. I mean...
Yeah. It is possible.
It's very tough, though, for sure.
Orcish Bowmaster is another card from the new set, The Lord of the Rings Tales of Middle Earth.
哦，说五彩球，五彩球是魔法异能，五彩星不是哦。五彩星进墓地就会，它是五彩星是一个进墓地的触发异能，所以被遗忘时少会不会抽牌会不一样。对，但是一个可以被回应，一个不能被回应，所以你会看到他刚刚拿起来看一下，确认是这个之后才做另外一件事。对，这是蛮特别的一件事。
Just drawing a perfect curve of Bowmaster into Dathi Voidwalker on the mold of 5.
I forgot for a second that he mulliganed to 5 because this is not the sort of start.
他这边有弩炮，所以可以扛一拳。
All cylinders here, and Dominguez is now the one who is under pressure. Finds a walking ballista. Is that the one? Is that the one in the main deck there?
Yes. Yep. Absolutely.
It's the one of.
And this is pretty nice. You're able to block and then ping. Unfortunately, can't block either of the 2 creatures you really want to, the Greek or the Dathi Voidwalker with Shadow and Menace. So you're able to soak up 2 damage here, but Javier will go down to 2 and have to have a really big turn.
Yeah, this is nuts here for Dominguez. He's just been put under pressure from turn number 1. And this is the other thing about the Rakdos Evoke deck. When they go through and kind of grief you on turn number 1, Sometimes, I mean, the 2 cards.
还是这边有办法 dash 猴子。
Get them out of the hand, but sometimes just the
对，套牌少的是五彩星，
against a
不是五彩球。
0-1 mana, 4/3 menace from turn 1 is that's
就有
really tough.
一点点小小差异。
An evoked fury on an empty board, even if it's not killing anything.
Yeah.
A 4/4 double striker that ends games very quickly.
Exactly. Not a lot of removal spells that deal with that kind of thing right straight away as well. You know, we don't see our classic spell Path to Exile in play.
RIP, taken from us too soon.
Fatal Push with a fetch land can deal with Grief, doesn't deal with Fury. Lightning Bolt doesn't deal with a 4/4 Fury. So plenty of way. Oh my!
Boy, all right. Well, yeah.
哇，第二只弓箭手。
Home soil as well. It's worth mentioning the 2018 World Champion, a hometown hero in Barcelona.
Yep. And also worth mentioning, we are likely to see Simon Nielsen making it to our Sunday stage.
黄金圣衣，他这第二只弓箭手怎么这么强
？So what a performance by Team Handshake and specifically Javier and Simon Nielsen.
是了，
第
二只弓箭手是真的没有办法呢，太强了。
He griefed him. He got him on the turn of the turn 1 grief. And that's all she wrote.
That is a very big lesson to learn in Modern 2. We've been talking to a lot of these high-level pros, and the one thing they said is don't be afraid to mulligan. You, unlike Standard, where you can just keep cards and be like, you know, maybe I'll deal with a Shieldred on turn 4, but I'll draw something. Now it's like, okay, you have to deal with Ragavan, you have to deal with Blood Moon, you have to deal with these things immediately. So you got to keep a little bit more powerful.
毫不犹豫的就丢直接。
You're expected to deal with things.
所以手上是没有复活术的。
Your opening hand has to look a lot better than it would in other formats that are a little more forgiving. So, what are we looking at here? We got the same thing going on. We're getting griefed.
This looks even better because we see a lot more cards in hand for Kasaka, and we see grief. I'm assuming we have another way to undie it back, and I see every Tron player's favorite card in the far right there, Blood Moon.
Blood Moon. So with the opener of the grief into Feign Death or what have you. Blood Moon will follow things up here. Dominguez right now looks to be in a terrible position.
Yeah, and I want to say Kasaka has been not doing a lot of losing when it comes to Modern. You know, a really strong record. I think picked up 1 or 2 losses in Limited, so kind of running the tables here.
Yeah, at this stage, I think Kasaka is X1 in Constructed, having only lost to... No.
I thought it was X1 or XO.
No, sorry, a draw.
对，然后
a draw against Calcano, I think is
这个的卡表是，这人的卡表是一张不洗，然后对2张加2加3，就是反正他有一张不洗，这个比较特别，因为。 不洗有时候会卡住，不洗不能给有+1+1的生物用，所以如果你要救你的已经有放过+1+1的第二次，你就没有办法用不洗。哇，厉害！这就是大大掉一张肢解，马上给你抽回来。对。
And that was one of the pieces of tech from Team
对手抽到第2张复活，
太
尴尬啦。这边可以开始。
Okay.
So that's the one reason, and really I think the only reason why they didn't play Giganta is for Dismember, but it ends up being extremely powerful.
但是对手要出血月了。
I don't like the companions. I think they just don't add enough, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Take away a sideboard slot in a deck that really wants
a
sideboard slot. In a format where every sideboard slot... In Standard or Pioneer or something, sideboard slots aren't as valuable because you're not facing down 20 Tier 1 and 2 decks.
Yeah.
You've got to face 20 competitively viable decks in this format. You need your 15 sideboard slots.
Yeah, and looking at the sideboard right now, I mean, I think we've seen every single one of these cards come up, except I haven't seen an ensnaring bridge come into play yet.
不要问为什么没有结干杀好不好啊？他有肢解的套牌是要怎么放结干杀啦？嘿，你这个就过分了，哥。
Haywire Might now to follow up here.
Cool, OSB.
And Blood Moon with 2 swamps for Kasaka. Perfect for him.
Yeah, and we saw that strange interaction where Urza's Saga went to the yard. When Blood Moon comes into play, Urza's Saga is no longer able to stay in play.
Because it doesn't have any Because of the saga, because of the lore counters on it?
Historians are still trying to figure out why it works like this, but it definitely does.
Maybe the judge meeting to figure it out, there was some level 4 judge or something who was like, no, that's how it works, and everyone was just like, well, I'm not going to question it.
You got it.
I'm not going to. It's the Emperor's New Clothes situation. I'm not going to say anything.
Yeah, cards like Spreading Seas, Blood Moon, deal with Urza Saga straight away.
Righto. All right. Orcish Bowmaster's the play here for Kasaka. We saw it do some work last turn with a little bit of chip damage. And takes care of the Haywire Might. And the Construct, the lone remaining creature here for Dominguez.
So the clock is not really there, so Javier has some time and has the answer in play to the Blood Moon, but needs 2 more mountains even will do it. But no luck so far. That Haywire Might in play was poised to deal with it, but you needed to draw a forest as well.
要 dash 猴子了。
So Ragavan sounds like it's being dashed in here. Tapping a Marsh Flats for red mana.
Yeah. Should we get a judge over there, or...?
It is very handy when the Blood Moon comes in. It's just simple. You know, you don't have to crack, search, fetch, shock, all that sort of nonsense. No, mountain.
什么队友？老板。
Everything's a mountain.
劝你放尊重一点。我们都是把老板放在心上，他把老板放在桌上。
Debating it is a 2/2 now, thanks to Oblivion Stone, so that Orcish Bowmaster in there.
And we're going to see a feign death.
复活，
dude.
打死，
Yeah, that was a nice little be like you wanna block Orcish Bowmaster, because if it would die, 1 damage
想办法再摸2块地，
it would come back a
还剩1块，手上的克萨砖不是地，超级可悲。
I think he expected something like that coming. But he still considered, I guess, it was worth. He still decided it was worth getting the feign death out of the hand. Poor old Dominguez copping an absolute shellacking here as he plays the One Ring.
The One Ring and the other land that was in hand, the 5th land needed for Oblivion Stone was second Urza Saga. So immediately dies, does not add any points of mana.
抽一张，然后戳自己的军队。
And finds a Khan, I think. Yeah. Khan and I believe that's another. He's flicking those cards.
这边是真的有点烂。
Is another One Ring, I think, in hand?
I believe there was a Karn.
Yeah, there's a Khan and there's a.
那有地吗？
I think I saw
we're just never gonna. We need
抽一块地就行了。
0.25 speed to figure out what the card is. So it's a ballista.
Oh, X 等于2。
Yeah, we've watched in the past Javier Dominguez draft as well, and it's just tricky. He keeps his cards very close to him.
Oh, he does.
Looks at them, puts them down, does the thinking.
好乖哦， 他这样就是完全认为自己抽不到地，没错，他抽不到地。
Record the draft with pen and paper, right? We would write down all of the cards drafted by all of the people at the draft table, and you know, it was me and Frank and Matei and a bunch of other people. We'd all have to get little clipboards and stamp and whoever else.
射你一点。
And getting behind, being the one assigned to Javier Dominguez was the worst one, man.
Yeah.
You think, oh great, get to watch one of the greatest players in the world draft. No, because all you're doing is playing hide and seek with this guy as he hides his cards from everyone, almost including himself. But no, he does play his cards close to his chest in a very literal sense here.
Yeah, and you tell him before the match, like, hey, maybe try to show us a little bit. And he's like, you got it. But then he's
你确定你场有一颗遗忘石？你确定你要拍第2张血月？哦
Exactly. But you don't get to be a world champion, multiple Pro Tour top 8 champion without these kind of skills. But here is the ring that's absolutely going off. And is there a land?
Oh my goodness.
I don't know if there's land 5.
He's got 6 cards with the One Ring, and he's
他抽了6张牌了，抽不到一块地呀！
Where this clock is starting to be large. Like this is
哇！
5 damage. The ring is dealing 2 more. That's 8. Javier's at an effective
抽不到地呀，笑死！
another land.
抽一块地很难，是不是？
I don't think so.
He's pulled him back to his chest, but no, the One Ring again. Okay, so that's something at least, right? That
受不了了，再抽一张。
That has the Heiner Burden counters, but it also protects him from another onslaught from these creatures.
是地牌吗？
Here is the real cost. You know, this version of Handshake Tron. They
看起来不是地牌，要弃牌了。
And they played 2 Urza Sagas instead of the very common 1 Blast Zone Sanctum of Ugin.
Yeah.
And right there, Javier would have 6 lands in play, and now has only 4, strictly because he drew those 2. So
爽2张克萨传，爽1张克萨传，长1张克萨传。他要是是一般的地狱，我早就把你炸得迷迷毛毛了。
It's extremely bad, yeah, for sure. Because that O stone sitting there just taunting him as an answer. All right, so can he find the land?
He did. He did find the land, and honestly, even with just the ring activation and stuff, this is very much still hugely favored in Javier's hand.
Are you joking?
他这边如果炸了那个血缘，还会被地牌多偷打滴血。
Because now what Javier is going to be able to do, say go, and then in combat.
阿弥陀佛。
For Kasaka is say go to combat just so another Ragavan can't be dashed.
还是你有想干嘛
？Oblivion Stone doesn't blow up your own ring, and then you have Tron available, and you can do whatever you want. Now that's just a surface play. He could have some other stuff he wants to do as well.
他还想要再扛一拳吗？
It's indestructible.
Serious?
Of course, right? Yeah,
Yep.
Of course.
So nice little interaction there.
And we're going to see, a talisman as well, and now a Khan. Okay.
那他要把卡恩把戒指变成生物。
Indestructible block.
对，没错。
Okay, that's a different line, but it's one that sets him up with a fair bit more material on the board here. So confident that he can seem to play through this Blood Moon here, Corey.
Yeah, and what he's setting up for next turn is negative tick with Karn, go get Haywire Might, and now with Talisman of Resilience, you can play the Haywire Might and then blow up Blood Moon, and now even Thoughtseize isn't going to deal with that line.
So being a little more surgical here, and we can finally see Dominguez's hand. Urza's Saga, a blank piece of cardboard. Sylvan Scrying, another O-Stone, Chromatic Sphere, and Dismember.
Yep, and this was a really nice line by Javier. Maybe you would want to take the line that I was saying with blow up the Oblivion Stone if you have a lot of gas in your hand. But
you just want to like untap and just unload. But
like Ulamog or something. Yeah.
But look at this.
It's not great. Yeah, it's not great. So I love Javier's play instead.
他这边遗忘石开炸之后，应该就搞不好也不需要炸了。说实在的，因为对面的场面威胁有点差。
85–90% of the people watching, myself included, almost yourself.
已經抽了4塊地了。
Obviously, like it's simple. It's very, very simple. It's a straight up 3-for-1. These cards that are causing me issues. I can do it at instant speed. I can make sure to like mitigate any advantage that Kasaka's trying to get.
不是有机会那个昂2上来把人打死
But what Dominguez is doing right now by not just making that Oblivion Stone play is, what if Kasaka just goes, okay, second main Blood Moon?
Yeah.
You know, like now Javier wants to blow this up on his turn and then immediately use the mana for value. And right now, can negative Karn, go get Haywire Might, tap Talisman, use Forest to blow up Blood Moon, and now all of a sudden he has 9 to 11, 13 mana available?
Whereas Kasaka's second Blood Moon would mean that he'd be back to square one.
Exactly, and would have to play Oblivion Stone, wait a turn to untap, and then blow it up again.
Yeah.
这边
So by sort of taking the pathless cover here, Dominguez is actually
okay. Good.
And he's not even getting the Haywire Might. He's getting a Worm Coil Engine. So this is the Dominguez diff, dude. Dominguez diff here takes it out and wins the game and forces a game 3 between these two players. You would have thought turn 1 Green, turn 3 Blood Moon. We can pack it up here. We got to line up another match here. But no, Dominguez gets over the line. Both players mulliganing to 6 in game number 3 as we kick things off.
And I see more Blood Moons. This time it looks like 2 of them, but no Grief style start. It's Fable the Mirror Breaker, Blood Moon, Daffy, Voidwalker, only 2 lands. So Kasaka not only needs a little bit of help, but also just doesn't have that powerful of a hand. But the flip side kind of being the same. Javier Dominguez starting with a Forest here, also not ideal.
Worm Coil Engine off of the Ancient Stirrings.
找杨人
Shielded off the top is probably the worst possible draw for Kasaka.
Doesn't really do anything. Just sits in his hand. And Dismember on the Douthie Voidwalker to get rid of that. Now, why is he so keen to get rid of the Voidwalker in that situation?
Just dealing with it now so that Kasaka can't untap and have Fang Death and just keep it alive that way. But just recognizing no matter what, I want to kill it. But yeah, now a missed land drop for Kasaka. The one thing that it's doing is if Kasaka does have Dash Ragavan, I guess you're a little vulnerable to that. But Dash Ragavan is very good against Tron in the sense that it's a ramp spell very often. But it's like, okay, are you hitting Ulamog?
抽牌下地亚龙卷
not an issue. Warping exile target creature with power toughness 1
下课
we saw just there.
I think we're done here.
All right. So, worm coil engine.
GG 啦，宝贝，亚龙卷你要怎么解？
Unnatural Tron, I guess.
你只有2块地。
Oh no, the engine steering's got the worm coil engine. So was that just
natural, unnatural, whatever is happening?
Doesn't matter. Taps to 7 mana.
Javier Dominguez winning a feature match here does look to be pretty natural at this point.
All right.
That's for sure.
All right, Corey's called it. Corey's called it, everyone. Worm coil engine being met with a Fable of the Mirror Breaker from our Japanese player here, Kasuna Kasaka, trying to stay in it. But Dominguez has really come out of the gates in game number 3. Sphere cycled away.
And here's a really nice thing that we got. Here, there's a 1 ring available, which is almost assuredly going to just run rampant on this game. And the burden counters here, not really that big of a problem when you have Worm Coil getting 6.
Yeah, we see the 1 ring, its downside being mitigated in decks like 4-color Omnath with their ability to gain, 8 life a turn or 7 life a turn. But yeah, here the old 6/6 life linker probably going to help a little bit out. Probably going to help out a little bit here, mate. Absolutely.
And that's another reason to deal with Dathi Voidwalker straight away, just in case Kasaka left in Terminates. When you blow it up, you no longer get the 2/3/3s because it goes straight to exile. Sure. And Dathi Voidwalker can then play a Worm Coil. So it's all kind of bad,
Yeah. So heads up from getting rid of that potential problem. And with the 1 ring being followed up by a tower and now a walking ballista. Oh man, Kasaka at this point at 10-2-1, copping another loss in this situation. I hope he can pull through here because it's not ideal. But Javier Dominguez, on the other hand, if he moves to 12-2 with 2 rounds to play, that looks very good for a top 8.
And Javier got the concession from teammate Simon. Which, in that kind of scenario, when you play against the 1 seed, your tiebreakers go up. A little, thing that doesn't maybe get brought up enough. You play against good players or higher ranked players in the tournament, your tiebreakers do go up further than playing against lower ranked players.
Remind people, of course, that with 13 wins, you're immediately shortcutted straight into the top 8. You don't have to play any more Magic until Sunday. But even at 12 wins, Dominguez would be in a good spot to at least contest one of those top 8 slots. Depends how the tiebreaker maths works out. There's obviously usually a big scrum for those last top 8 slots. We're not going to be able to figure it out here and now.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you just want to win games of Magic.
Exactly. And the reason for that, this tournament's slightly bigger than maybe the one in Minneapolis. So it's not quite a hard lock at 12, but it's still looking good.
Blood Moon, the card here for Kasaka.
手上还有地图可以去找母圣树。
Star and a cityscape leveler, I believe. But of course, that's tough with Javier. He definitely keeps us on our toes.
1 mana.
0 mana.
But with that Blood Moon out, okay, just a star here.
其实就全打就好了，说实在的，全打他一定要上来喂。
A Sylvan Scrying. Which he can use to go and get
Boseiju for Blood Moon. More than likely, I didn't see exactly what was fabled away from Kasaka, but had 2 Blood Moons. You never really need the second one unless one blows up. And when you're in the face of Worm Coil Engine anyways, you're kind of forced to try to find some action to deal with that. You can have all the Blood Moons in the world you want, but 6/6 Lifelinker will eventually get the job done.
So the Sylvan Scrying there was cast with the floating mana from the star.
Correct.
And now, oh no, was Tower the pickup?
Yep.
Is Boseiju in hand?
Or just not needed. Just saying, you know what, not that big of a deal. I saw Cityscape Leveler, so maybe just trying to get to 8 mana the old-fashioned way.
All right. Well, in comes Worm Coil Engine in any case. We're going to see a chump block with that Goblin. Dominguez gains 6 and goes up to 23. And now Expedition Map.
And now the map...
29 after that one.
Yep, and now the map at end step can go fetch Boseiju, and you can kind of do it during your turn if Javier wants. Javier can just take a lot of different lines to victory here.
I guess, again, it comes to that the line we talked about before. You want to blow up the Blood Moon and then use the mana it unlocks.
Yeah.
Not blow up the Blood Moon, have them have an opportunity to cast another one.
And that looks like what's going to happen. Boseiju with Power Plant, Forest, then you have 9, 10, 11 mana available, and Leveler can hit Shieldred, then you can draw with the One Ring and see what you find there. And that's just step one. Maybe you can just put counters on Ballista and end the game straight away right now, which it looks to be the case.
All right, so with Dominguez going down to 25 after that burden counter, he does have the Boseiju in hand, which can be channeled to get rid of the Blood Moon, and from there, all bets are off. The Spaniard absolutely hammered. He's got 4 billion mana available with him to him with those Tron lands. So let's see which avenue he wants to take to victory.
Yep, and you just kind of pick which one you want here. Yeah, Dismember, sure. You can even just add a counter here with Ballista. No, that's a little short.
Draws 3 more cards with the One Ring.
I believe I saw Karn there. So now you can Boseiju, Blood Moon, play Karn with 9 mana, search up something that costs 5.
Oh my goodness, this game is over. This game is over, mate.
他好低就母生树拆掉奇奇，然后下地灌弩炮打6就死了。
And I'm just having a flash.
No, he says. Don't destroy that.
我要拆奇奇啊！
He's going to go after the Kiki-Jiki.
拆奇奇，然后灌大。
Then you just add a counter to Walking Ballista, attack for 9, ping for 3. That's 12.
So just then and there, doesn't it? So winning through the Blood Moon, for extra points here. Javier Dominguez is able to attack with the Worm Coil Engine and the Walking Ballista, pop an extra counter onto that Ballista, and that's going to be all she wrote here. An attack for 9, and then 3 counters left on the Ballista.
Yep, decided to not put a counter on now, playing around a removal spell. So now, if at any point Kosaka taps out, then he puts the counter.
Bam! And that's enough for Javier Dominguez. The crowd goes wild. We see him take it out. Look at him go at 12 wins.
Oh,
he's looking very good for our top 8. So congratulations on home. Javier Dominguez, the Barcelona local, will be very, very happy to have gotten across the line there. Someone who was, I think, a very worthy opponent in Kosaka, who gave us our money's worth with some of the entertaining shenanigans he got off with there.
Yeah, absolutely. And that moment right there, it's so special. It really leads me back to the last Pro Tier where Javier got interviewed right before the top 8 and was just saying, you know, I had a lot of success earlier in the career, but he's like, I don't know if I'll be able to do it again. I haven't top 8'd in like 2-3 years. Top 8's there, and yeah, maybe he's back to his ways. Maybe he's just going to streak it up a few Pro Tours in a row, and maybe take a break if he wants.
Well, we'll see, but it's great to see Javier Dominguez firing on all cylinders. It's good to see the Spaniard thriving in his home environment, and hopefully we'll be seeing more of him before very much longer. Right now, however, we're going to take a break. We're going to continue coverage of Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings, before very much longer. So stay with us. We'll be back from Barcelona before very much longer.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings from Barcelona, Spain. A look over there at MC Barcelona that's happening, MagicCon Barcelona. Thousands of our closest friends playing the best game in the world. And over here, we've got our eyes on the prize. There's a look at the trophy that awaits the champion of Pro Tour, Lord of the Rings. Let's take a look at our headlines from the previous round of competition. Round 14's just behind us, 2 rounds left to go. That means our top 8 is officially open for business, but nobody has gotten there just yet. That is extremely late in the game. That means these next 2 rounds are going to be great rounds of Magic, and you are not going to want to leave your chair for the next couple of hours. Dominguez and Nielsen co-lead the tournament for the first time. Simon Nielsen has a co-leader in Javier Dominguez. Both currently sitting at 12-2 are the teammates. But Christian Calcano is hot on their heels right behind them, sitting at 11-2-1. That's right, he's got a draw that will end up either making his day or perhaps breaking his heart. And there's our card from the last round, Ugin, the Spirit Dragon, Monty.
Yeah, the big bad Spirit Dragon Planeswalker may have fallen out of favor in Handshake Tron, but Christian Calcano was still able to get the job done against Simon Nielsen that last round, partly due to ultimating the big bad dragon.
Ugin, the Spirit Dragon, our card from round number 14. Welcome back to the News Desk. Maria Bartholdi and Mani Devuti hanging out with you. We've got 2 rounds to go. Mani, are you excited for this top 8 or what?
I am excited, Maria. It has been a while since we haven't had a single player locked for the top 8 by round 15. So being this late in the tournament, yes, some numbers are looking favorable for the players sitting at 12 wins right now. But without getting to 13, nothing is locked.
Nothing certain just yet. You are not going to want to go anywhere. Well, Will Hall was down in the feature match area last round, talking to some of the big winners who are hoping to make it into the top 8.
Christian, the Calculator Calcano, straight off a win, giving Simon his first real loss in this tournament. How does that feel? What emotions are going through your mind right now?
Simon 连倒2场，虽然还是稳坐龙头。
Crazy set of games, super fun. We're both like laughing, enjoying ourselves, like just crazy things happening, like, and yeah, I'm just super happy. Like this has been a crazy week.
That has been. We're all really excited for you, my friend. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. 极人8-6哦。
I'm here with
开始回稳了吗
World Champion Javier Dominguez straight off that win. Let's talk about that one. You won both
your
games through a bloodline. That's not meant to happen when you're on Tron.
Yeah, I mean, it's never easy. Like,
菜鸟打到中国人了。
got some cards to play, so it's good. But game 2, I just had to play slow in a way where I just didn't care about the Tron. You know, I just play the ring, card, then Runko. Sometimes all you need to do is like just, you know, 1 mana per land. That's enough to cast like 6 mana mythic.
还不错嘛，2个
8-6。Some would call that. So now
还有2把，再赢2把就能拿到下一场 PT 的资格了。
Your 9th top finish in Magic the Gathering. What do you think you need to do here? Do we run the table or are we going to play?
I think a draw should be enough. I haven't done the math yet because I just ended the match and I didn't want to do it before.
Yeah.
But I think some maybe.
我下一场 PT 在哪里办？好像还没有公布。我们只知道冠军赛是在 Las Vegas.
Better known on the internet as Beekeeper on Magic Online. You've just come off an absolutely phenomenal win there, locking yourself to an 11-3 record. What feelings are going through your mind right now?
Yeah, completely exhilarating. Obviously, I've played a lot on Magic Online and not so much on Paper Pro Tours. So, yeah, I've never been this close to it.
You're super close to it. As a fellow countryman, I'm super excited for you. You know, what does it mean potentially getting your first ever top 8 at a Pro Tour here at Pro Tour Lord of the Rings?
Would be amazing. So I was in
奇怪，我没有看到他的，我没有看到他的名字啊。
just before COVID and finished 9th there, and that was heartbreaking. So to get one more now.
这是什么赛前采访
？Ridiculous.
然后
we're all going to keep
这个人直接爆开啊！
Thank you very much.
The next couple hours of Magic are going to be ones you do not want to miss, everybody. We do not have anyone in our top 8 with only 2 rounds to go. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and sort out exactly where we are. Well, for the first time in the tournament, Simon Nielsen has a friend at the top of the standings, and in fact a teammate in Javier Dominguez, both players sitting at 12-2 money.
Handshake at the top there with that handshake Tron. And in fact, Tron goes all the way to 3rd place, Maria. Christian Falcano on a build of Tron as well. And then we get into the 11 and 3s. Marco Del Pivo of Italy, Jake Beersley still playing in his first Pro Tour, going strong, and Sean Goddard, who we just heard from, and then Greg Orange and Alexander Haynes. So those are our 8 right now. But Maria, a lot can change in the next 2 rounds, and that means Gab Nassif, Kai Buddha, Jacob Wilson, not out of it yet.
That's right. Let's take a look at some more of our standings because
所以
we
这
do
次
have
搞
more
不好
players
12
who
杠
are
4都有
still
机会
live
哦。
potentially for top 8. That goes down to 21st place.
上次的话
right there,
12 杠
those
4是
10 and
稳
4
进啊。
records, Monty still have a shot.
Yeah, absolutely. From Marco Camiluzzi and Dominic Harvey, who we saw play earlier, these next 2 rounds are going to be all important. They're going to need to get
这一
the
次的
job
话
done.
12 杠
Unlike previous
4还要
events,
看
12
2局
is
打得怎么
not
样。
a lock. We need
不
to
过应该还
respect
是会
that.
进。
So right now, it may be get to 12 and then hope.
All right, everybody, like we keep saying, do not go anywhere these next 2 hours. We need to lock up our top 8. Well, if you're watching at home and wondering what perhaps you could play in Modern, Will Hall has got your back here with some quick deck bites from the pros.
Dom, Harvey, what are you playing this weekend and what does it do?
I'm playing Amulet Titan. It's a little hard to explain, especially in a sentence this short, but it makes a lot of mana, does a lot of silly things, finds lands, finds creatures, finds the whole toolbox, and then you're off to the races. The whole world is your oyster.
Okay, so you've got to give me 3 key cards in this deck. What are they?
So 2 of them in the name, Amulet of Vigor, the 1-mana artifact that brings things into play untapped, and then that lets you kickstart the whole engine. From your Titan, this is the card you're working towards, and then the card that lets you find whatever you need to close the deal. And then the bounce land, so Simic Growth Chamber, Boros Garrison, the cards in that cycle. Those are the cards that give you the mana with the Amulet, and then let you return your lands and make more mana, and just put the whole engine together once that's done.
Okay, so your boy this weekend has got to have some good matchups. What are they? What do you want to be playing against?
So I hope I have some good matchups. One of them would be Mono Green Tron. So you're kind of these fast land-based decks doing a similar thing, but you're a little bit faster on average and can interact with them with Veseiju and so on. Bad matchups on the flip side. There's a Rakdos deck that's killing you on turn 3 or discarding your hand or main decking Blood Moon, which is pretty rude if you ask me, but gonna try and dodge that if we can.
Alex Rohan, what deck are you playing this weekend and what does it do?
I'm playing Living End. I think it's just really powerful. The idea of the deck is you position yourself so you have a 3-mana card that says you win the game. And you play 8 copies of it. So I don't know why you would play that card.
Well, let's see. Let's talk to me about it. What are the 3 key cards in this deck?
There's Violent Outburst and Charlotte's Agent, which enable your Living End. So those are probably the 3 most important. Because the whole focus of the deck is to cheat a 0-mana card into play via the Cascade mechanic. And it exiles, it basically removes your opponent's sideboard and then puts all the creatures from the graveyard into play. So,
Happy day. So what decks do you want to be playing against this weekend?
I want to play against decks that don't interact with me. And that mainly is like Rhinos. That's the best matchup because they need to cast their stuff and then they just can't react with what you're doing.
You want to be the better Cascade deck, got you. Okay, so what don't you want to be playing against? What do you want to be trying to dodge this weekend?
I want to dodge Scam. That deck's not good because they main deck Graveyard Hate and they have Leyline of the Void and Chalice of the Void post board. It's just so much pressure and Graveyard Hate, it's really hard to play through.
So, what deck are you playing this weekend and what does it do?
I'm playing Boros Burn this weekend and I'm trying to kill my opponents before they can get their game plan going.
Love it. Okay, people that haven't played Burn, what are 3 key cards in that deck?
So the most important card is Goblin Guide, and then you really want to have Searing Blaze and Boros Charm.
Sick. Okay, so your boy this weekend, what are your good matchups and why?
I'm pretty good against any deck that is taking their time.
That one. So what decks are you not good against? What do you want to be dodging this weekend?
Decks with like Force and Negation that can kind of slow you down. So like Living In, have Grief and Force and Negation.
Right now, our top 8 could look like just about anything, so you're not going to want to miss the action tomorrow, Sunday. It's single elimination Modern in our top 8. Reminder, coverage starts an hour earlier than today. That's 4 a.m. Eastern Time. All right, everybody, we've got 2 rounds to get it done. We've got to find our top 8. Nobody there yet. Let's take a look at our feature match here, coming up for round number 15. Simon Nielsen versus Marco Del Pivo. Simon Nielsen on Mono Green Tron versus Teamer Rhinos in the hands of Del Pivo. Simon Nielsen had been leading the tournament
已经连输2把了，究竟有没有办法扳回一城呢？
Simon Nielsen is just one of those guys you love to see playing the game of Magic the Gathering.
他的正边没有巡水兽了，
Your 2014 World
有巡水兽都打赢了，没有巡水兽的应该轻轻松松吧。
Top 8 at our last Pro Tour, March of the Machine. Simon Nielsen crossing his figures this round. Versus Marco Del Pivo started playing the game in 2013, qualified at Pro Tour March of the Machine, testing with Team Worldly Council, which is the biggest team here this weekend with 22 players from all over the world and 3 of their team members in the 50 match area this round. So doing pretty well for them.
背牌有一张 Commandeer， 有机会抓对手东西来用。
They could be in really prime
会抓一个
position
大
to
的
put multiple members into a top 8, which, you know, another team that does that, Team Handshake.
Absolutely. Well, talk to me about the decks for this matchup.
All right, well, people may be getting tired of it, but we have to talk about Handshake Tron in the hands of Simon Nielsen, this Monarch Green Tron deck that they have brought. This build is pretty unique, as we've mentioned multiple times, and really the focus is going to be, can you get your Tron online? Can you get these big threats online? We saw Javier do it without Tron the previous round, but obviously it's a little bit easier if you can get it. Karn the Great Creator, the One Ring, these are all great. On the other side, we see Marco bringing Teamer Rhinos. Now, Rhinos is a bit of a different challenge for Tron. There is a lot of interaction in the deck, as previously mentioned. Force of Negation can be very strong against your opponent trying to resolve a Karn the Great Creator. One of the issues is Tron really goes over top of Rhinos if they're able to do their thing. So it is going to be really important for this Boseiju, for example, to help try to keep Simon off of Tron. Both these players have played the matchup before. Simon has beat Teamer Rhinos in the hands of Clive Widow already. And for Marco, well, he beat Handshake Tron all the way back in round 4 in the hands of Javier Dominguez, one of the only 2 losses for him.
All right, everybody, it's round number 15, the penultimate round of this Pro Tour. I'm going to send it on over to Cedric and Paul with the call.
Thank you very much, Maria. Cedric Phillips, Paul Cheon. We are here in the booth. Our final round together, but it's a very important one, my friend. Going to put, looks like maybe somebody into the top 8 here in Barcelona.
Yeah, several people here. And now Simon with an incredible run here. Starting out 12-0 with the concession and then a loss. So stumbling a little bit here, but still has a couple extra shots here to lock it up.
Absolutely does. It's been a very, very impressive Pro Tour here for Simon Nielsen. Handshake Tron is the name of the game and the story of the tournament. A very innovative build that when I first saw it, I had to question everything that I knew. Starting to cut a copy of Sylvan Scrying, some of those chromatic pieces as well. A couple of copies of Urza's Saga, but as oftentimes is the case here, Paul, that team, they know what they're doing when it comes to Constructed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you heard it in the interview where Javier said, look, we decided to build this deck from the ground up. Started back to ground zero and really just question what belongs and what doesn't. Do we really need 4 Sylvan Scrying? Do we need all 8 copies of the Chromatic Scar and Spheres? And ultimately, they decided they didn't.
And that decision
看起来也还好哈，他有办法3回出卡做圣杯吗？
Very similar to his journey that we saw at the last Pro Tour at Pro Tour March of the Machine. Marco with a
感觉这个对局他很烈耶，是我错觉吗？
Be a crashing footfalls on suspend to kick things off here for him.
A little, you know, by the time that one kind of goes online, you kind of know where you're going to be, especially against Tron in this matchup. I think the key here for Marco is to get that turn 3 cascades going as quickly as possible. The longer the game goes, of course, Tron does have that inevitability. So Marco needs to find a way to disrupt Simon's mana, which he did right here.
Yep, and you do see that Force of Negation going to slow down that mana generation by countering that Sylvan Scrying. So I definitely agree with you. I don't like that.
这就是犀牛最丑的那一边，妈的，抽2犀牛好难看呐！
And more importantly, what that means is there's not a lot of crashing footfalls in the deck to cascade into.
Yeah, there's 2 left. I wonder what else Marco is working with here. It looks like Got a land there in hand and a Triumph?
Yeah, it looks like just a couple of lands and a Triumph at this stage of things, perhaps. This will be an expedition map here for Simon Nielsen. One of the things about Tron, of course, is that it is very redundant in being able to find its mana engine. So you counter Scrying. Well, I do have draw steps, I do have ancient stirrings, and I do have the incredibly powerful expedition map. But I think more importantly with this build of the deck, Paul, is that it doesn't need Tron to operate.
Right.
Of course, when it does have Tron, it kind of goes into hyperdrive, but it can still operate on 4 mana because of the
手上有那个可以抗巫术的，可以抗掉一张犀牛。
mid-range game too, right? And that's what's given this deck additional percentage points. Before, it was kind of, if you don't draw Tron, you just don't do anything, right? Your entire deck just has a bunch of Karn Liberateds and Wormcoil Engines that you can't cast. But now, you have 7 to 8 4-drops that are all extremely powerful and that are capable of winning the game by themselves.
Well, we don't have a Cascade effect just yet. It looks like Dead Gone.
有点小尴尬。
There's the draw here from Marco this turn. So
这边不知道找哪一块。
Nielsen's way.
Now, if you're Marco, you have to be thrilled
希望抽到其中一边，再找另外一块，但是看来时不我与啊。
So Simon has to dig that force of negation onto Sylvan Scrying. So important here.
Looks like it's going to be an Urza's Mine that'll be found here for Simon. So Tower is the last one to go. You do see in Simon's hand a copy of Dismember, an Oblivion Stone, and Ulamog the Ceaseless Hunger, and a Warping Whale. Warping Whale actually
这是一个抽不到 KSK 的 KSK 套牌，
answer
跟抽不到任何一个碎片的塔麦鲁，但他起手好像都没有啊，全都是那个呢，全都是凑套的，全都是用找的。
But remember, Simon doesn't have Tron and doesn't have a way to find Tron just yet here.
Oh, Force.
It's possible these Rhinos
他把
are
Force
just
抽到了，
now.
那这边
Simon does have an Oblivion Stone.
不对
You can play the Oblivion Stone. If you just draw land number 5, you can still crack that to kill the first crashing footballs.
And we can't forget, too, the ability to play an Oblivion Stone here and also leave up Warping Whale.
Right?
I think that's the sequence we're going to see here from Simon. So there is the powerful O-Stone. You talk about this deck's ability to play a mid-range game. It can also play a clean up all your stuff game via the O-Stone, and it does a fantastic job of that as well. So Crashing Footfalls is going to come off a suspend. I think there was an assumption that was going to resolve there for Marco.
I think this is a one-of as well in their particular list. But hey, play one to draw them.
Look, they said they were going to build this deck.
为什么会让
遗
忘死成功啊？这样你的公式要到超级久之后了耶。
Very good there. Now I'll talk about something that's not very good. That third Crashing Footfalls that was just drawn.
Yeah. We're getting close to the point where those cascades
他又抽一张犀牛，哇操
if Marco draws Footfalls number 4.
最丑的那一边。
In any Cascade deck, but we are starting to see some of the downside as a Crashing Footfalls.
Simon's like, what is this?
他还剩一张了，他还剩一张犀牛了，天哪
！This is just fair magic we're seeing here, right?
超级难看，超级难看。
Because the one ring has been drawn, and there is nothing fair about that powerful artifact. It has been dominant here this weekend, and we might have the opportunity to see it on display once again.
And Marco does have a Force of Negation here, though.
And it is a good card to use that on. Going to exile a ice to that, so the one ring is long gone. Hey, we did it!
All right.
We did it!
One of them resolved?
Wow!
犀牛王不是抽犀牛王哎。
Two rhinos on the battlefield. Worth noting, these rhinos, of course, they do not have haste.
No, they do not. So just going to pass the turn, and that does give Simon the opportunity to untap and have access to this Oblivion Stone.
Now, this was actually a very good draw. This is the one of fun of Boseiju that is in the deck. Now, has the opportunity to choose between blowing up the lands or the Oblivion Stone.
他没有想要炸石头哦，所以他要再继续跟对手撸。
Right, because I mean, I think your path to victory here is just trying to win with these rhinos as quickly as possible. But I guess if you go with the Oblivion Stone, that does give Simon 6 mana, which means you're kind of getting to the point where you don't really need Tron, right? The important card here that Marco is really concerned about is that Wormcoil Engine. 2 copies of that in the main as well. So perhaps just looking to try to power through the O-Stone and relying on the third Crashing Footfalls there, set on 3.
That one's going to be a little ways down the road.
那就是要需要一块地。
fall down to 2 counters now. So we're going to head back over to Marco Del Pivo, who's going to get an attack in, and Oblivion Stone will take care of those.
And Simon does draw a Worm Coil Engine here, which is going to be really, really strong.
Marco will simply pass the turn back. Lauren revealed
抽牌有没有地？没有。继续出戒指。
It will indeed. So Simon will have protection.
成功啦！
We might see an immediate activation, and we do.
超级会抽犀牛王。超级难看。
Back as crashing footfalls goes down to 1 counter.
And Simon does have the double dismember there too, just to kill the rhinos if he wants. And next turn, of course, can very likely to find a mana source, right? With the draw step and 2 additional cards from the 1 ring.
Ooh. Lauren revealed it does get land cycle for a basic island.
OK， 他这边抽到康了，好不容易。
That Del Pivo has had in hand for quite a while. No real use for that card at this stage of things.
Right. The dispute does give Marco the answer to a Worm Coil Engine if Simon Nielsen finds here.
But again, what you are seeing here from this build of Tron as a 1-ring activation will take place once again is its ability to play a drawn-out, fair-ish game. Yeah. Now, I will note that Marco's deck isn't, I'll say, cooperating with all of these crashing footfalls being put on suspend. But it is also a credit to this build of Tron by Team Handshake to be able to play this game where Nielsen's deck isn't really firing on all cylinders either.
Yeah, this is kind of an unconventional game. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree with that. It'll be an expedition map here for Simon Nielsen. And Marco's going to give that a thought. Or at least maybe pretend is here as a dispute. Okay.
Probably just paying for it here. Okay.
Would have been surprised if Simon didn't.
Right.
那再丢一颗球下去吧，不然也不能干嘛了。
Sphere here could also just play that out or go for end of turn dismember.
你有看过卡表的，他没有巡水兽了。
Because the tenor of this game has been a little bit strange for both players. Nielsen sitting at 19 life.
Right.
Means a lot of life to work with through the 1 ring and its burden counters.
Even if you use both dismembers, you're down to 11, and you only have to worry about 1 more footfalls from this deck.
Yeah, and you do keep track of that sort of thing, too. Right. There's already 3 in the graveyard. So realistically, if for Simon Nielsen, you are thinking, well, I've dealt with 3 of them.
If you deal with the 4th, I don't think Marco can win, or it's very difficult.
It's very, very hard.
You do have Murktide region.
Yeah. Other than that, there's really nothing to be that scared of. So.
All right. Well, Sylvan Scrying does mean that over the course of the next 2 turns, Simon will be able to get Tron again with that expedition map in play.
先抽3张，抽到就有乌拉莫了。
Does want to take his turn. Is a little bit interesting here.
Yeah, and I believe Nielsen should be at 15 here.
Yeah, from the dismember and the Phyrexian mana to cast it. We'll confirm our life totals in just a moment. Make sure we do have those correct for our viewers at home.
就先抽3张不错啊。
But Simon trying to figure out exactly how to sequence this particular turn. You mentioned the Sylvan Scrying, the ability to complete Tron over the next 2 turns.
Right. And then also taking 2 here from the 1 ring, so actually should be at 13.
There we are. We are current, and we do appreciate the help. Simon might be thinking about potentially resetting the 1 ring as well.
Yep. I think it's important to at least use one of those effects to find a Tron piece to play this turn to set up for the full Tron next turn with that Sylvan Scrying.
Well, that expedition map is going to find an Urza's Power Plant. Power Plant will be the land for the turn, and the 1 ring will be.
可是他会留旧的还留新的
？Yep.
留新的。
That is a conscious decision.
Absolutely. It doesn't have.
搞不好留旧的也可以说在的。
Long day here. Long day.
14? Yeah.
See this fetch land sacrifice here from Marco. Going to get a stomping ground. Fall down to 14. 14-13 life total, so we're going to head back Marco's way. Big draw step coming.
Yeah, but if Simon's Sylvan Scrying resolves next turn, he will have access to 10 mana. There is an Ulamog, the Ceaseless Hunger, in Simon Nielsen's hand, so that'll be able to clean up the Rhino in play.
有没有救？
potentially a land.
哇，宝石洞窟！哇，抽超烂的犀牛要倒了吗？
Getting those permanents off the battlefield.
好了，应该是倒了。上帝视角来看，已经倒了。
Draw. The answer is yes. So on the end step, add a bird encounter. Down to 13 goes Nielsen. Let's make it 12. Perfect. Draw again. Another expedition map.
All right. Is it time to scry? Or just maybe naturally draw Tron here? Could also do that.
No Tower of Power naturally. So, Paul, we're going to do it the hard way.
Yep. This one's going to resolve.
Yes, it has. There's Tower is the land that scrying does find. And, of course, Simon Nielsen's going to put that directly in the play. That'll be the land drop for the turn, and things are about to get a little bit filthy.
Yep. Boom.
Boom.
And boom.
No muss, no fuss. Very strange game as both.
哎呀，抽伤心，我真的不知道怎么赢啊。
Going to win game number 1 here over Marco Del Pivo as Mono Green Tron up a game here over Teamer Rhinos. We'll see what kind of hand Marco's able to keep this time around. Looks like a hand of 7. But still no Cascaders.
No Cascaders. Does have Regent, Fire Ice to maybe stall you. Very reactive hand here, but Marco does have a good amount of sideboard cards for this matchup. It kind of makes you think he recognized that this isn't a great matchup, and he wanted to have some cards. So we're looking at Magus of the Moon, Blood Moon, an extra Boseiju, and 2 copies of Obsidian Charmaw.
超级多倍牌.
Put some pressure while also getting those Tron lands off the battlefield.
Well, that is building a sideboard with intent.
Oh, yeah.
Like Marco has clearly identified, or at least has made a statement to himself that I don't think I can beat every deck, but I do want to try to beat Tron if I do get paired against it.
Exactly.
With that sideboard, because that's a lot. We don't see that much
这个对决超级多的倍牌上。
It'll be a forest after that triome. It'll be ice on the upkeep.
没错。
Great ice here. Nope. This prevents Simon from cracking that expedition map this turn.
And there's Force of Vigor too, which can be good against
Tron.
So Force of Vigor and now, oh my, do my eyes deceive me? Charlotte's Agent was the draw.
Okay.
So this deck does have Cascade spells. Okay.
Yeah, this is the type of stuff that you need.
我说我终于看到一张 KSK 牌了，这个牌真的有 KSK 耶。
And then putting pressure on the board
哭啊
with Force of Negation backup.
Ancient Stirrings here from Nielsen will yield an Urza's Mine.
这边挺好的。
Just simply missing the power.
队友下一回确定不会抽套，先出 Agent。
I think Marco's just going to go for it here. You just kind of have to be pretty aggressive here. Put that pressure before Simon can get Tron going.
Now,
这个对局血量不用省啊 ，Shock Lane 给他 Shock 进来对了。
I don't think it would be
反正你也不能
wild
找
to
海
see
盗。
Prismari command cast. Destroy target artifact, maybe make a treasure.
I mean, the Charlotte's Agent just puts Simon on a 2-turn clock with Force of Negation here. So
it's weird. I was just chanting in my head like, "Please be a blood moon. Please be a blood moon." Which is weird.
It is rare to see a Tron player hoping for a Blood Moon, but Blood Moon Charlotte's Agent is not.
Blood Moon without pressure is not too threatening.
Yeah, no, not really that scary.
错，这边反而不
Now
怕
Simon's
血
going
说实在
no
的。
Blood Moon, no Blood Moon after this one.
That's right. So here is the Cascade, and there are the Rhinos. Nielsen will take a look
看
at
一
the
下
cards
里面有
that
几
were
张血
revealed.
月
An idea, at least maybe a little information, is
一个神
subtlety
武圣树，
and
一个 Fall， 一个
Boseiju
蓝
who
元素
endures。 have been pulled forward.
Yeah, subtlety. In answer
可是
to
没
a
有看到
potential
全
worm
部
coil
就
engine.
就
Or
没
of
什么
course,
用
Karn the Great Creator.
还是要想
A
办法
temporary solution, but I think kind of the way that you want to be playing this
还
match
是
is
想办法活下来啊。
3 Cascade spell and just
后
protect
手真的很
it
辛
for
苦。
as long as you can.
And do the best that you can. That's the plan here for Marco. We're going to head back over to Simon now for his third turn. Again, we know about the Urza's Mine. That's going to be the land for the turn. We also know about the ability to search for the Tower of Power. It's going to be a Talisman first, however.
Yeah, next turn Simon will have access to 8 mana, and at the moment Marco does not have a way to disrupt the mana. However, as you can
没
see
什
in
么
the
关
hand,
系，反正这边就
Force
是
of Negation, Force of Vigor. Force of
咒你
Negation
大师殿，
4
咒你大师殿。
in O-Stone would be the way that Simon would want to potentially reset this board here.
This will be an attack for 10, gonna cut Simon Nielsen's life total in half, will Marco Del Pivo. So down to 10 goes Nielsen.
他的背牌好像没有寻水兽吧？对，他背牌没有寻水兽。
Force of Vigor was the draw step.
他背牌是炸地龙。
Cast on Force of Vigor was missing a green card to go along with it.
Right.
Marco has it now. And now, is there perhaps a reason to play that Prismari command now as opposed to last turn? It looks like the answer is no.
Yeah,
so
no, great, because you can't kill the map anymore. So I think he's just looking to pass and just keep up a hard cast Force of Negation here potentially.
Power plant the unsurprising search via the Expedition map. Was curious if maybe we would see Prismari command on the Talisman, and you do see Marco is reaching for mana here a little bit.
You could do that. That would put Simon on 8 mana instead of 9, which is not a big difference, right, in the matchup?
Yeah. So now you're going to
see.
So what you're actually going to see here is Prismari can upkeep targeting the Talisman. The modes here: destroy target, destroy target artifact, and then draw 2, discard 2. So 2 new cards coming. Of course, have to discard 2 cards as well. As part of the resolution of this spell, and it looks like.
真的超会抽犀牛。
Maybe one of those copies of Force Negation maybe headed to the graveyard.
Force of Vigor, perhaps.
Or excuse me, Force of Vigor, not Negation.
Because he had a redundant copy.
Yeah.
绿风也不要了，也可以。
One of the free spells.
Yes. Force is something.
Yeah. All right, so Simon's probably going to have to rely on this One Ring, but Marco does have a Force of Negation here to counter the One Ring.
Yeah.
And then I don't think Simon has anything else here. He has.
他有2张蓝风，那应该是结束
And there
了。
are actually 2 Force Negations in hand now. It looks like for Marco.
So just has answers to double One Ring even.
2张蓝风的安心感。
Simon may start the turn off with an Ancient Stirring.
真的是没放第5张，搞不好放8张，我跟你讲，他翻到就消。
Force of Negation is a card that's very likely in Marco's hand and looking to find maybe a Wormcoil engine.
So here is the Stirrings to start the turn, and that's going to resolve. So top 5, well, take 1 with him. We'll sign.
找亚龙卷找不到，哎，找到了。
I think that is. So how does that change things? Marco does have a Force of Vigor. That is a destroy effect, however, not an exile.
It is.
Does he have enough ways to deal with this Wormcoil engine?
这样要猜队友手上有什么。
So the Stirrings does resolve.
Doesn't have green cards to remove the Force of Vigor here.
So this is going to depend on how the attacking and the blocking does go. As here's the Wormcoil engine. Important to remember here that these Rhino tokens have trample.
那
And if
这
it
边
does
全
come up here
打
in，just a moment, we'll see exactly
他有地
why.
了。
So, step 1 is
全打
an Odawara.
挡住
Now
就
here's
死
the attack.
So you can actually
挡
destroy
错
the
就
Shardless
死
agent. So
挡犀牛吃绿风
Simon explained it to us.
死，挡这个吃打2点。 对他都下地了，这手上看起来就是有否。
Simon trying to put the pieces together here. But with that Prismari command in Marco's hand, this should be a lethal attack. Even if he blocks Shardless Agent, right? You kill the Shardless Agent with the Prismari command and deal 2 damage to Simon Nielsen. Putting him down to 8, and the Rhinos should finish him off. And Simon will not be able to gain the life here off the Wormcoil engine.
Now the question is do both of these players see this play?
Right. I think
这没有办法啊
I'm gonna give，
挡这边就是拆神器打2点。对啊 ，GG。
Yep.
So, Marco immediately sees that play of destroy that Wormcoil
第3把
engine and deal 2 damage with the Prismari command, and we are on
他们是
to
不是
a
握手
third
握太早了
and final one here between Nielsen
通
and
常不会这样
Del
子
Pivo.
握。
Well, now we see some opening hands, but we see a number that is unkind here.
这手
for
牌
Simon
看起来
Nielsen,
挺
down
不
to
错
5
的。
cards. Now the Tron deck does mulligan well.
Right.
I will say that, but 5 cards is still 5 cards.
Oh, but does draw natural.
来了，手动凑套好强。
On the play. Now Marco does have Magus of the Moon here to stop it, but won't. At least for one turn, Simon will have access to 7 mana.
That's right. So kick things off with a sphere into a star, into another Tron piece. We'll see if this star does resolve, and it will. So, triumph for Marco to kick things off, and now the second turn we'll have to see. I think it is worth noting as well that there is a Boseiju over there for Marco.
There is the one of Boseiju. I believe there's a second copy as well. So I think he's going to go for the Boseiju into probably the Magus of the Moon next turn. So
the power plant going to bite the dust. The mine is still on the battlefield. A forest is coming. Shuffle and present. And while they work on that, let's take a look at Marco's hand here, Paul. You've got that obsidian.
没有啦，我的意思说，通常是第3把打完才会握手。
Of course, those rhinos, subtlety, and some blue
因为
cards to go
这把
alongside
4了
with
就是
it in
1
the
而已。
aforementioned Chartless
This is a
Agent.
fantastic hand.
And a force negation, and we already know how good Magus of the Moon can be against this deck.
Right.
And the third land is already rolled up, so this is a doozy of a hand here from Marco.
Absolutely. So Simon plays another Tron land here. I mean,
克萨传
Marco can simply
这
just
个
play
克
a
萨传
Tron
好像不错。
just eat up one of these Tron lands here, as there would be 2 colorless lands in play, and with the Charma, that would reduce the cost to 3 mana next turn.
Simon's going to start things off with a star. Well, Ulamog, well, that's a really good card. We're a little ways away from that. There's a Saga's going to enter the battlefield. There's your trigger. A little bit of mana. And now it's an Oblivion Stone.
And the question for Marco here is, do you force a negation?
And the answer is going to be no. So, O-Stone's in. And let's see what Marco wants to do on his third turn of the game.
哦，场馆要关了，这广播好大声啊！
That one's irrelevant. That won't change much in the decision making.
Yeah, I think we're just going to see an Obsidian Charmal here to slow down Simon while also just having a nice threat on the battlefield. And this card was tailor-made for this matchup. The reason why he's got it in the sideboard right here.
来减2费。
Marco, one of the few players here this weekend that we have watched, but also in analyzing the deck list before the tournament as a team, not many people having this level of Tron hate.
Yeah.
And I think that's what the Tron
下一回还要被血月再炸一块克萨传。
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You look at the top tables, so many Tron decks.
Yeah, this could be the Tron Destroyer. If there are Tron haters out there, of which I think we know there are many, Marco is your hero.
Oh yeah.
这边要出钻石呢，还是剩一个机器人呢
？I've heard a thing or two on the Bird app. Not a lot of huge fans.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
机器人挡不住这个4/4飞呢。
Saga's going to go up to 2 counters on it now. So the ability to create a construct here for Simon. But given the mulligan to 5, the options in hand are somewhat limited. Talisman of Resilience was the draw for the turn. Karn the Great Creator. We're not there just yet. And with that Ulamog, we're a long way away from that.
Yeah, I mean, you can run out the Talisman this turn, but probably it looks like Simon's going to be looking to just make constructs here instead.
容易被 fall，
try to race.
不出又很尴尬。
Mostly going to fall down to 16 from that attack from the 4/4 flying Charmaw.
I wonder, is it time to just go ahead and
找树林就连上血月。
Well, there is maybe some interest in the Magus this turn as well. I mean, the options are plenty.
他的宿命吗？
being found here in the basic forest via the wooded foothills.
But given that Simon is 2 turns away from Tron, perhaps you want to add a little more pressure to the battlefield instead.
Sure.
Right, because you go for the
同一选择
like your line here.
对，剩一个，然后再爆一个克萨传。
Not like
这边没错，他又抽犀牛了，干，真的是很会抽哎，超级会抽哎。
At 11-3 in the main phase. I don't think he's that sorry. Chromatic Sphere the draw.
Yeah, that's fair.
哦，凑不到地很痛苦呢。这边，这边 race 吗？这边是有办法 race 的吗？出钻石，出5彩星变4/4这样。
And Marco's hand is quite good.
Oh yeah.
Here's a talisman.
Now this construct is a 4/4 here.
Yeah, 4/4 now after that sphere. So
不打，不打你也挡不到啊。
Crashing footfalls will tick down to 3 on the
怎么觉得红月选手会打呢？
And we'll find out what the draw step was here for Marco in just a moment. Marco's moving very quickly because it's time to bring some rhinos to the battlefield.
Yeah, rhino time here, going to be cutting down that clock here. And of course, the Charmaw has flying, so we'll be able to fly over this golem token.
Those cards from the Cascade will be randomly placed on the bottom. The crashing footfalls will resolve, and the Charlotte's Agent is now in the battlefield as well. So a 10 power.
Yeah, and this is going to put Simon down to 12 this turn. Next turn, if a rhino gets blocked, that's still an attack for 12, exactly lethal. Simon only has access to 3 mana. Even if he draws a land, does not have the ability to blow up that Oblivion Stone that he has in play.
那等下这边抽牌下地出卡恩，把遗忘石变3/3。
His last draw step of this round.
Man, what a hateful.
Oh, Dismember 来了，
Extremely hateful.
但是
in modern. We've talked about this, and so have the many players that we've interviewed all weekend long. You can't beat everything.
血量好像扛不住啦。
So you have to make a conscious decision on what you want to beat and make sure you have the right hate to do so. Marco
不只是被红月选者，还被炸地，炸地才是最伤的，被炸了2块。
I dislike this deck.
That's right.
I dislike this. I'm going to choose to beat this deck after sideboard.
I don't know how many people registered the Charmaw. It's not very high, and it's looking pretty good right now.
Yeah. Because it's tough. When you put that card in your sideboard, you're like, okay, what percentage of the field is going to be Tron? Because I'm only really bringing it in that one specific match.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about is you make your decision on what you want to beat, and then you hope you get paired against the
right.
Sometimes,
a lot of the times you'll see people play more versatile sideboard cards like Blood Moon.
Absolutely.
It hits multiple decks, but when you're playing a card like Charmaw, you're like, all right, I'm out for you, Tron, because I know I want to beat you. I hate losing to you. I'm going to play this dragon.
小额全打，就算挡
we're seeing
挡犀牛
482 good as Simon Nielsen is in between a rock and a hard place. Going to sacrifice that Chromatic Sphere to draw a card. Picked up a copy of Expedition Map, and I think that's going to be a little too late. It'll be a little more mana here via the Forest and the Talisman. Take a pain and cast the Dismember.
And of course,
I don't
stepped
think
out.
so.
And that should lock it up.
Marco Del Pivo, you can celebrate, my friend. Your
12-3
perfection.
这样应该12-3都进了。
2 games to 1. Teamer Rhino's going to get the job done. He's fired up, Paul, and he should be.
Look at him. Look at how excited he is. It's almost as if he feels like he top 8. It's going to be close. We're going to let the kind of standings kind of flesh itself out here at the end of this round, but he is extremely, extremely excited here, defeating Simon Nielsen. Simon now 3 losses in a row.
Still
has one more round to guarantee a slot.
It is worth noting, and I know Maria and Monty did this a little bit earlier, Marco did defeat Javier Dominguez in day number 1 and constructed. Of course, Javier playing the Tron deck, the very popular Team Handshake Tron deck, and now that's another member of Team Handshake that was defeated. Paul, I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but those Team Handshake players that are right on the cusp making top 8, they don't play against Marco.
No, absolutely. Marco, if Simon is not locked for top 8, he's going to be crossing his fingers and going to be rooting for both Simon and Javier.
Yes,
because he wants to play against those decks.
Orange 爆开了
sideboard. So, congratulations again to Marco on a huge win. He
小黄帽
celebrates it
呢？
with
小
good
黄
reason.
帽
Moving
还
on
没
to
打完。
12-3 here in Barcelona. More magic on the way, my friends, here from beautiful Barcelona, Spain. Maria
看
and
一下
Maya
泰坦有
will
没有
tell you all
成
about it
功的？
Hey everybody, well after round number
哦，
14,
泰坦
Javier Dominguez gave
11-4，
Christian
所以
Calcano
还
a
有
big
机
hug
会
after
哦
his win.
可是他的
Now they
OPP
gotta
好
play
低哦
coming。up here in round 15, Mono Green Tron Muir.
I'm getting deja vu, handshake Tron in the hands of
这个
Javier
又要再
Dominguez.
打一次同样的对局，
Tron, I guess you can
超
call it
级
in the
难
hands of
看。
Christian Calcano. He already beat it once last
但明
round
天的
with
8强
Simon
一定会
Nielsen.
超级难看。
Can he do it again?
Friends paired up in a mirror match coming up after this.
没有，这等一下打完应该会有2个12-3的对局，就一定会有一个13-3的了。 13胜真的好难。对呀、因为上次的规则是12胜就会进8强了，结果这一次是不知道是不是因为人变多了，好像人变多了一点吧。对啊，反正就现在变成要不知道是好像刚过256这个坎对不对？266对，多过一个坎，所以要多打一轮这样。就多一个分数要求，变成要稳13胜才有办法进8，然后如果没有打到13胜，就是看排名这样。这样搞不好12-3的可以切吗？因为反正最后其实输了也会进，其实输了也会进的话，还是看坐在哪一桌吧，因为好像会有3个12-3的样子，还是会有一个是11-3-1啊。犀牛12-3嘛，然后塔是13-2哦。Domingos 确定进了 ，Domingos 13胜了，他这边成绩报完了，所以等下会少一个13胜的被踢出那个配对之外。戒指关进去不会关啦，你想太多了。我真的不觉得戒指会关啦。不过我觉得戒指，你就不能我们有风味一点，就戒指限1，就是魔戒就是1颗，对，不只是现实世界1颗，你的套牌里面就1颗，我觉得这样不错啊。我觉得魔戒只有1颗的话，感觉就很平衡了。
Simon Nielsen is Javier's teammate, but after Christian won, you saw Javier go to his good friend Christian and still congratulate him.
That's right. And now they're paired up against one another in a cruel twist of fate. You do see the records here: 12-2 for Domingo.
超级难看的对局又要来喽！我跟你讲，8强这样子，如果至少3个绿创，你就看到大家一直在调度，一直在调度，一直在调度。
For Calcano, it's a little bit more of a traditional take, but that traditional take, well, it's defeating it at least a little bit.
Right.
That new take on things. So as you see these two good friends hug it out, now they got to go to battle on the battlefield. But I think they're going to have a lot of fun doing so, which should make for a lot of fun. For you at home. Game number 1 between Calcano and Dominguez.
这边在做法。
It's Nurse's Tower, an expedition map to get things started.
Yeah, so a few small differences. I think
一个掉入到剩4张，一个掉入到剩3张，超级可悲。
Oh no, excuse me, 3, and Javier and Amol the 4 here. So we'll see who's the first one to get Tron. But Calcano missing line drop number 2 here.
Now Calcano does have Tron rolled up insofar as there are 2 maps and a Tron piece already there.
Right.
It's just a little bit of a delay of when's that second land going to show up here for.
Yeah, and what's Javier working with? Does he have a Sylvan Scrying here?
Well, we know that Javier
哦，他有森林占卜，下一回就抽套了。
will take care of the other problems. So Javi will play that Sylvan Scrying to find an Urza's power plant.
Needs a mine or a tower here, Christian Calcano.
来一块地
to keep pace with Javier's start.
没地
Calcano missed.
啊，这边没招。1、2、3、4、5，超级难看。
It'll just be a chromatic sphere right now.
Could be anything.
来，下地开始摸彩。
There's that Tron piece.
绿色，
that sphere. So
来
sacrifice
抽。
that mana floating. Another
来
sphere.
绿色，不对，你还要再转一块地吧。
Yep. So crack that, and there's a.
Okay.
太强啦！
Yep. They're going to make sure that
不对吧？你要再转一块地吧。
Two friends playing a little quick here.
对
，but still plenty of mana to do all of these things.
没有没有调度大战，看他们都是在打巫术的，抽不到，抽不到，抽不到，抽不了套，抽不了套，抽不了套。对，还有一费，还有一费，好，拍下来换人。
Now there's a sphere.
Yep.
So there
哇，还是没有地。
This is rough. I mean, Javier's bound to find something here.
扣一。
With that one
啊，有卡恩，GG 了。
That'll take care of it. There's a car in the Great Creator. Those expedition maps, among other things, are useless now at this point. So
Javier
Javier is going to win game number 1 over against his good pal, Christian Calcano. Calcano will be on the play here for game number 2, and we'll see.
来，6张打4张，哇，看到对方6张就停，他妈的觉得自己要输了。
You just have to you have to mulligan aggressively because it's so important that you find Tron or have a way to disrupt your opponent Tron in this matchup.
Absolutely. So it'll be expedition map here for Calcano. There's another Tron piece. Okay, so Tron is about to be online for both of these players. My goodness.
What an engaging matchup here.
Yeah, it just depends on what you like.
Right? That's fair.
这边是不是
We celebrate the whole rainbow. During
这
this
边就有点
modern
尴尬了
a little bit
呢
of。everything. These players taking a lot of mulligans to get 7 mana as quickly as possible.
Yeah, there's just one I'm worried about.
这边最屌就是找到对的，然后下一颗五彩球，然后总胜数炸一个，跟鬼一样。
Play that and move forward. Yeah. Now, will that be what actually takes place? Yep. We'll end up seeing.
Okay. But we, of course, know Javier end of turn is going to have Tron of his own, but will have access to 7 mana on his
这边
turn.
下塔五彩球，母胜数，我就说你是大大。
Christian will play that tower and pass the turn back. So Javi's very quickly is going to sacrifice.
哦，那这边有抽套了，有没有7费的卡恩
I'm sure Christian would love an extra Urza's tower on his side of the battlefield.
Or for Javier just to not have one.
Yeah.
So, let's see what Javi does draw. Looks like maybe an Oblivion
do
Stone.
you have?
Okay.
Now, in the Tron
Not
here,
the worst.
That one's beatable.
Yeah.
That one's beatable.
对，
Remember,
亚龙卷
Christian's
就还好。
version has 2 copies of Karn Liberated in the deck.
That one is beatable. Warping Whale is going to make a Scion.
So if you go Urza land, you could play Ulamog.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah. Warping Whale doesn't have anything to counter, but it does make a Scion.
Okay, is it
There's
Ulamog?
Oh,
This is
Sufei.
Ulamog.
Moving that way.
Oh.
That's
Get
gonna do a
both
little
Tron
something,
lands.
something.
Yeah. Yep.
来，第3把，
They are some fast
对，
games.
调度大赛，巫术大赛，
Tie it up here, and we're gonna head on
看
to
谁
game
比较会
number
奶。
3. Starting hand side check.
来，几张打几张，5张打7张。
Okay, 7 and 5, and Javier does have Tron here on turn 3.
We'll see if Calcano can keep up with this. Calcano.
5张打7张，那大家都有抽套了吗？
Boseiju?
有没有母胜数？
Nope.
没有。
All right, what do you have, Javier?
Well, it's as easy as 1, 2, 7, folks. We're going to see what the 7 mana does yield here for Javier.
有没有7的卡恩？
Because Calcano will have the same, so it's
有，我看到他手上有7的卡恩了。
To do something brutal. That's
7 mana.
Let me talk to you.
The one of.
It is time to start eating some
lands.
Time to chomp on some Tron lands here, and it's gonna be extremely difficult here for Christian to get out of this.
Remember, this is a one of fun of here for Team Handshake. This used to be a mainstay, a reason to play Tron. Over the past decade, this card was a 4 of, but slowly, over the past year or so, players have gotten away from this because Magic has brought some very powerful alternatives to the table.
Right.
But, Paul,
Still
there's nothing better than the OG.
I mean, turn 3 card.
Come on.
That's the story, so here we go.
哇，风云会是一款真正用魔法在打牌游戏，谢喽。对，这是一个从1数到7，只要数1、2、7的魔法。对。
The expedition map in response to go get Nurse's mine. Calcano gonna have some real difficulty, of course, assembling Tron while Karn is on the battlefield.
Right, because sometimes, I mean, you just play the Karn and just don't even bother picking up. Just get both of the Tron lands and just that puts you.
这样你下回只有2块地，然后他插你1张手牌。或者是他直接再插你一块地，
We're going to head Calcano's way. He has slowed down just a bit. Very tough situation here.
Yeah.
这边应该就直接再插一块地吧。
What can he even find here?
At this stage of things, because I've been here a time or two, you just have to be redundant.
You just gotta
have to keep assembling.
Power through.
That's all you can do.
Yeah. Just keep playing Tron lands.
Yep. So here's the stirrings. Boseiju among those cards, but it's not a Boseiju game anymore.
No.
魔圣树来晚了，晚了就不要了。
In my estimation, even though I don't have a good look at Christian's hand, this is a keep assembling, keep
感
assembling.
觉他后手不能接这个七耶。
Tower was revealed in those 5 cards to make some stirrings, right? So if Karn were to go up right now, okay, you get one of the cards out of my hand, but then I can present Tron of my own and maybe get myself out of this situation, which more or less forces Javier to destroy one of those lands, which of course eliminates the Karn due to its loyalty. Now, it looks like Calcano is going to go a different direction with the Boseiju.
Now, it really depends on what Javier's follow-up is this turn, right?
Yes, it does.
Probably going to get maximum information here before deciding what to do with this Karn.
Which I like quite a bit.
先下戒指抽个一张。
This will be 4 mana, and it'll be a copy of the One Ring. That's going to end the battlefield tap because Javi's going to use it right away. Haywire Might, the draw.
这边就直接炸了吧。
3 mana from the tower.
Looks like there's an expedition map here.
直接再找一个塔，然后开始抽五彩星也可以啊。
Big question to me is, does Calcano already have the tower in his hand? Had the option to select it there, of course, with the Ancient Stirrings, and elected not to. And I think that's somewhat notable at this stage of things, as Javier is maybe thinking.
克萨传有点烂欸，有点慢。
I feel like the risk
没有，他只有一只七费卡恩吧？这个型的只有一只七费卡恩。他们 Team 黑 Shank 的型是只有一只七费卡恩的，是对面的那个乌金那个型才有2只卡恩。
Okay, you play a Karn, you tower Karn, kill my Karn. Okay, right. Javier has a 1 ring, has Tron mana, and has a lot of draw steps.
It's a lot of Karn targets.
Right? So,
yeah. Which one do you target?
Well, yeah, so to me, it's just Javier has the opportunity, if that exchange takes place, which is Karn, kill your Karn, Javier says, okay, I'll untap, I'll draw a card for my turn, I'll draw a couple cards from the One Ring. I have access to at least 8 mana on my turn. I could probably do something pretty powerful.
Right.
Now, end of the day, that Karn's just going to take care of a land.
Yeah, Javier's like, you know what, I'm just not even going to bother about that, bother thinking about this back and forth. Yep. I'm just going to continue destroying your resources.
That's right. So what can Calcano do to rebuild now? Karn basically playing the role of double Stone Rain, which is oftentimes what it does in this matchup.
Good enough.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Especially with the follow-ups here.
Now there's that tower. Not too surprised that he had it, given the Ancient Stirrings, but there it is nonetheless. And now Javi's going to go a little bit deeper. Saga's going to go on 2 counters, as will the One Ring. 2 cards coming here for Javi.
有什么东西吗？什么都没有，继续抽五彩星抽奖。
Urza's mine for 2 colorless. Let's bring it down to 1 with a chromatic star. Sacrifice that star, filter it for a green. So green floating, new card coming.
裂地泰坦哈？为什么他会把裂地泰坦在正边啊？为什么要上裂地泰坦？你是觉得能猜到什么树林？
Top 5, it's a surprise. 4, 5.
他怎么什么都没有？他怎么这么烂？
Couple of those stones and a One Ring among those 5 cards.
If he's interested in resetting the ring, probably don't need to anytime soon here.
It looks like it's going to be the Tower of Power.
Maximum mana here.
It's any order. Iba así todo el día. No, pero yo digo, es any order. Yeah, pero it's all card. Iba así todo el día. Yeah. Para la mano.
Tower is the selection. Fun banner between these 2.
Yeah. Don't think he's played a lot.
阳寿用光了，还好。
not yet.
Can play the tower, does have access to 9 mana this turn.
这边
See a Sundering Titan in hand? Just another large threat potentially.
这边是不知道被反打会怎么样。
Okay.
不过已经炸了2块。
Yeah, it looks like Javi may have brought in Sundering Titan. It's really not the scariest thing in the world if you're Calcano, if Sundering Titan hits the battlefield. Right? It's 7-10. I mean, that's not nothing, but you can. If Calcano,
it's some pressure.
Yeah, I mean, if Calcano has a mine, you know, he can take a hit or two.
Yeah.
And then maybe do something more powerful.
Right. The problem is that one ring that's still on the battlefield.
That is the biggest concern right now.
Yeah.
That looms over this entire game, as the Haywire Might's going to come across for 1. Calcano's going to fall down to 19. And I suppose it is worth noting, and I think this is why Javi may have searched for this card, that Urza Saga does have the ability to crank out some constructs that are pretty large, and also provide pressure and search for something. So here will be the fight.
8 mana, 7/10.
Yep.
70打比较快。
Calcano, do you have the missing Tron piece here to put up a fight?
Be a really good time to have Urza's Mine.
打得回来吗？
Be a really good time to have Urza's Mine.
Do you have it?
Do you have it?
We know he's got a Boseiju. You could use that to get Titan off the battlefield, right? You can just kill the Titan. Would need to find a green source, though.
Well, look, I like a good sweat as much as the next gamer. Calcano's going to make us wait.
Big turn here.
Indeed. And you can kind of hear Christian vocally talking this game out, trying to figure out exactly how do I get back into this.
12 wins is an extremely important number.
Indeed, it is indeed.
It was the magic number in previous Pro Tours, right? 12 wins and you're into the top
哇
8. So
怎么是宝石矿脉？
Gemstone Caverns. That's not Nurse's Mine. This is an expedition map which can lead to an Nurse's Mine.
Right.
Head back over to Javi.
But
维持扣2滴，
resources
抽牌。
Got the board advantage, going to be drawing 4 cards this turn, 1 for the draw step.
要不要回应一下？先看一下抽什么。
Extremely likely to find something like an Ulamog here.
Now, there is that trigger on the stack for Urza's Saga.
Right.
And exactly what Javier wants to do with it. You see him set aside the Saga
没错，我先抽抽看。
mine. So, up to 3.
If he finds an Ulamog, will not make a construct.
哦，乌拉莫吗？好像是机库吧。
Doesn't look like much of anything there with that 1 ring activation. If there was a walking ballista, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Otherwise, you can use this to find a star, a map. I do see a hangerback. Excuse me, not a hangerback. The other XX.
Walking ballista.
Walking ballista. So let's just see here if that's an attack for 8. Not quite enough to kill Calcano immediately. Can make a 5/5 ballista here. With a Tron land, it would be a 6/6.
And it looks like Javi just floated a mana with the Urza Saga. So remember, this all takes place in main phase 1. So Javier
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12、13、14，最多可以叫一只7/7的。
Could use this to make sure that if Javier doesn't win this turn, you can still just go get a Boseiju.
或者是直接找木圣树，然后炸他的。再炸2turn，应该再炸1turn应该就结束了吧？
Javi just needs to make sure exactly what he wants to do with all of this mana right now. And Calcano's going to take a read there of the Saga, refamiliarize himself with that card. So going to sacrifice the map.
Yeah, I don't see how Christian can win here. If
找木圣树。
Javier simply finds a Boseiju to break apart the Tron, and then just attack with the Titan and the Haywire Might, and then play a giant walking ballista.
And
right?
just get it over with over the course of 2 turns. So there's a basic forest, there's a Boseiju. And remember, Javier had mana floating, so that plus the green from the forest allows the Boseiju activation.
然后还有把费这边出4次，打完1拳之后就结束
doing a
了。
very nice job of finally, after a couple of activations of the 1 ring, putting pressure on while also disrupting Calcano's mana. So this is going to be an attack for 8. Calcano's going to fall down to 11.
And Javier extremely close here to being the first person to lock up a slot here in the top 8 of the Pro Tour.
13 was our magic number here this weekend, and Javier is one turn away from that 13th victory here.
只有4点魔法力是没有办法扭转这个局面的。
In Spain,
representing Spain here, home turf, gets to sleep on his own bed,
best
relax.
下地出母圣树，下地出戒指。
No jet lag here for Javier.
那有没有办法把它关到11-11呀？
We're going to head back Christian's way here in just a moment. You do see the lands for him, not generating nearly as much mana as Javier's.
Yep. I suppose land 1 ring from Calcano could make it so that he gets to breathe for 1 turn.
要活下来的选项只有下地母圣树。
Calcano winning this game, it's not impossible.
然后想办法凑套遗忘石扫场。
Extremely unlikely.
Oh, there's a tower of power.
Tower number 3.
母圣树，不对，戒指有没有戒指？看他怎么是卡恩，卡恩不太会活呢。
12 damage on the battlefield.
Yeah, even Karn shutting down Walking Bliss's ability to shoot doesn't really matter in this instance. So.
卡恩的话加1被打7-4-5死了。GG， 这边要戒指才有办法，就是戒指多活1 turn， 然后凑套遗忘石扫场这样。对，虽然还是超级落后。对，没错，这第1位13分的出来啦。
It must be a little bit bittersweet if you're Javier. It's of course fantastic to lock up that slot.
看一下 standing 出来了没？
You know, potentially not
standing 出来了，13分的。
Still, not the best, right?
Look, beating your friends is never a good feeling at the beginning of the tournament or the end of the tournament.
来看一下我们隔壁会外赛的温洪超。
Javier Dominguez, another top 8 on the resume. Congratulations to him. More magic coming right now. Get ready to rock and roll.
隔壁是39分，你这边是只有3分。
Pro Tour and doing a very impressive job in it. 11-3, still very much in top
11-3.
Piloting Rakdos Evoke against Sean Goddard, aka the Beekeeper on Magic Online. 5-color creativity is Sean's weapon of choice. Both these players still very much in the thick of things with 2 things left here in Barcelona. And we're going to turn our attention to game number 3. Should I ask you one?
这是赢的人会是再一个第3个12-3的名额。
7 cards for both players' thoughts. He's going to kick us off.
All right.
好像他不赢。
Ren and 7 here. Excuse me, Ren and 6.
哦，那个反光，超级反光，那个白色的新的魔界回首。
And a couple of fetch lands in Arid Mesa and Bloodstained Mire.
Yeah, and the fetch lands, of course, can be used to fix your mana, but of course also in this deck, you can use it to fetch copies of Dwarven Mine. Right?
哦，9胜就有了 Q 了吗？不是要10胜吗？
Cast Indomitable Creativity and put some Archon of Cruelties onto the battlefield.
That is the name of the game with this.
然后吉人最后一场打到80缸。
Into the event that I think people may have expected to see more of, but it was having some difficulty for a lot of teams in the testing process we found. So they expected this deck to be one that was very powerful and consistent, and most players elected to move away from it. Sean Goddard, not one of them, and is doing just fine with the powerful 5-color deck.
Yeah, the big thing here is the One Ring. The rise of the One Ring has made it so that this deck was worstly positioned in this format, mostly because prior to the Lord of the Rings, this was considered to be the best, one of the best decks in the format.
Yes, indeed.
But now, if your opponents just slam a One Ring, all of a sudden, if you cast Indomitable Creativity, put an Archon of Cruelty into play, it cancels that ability.
Yeah. Because you have that protection. So, Reprieve did delay a Ragavan that was being dashed. And in the meantime, there's a Renin 6. Renin 6 does come down, gonna get a land. Gonna pass it back over to Jake Beardsley, who will sacrifice.
这边
A Verdant Catacombs.
出血月吗
Down to 13. Blood Crypt is the land of choice, and
没
this
错，
will
出
be
血
a
月
Blood Moon. This
我
will
已
be
经
a
找地。
sacrifice of that Arid Mesa very, very quickly here for Sean, and we'll see what land he is interested in. It'll be a basic Plains.
Because there are leyline bindings in the deck with a Plains and a Mountain in play. It would cost 4 mana for Sean to get that Blood Moon off the battlefield.
I imagine for Sean, there's also a little interest in having that land in the graveyard as well for that Renin 6. So Sean is going to draw a card here.
没关系，加一继续捡地。
Getting Arid Mesa. Of course, it is a mountain at the moment, and simply going to pass the turn back. Will Sean back over?
那手上有leyline 吗？
Sean's got to be feeling pretty good here.
有leyline 的话，
Jake
可
without
以
one of those extremely
4
scary
点
starts
关
that
掉。
this deck is capable of.
Kiki
With the turn 1 grief potentially.
没有
This will be a Fable the Mirror Breaker. Chapter 1 yields a 2/2 Goblin Shaman for Jake. As Bloodstained Mire will be returned here from Sean. Sean will
火焰飞斩，
flame slash
哇哦
away that goblin.
火焰飞斩欸
Chapter 2 on the
好久
Fable.
不见的
The
火焰
option
飞
to draw
斩
and
欸
discard a couple of cards now here for Jake.
Going to be digging for some action here. Put some pressure on Sean's life total. See a couple of lightning bolts there. Ragavan not great anymore.
Oh.
得要
Take this
阻
idea, so
想办法阻止一下了
I
吧
got what I？
哦，
need,
没有
or at least I
，Wow.
believe that
Oh.
I have.
Oh.
Yeah, now here is a Ragavan.
And
That's
you
the
hit
hit.
a
那我
red.
有点想
This is
叫
interesting
欸
if there's any interest in casting that
叫
or
一下
not.
吧。
I mean, it's so tempting here, right? I mean, you can play it, get a land from the graveyard.
叫一下不好吗？
The answer
不
to that
叫
is。going to be no.
Wow.
So we're going to head back Sean's way, who of course is having some difficulties with the mana. Is threatening, or getting close to, I should say, a Ren and 6 emblem with the Planeswalker at 6 loyalty.
对，这边7颗。
Now let's make it 7. No land to get back, but
right? Can't crack those fetch lines just yet with the Blood Moon that is in play.
now there is no Bowmaster.
All right.
OK，
Bowmaster's
稍
gonna
微
do a little
阻
bit of
止一下这个小
controlling
六
with。the Planeswalker.
Right. Gets to whittle it down.
And now Fable the Mirrorbreaker will transform into Reflection of Kiki Jiki.
这
Not
样
active yet, of course.
要怎么解掉这个小六？
Leave the
手上
battlefield
2
and
张好
come
像
back.
闪电
Next
戟
turn,
吧。
some copying could begin.
Yeah, copying Bowmaster is not the worst thing in the world.
A little bit of value there.
Yeah.
And now here comes Bowmaster and its friend, going to go directly at Sean's life total.
The face.
选
Remember,
择
there
直
are
接
2 lightning bolts in Jake's hand here.
直接54，
Another Fable now.
Okay.
还是2发闪电戟把
So
小六打
Sean
掉。
effectively at 5 life here.
Yeah.
And we're looking at a potential lethal attack next turn. Sean probably going to want to fire off this Ren on the Bowmasters that's in play.
Yeah, the question is, does Sean know it? That is the big question. Yeah, we don't have a good feel for what is in Sean's hand right now. It's kind of a
Right.
copy of Indomitable Creativity. That's not particularly useful at the
这
moment.
边还是要杀
So,
那个吧。
Yep.
对
I
啊
mean, it feels to me that you probably there's nothing to get
解
back
不掉
here.
血月，好丑哦。
Jake has also not shown an interest in going after the Ren,
Yep.
going straight after the life total of Sean. But if you look at what's in play, it's 5 damage that Jake's representing on board, plus the 2 lightning bolts, that's 11. If Sean doesn't have a removal spell here, this could just be the game.
could be, as the Voidwalker is going to get discarded to the second chapter of Fable.
但是全部打脸。
This is a Ragavan that's looking to be dashed. And this will be an attack.
Get in there.
2发闪电戟死了，
Looks like they did connect another treasure
打
here.
7胜4。哦，
Okay.
For that,
That is a
pardon me,
lightning
that's a
bolt.
lightning bolt.
So down to
打
6.
5胜6，2发闪电戟，有没有康？
Is going to
Nah.
do it. Jake Beardsley in his first Pro Tour is continuing those winning ways.
解不掉血月，下课了，宝贝
Win。away from locking up a top 8 here in Barcelona.
Not a bad start, I will say.
赶快去上厕所。
Bad start here. And I think we got somebody
赶快跑去抱女友，谢了。
We got somebody to hug, and with good reason, a huge win here for Jake, and I'd be pumped up too.
Yeah, congratulations to
12
Jake
杠
here
3
picking up that 12th win. Really important here. Gonna probably need at least 12 to make it into that top 8.
Congratulations to Jake. Blood Moon. We have seen games like that before with that card. When people try to get a little frisky with their mana bases, either be Tron lands or a 5-color deck, there are answers in the format to stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, it just completely shut off Sean's plan. He had the pieces in his hand. He was even able to draw a bunch of lands to kind of keep things off the board. But you need tokens. You need to make tokens to be able to cast those creative activities, but was unable to do so due to the power of that powerful enchantment.
Yeah, Blood Moon. It could be fun. It just fun. What's
fun for somebody?
Yeah, that's for sure. That's a zero-sum card if I've ever seen one. Well, folks, 15 rounds are in the books. That means we got just one more to go here from Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings. We're going to take a short break here. You are going to be taken home by Riley and Corey, but before we get there, you get to hang out with Maria and Lonnie. All the top 8 scenarios right after this. Don't go anywhere. Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings from Barcelona, Spain. We are deep into the action here on day 2 of competition with a $500,000 prize pool on the line. Let's take a look at our headlines here from the next to last round. We are coming up on the last round here of Swiss. Dominguez is in the top 8, going back to back after Pro Tour, the March of the Machine in Minneapolis just a few months ago, getting another top 8 here. By the way, it's not his first top 8 here in Spain. He top 8 in Bilbao back in 2018. That was also in the modern format. Marco Del Pivo is on the brink as well, sitting at 12-3. Hoping to make it into our top 8 here in this final round. The wait also continues for Simon Nielsen, who is leading the tournament most of the way, currently sitting at 12-3, with another 2 players sweating it out here in the last round of play. Magus of the Moon, the card from the last round that stood out, Monty.
Yeah, the latest roadblock in what is stopping Simon Nielsen from locking up that top 8 slot was Magus of the Moon out of the sideboard for Marco Del Pivo. And as we know, the moon effects are still quite potent against Tron. Magus of the Moon, no exception.
Woo! Woo! We are gearing up for the last round of Swiss.
来，最后一轮，最后一轮，一个进了嘛，然后2个12-3的 ID 了，然后一个12-3的配档，所以那边是 win and in。但12-3就算输了，应该还是会进，所以应该这边是4到5个人。
Javier Dominguez and Nathan Sawyer. Javier Dominguez just locking up a back-to-back top 8. Look at the excitement. Tell me what it means
Nathan 爆炸了
to
吗
get into the top 8.
Oh, it's
Nathan
awesome. I mean, watching
最后
Javier,
几分啊
I mean, I think Javier is going to take it down this time.
下午
It was
看
my
他的
time
时
last
候
Pro Tour, but Javier
还
back-to-back is
算
going to win
有
this
点
one.
分
And
数。
watching him as, you know, not only my teammate, but someone who I've become really close friends with in the past year since we had our own Pro Tour together and practice with Handshake for the last 2 has been awesome. I'm really thrilled to see my team put up so much success. And on top of that, I think that our deck was awesome for this weekend, and no better person to carry the torch than Javier.
Yeah, it really comes across that, you know, just the love that you guys have got to this game and for each other going into this. Javier, what feelings are going through your head right now?
I mean, I'm obviously feeling very happy, but also very thankful. As he said, like all the team worked on the deck a lot, all the whole team Handshake, and I can say I would not be here if it was not for them. So, very grateful for sure.
Well, thank you both of you. Congratulations, Javier.
跳了吗？
Jake Beardsley, you still have that hat on here in Barcelona on Thursday at the Players Party. I interviewed you because this is really your first Pro Tour. Yesterday it was your birthday and you went 7-1, and now you've got yourself in a great position to get into the top 8 of your first ever Pro Tour. How does that feel? What emotions are going through your mind right now?
I'm still almost in shock. I like I said earlier, I just was excited to be here and to have rattled off that many wins, and I'm feeling really good, and like I said, I'm kind of in disbelief.
Almost lost for words, right? So we'll talk about that last game there. The game that secured your top 8. Blood Moon, huge part of that game plan in game number 3. It went all the way down to the wire. How did you feel when you knew your opponent was coming back to get Blood Moon out of this game, and you're going to lock yourself really close to that top 8 slot?
So I wasn't entirely sure.
12-3切了就进了，但是有一个配档了，所以还要看他打得怎么样，决定是卡4个还是卡5个位置。
I played it mostly because it does lock off creativity as dwarf creativity as a way to put the game away pretty quickly, and so my thought process was, well, I have a bunch of red cards in my hand anyway. I'm just gonna play it, hope that it slows them down, and or they don't find an answer, and they just never found an answer, and I managed to just kind of play my cards and get there.
Well, congratulations to everybody watching. It looks really good for you, my friend. Thank you very much. Marco, you just beat Simon Nielsen, who's been on an absolute tear all weekend long, securing your 12th win at Pro Tour Lord of the Rings. Tell me what emotions are going through your head right now.
Wow, it's just a roller coaster of emotion because I beat a friend in a
胜输什么？输2把轮抽，一个内战，然后3个红黑。
I don't have any word for what now in my mind passed. I'm so happy.
Absolutely speechless is the word you're trying to say.
所以最后一局脑切仔今天1-5，妈的活该。
Will Hall with some very excited players in our feature match area with 1 round to go here in the tournament. Let's check out our leaderboard, everybody, and take a lay of the land. All right, Monty, what are we looking at here?
Well, Maria, we know Javier Dominguez hit 13. That was the
12-3为什么要给对手赢？
He is done. What we know looking at the math here is 12-4, you still have a shot. So everybody from 14 and down, that's Toru Inoue onwards, we're pretty sure their tournament is done in terms of aiming for the top 8. So 12 people, not including Javier, still in the mix, and this round decides a lot of it.
Wow, everybody, you are not going to want to go anywhere here as we put 7 more people into our top 8. Before we do that, it's time for some deck bites with Will Hall, who talked to the players about what they're playing in Modern to give you some ideas back at home.
LSV, what deck are you playing this weekend and why?
Playing Samwise combo uses Samwise Gamgee, Cauldron Familiar, and any sack outlet to deal infinite damage to your opponent.
That answers my next question of what are the 3 key cards of the deck. So let's go straight on to what's it good against? Why do you bring it this weekend?
It's a really fast deck, so it can kind of go under decks like Tron, and it's pretty resilient. So even if they have some disruption, you can usually assemble your combo.
Okay, so what decks are you trying to dodge?
打输了还是给对手赢了，不好说。
Push, so decks like Dimir, decks like Omnath, Rakdos Scam can be tough.
除非是认识的，不然没有理由让对手赢，因为你这种直接让利的行为很容易被裁判调查。
Mid-range Yagmoth build. Obviously it's Reed's deck, so a little more mid-range even usual.
因为对你来说是没有任何的利益的。
Obviously Yagmoth, that's a big one, but the deck is built to be a little more mid-range.
通常除非认识的，不然
matches is very, very important. Kind of can play the game where you can
不
kill
然
stuff.
其实没什么理由
So
让
the
对
new
手。
cards in that one, I like that. Okay, what are the good matchups? Why did you bring it this weekend?
Any deck with small creatures in it. You know, you kind of Yagmoth, you pick them off. Bowmaster picks them off as well. You know, you kind of kill them and then combo later. You don't have to combo too. You can kind of just do your thing, kill stuff.
And what decks are you trying to dodge this weekend?
Decks that have a combo slant, but also a lot of interaction. So like I have like Scape Shift, where they can kill your creatures and stuff, but then also build to this combo, so you're under pressure to kind of get in the board, but they kill your stuff too, which sucks.
Julian, what deck are you playing this weekend and why?
Creativity, because I feel like it was the most powerful deck before the Lord of the Rings set, and the new cards haven't made it worse, really.
Yeah, fair one. Okay, so what are the 3 key cards for anybody that, you know, aren't used to creativity?
Yeah, Dwarven Mine that you can get off your fetch lands, Indomitable Creativity, and I'd say Teferi to make your combo always work.
Okay, so you bought it this weekend, so it's got to have some good matchups. What are they and why?
I would say 4-color Omnath. It was a hype deck at the beginning of the start, and now I can Creativity post-board into Sundering Titan plus Elish Norn to just destroy all their lands and win.
Okay, so what are the bad matchups? What don't you want to be playing against this weekend?
So I was originally saying Tron, but I thought it would be an uptick, so I have 2 Terastodon on my sideboard.
不知道，看等下会不会上焦点桌啊？如果上焦点桌就一定是打的。
Good luck with that one.
虽然焦点桌通常不会有这一桌，通常会是11-4的
It is single elimination modern. Starting an hour earlier, set your alarms, everybody. 4 a.m. Eastern Time. All right, everyone, we are approaching the final round of Swiss here in the tournament. Big stuff, Monty. What do we know about the top tables happening so far this round?
Well, Maria, we knew that Javier Dominguez, he reached 13. He was in. That's 1 slot in the top 8. Now we know some decisions have been made. We know that there is a draw between Simon Nielsen and Jake Beardsley. 12-3-1 for them. They are locked in. That's 3 slots in our top 8. Now, this is when things get interesting. Marco Del Pivo has conceded to teammate Christian Calcano. Calcano at 12-3-1.
哦，所以是队友，那是直接投了。
Del Pivo
对，那这边裁判那个转播这边有说是队友，所以就直接给他赢了。
That's what we know so far from the decisions that have been made.
Okay, super interesting stuff here heading into the final round. We're going to take a look at some of the matches that we're going to be watching here in round number 16.
就是真的就是要有队友，就真的是队友，所以才会让胜啦。如果你是不认识的，突然让胜这种事情真的很容易，你大概让胜就直接准备被裁判叫去旁边问了。
Guaranteed in our top 8, taking that 5th guaranteed spot. And so far, Evoke is supposed to be favored against Tron. So Kazune has the edge here.
All right, so that is a win and
菜鸟现在8-7，巨人9-6。
matchup that we're going to be watching in our feature match area this round. We're keeping our
曹文宏
eyes on
1-2。
Harvey versus Burl. Harvey versus Burl. Monty, what about this matchup?
All right, Harvey versus Burl. This is when we're into the 11-4. So the winner here moves up to 12-4 and is in that tiebreaker scrum because we know that we have 5 guaranteed spots. There's 3 to fill.
吉人也去打猴子赛了。
They're the tough one.
2-1还
The
行。
winner here may still not make it.
And this final round of Magic, by the way, Monty, the stress of making it into the top 8 is just going to be
曹文宏1-3了，可以回家了。
out here for these players. Let's take a look at another one of our matches here. We've got our eye on Dominic Harvey, Kim Burl. This is the one we were talking about. Moving on to Marco Vasallo versus Stefano Vinci, 5-color Reanimator versus Teamer Rhinos. What about this one matters, Monty?
This is the Italian Mirror better here between the two players. Winner moves up to 12-4. Their chances looking better than the winner of Harvey Burrow, but are still in that tiebreaker scrum, and the matchup is going to be 5-color Reanimator against Team of Rhinos. I would give the edge to Rhinos, though Reanimator can definitely punch hard.
You've known a lot of people in this spot, Monty. What is it like for them?
It's really a matter of just removing any distraction that could affect your gameplay as much as you can. This isn't about this match is for the top 8. This isn't about this match is for the World Championship. None of that needs to matter in that moment. The only thing you have to be telling yourself is, I have one match of Magic left in this tournament. This is my matchup. This is how I've prepared for it. I'm just going to play.
Easier said than done, but an important thing to keep in mind. All right, everybody, it's time for our main feature match here for the final round of Swiss play at Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings. We've got a good one for you. Kai Buddha, the German juggernaut, versus Sean Goddard, Beekeeper on Magic Online. Team of Rhinos versus 5-color Creativity. Kai Buddha started playing the game basically when it was invented, has 7 major titles under his belt, a 4-time Player of the Year. On my note card, I just wrote GOAT, and I circled it. That's Kai Buddha, one of the best to ever play the game of Magic, versus Sean Goddard, an online player who is feared. Started playing in 2013, qualified via a sealed Mox Open, thinks he's the only person to ever win 2 Mox Open events, knows how to play online, but what about paper? Seems to be doing pretty well this weekend. Those are the players. What about the decks, Monty?
Well, Maria, Kai Buddha is bringing this Teamer Rhinos list that we saw him and some of the members of Team Channel Fireball bring. Extremely powerful, trying to cascade into crashing footfalls one last time in the Swiss, hopefully, trying to make it into the top 8, and that interaction is going to be key because Kai is going to need to keep a very, very important card named Teferi Time Rattler off the board. Teferi completely shuts down the stack. Looking at Sean's deck, the 5-color Creativity deck is bringing 4 of them. So, name of the game for Kai, keep that Teferi off the board.
他正边有巡水兽。可以顺便打一下戴维利，蹦蹦。想不到吧？有巡水兽哦。昨天到了一波是带的 promo， 今天到的一波是打的 deck， 把元素给丢了。叫曹公收那个塔麦鲁回来了啦。笑死，曹公会跟你说，我才刚把他们卖掉。
Kai's just been in this spot so many times before.
That's true. That's true. All right, everybody, it's time for the best hour of Magic the Gathering coverage. Riley and Corey, I'm going to send it over to you for round number 16.
Well, thanks very much, Maria, and we couldn't be more excited to be with you here from Barcelona for the final round of Swiss at Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings. My name's Riley Knight, and it's my great pleasure to introduce once again Corey Baumeister, my partner in crime here as we get underway with round number 16. Corey, it all comes down to this. After 15 rounds of Swiss, this 16th round will be decisive. And the destiny of these players who are fighting
来了，最后一局，那个winning in。
No stranger to Sunday top 8 Magic. Of course,
看一下这个正边的巡水兽会不会
Oh, sorry, he's 12. Excuse me, 11 already in the books. On the other side here, we've got Sean Goddard with Creativity and a Dream.
Yep, absolutely. This is the round that I think every one of us as Magic players lives for. The biggest moments on the biggest stages, seeing the biggest reactions for the biggest prize money.
Let's get underway. Sean Goddard on the play here opens things up with a Bloodstained Maya and Kai Buddha as well with a land to kick things off. Of course, both players mulliganing to 6. Does that favor one of the players in this matchup? Obviously, there are some decks that mulligan very well. Tron, would you characterize either of these as...
Not super effective. I would say slightly favors Sean a little bit because you do have cards like Ren and 6, and they're pretty uncounterable, especially if Sean is on the play. So Sean is able to keep 2 land Ren and 6 and get rid of any extra lands and doesn't really need any more. But for the most part, relatively even in those regards.
I did enjoy Sean Goddard showing the Jetmir's Garden there. You seen this card before? Grandpa, he says to Kai Buddha. Ever seen a land that taps for 3 colors, he says?
Exactly.
Kai Buddha's been around for basically as long as the game has, of course. For those of you who don't know, Kai Buddha is a superstar of Magic. But Sean Goddard is here to make his name known as well. He's already got a top finish. He's won over $30,000 in prize money. Now, compare that against the cool $500,000 that Kai has assembled, and kind of pales in comparison. But let's not count Sean Goddard, obviously someone who knows how to play high-stakes Magic.
Yeah, absolutely. A dominant presence in the Magic Online community, winning 2 Showcase Opens. I mean, that is so tough to do. I've played in a lot of those events, and they are very tricky. So to be able to take down 2 of those, as well as make a mark on paper Pro Tour Magic, because Sean has been doing quite well at these Pro Tours as well. It's going to be excellent to watch.
So we can take a look at both players' hands now, and both of them look pretty good, to be honest. There's some key aspects missing from Sean Goddard's hand. We don't see anything like an indomitable creativity, but I really like Kai's hand here. Subtlety, Force of Negation, Shardless Agent as well. A lot of action here for the German Juggernaut.
I was going to say missing the land, but just right on cue. Misty off the top for land number 3, and now I totally agree. I think the hand is great, and we're going to see, Teferi Time Reveler, like Monty was saying in the open, is the card that everything revolves around. So that's the card you're going to want to be dealing with. But another really important card is one card that Sean has in hand, and that's Spell Pierce.
Spell Pierce,
Spell Pierce is very good.
Absolutely. The Spell Pierce menace has at some stages completely dominated Magic in Modern. 1 mana counter spells have been huge. Spell Snare, another one that comes to mind.
Yep.
And in this format at the moment, Spell Pierce can be absolutely devastating. Now, it's not going to do its best work here against Kai with that backup Force of Negation, but you would think Kai has to think carefully about how he wants to proceed here. Shardless Agent into 2 open mana is by no means a sure thing in this format. So we'll see if he goes for it. He's going to crack the Misty and go and search something up. So maybe we'll see a Shardless Agent here. And I think, knowing what we know, having the bird's eye view of both hands, how's this going to shake out?
Well, it's just probably going to just be a Spell Pierce on the Crashing Footfall, move on to the next turn. If Kai does go for it, Violent Outburst is something that you can cast on your opponent's turn, and then you can protect it with Force, because Force of Negation, of course, only protects on your opponent's turn.
That's true. Force of Negation, you think, oh, great, a free counterspell. I can use this to defend my spells only on your opponent's turn.
Exactly. But in this scenario here, Kai just having his hand kind of forced here, pun intended, the fact that you just have 2 Shardless Agent and no Violent Outburst, you just got to kind of go for it and see if Sean has it. Now, the one thing Kai does have next turn a little protected with this Force, being able to deal with either Teferi or Creativity if it's paired with a 1/1 Dwarf, thanks to the fetch lands.
So, Goddard has a quick look through the cards that were exiled with Cascade, and they're going to be put on the bottom in a random order. And now here's the Spell Pierce on the Crashing Footfalls. And of course, as we said, Force of Negation, no good on Kai's turn.
But the one thing that's pretty nice about the Shardless Agent just resolving here, there is the Lightning Bolt or the Leyline Binding to clean it up. You usually want to keep Leyline Bindings for Rhinos if they do resolve in this match, but if Shardless Agent goes unchecked, at least you could pester Teferis. Not necessarily something we're seeing exactly next turn, but the 2/2 body can be relevant in that regard.
Yeah, that's a good point. Even though that Spell Pierce dealt with the Crashing Footfalls, the Cascade is a triggered ability from the Agent, which is going to resolve now. The 2/2 comes into play. And Grey Ogres, 3 mana 2/2s, not the hallmark of competitive Magic. You know, not the sort of card you often see doing a whole lot of work in competitive Magic.
I'm sure Kai has won a Pro Tour with a 3 mana 2/2 in his deck at some point.
Actually, it probably had downside.
Yeah, probably.
It probably had downside, to be honest. You go back and look at some of those cards. Iron Claw Orcs, absolute stinkers way back in the day. Creatures are a lot better than they used to be. So Kai's like, oh yeah, get in with a 3 mana 2/2, just like the old days, baby. Let's go.
It's like, this card has extra text on it, I'm in.
So in comes Shardless Agent, of course. for 2. And Goddard now thinking about whether he wants to bolt it, and he decides yes and get that out of here.
这边再出一只特务吗？
Shantan is really bad, so huge advantage to Kai Buddha locking up what you said, top 8, number 12, and Kai Buddha on Sunday, a very scary thing for sure.
好，选择出特务。
So now we are going to see this crashing footfalls resolve here. We're Oh, just a card facing the other way. Probably not too big of a deal here, but they'll get a judge just in case. This is another scenario. Call a judge whenever something is needed.
So this is really interesting, right? Because obviously you have to have all of your cards facing the same way in your deck. You need to have the top of them at the top of the sleeve.
Yeah.
But it's a little hard. There is a top to the cards that are rotated 90 degrees, these split cards. There is a top, but it's not as immediately identifiable as some of the other cards.
裁判把它调回来就行了。
In the newer printings, that black border at the bottom is much wider with the machine-readable text.
Gotcha.
I'm not sure if these are old ones or new printings, but sometimes it's not abundantly clear. So, judge is going to come in, resolve this situation here as exactly, as should be the case.
Yep, no problem.
You can hear, yes, the ultimate decision there. Please try to be a bit more careful.
There you go. There you go. Not even a warning, anything like that. Just making sure it's all done correctly here. We're going to cascade until we hit that crashing footfalls. Number 2, now all these Rhino decks do play 4 of them, so just in case your opponent deals with them, we don't see them dealt with cards like Supreme Verdict very often. It's usually 1-for-1 removal in today's day and age for Modern. And that is what we're going to see from Sean. The only thing available is just 1 Leyline Binding to mitigate the damage here a little bit.
So Sean quickly checks out those cards that were exiled. This is an open deckless tournament, of course, so these players do have access to
做2个 KSK， 你的抽牌就从了几率变成了条件几率。
This crashing footfall has resolved, and now 10 power on the battlefield here for Kai Buddha. Quickly taken down to just 6, thanks to the Leyline Binding.
这边抽不抽得到
as much of a blank as it can be. Both players don't want to draw their namesake cards, Archon or Crashing Footfalls, but it's a little bit better on Kai's side as you can just suspend it on turn 1 and you don't have a lot of turn 1 plays.
As we've seen, yes, it's happening in that feature match area already.
这个无常性看起来要被
Sean Goddard at this point now going to get a Dwarven Mine.
Exactly. Dwarven Mine gets to fetch out a 1/1, which you can then target with Creativity. That's why this Creativity deck is so powerful, is it's a 1-card combo pairing with lands that are already in your deck.
Yeah, which obviously this, unless you're playing Stifle, which not many people are playing those sort of Stifle effects in Modern, the 1/1 is effectively uncounterable. You can kill it, but you're not being like, oh, I'm going to counter the spell before it comes into play, because obviously it's a triggered ability from a land. Can't respond to that. Here's Indomitable Creativity, targeting the Dwarf, but... in the form of Force of Negation. He's been sitting on that one for a while and exiles a Subtlety in order to cast the Force for free. This is happening on Sean's turn, so the mode of Force is active. Now it's back to Kai Buddha.
And now that's very devastating. You know, you still have the Dwarf, so Sean is just going to need to top deck, once again, another Creativity. But now Kai is going to have the advantage of just being able to hold up a removal spell. Creativity does need to connect, you know, in the sense that you have to have your creature live.
If you destroy the target in response, so for example, if Kai casts this Fire Ice, in response and kills the Dwarf, then it won't resolve. But look, he's taking completely different tack. He wants this game over and done with. Crashing Footfalls, number 3, I believe now. Another Shardless Agent comes down.
And that's just really saying to me that Kai is like, you know what, if you do get 1 Archon of Cruelty in play, it doesn't matter. You just sacrifice Shardless Agent, Sean will go up to 14, then Ice can tap down Archon, attack for 14. Wow, Exactsies. Kai already did the math, 3 turns in advance.
He's figured it out. He's got it all happening. And of course, in hand for Kai as well, Questing Beast, if you draw the land. So Teferi the Time Raveler, a little late to the party here.
Yes.
A little late to the party. This is a devastating card against suspend decks because obviously you're not able to cascade decks, I should say. You're not able to cascade into the card. You can't cast it because of Teferi's rules. And Goddard would be happy to see it, but it's far too late now.
Yep, and right now this is 1 short of lethal, but thanks to that fire, it is Sean at -1. Kai's gonna just think, what can you have for either red, black, or red, green. Lightning Bolt being the only thing. Kai will be able to attack first and then get the answer if needed, or just go for it.
So Fire Ice, nice and easy here to take care of both the Dwarf and Teferi. And Sean Goddard's out at that point is Kai passing through his turn without an attack.
Yeah.
Not a mistake he's likely to make. And so we go to game number 2 with Kai Buddha, the German juggernaut, back at it once again. 1-0, just one game, Corey.
后手来了。我们今天终于看到有一把是妈的后手有出宝石矿脉的，宝石洞窟的，给你个 lucky counter。
But looking pretty good for these players, and look at that start on the draw, Gemstone Cavern, to be able to kind of say, you know what, actually I'll start.
We're going to start a little earlier than you might have thought here. And I want to give a shout out to all of the Magic Boomers right now that are watching this around the world. Maybe people who grew up watching Kai and now at an advanced age, sitting there, creaky kneed, and thinking, come on, Buddha, you can get there again.
Oh, silence.
Yes.
Wow, silence 也是很扛啊。
With Kai Buddha as their idol.
Yeah.
Seeing him still contesting.
I mean, honestly, it was slightly before my time to see him live winning all these tournaments. But once I got into Magic, you know,
Pierce 也来了，什么都来了。
People I was watching, it was great to see them win. But then I'd look back and watch Kai's tournaments, and you know, it's just really fun to watch.
For us, this is like watching PV win in 20 years.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. PV, Kenji. Yeah.
For the Zoomers, this is like them watching Nathan Stoyer win in 40 years. You know.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
I can certainly I can certainly see how for many people around the world glued to this stream, they're wanting to see Kai get up and about here and get over the top with Sean Goddard. His only stumbling block potentially in preventing him from getting into the top 8. But we know that Sean's going to give the fight of a lifetime in order to make sure that he gives himself the best chance at a Pro Tour top 8 here.
All right, so Silence is a really interesting card in hand here, as well as a Spell Pierce. Silence is used for when Kai goes for either Shardless Agent or Violent Outburst. You get to be, okay, no problem, in response, Silence, so then you can no longer cast the card you'd Cascade into.
You get the 2-2, but that's whatever. Lightning Bolt can clean that up. You can take 2 for a couple of turns, whatever. But yeah, Silence acts as a sort of pseudo-Teferi effect almost. Or maybe it's Teferi acting as a pseudo-Silence effect. Whatever.
Touche.
One of the ways. It's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. There are disruptive elements that you can bring to bear against Cascade decks, like Silence, that can buy you the turns.
So this is awesome right now. Kai is all ready to deal with Spell Pierce. Exactly. He's like, I hope you have Spell Pierce because I can Mystical Dispute that back. You only have 2 mana available. But Silence is going to work perfectly here.
Because Silence costing just 1 mana.
选择 Silence. Okay.
Mystical Dispute. Well, you can't cast a Mystical Dispute, excuse me, against the Silence because it's white.
怎么不先考虑点破呢？因为点破的话
this is an excellent play.
So this is going to see. We're going to see Kai here.
点破的话，你对手如果下一块地，你就没有办法了呢。
Yeah, but can't cast it.
Yeah. Sean has a quick look at these cards here.
好奇怪哦。
Yeah, see?
And see, there you go, Kai. Unsure exactly as to how it works. So, the way that Cascade works is
它不能释放，那这个应该是一起洗回去吧
You may choose to cast it or not.
But if you can't cast it, you can't choose to cast it.
Yep.
So basically the question is, does it stay in exile or does it go within the cards, shuffled, put on the bottom? Yeah.
My understanding is it will be shuffled back in.
Okay.
And we're going to see if the judge agrees with that assessment. Nope.
Huh?
Okay. So I was wrong, and the judge was making a different assessment of the situation. That's why they're a judge and I'm a commentator.
Exactly. That would be my thing to ask. Even if you have an idea of what it is, you don't want to make a mistake, get a warning or something, you know? Yeah.
Oh, looks like we're changing our mind. Riley Knight once again. 1-0 against the judge community. Here we go, baby. Let's do it.
So this is why you should be in the play area.
All right, I'm going to get down the feature match. You got the rest around by yourself. No, we do see the crashing footfalls head back into the library. It's not shuffled into the library. It's shuffled amongst those cards that were revealed and then put back towards the bottom.
那样不能断吗？
Absolutely.
And Kai will be happy about that. He wants as many copies of Crashing Footfalls in his deck as possible.
Yep, 100%, just in case you ever run out of all of them. And that really can happen in Archon games. When Archon comes into play, but Kai is still trying to threaten enough damage, possibly going wide, then sometimes you really need all the crashing footfalls you can get. It comes up a lot more against like 4-color Omnath, for instance, where they are dealing with, you know, all the creatures individually.
And obviously I just want to clarify that obviously I have nothing but the greatest respect for judges and the work that they do, and I appreciate the thoroughness with which they approach that questions like these, double checking to make sure whether they're going to get it right or not. So I certainly hope I didn't put any noses out of joint, because again, nothing but the greatest respect for the judges who work so tirelessly to facilitate and officiate the tournaments that we love to watch so very much. I think that was a Blood Moon off the top here for Kai.
It was a Blood Moon. Really interesting. Now, this is a point where Kai has to think, does this Blood Moon hurt me more than it hurts you?
A little bit, eh?
And before, I mean, I guess I would say before Fable, but with
这个血月下来，只剩1块绿，
a deck that is essentially
没有蓝有点尴尬。
quote-unquote mono red, because, well, creativity is red, Dwarven Mind checks mountains, all those things, but the creativity deck cannot, by design, play any deck that does not have mountain in its characteristic, because you need all 4 lands to then trigger Dwarven Mind. But Blood Moon does shut off being able to get Dwarven Mind, so if you don't have creatures in play already, Blood Moon can be excellent against creativity.
Well, they don't even get the Dwarf if there's a Blood Moon out, right?
That's what I'm saying, yeah. You don't get that, it's just a mountain. And it gets to be a lot tougher, because you can't really take it off the battlefield. But if there's already a Shaman in play, plus Reflection of Kiki-Jiki is going to flip into another creativity target. It's just not very good anymore.
And quite aside from
that,
if you land a Blood Moon and your opponent draws a Teferi, they're just going to look at their mana base and think that, what are they going to do this?
Exactly.
Oh, 对，他是传奇。OK， 好，没事了。
So Blood Moon, surprisingly, and also
不确定嘛？问一下。
How are they possibly playing Blood Moon? But they only need 2 basics. They only need the forest and the island. They don't have double cost cards. They're not hard cards.
Exactly, and they are a red deck as well. You know, and most of the blue cards like Force and Negation, you can just cast the freeway.
Almost all the time, that's what you're doing. The only issue is questing beast, and so that's why we see 2 forests a lot of the time in these lists. So you can aggressively fetch for those basics and still cast your questy B through the Blood Moon.
Yeah, and I bet that's one of the cards that was immediately taken out in this matchup.
要不要打这个小六？
That card is almost certainly just for 1-ring matchups. Now we're going to see a hard cast.
要不要点回去？
3 mana negate here, and
趁这时候还能点的时候。
Targeting the Ren and 6, and it looks like Sean does still have that Spell Pierce available. So now just questioning, is it worth to cast it now? Couple things to consider. Not only do you maybe want to save Spell Pierce for a Cascade spell, because Kai did not play a land last turn, you know your Spell Pierce can still possibly be live. But a number 2 is you only have 3 total mana, so you could be playing right into a Mystical Dispute, which Kai has.
Yeah, 2 of
这样好像就可以接受
Gemstone Caverns and 2 copies of the Dispute here. And it looks like Lorien Revealed is going to be cycled away. Sure, another key addition to the modern format, thanks to the Lord of the Rings, Tales of Middle-earth. We've seen these 1-mana basic land cyclers, Oliphant, Generous, and Lorien Revealed, have a pretty big impact. They've changed the mana bases of these Cascade decks and
主播很累了，天哪！我昨天播10个小时，竟然播10个小时哎，喉咙都没有播那么勤。
Blood Moon to be cast at some point. Not really ideal now, but let's say this reflection of Kiki-Jiki gets dealt with by some maybe fire or something. And now the only thing that's left with is a treasure. Now maybe you do consider casting this Blood Moon and forcing the interaction from Sean. Because now Leyline Binding is still not impossible to cast, but the domain does get checked to 1 type.
I don't think you. Oh, you can cast it with the treasure, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, you cast treasure and you know.
5 mountains.
4. You get 1 discount. You got domain.
Oh yeah. I guess
so it's still 5 drop.
It is possible to cast it for 6 mana if you have like all wastes or something.
Always.
All non-basics.
You know what? You were just saying you're gonna get back into the Pro Tour game. If you're thinking of deck building with waste Leyline Binding, you're back in the
game. 矮人快攻.
I think I'm out of the booth as well. Yeah. All right, we got double dwarves here. With Dwarven Mind and a violent outburst.
你转错了.
A tidy little rip from him.
Tapping the wrong land.
Mistapping has to tap the.
那你就直接再丢一个 silence 是吗?
Red mana, not going to make a huge amount of difference.
And Kai now pretty happy about this because he's playing around Spell Pierce, but we're going to see once again the card that Kai probably didn't expect to get 2 of these cast against him, maybe in the whole tournament. Another silence in hand for Sean.
Got another copy of silence, does he?
Yep. Yep.
Goodness. Just.
Huh?
4 copies in the board. That's incredible.
Wow.
This
is just happening?
Okay, with the silence in hand. Not
所以他想要ley line.
What's the play?
Interesting.
Yeah, what's the play here from Sean?
Looking to just ley line binding one. Maybe our hand viewer is not updated and that silence is not there?
Yeah, we're not getting a great look at... so there's the ley line binding to get rid of one of those rhinos.
Sure, but you still
用作一只犀牛还好 ，Silence 想要拿来再扛一波。
Look, the game continues. Fire ice off the top here for Kai Buddha.
Yeah, and with having the answer to one of these rhinos, just maybe really anticipating dealing with the next one here.
Maybe it's hoping to draw a Leyline, an Indomitable Creativity and use the silence as a preemptive counterspell.
That could very well be. Yep, absolutely. Use it as protection. Just saying, you know what? I have plenty of draws here, let alone Teferi, Leyline Binding would both deal with the rhinos.
Yeah.
Teferi does something really excellent when you target a token. You can Teferi, bounce your own Leyline Binding, then recast it if you want.
This is interesting as well, activating the Kiki-Jiki end step in order to get a dwarf that sticks around.
Yep, so just get in some
silence. And
if you do top, ooh, Sean really punished for not silencing by drawing 3rd silence.
Ouch. Ouch.
Wow, and looking at the sideboard here,
被烫到
Sean plays all 4
大个魔风会怎么也会被烫到
4 copies of silence in the board, and the ultimate punishment here for poor old Sean, drawing the 2nd copy or the 3rd copy in this game after he could have prevented those rhinos from coming down. He wasn't to know it. It's not. We can't be unfair to the bloke and say it was a mistake. He took a line, ultimately punished for it, but in come the dwarves. And we're going to see fire on the reflection of Kiki-Jiki. So 2 damage.
You're dealing with that and copying this. And this is probably at end step. Maybe Kai decided to go end of 2nd main.
No, it was in response to the exile trigger for the token. So we get a 1/1 that sticks around for a little bit longer, but it's largely academic. It's going to prevent 1 damage.
Exactly, yep. It'll prevent 1 damage. 2nd Blood Moon off the top. Not necessarily ideal by any means. Kai also just has Gemstone Cavern, so basically 3 cards that are dead.
Yeah.
And largely all 5 cards are dead because 1 Mystical Dispute in hand with this much mana already available. You can Creativity for 1 and still pay for the 1 Dispute.
So why is he holding the Gemstone Caverns in hand?
Legendary. Yep. The legendary with the 1 already in play, and you would have to just get rid of it.
And why would you ever sacrifice the one that has the luck counter on it, I guess, when you've got that one? You can't even tap it in response, right?
You can tap it, then play another one.
No, but you can't play the non-legendary without the luck counter. And it's not like Lotus Petal or something.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you can use it as a Lotus Petal effect to, like, tap it once, play the 2nd one if you really need 1 extra piece of mana.
Yeah.
But then, you know, you do lose the one with the luck counter on it, which is the good one.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you just have a waste, and you're getting closer to that waste Leyline binding deck.
One day we're going to make it out of now on this Blood Moon. So Kai can tap two lands in order to make sure that this Blood Moon resolves.
Yeah, and just a little bit to tax mana. This would usually lead me to believe if I was Kai, I'd be like, okay, Sean's trying to force through Creativity or Teferi next turn. So the weird mind games of it.
He did it.
Yeah, did it.
There we go.
Did it.
We saw the that situation come to pass. Gemstone Caverns #2. We see the other one with the luck counter.
这边是想说哦，
And this is respecting that play. That kind of
留一个康好保险，然后这边想哦，我有 silence 好保险。
I mean, with what's in hand, it didn't kind of make a lot of sense.
两边都没有威胁，他妈到底是在表现保险个什么意思的
？So he's gonna deduce that.
Persist.
It does make sense, you know, mind games at the highest level like this.
Persist.
没有抽到领主啊。
Goddard's list here.
Yep.
Is the draw, but he doesn't have anything in the bin to bring back, I don't believe.
No, nothing to bring back right now. Not great. It's really...
He's not drawing well.
No.
He's not drawing well.
And just infinitely punished by not going with the silence earlier because this one of Rhino is going to do some work. Now we do have Shardless Agent where silence is going to be great. But you'll still have the 1 extra, you know?
Definitely fire it off here. Hold on.
Yeah.
圣骑 还有2圈。
Yeah, it's going to be the world's fastest silence here.
But now
Sean got to be like a bloody librarian.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, Sean's going to be like all my elementary teachers.
Yeah, I bet.
Okay, silence 终于找到机会可以丢了。
Oh, you poor thing. I bet you're an absolute terror. Yeah, there it is, silence.
I did nothing wrong.
History will vindicate my actions. I was a rowdy 6-year-old. No,
让我们再看一次牌库。
Oh my goodness. All right, so we're going to see silence. We're going to see exactly the same play pattern as before. The crashing footfalls will not be able to be cast and therefore will be shuffled back into the library at the bottom, along with all those
这些牌会到牌库底。
to cascade. Sean has a quick look through them.
然而并没有什么卵用。
And then away they go.
Just taking a peek. Now at this point, when you start seeing these cards, one thing you can kind of do is start deducing a little bit what's in your opponent's hand, both with how they've been playing and with the cards you've been seeing go to the bottom.
Yeah.
It's still pretty tricky to full-on figure it out, but definitely not impossible.
No, we saw Gabriel
救命啊！太妃力来啦
！Pulled all the counter spells up, all the subtleties, all the mystical disputes, all the forces of negation. Was like, right, okay, so you can only have this number, and he was making notes and stuff.
But the one thing is, fetch lands, reshuffle it in, and then you lose all information already.
I think he was just trying to figure out how many were in hand.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, but again, you take every scrap of information possible.
Yeah,
every scrap of information you can in situations like this.
Let's see. Okay, it's a fairy
silence
off the top. Let's see.
That's
we have
not a bad one.
It was actually great. It's probably just going to mean that. Let's see. We got. Yeah, it's going to mean both disputes are going to have to be fired off.
But this is fine for Kai. He would cast. He'd empty his whole hand to make sure that this card doesn't enter the battlefield.
So this is going to be interesting. We're probably going to see Mystical Dispute here. Now it'll be interesting if Sean goes for silence in response, or just goes to pay for it. If you go for silence in response, maybe Kai just goes dispute right away. Because if you let silence resolve, then you can just pay for it.
So, Dwarven Mine.
Probably just going to be pay for it. That play isn't necessarily
right. Pretty high level.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's on a different level.
Could be higher or lower. Yeah.
We don't know. It's on a different level.
We'll let the people that are on the higher level decide what they want to go for here. Looks like just a pay.
Just a pay here, and that means that Kai is almost certainly going to reveal another Mystical Dispute to cast, and Teferi Time Raveler ravels no more.
Okay, and now these tokens can triple block the Shardless Agent.
这样就很尴尬了。
It's a bit of a whiskey for him there.
Look at this one Rhino.
Yeah.
It looks so innocuous so long ago. I mean, it did when Sean was at 18.
Oh,
you know,
可是你的太妃力成功降落，你也可以保自己的创新。所以其实最重要应该是太妃力的降落。太妃力的降落比无畏创新重要太多了。
Double block here on the Shardless Agent by the look of things.
Okay, this is going to mean that's perfectly fine. Trade. Sean's going to need something right now. Creativity.
This is his last chance. So Kai Buddha is almost certain to lock up his 12th Pro Tour top 8. It's not by any means guaranteed, but he is giving himself his best chance at a
随便找，海岛第二张
12th Pro Tour top 8. Unless Sean Goddard can come up.
3个矮人肯定是打不赢犀牛的。
What Sean is going to put in Kai's way here.
这边右手有很多选项。
So one thing that Kai can do here is play Blood Moon, and it will shut off a couple of out. It shuts down Teferi as an out. Doesn't shut down Leyline Binding. Doesn't shut down Creativity. But still worth it more than likely. It'll just minimize a little bit. Knock the top of the deck.
For Kai Buddha, leaving up Forest Island over to Sean Goddard, who has to find something and has to find it right now. He draws a card.
有没有
in hand? Silence persist for Sean Goddard. Is this the end of the road for him?
有一张 silence， 笑死。
Too late. He brought in all 4 copies for the Cascade matchup. He drew all 4 copies, but they were not enough. Kai Buddha needs to just attack with this Rhino, and there is nothing that Sean Goddard can do. Kai Buddha almost certainly locking up another.
不知道那边没什么理由不出吧？我觉得那边就是 silence 就对了。
This guy, the German juggernaut, has been around for decades, Corey, and he is back on Magic's biggest stage more than likely.
unbelievable how you can have the level of dominance that Kai Buddha has had through his career. Top 8 some of the digital era tournaments.
OK， 那看看会不会播另外一桌。
Paper Pro Tour back at it. Top 8ing in every single
另外一
generation
桌
of
是
competitive Magic play
绿塔吗
is so amazing, and he's looking for his. Now that he's already got
绿
the
塔
12 top 8, looking for
打
Pro
红
Tour
黑
win number 8.
Number 8. Now, of course, we will wait for the final official top 8 announcement before we start getting out the chisel and tapping it into the...
I chiseled it in already.
Oh, he's already done
yeah.
it. It's already part of the Corey Baumeister historical record. We're going to find out who will be joining our top 8 as well, in addition to the players who have already got there before very much longer. Alexander Hayne, Kazuna Kasaka, coming up after this.
绿塔打红黑的成绩出来了吗？绿塔打红黑的成绩还没出来。好，这一桌应该也是Win and In吧。第6桌，我算一下哦，1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8。哦，那好像泰坦赢了，也只是第9哎。哎，不对，好像有机会哦，因为前面切了嘛，所以1、2、3、4、5，然后6、7、8，哦，所以泰坦是有机会Win and In的哦。那就是看这一桌，泰坦打医生 VS 绿塔打红黑，看他会播哪一桌。对。啊，绿创就很多，红黑也很多，当然会有很多绿创打红黑啊。不过不得不说，打绿创的人，他们轮抽都打得很好欸。还是想看一下有没有那个吧，晚点明天吧，明天应该会有，就是那个10场摩登的总胜率。
Yet another piece of Win and In Magic. This time we know we have got it mathematically locked up that the winner of the game that we're about to show you will be in the Pro Tour Top 8. We can't wait to get to the action. We're going to get in underway now with game number 3 between Alexander Hayne and
OK， 所以播的是绿塔打红黑这一场。
And we've seen one of them at the very highest level in the past. Alexander Hayne, he won Pro Tour Avison Restored about a decade ago. That was the first Pro Tour I ever watched, Corey. It was something that inspired me to take up competitive Magic properly. So for a while there in my mind, and sort of still a little bit today, Alexander Hayne.
直接播第3场了。
Absolutely. I mean, it was no miracle that he won that Pro Tour. I'll tell you that.
We're going to get stuck in, as I say, in game number 3. Both these players level pegging at 1-1, and at 11-3-1, we are told that whoever wins this game, and indeed this match, is for the top 8. Now, of course, important to note, we are playing this at an increased pace to make sure we can get through it before the end of the broadcast. So,
先后手游戏耶
as a Thoughtseize opens up the account.
Yeah, Thoughtseize right there, taking the map, and what that does is because there is no
哇，但还
star
是
sphere.
有一颗星
It means that
这样子2回还是有森林占卜。
Or you have to play a forest, excuse me, to cast Sylvan Scrying, which delays your Tron a little bit. But drawing that sphere was perfect. Now turn 3 Tron is inevitable. And one thing I want to touch on.
那我们这个转播是不是很快就会结束了？
Yeah, so they will be above.
还是对手这边可以下回找地出血月。哦，这边只有沼泽，那是很有机会出血月哦。
you'll take the draw in the position like this where it puts you into that higher echelon here. So
yeah, and one other thing, Alexander Hayne, one of those top finishes was in London, I believe, with Tron. You know, that was kind of the London Mulligan rule that switched over, kind of put Tron on the map, and
没有错啦，血月。
better now. I'm going to play it again.
是我的血月啦。
So we did ask, we caught up with these players, asked them for one piece of advice for new players wanting to get into the modern format. And Alexander Haynes' piece of advice was, play Tron, it's great.
Hey, can't argue with that, because it's looking pretty great.
You can. It's been a long-time villain of the modern format, but, you know, for people who have been following this format for a long time, it's a familiar face in a world full of elemental evoke creatures.
Being great and a villain can be mutually exclusive. You know, like you can be great and the villain
at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so a sphere and a relic here in the face of this Blood Moon from Kasaka. Kasaka has put Blood Moon to great effect this tournament.
Against a lot of Tron players.
Yes, very true. We saw him play against
earlier on? I believe so, yeah.
Also on Tron.
As well, earlier yesterday.
Yeah, Kasaka's done. He's acquitted himself extremely well, playing with the biggest and the best names in the biz now. He's a great hard cast from the hand for 4 mana. Hayne's going to respond with a Dismember in response to the trigger, so obviously the Grief can't snag the Dismember when the hand is revealed. And going on in there that the Grief can have anything to do with.
Reveals Tron, no action in hand, has 2 stored up draw steps with the Sphere and the relic. We'll see how fast you want to fire these off, or if you just want to protect yourself away from other discard spells. A little interesting because if you were to top deck, like, let's say, Karn the Great Creator off that Sphere, it would be excellent to play, but Alexander Hayne knows this deck inside and out, so I'll definitely not question him.
Yeah, we'll defer to his judgment at this point as to why he's not cracking that Sphere. Now we see Douthie Voidwalker, the play here for the Rakdos Evoke player.
Yeah, that is one you might have to sacrifice now. No, the star is the one that goes to the graveyard. Douthie Voidwalker does interact with that. If you sack the star, you can't draw a card because it never hits the graveyard, but the Sphere is the other way.
The Sphere draws a card no matter what.
Exactly.
All right. So we see another Sphere. Obviously, Blood Moon in so many decks is designed to punish ambitious mana bases, right? If you've got a deck full of Tromes and Shocklands, then you're going to be punished for it. But it's not coloured mana that the Tron decks struggle with through the Blood Moon. They can make green very easily through the chromatic cards, through the basic forests, but it does just cut them off very simply from that 1/2/7 three trick pony of the Tron lands.
Yep, absolutely. And we see probably the Spheres fired off in response to this Orcish Bowmasters.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Probably all of them fired off.
Yeah, I think we're just going to cash in these 3 cards so we don't take 3 extra damage and amass even more army, an even greater army here for Kasaka. So Sphere goes away underneath the Voidwalker.
And there is Karn off the top. Decides to not crack that last one.
Okay. So what can we get out of the sideboard here with the Karn?
Probably not the thing we're going to play immediately. It does look like I did see Wormcoil as well, so next turn we're pretty likely to worm it up, but we do have Douthie Voidwalker to have that interaction where if you deal with Wormcoil Engine with a Terminate, then it is destroyed. So we see Needle as well for Kasaka.
Kasaka's hand is not well set up for a...
金针喊什么？遗忘石。
Get confirmation as to exactly what that's naming. Maybe just Chromatic Sphere.
It's probably Karn the Great Creator would be my guess, but you never know.
All right, we'll find out. And now the Kiki-Chiki, reflection of the Mirror Breaker, I should say. Fable of the Mirror Breaker, excuse me.
Yep. Confirmation on that Pithing Needle target.
And his Wormcoil Engine now, hard cast for just 6 mana.
Okay, now you get 2 draws out of Terminate.
And you're right, it was Karn Great.
Oh, Karn.
Wormcoil Engine could be decisive here. Kasaka is not well set up to deal with it, but he's just drawn a card he seems quite excited by. It's a Grief.
That's a Grief. Okay, not bad. You do get to...
我也有亚龙卷.
Wow, another Wormcoil Engine. And this one exiled to the Douthie Voidwalker. It has a void counter on it, and it can be cast for nothing.
Yes. So we'll see if you want to cast this immediately. and see if you want to do some more tricks like we've been seeing earlier from Dothy Voidwalker of, let's say, Karn the Great Creator.
不等有复活的时候再做吗？对啊，先打就好了。
Interesting. So now Wormcoil Engine is able to connect, and there's no way to, let's say, sacrifice a creature before damage. You know, so the lifelink doesn't apply. There's no cards in hand. So if Hane wants, Hane can go up to 13. But that is a big question of if, because the crackback here is pretty large. We have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 coming back.
So Hane now cracks the Chromatic Sphere.
Yep. That's another worm.
第二只亚龙卷。
He just doesn't stop. He just doesn't stop. So now he's going to attack with this one. Whoa, says Kasaka. Hang on 1 second, my friend. Attacks with the 6/6 lifelink Death Touch here. If it is killed here and now,
这边其实换掉也不错，因为反正道西会把它杀掉，所以不会有死掉的问题。就是会打得比较慢。
Well, I think this turn, second main phase.
Does he have?
I don't think he's played a land yet. So he played that star with the one floating man.
No, you're right. He didn't because he tapped the 6 lands last time.
Bang.
Bang. Wormcoil Engine here.
Now let's see. Is there a way to top deck Terminate and win? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Terminate is not quite lethal right now.
Terminate, a much better answer to Wormcoil Engine than it would be in most situations because of that Douthie Voidwalker here.
Yes.
Normally Terminate, pretty horrific answer
this
to it.
Fury?
So what have we found?
Oh!
It's a Fury, all right.
Okay.
So it doesn't do a lot in against a board of 6/6s.
Yeah.
Very messy on Kazuna Kasaka's side of things here.
And I believe the reflection did just flip. So that is not able to copy Fury.
Yeah.
But next turn, being able to just create Furies here is going to be quite strong.
So unblockable, of course, with Shadow, the Douthie Void.
Now
Hane is going to line up behind 2 Wormcoil Engines. Didn't see the card that he drew, Corey.
It's a Karn the Great Creator, which is shut off.
Yeah.
And this Chromatic Star is unable to do anything. So now, as it stands, it looks like Kasaka is lining up Fury, eliminate that, and another block here to just deal with both worms. And this is going to work. It's going to leave Alexander Hane with nothing. It's going to leave him with 21 life.
And Kasaka choosing to keep the Voidwalker around here has proven to be an exceptionally good decision, given the fact that Alexander Hane drew so many Wormcoil Engines. If Kasaka had cashed in the Voidwalker for his own Wormcoil, Hane would have twice as many worms.
Well, yeah, we can get Frank to double check the numbers. I believe 2 worms is more than 1 worm. I totally agree with you.
So a very wise decision in the way that things have played out here for Kasaka. Very fortunate that things have played out the way that they have for him. He's really thinking about this block.
Basically, there's no way to triple block here and keep one of the creatures alive by any means. It is just Death Touch. So you just want to put in the least amount of your own power.
You're losing all the creatures that you block a Wormcoil with. Doesn't matter what their toughness is because of the Death Touch. And so now both of these are 3 Wormcoil Engines exiled to this single Voidwalker.
Did you ever have a worm collection?
这边抠到西放亚龙卷出来，好爽哦！
worms to hang out with. Yep, I can see it. All right, this Douthie Voidwalker. And we're going to see another copy of... Oh, my goodness.
好爽哦！
That is such an incredible play. Let us explain what has happened here.
为什么裁判现在才后知后觉？为什么旁边的赛评现在才后知后觉？
Which can be sacrificed to cast a card with a void counter. It does not have to be a card exiled by the same Voidwalker.
Yes, you see the cards underneath that Voidwalker, but
没错，我接下来就是把你的亚龙卷一只放出来。
This is not an Oblivion Ring situation. There is not a link between that Voidwalker and the cards that it is exiled. You can see on the screen here, choose an exiled card an opponent owns with a void counter on it. Doesn't matter how it got the void counter. What a play
找到母胜数了。
I did not see that coming either. That was really awesome and almost assuredly going to lock up the win because, well, next turn, just going to do it again.
Another Wormcoil Engine for as long as that. Every time he can cast
这边不杀琪琪就会有第二只亚龙卷。
Probably getting the Wormcoil Engines, let's be honest. But what an incredible line from Kasaka. blew me out of the water. I know there'll be viewers around the world who were screaming at the screen. They saw it. They knew he was going to do it. But holy moly, blindsided me here in the booth.
That was so awesome. Probably going to see it again here. You could even get Karn. There are plenty of targets in the sideboard as well. You've seen it that one ring.
We've seen it before. We have seen Kasaka. We've seen Rakdos Evoke players cast the Karn the Great Creator that they've stolen off their opponents with Ragavan or whatever else. But here it comes again. Is this a Karn? He's having a look through his sideboard, thinking about it at least.
Yeah, being like, is Karn better than a Wormcoil? And honestly, against Tron where you shut off their artifacts, I think it is. Because here's the ways that I think Kasaka could possibly either lose or not win.
He's going to cast a Karn.
Yeah, is with Alexander Hayne having the ability to blow up Pithing Needle, play a Karn, and then like bridge, Ensnaring Bridge.
Ensnaring Bridge, yeah, that could change things, but it's not going to here as Kasaka plays his own Karn the Great Creator from a copied Doughty Voidwalker.
Which he still can't activate because of Pithing Needle, but still, it's the static.
I didn't. That's very true. He looked through his side. He was like, "Oh, what can I get? What riches are waiting for me?" My sideboard's like, "Oh no, wait, I can't do that."
And there is the Boseiju. So Hayne had that ability.
It's very considerate. Unlocking of the opponent's Karn for him. Very nice of him.
Cleared away.
Removing the Pithing Needle so your opponent can activate the Karn.
So that is allowing Hayne to top deck a Karn the Great Creator now.
Does he not have one in hand?
Maybe still has one in hand. There's been a lot going on.
Yeah, there's been a lot going on the other side of the battlefield here. And that looks to me like those Terminates have been taken out. Yeah, the Terminates weren't even a live draw here for Kasaka. They were in the board.
That makes a lot of sense.
It's pretty bad against Wormcoil 90% of the time.
Exactly. You have to pair it with another card, and then it's still okay.
And it's still just okay, right? It's a 2-mana. It's a 2-mana removal. It's a Doomblade at that point, yeah. All right, well, Kasaka is thinking about what he wants to get out of the board here. He's got some options, the one ring amongst them, and that's what we're going to see here for Kazuna Kasaka. Picking up a mighty legendary artifact that has only just joined the modern format from the Lord of the Rings Tales of Middle-earth.
So the one thing where that looked kind of strange, why Hayne Boseiju still in Kasaka's turn, Kasaka could then activate Karn, is because when Karn came into play, wouldn't be able to use the star for green mana. So that's why he had to do it in response.
Oh, of course, he couldn't sacrifice the star to make the green mana. He would need to target the Karn.
Yeah, could have untapped to use the forest, but still decided to do it now. Chain Death on Dauthi to get it back and play another worm.
Oh my goodness, another Wormcoil engine here with the famed There's another Doughty Voidwalker. Alexander Hayne is being ripped limb from limb by this Rakdos Evoke deck. He does have a Karn the Great Creator. He is going to be able to go to the sideboard. Is it Ensnaring Bridge?
Gotta be Bridge.
It is Ensnaring Bridge.
Okay, now that's Bridge. Now let's see what's underneath this now. So now the One Ring cannot be activated.
This is such a mess on Kazuna. He needs to clean up his bedroom because this is, oh my goodness. So that ring is in play. The cards next to it are not. They are exiled with void counters on them. Everything else is in play. Half those cards belong to Alexander Hayne.
And pretty much all those cards are bad now. It's just stars, spheres. There's no more worms. You don't even want any more worms. The one thing that Kasaka can do at any point is, this is just going to be wild to say, Kasaka can use Karn the Great Creator to tick up on Ensnaring Bridge, and if you can find a Fury, which you have Reflection now, but the Fury is gone, and then kill the Ensnaring Bridge as a creature.
So the line is, tick up on Ensnaring Bridge to turn it into a 3/3.
3/3.
Copy a Fury with a Reflection Kiki Jiki.
Or cast a Fury.
Yeah. The Fury's obviously not there, but were the Fury there, that would have been the line. Oh my goodness. Magic is just such an incredible game.
This is not no attackers allowed. The 1/1 Orcish Army and the Bowmaster can attack down Karn and deal with it over the course of 2 turns. You can also Reflection to copy another one of the 1-power creatures.
You can copy the Bowmasters, which would then mean that you can't attack the army.
You wouldn't be able to attack with the army.
Zero dice straight away.
Very true.
Yeah. So that's not an option here for we can't use the Reflection.
But one thing you can do, you can attack Karn for 2, and then second main phase, Reflection, Bowmaster, deal with Karn. Then you can at least draw off the One Ring, and you can fetch off Karn, which off Karn you can get Engineering Explosives to then blow up Ensnaring Bridge.
We found a way to do it here. This is one of the most complicated games of Magic the Gathering I have ever seen, and I was around for the whole what the KCI combo.
Yes.
Oh my goodness me! And this is right up there with that.
So another Undying Evil on Dothy Voidwalker to then cast something else. Goes for Sylvan Scrying. Let's see what we want to find.
Finds Mount Doom.
Okay, we do have the Mount Doom legendary artifact thing right now. Is it happening? I mean, it doesn't really make sense.
It doesn't really do anything, but it could.
But it's still cool.
It would be extremely cool to chuck the One Ring into Mount Doom in this situation. I don't know that it's going to be a game-winning play, but it is an option.
Okay, is this EE? Or do we want to get something else? There's Pithing Needle Chalice, EE, the One Ring, and Unlicensed Hearse as the option. EE seems decent to me, but you don't have to do it now.
The thing is with Engineered Explosives, is there a treasure token hanging around?
There isn't yet. So right now it's just red-black, but you do have the Goblin Shaman in there.
It can't attack.
You're right.
It can't attack.
Exactly.
So the Engineered Explosives requires a third color of mana here. Well, we've got another Khan the Great Creator, so this is largely But that was a very interesting line to explore, and that's what's going through the.
Oblivion Stone, which can't be activated because of the opposing card.
Okay.
随便，好，不变。
It's a pretty normal game of Modern here.
And then the Karn on 6 loyalty.
Karn ticked up. Yep.
不能
target anything. Probably just tick up.
So the O-Stone was just cast from the hand.
Correct.
Yeah, not fetched from the sideboard. They're important to note.
Nope. Yep. Usually just a main card that stays in. Now we see fetch lands, and they are still mountains. Remember, at least 110 years ago, Blood Moon was cast as well.
Oh, yeah, you can't even chuck the one ring into Mount Doom under the light of the Blood Moon.
Ah, that's true. That's true.
So much to keep track of in this game. What a finale!
看起来要每回找一块地了。
struggle.
总有一天会找到红元素的吧？找到红元素就可以把仙女桥变生物，然后点死了。
Okay, so debating now, plenty of thinking to be doing here.
或者是对自己没有信心，我想要每回变一只弓箭手射他一点。
A lot of stuff to cast. You know, you can put another Worm Coil into play. Doesn't really matter. And the one piece of kind of inevitability, I would say here, for Kosaka is his reflection on Bowmaster every turn, right? And that's just a 10-turn clock, you know? Deal one, deal one, deal one, deal one.
Generate a massive army that sits around doing nothing.
Yeah, just the one damage, yeah.
Through its rations. But no, instead decides to go for the Dalthy Voidwalker and makes the third Worm Coil engine here. Just the third.
You know what? If going into what was that?
额外回合，笑死！快要打不完喽，哥哥。
5 extra turns.
Okay. What an extra turn does here? What an extra turn does right now is the fact that maybe if it was going to be 9 players that were going to be in contention for top 8, this would essentially eliminate both players. And it would make it so those 8 players would be a clean cut, meaning Kaibuda being one of them would be automatically in, but a draw here is pretty much a loss.
Really important thing to note here, Corey.
Yeah.
Because of a judge call earlier in this game for slow play, right?
Okay.
We have 7 extra turns, not the normal 5. 7 extra turns in this game.
I didn't even know that was possible. Okay. All right.
为什么？是裁判给他们7个额外回合。
Not 5. Really important to keep that in mind as we approach the thrilling conclusion of this game here.
This is just unbelievable.
One of the most complicated board states I have ever seen. One of the most complicated games of Magic, and you can see Kosaka scratching his head at light speed, trying to figure out what he's going to do here. Let's remind ourselves of all the restrictions that are in play at the moment. Blood Moon, all lands and mountains, all non-basics and mountains. Neither player is able to activate the ability of artifacts, right? Because of the 2 copies of Khan the Great Creator.
On each side, yes.
有没有办法变出一个珍宝啊？
to Alexander Hain.
2 bird encounters from Kosaka is draining Kosaka each turn.
And he can't attack
所以要想办法解卡恩。
A lot going on.
那还不如想办法解陷阱桥呢。
Welcome to Modern. If you, and no one can say Modern is not an exciting format. I will tell you that.
No.
This is
so now we can toss 2 drops.
Okay, Chalice on 2.
不能。
I'm getting a GRV warning just looking at this board state, you know.
A second Blood Moon as well has come down for Kazuna Kasaka. All these hate pieces coming together, all these cards that are making such a huge difference.
这边要打和了的话，那后面会多出1到2个11-4的哦。
Okay, so this was Reflection copying Worm Coil Engine and End Step Sacrifice and get 2 worms.
Okay, just a couple more worms for the worm collection.
Yep.
Yep, pop them in the jar. And Hayne casts an expedition map to keep his hand nice and empty.
不是他每回他应该要想办法每回去压那个去森林占卜找一块地去想办法找到他的红元素啊。
I'm not sure. Honestly, I'm not. There is so much going on here. All right, 2 more damage from the One Ring as we head into extra turn number 6. I don't see how this game ends in 1 turn cycle here.
Either.
I
觉得这个没有打过陷阱桥，被陷阱桥晃了手脚。
I don't think Hayne can get through.
5 points of damage. Well, no, because there's not another upkeep for Kasaka.
现在唯一的问题是陷阱桥啊，你要找你的方法解陷阱桥啊。
And all with, if that treasure was in play, you could have at least EE'd for 3 at some point, but then the last Karn completely locked that line up as well.
That was a very short window of opportunity. 7 extra turns. Karn goes up to 7 loyalty, passes the turn. We're going to see an activation, one final activation of the reflection of Kiki Jiki. And I think that's all she wrote today, sports fans, between these 2 players. And there's going to be a discussion between them as to what the way forward is. Alexander Hayne points to the One Ring, saying, "You are dead to this, my friend."
You are, yeah. And yeah, I mean, it's just such a tough spot because, you know, like if a draw, they're almost assuredly like 9/10, you know, and that's a prize increase. So, yeah, I mean. Who knows? This is one of those impossible situations where there's no right answer.
Yeah, I don't envy either of these.
他把 Terminate 都下了，所以他这边要找红元素，但是他不知道为什么一直想不开，一直在找洋流引擎，明明洋流引擎是超级没有用的。
Hint of bribery, collusion, corruption, or anything like that, and both of these players will be aware of that. So this conversation will be held on a knife's edge.
This was the craziest game for sure of the tournament for me.
他可能太紧张了吧，没有想到可以有红元素杀陷阱桥这种事情。
This conversation continues here.
Unreal.
Are we going to see a resolution?
Kasaka also was playing really fast when it was the Dothi Voidwalker complex lines that we were seeing. So just knew the deck inside out. But even Kasaka slowed down because this is an unknown, uncharted territory for both players.
You can see this conversation continues, and I can tell you what this conversation is about.
Okay.
Right? These players are now figuring out, right?
Who would win?
What would happen were this game to continue? Yeah. There are very strict rules about what you can't reveal cards from the top of your library.
Cards.
You can't talk about anything to do with, well, there's so many things. We're not going to be able to talk about every single thing that you can and can't talk about, but let it be known that this conversation could determine and will determine exactly how this match result is determined.
I'm sweating just thinking about that conversation. You know,
So Alexander Hayne here is making his case about how the game would continue. The important things here: ensnaring bridge, preventing attacks, the One Ring and burden counters.
I also didn't even know that.
他是这边是认为说你再过3个回合就会被自己的戒指痛死了。但是说真的，3到4个回合，如果每回合去压一张地，去找一张红元素，其实几率蛮高的。
Is on the line.
Yeah.
And it is not being determined, unfortunately, by the turn of the magic cards. It is being determined by these 2 players chatting and deciding what the way forward is.
And one of the things to think about from Kasaka, yeah, the ring would probably kill him at some point, but a top deck Fury, when you can tick up Karn onto Ensnaring Bridge, you would deal with Bridge. That would force the action. That would force the
他们应该是要看 OPP 来决定吧。
All of a sudden, Kasaka gets 9 worms, you know, so then advantage would be back to Kasaka. So this is not clear and cut to me of who would actually win.
All right, I can actually tell you now.
最后这个状况实在太好笑了。
It is a draw between the 2 of them. It is a draw between Alexander Hayne.
最后决定和局。
Kazuna Kasaka.
I think that's how it had to be. because there was no clear winner there.
There was so many different lines.
合法的，合法的，你只要不涉及到利益交换。
What a match we just saw！
其实就是想办法说一个说服对手投降给你。你只要不涉及到利益交换就无所谓。
Incredible game I've ever seen, and you can tell these players are just like, hey, you know, sorry that happened.
That's magic.
That's magic.
That's magic.
But that, from my calculations before, it looked like it kind of clears up, you know, if 12 wins is in or not.
Yeah.
It seems like they probably are, but we'll see at the desk for sure.
和局就是2个人一起回家，第9、第10啊。泰坦，我怎么进了？我原本以为我不会进的。泰坦，第8名捡到了，好爽！哇，最爽的就是这个泰坦了，笑死！而且泰坦打塔应该是蛮好打的，前面那么多塔。
Yeah, I don't even know how to unpack that. That was incredible, super fun to watch. That really, you know, is what modern is all about.
Super ugly， 什么 super fun to watch? Super ugly.
The Tron side, or yeah, you can cast Worm Coil against this red-black deck. You know, you're going to be fine.
所以8强是塔塔塔红黑犀牛犀牛犀牛泰坦。
We do indeed. Coming your way tomorrow. I believe that we are moments away from actually announcing that top 8. I think we're going to check in with the news desk before that takes place, but waiting to put the final touches on our broadcast for today. And I want to say, what a pleasure it's been to have you along for the ride today throughout the 3 rounds of Limited, the 5 rounds of Modern. Corey, it's been our pleasure to bring this broadcast to the world. We've had ups and downs and thrills and spills.
泰坦原本是不应该进的，所以要么是塔，要么是红黑，所以照理来说8强只有3副套牌，就是塔、泰坦跟塔、红黑跟犀牛。
Yeah, Corey said it best there. Brain explosion. Mani, incredible. What an incredible finish to our tournament here. That match!
I don't know what we just witnessed. That was unbelievably back and forth. Jeez.
It really was. Everybody, we're so privileged to bring you such interesting games from our feature match area. We've had so many top moments all weekend long.
你们有打算要看剩下的颁奖画面什么的吗？我是没有很想看啦，毕竟他妈3点了。
But until that is ready, I need to talk to you both about your takeaways from the weekend so far, Mani.
好啦，我觉得我们就差不多关一关了。对啊，平均1到2张还不会被警戒了。16张而已吗？16张而已哦。泰坦没有戒指吗？泰坦几张戒指？泰坦4张哦，3副塔加一个泰坦，没有吧？That
last game, the drama of that last game,
那个
the flavor text we've had so far.
有放戒指的红黑美和局出去了，哎呀，不然的话就会有17张了，哎呀。
Modern today, there's so much on the line. We've seen so much drama. The emotion on players' faces.
可泰坦打犀牛感觉超难打的诶，1打8，4打5。
Absolutely, so glad to be back at these Paper Pro Tours where we get to witness these emotions here with you in real time. And speaking of modern and everything that we've seen on camera, has been absolutely wild this weekend. It's been 4 years, Mani, since we saw modern at the Pro Tour level. For you, what is the hallmark of what has changed in that time?
最后一局和，我不确定9胜还是10胜啦，可能要查一下。我没有去特别查规则 rules。我看一下有没有 tournament top 5。
Back in 2019, sometimes felt like a format of ships passing in the night. It was really 2 decks trying to do their individual thing, independent of each other. And it doesn't really feel that way anymore. We see even decks like Mono Green Tron packing more interaction and trying to really prevent their opponent from doing their thing while also trying to execute their
Remember that if you finish Pro Tour the Law of Rings with 30 or more match points, you will be invited to the 3rd Pro Tour of 20. 对啊，所以要超过30分啊。
What was the vibe from the players that you got as far as modern is concerned, and how it's evolved since the last time it was here?
Well, back when we had the last Pro Tour that was modern, they used to use their mana to cast spells. Now they don't need mana to cast the spells because of Modern Horizon. There's a lot of that floating around, and that's been in the back of their minds a bit the same way. It was Modern Horizons completely changed the format. There's a big buzz out there. Everyone's had a really good weekend, enjoying it all. Not just here, but also in the con. People coming across, looking and inspiring to try and be at this level. Come to the Pro Tour, qualify for the championships. So it's just good on both sides of the field here.
也是最后一局输80缸。打赢80缸就可以吹一辈子了。我在80缸手下抢到了下一场 Q 的资格。
It's been a very, very long weekend. 269 players embarked to Barcelona.
对啊，差一点没有打赢80缸。
2 days, 16 rounds. But now we finally do have our top 8 of Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings. So, without further ado, let me introduce, in first place, from Spain, defending his home turf, Javier Dominguez.
对，本地人好像是唯一一个本地人。
In second place, from the United States, the calculator, Christian Calcaño.
对，这个美国人，然后 Q 全部都在英国拿的。然后被采访的时候还问说：“你确定你真的是美国人吗？”
From Denmark, Simon Nielsen.
好，所以这一次8强有2个 Team Handshake， 上次有8个 Nelson， 今天爆开了1杠6，好惨。
In 5th place from Italy, Marco Del Pivo.
这个好像都没有上镜头哎。
In 6th place, also from Italy, Stefano Vinci. In 7th place from Germany, it's the German juggernaut, Kai Bude.
哦，不过我好像说错，他是3个 PT 个人冠军跟3个团队 PT 冠军，然后4个 The Year of Player of Year。我们刚好像看到。
From Canada, Dominic Harvey.
这个捡到的好爽！哦。
This is your top 8 of Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings.
不对，兴趣点确实，哎。
There it is, your top 8 for Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings, and what an incredible top 8 it is. So, such an exciting tournament, both days of competition. Take a look on your screen. Your top 8, and huge, enormous congratulations to them. Javier Dominguez, Christian Calcano, Simon Nielsen, Jake Beardsley, Marco Del Pivo, Stefano Vinci, Kai Bude, and Dominic Harvey. Make sure you come back tomorrow to watch them.
但是没有亚洲人，亚洲人都
$500,000 prize pool. Let's take a look at our final leaderboard as we can
请屋的 Pro 算是亚洲人吗？
The Lord of the Rings.
2个美国人，然后剩下全部都是欧洲人吧。
Top 8 in our final standings here, Monty.
Well, Maria, Team Handshake putting 2 members in the top 8.
有一个加拿大的。
That is not a surprise, but
2个美国，1个加拿大，然后剩下都是欧洲人。
3 members in the top 8 between Christian Calcano.
啊，那红黑好可惜哦，我觉得那红黑应该可以打得更好的。
Incredible stuff from the largest team in the field.
Absolutely. Will, your thoughts?
I'm stoked for Jake Beardsley. It's his first Pro Tour. It's his birthday. He's now in the top 8 of Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings. Can it get any better for him? Can he take this trophy home?
And Kai Buddha being in this top 8 too, Monty. He's made a top 8 of a top event in 4 different decades.
It really is just unbelievable that the man can keep doing it, and at the same time, completely.
好啦，那
that is a fantastic way to put it.
明天的话就是下午4点，提早1个小时。然后看了一下，1、2、3都是塔，所以我们不会很快的进行洗牌对决。哎，他妈有点丑。哎。
Settle for 1 card. Well, let's go for 3 cards. Show me the Urzatron lands. Urza's mine. Urza's power plant.
谢了，我觉得这个准备要进去了。哎
，We watch Team Handshake's Tron build do just
bad.
And they are not the only Tron players in our top 8.
Absolutely. Hello to your cards of the day, the Tron lands, and they deserve it. But what about our player of the day, Will?
好了，我不想看剩下的了，3点了，大家早点睡吧。今天就到这边，拜拜拜拜拜。